Chapter 1 _ Give me 4 magical skills as soon as you come up. In the southeastern part of Celadon City, near the outskirt, there is a solitary house. The rear of the house is fenced, and there are various Pokémon living in it. And the sign on the front of the house reads, Aoki Breeding House. Chingway, it's time to get up. Don't forget to go to Pallet Town today for the summer camp hosted by Professional O. On the second floor of the breeding house, a woman who looked quite young pushed open a door and said to the inside. As the door opened, 2 figures, one brown and one gray, entered the door. It looked like a fox, with a fluffy tail and cream-colored down on its neck. The brown figure jumped directly onto the bed and patted the sleeping person on the bed with a pink paw pad. Bye. A boy of about 7 or 8 years old was lying on the bed in the room. He opened his eyes and hit yawn. Got it. Get up right away. Come on. I'll take you to Professor Oak after dinner later. Okay, where's Dad? He went to the Pokemon Center early in the morning, and a trainer is going to put his Pokemon here to train him. And by the way, he will send some Pokeblock to the Pokemon Center. It is estimated that he will not be back until the afternoon. Oh, Chingway nodded, sat up, stretched out, took the Eevee on the bed out of the bed and put it next to the other shiny Eevee, then got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. These 2 Eevees are the Pokemons of Chingway's parents. When Chingway was 3 years old, their family just moved to this breeding house. Their parents are very busy during the day, so Chingway's parents specially hatched 2 Eevee. Egg came to accompany Xiao Chingway, but I didn't expect that there would be a different colored Eevee, and there were very few female Eevee. Chingway, a traveler who has traveled from Blue Star. There is no need to mention the way of travel. It has been 7 years since he came to the Pokemon world. His parents in this life are senior cultivators. A few years ago, Chingway's mother successfully passed the entrance examination. After obtaining the breeder certificate, the family came to Celadon City to open a breeding house. The main business was not selling Pokemon, but ordering Pokeblocks and cultivating Pokemon that other trainers entrusted to them. And Chingway, before the age of 5, was just an ordinary child who only knew some plots and knowledge of Pokemon. Until he was 5 years old, he awakened the Pokemon monthly sign system. Sign in once a month, and you will be rewarded with some Pokemon props or item lottery opportunities for signing in. There is no skill learning machine in this world. Pokemon can only learn skills by practice and teaching, and there will be accumulated prop for the whole year of accumulated sign-in. When he signed in for a year, he got a skill package. He thought he could finally learn skills directly for Pokemon, but he opened it and was dumbfounded. Skill pack contains 4 skills. Dodge, don't give up, stand up, give him the final blow. That's right, this skill pack is not for Pokemon, it's for people. And this skill introduction is exactly the same as Ash's, except that each skill can only be used once in a battle. In Chingway's opinion, these 4 skills are clearly Flash, Backward Buff, Bloodlock, Head, and they are still very useful skills if the battle is critical. And when he was 7 years old, the sign-in reward for the second year was a Junior Psychic. Although the ability is not strong, it has been able to communicate with Pokemon initially, and enough Pokemon with bonds can conduct a certain telepathy. In addition, Chingway also obtained a lot of Pokemon-related prop through monthly check-in, the most important of which is a Pokemon Pokédex that exists in his mind. As long as you observe Pokemon, you can get the detailed information of the Pokemon. A pair of Pokemon Pokédex special travel shoes. The shoes are breathable, sweat-proof, odor-proof and wear-resistant, and can increase the user's movement speed by 20% and reduce the user's physical consumption by 20%, and a set of evolutionary stone, ITE. The rest are recipes prepared by some Pokeblock, fruit packs and other small items. However, what Chingway is most looking forward to is this year, which is the 3rd year's sign-in reward, Mega Real Newcomer Physique. This is a good thing. You must know that in the original plot, Ash was holding a 72 kg Larvitar with both hands, and easily supported a 16 kg Fletchinder with one arm. He even knocked over the Iron Fence head-on, took Iron Tail with his bare hand, and blocked Trevenant with both hands. Will-O-Wisp, it's not a problem, even lifting a 999.9 kg small nebula in the sun and moon. However, the human physique in the Pokemon world is indeed stronger than that on Earth. In Chingway's opinion, it may be caused by the radiation emitted by various Pokemon and various energy, but it is still not comparable to the physique of the real new Mega. After a quick wash, Chingway went downstairs to the restaurant, where her mother had already prepared the morning meal on the table: toast, boiled minced meat, sausage and moo milk, which everyone loves to drink. At this time, Chingway's mother Mako is feeding 2 Eevees with Pokeblock. Sitting down at the dining table, Chingway grabbed the bread, sandwiched a sausage in the middle, and started to eat moo milk. Eat slowly, don't worry. Chingway replied vaguely. Professor Oak's summer camp has a lot of peers who are similar to your age. Go and get along with them. Mako said, before your father left, he told you to take his Eevee with you, in case there was any accident. Let Eevee protect you. You know you're going to camp in the forest. There's a lot of wild Pokemon in the forest. Said, took out Eevee's Pokeball and placed it in front of Chingway. Chingway. Okay, so little brown, please take care of me next time. Boo. 2 Eevees are mainly to accompany Chingway. After all, the family is a nurturer, and the development of the 2 Eevees is quite good. Type, Eevee. Senior. Gender, male. Sign. Category, evolution. Pokemon. Attribute, general. Department, trait, adaptability. Personality, brave. Skills, growl, tackle, tail whip, sand attack, quick attack, protect, refresh, bluff, wish. Current status, excellent. The other shiny Eevee has similar skills except for the gender. Pokemon levels in this world are divided into novice, normal, senior, superior, quasi-elite, elite, master, and palace. After breakfast, Chingway put away Eevee with a Pokeball, and took the backpack brought by his mother, which contained a change of clothes, snack, Pokemon food and some medical supplies such as potion spray. Come on, let's ride the Pidgeot over there. Good. Chapter 2 _ what an epic thing the Los Angeles team is. Came to the backyard with my mother. A majestic Pidgeot was waiting there quietly. This is Chingway's mother's Pidgeot. The average Pidgeot is about 1.5 meters tall, and this one is 2 meters long, which shows that it is well cultivated. The two climbed on Pidgeot's broad back, and Mother Mako patted Pidgeot's neck. It's all your hard work today. Go to Viridian Forest. Compare. 4 hours later, Pidgeot successfully landed in a clearing near the outskirts of the Viridian Forest. At this time, many large and small tents have been set up in the open space. A tall man with gray hair and a white coat is walking through it, and many children are gathering together and chatting. The man in the white coat is the most famous Pokemon researcher in Kanto region, Oak Syracuse Professor. In Chingway's understanding and cognition, Professor Oak is a proper winner in life, and the protagonist treatment. I met Pokemon Celebi when I was young. When I was 20 years old, I released Pokemon Preface, which established my status in the academic world. When I was 25 years old, I became an honorary professor at Celadon, Rainbow University. Not only that, he is also amazingly talented in terms of trainers. He used to be the champion of the Pokemon Alliance, and he has a relationship with Granny Agatha, one of the current Kanto 4 elite. He was also an enemy and a friend. Agatha's ghost is a Pokemon. This is really outrageous, and has been kidnapped by evil organizations many times. A senior professional with rich experience in captivity. Seeing Pidgeot land, Professor Oak walked over. It turned out that it was Junzi. Yes, Mr. Oak, this is my son Chingway. I'll ask you for these days. Don't worry, go get busy, and leave it to me. Hello Professor Oak, I'm Chingway. I'll disturb you in the future, Chingway said politely. It was only today that he found out that his mother was actually a student at Professor Oak. Then I'll go first. There is still something to do in the breeding house. You guys have fun. Mako waved to the two of them. Goodbye Mom. All the way to Tailwind. Watching Mako leave on Pidgeot, Professor Oak took a closer look at Chingway. Although he was only 7 years old, he was in good health and had a lot of energy. Let go. I'll take you to the tent. Just pick an unoccupied one to live in. Okay. Chingway chose a relatively remote tent and got in, and Professional Oak had already continued to watch over the noisy children. At this point, he has determined the current timeline. It is no surprise that he and Ash should be the same age. When he was in Cerulean City before, he also met the 4 sisters of Cerulean Gym through his father. He is the same age as Misty. After that, I just met Gary, the grandson of Professor Oak, and the time was completely determined. Chingway decided to participate in this summer camp for 3 purposes. First, to get to know Professor Oak. The reason is needless to say. Second, to determine the specific timeline. Third, to get to know the wild Pokemon. This world is still a little different from what he remembered in his previous life. Children can only travel when they are 15 years old. They cannot have their own Pokemon until they are 10 years old. He is only 7 years old now. Living at home. Although there are many Pokemon in the breeding house, they are not wild, and the gap between the Pokemon bred in the breeding house and the wild Pokemon is also very large, and this time I came out to see it. 6 days later. Morning. Today is the last day of summer camp. Chingway woke up under Eevee's lap, and looked at the time. It was past 8 o'clock. The past 6 days, he followed Professor Oak to see many Pokemons that are common in Viridian Forest, and met the legendary Ash who is forever 10 years old and immature, and came to the conclusion, forever 10 years old, is false, but immature is true. Yes. Chingway's knowledge of Pokemon during these days of summer camp surprised Professional Oak, and Ash was the least worry-free one in the summer camp. No one. Eevee, who has been following Chingway, is also loved by all the children. This also gave him some immature ideas for future planning. The Los Angeles team, the grandpa and grandma teams are all fake, and the real men should be Pokemons like Eevee, Vulpix, Melodic, and the like. But now the first priority is to get up, exercise and eat. He got up and dressed, washed his face with the water he made last night, took out some food from his backpack, ate some food, and fed Eevee some Pokeblock, then opened the tent and walked out, breathing the fresh air in the forest. Professor Oak was boiling water in the center of the open space. Chingway waved his hand towards Professor Oak. Professor Oak, I took Eevee for a run. Okay, be careful. After saying hello, Chingway slowly ran towards the forest not far away. This is a habit he has developed in the past few days. Getting up and running every day can effectively exercise and prepare for future trips. Unconsciously, Chingway took Eevee to the side of a small river. The water was very clear. A small group of Azurill lived near the river. From time to time, there were a few dumb-headed Magikarps who were constantly using water splash to jump out of the water. Just then, a girl's scream came from the forest near the river. Eevee, go and see. Chingway didn't think much and ran towards the source of the sound with Eevee. After a short walk, Chingway saw a girl in a pink dress with long curly flaxen hair and a straw hat sitting under a tree, covering her knees. There was a look of horror on his face. Pokémon with a clockwise spiral pattern on its belly. It was Poliwag. From Poliwag, there is a blue water rat looking like a Pokémon with a not very large circular object at the end of its tail. It seems to be an Azurill who has just been born and is not well developed. At this time, Azurill had passed out of a coma, and Poliwag's abdomen began to bulge and was about to attack the girl who fell under the tree. Eevee, quick attack, knock it away, Chingway commanded. Eevee, who was next to him, started to accelerate immediately, turning into a saffron-colored bark and crashing into Poliwag. Poliwag was about to use the water gun to attack the girl who frightened it, but was hit by Eevee and flew out and fell to the side, and the water gun also hit the air, struggling to stand up and fight back, but the previous voice rang again. Eevee continues to use tackle. Boo! Eevee accelerated again and mounted on Poliwag, who had just stood up. This time, Poliwag lost his combat effectiveness and fell to the ground in a circle. Chapter 3 Serena and the Dragon Slayer Warriors for free. Are you alright? Chingway saw that Poliwag had completely lost his fighting power, so he walked over to the girl and squatted down and asked, It's nothing. Nothing, just got startled by it, tripped over it, and then for some reason it was about to start attacking me. The girl covered her knees and said a little aggrieved, I'll see your injury. Chingway gently removed the girl's hand and found that it was just a scratch under the knee, which was not serious, so he took out the healing spray he carried with him from his pocket and said while treating the wound, that Poliwag has a more timid character. You must have frightened it just now, so it acted aggressively. Poliwag during the battle just now, and determined that its character was timid. After cleaning the girl's wound with spray, she took out a handkerchief helping hand and simply bandaged it. Wait for me here, I'll go see Pokémon. Said that, he walked towards the fallen Poliwag. Poliwag was not seriously injured. When Eevee shot, he controlled his strength very well, and the treatment was very simple. A brief treatment with Pokémon spray. I woke up shortly after. Yo tilde. Poliwag, who had just woken up, was a little confused. Chingway patted its head lightly. You two just scared each other. Now your injury is no big deal. Yo tilde. Bye. Yo tilde. Eevee next to Chingway also stepped forward to explain. Poliwag understood, thanked Chingway and ran towards Xiaohei. Dealing with Poliwag, Chingway turned to Azurill who was still in a coma. Type, Azurill, novice level. Gender, female. Sign, category, water jewelry. Dream, attribute, general department. Fairy department has not been found at this time. This is the Pokédex of the system. Trait, Hercules. Personality, docile. Skills, slash, tail whip, abdominal drum. Current status, very poor, maybe life-threatening if left untreated. Could this be the juvenile version of the legendary Dragon Slayer? But isn't this nutritionally poor? Chingway can also see from its tail that this newly born Azurill is extremely malnourished. You must know that the disc on its tail is where they store nutrients, and this Azurill's tail disc is very small. Eevee, use a wish on it. Eevee on the side shot a soft light towards the unconscious Azurill. Azurill, who was enveloped in the light, woke up shortly after. Luli tilde. Azurill woke up weakly. Your nutrition is too poor, and I don't have any food at hand. Come back to the camp with me. You won't be able to hold on any longer. Luli tilde. Azurill closed his eyes weakly. Chingway hugged Azurill and walked towards the girl. Are your legs okay? It still hurt. I'll help you. Saying that, Chingway stretched out his right hand and helped the girl up, holding the weak Azurill in his left hand, and supporting her with his right arm. He slowly walked towards the camp. On the way, the girl turned her head to look at Chingway's side face from time to time, and for some unknown reason, her face flushed slightly red. Is your name Chingway? The girl asked. Chingway. The name is really nice. The girl whispered to herself. Hello, my name is Serena. I'm from Kalos. I heard the scenery there is very good. Hey, do you know this place? I heard from my parents that if I have the opportunity in the future, I will visit it. Hearing Chingway say that, the corner of the girl's mouth curved into an R. While Chingway returned to the camp with Serena. Chingway, you're back. Why is there an Azurill? Serena, standing at the entrance of the wood. Professional Oak heard movement behind him and turned to see the two of them. She was injured in the forest. Chingway explained briefly. Azurill was also found there. When he found it, he was already weak and passed out. I have to feed him some food. Serena, leave it to me for treatment, and you go to Helping Hand Azurill. As Professor Oak said, he took Serena from Chingway's hand and helped her to walk slowly towards the tent in the center. Chingway also quickly returned to his tent with Azurill in his arm. Back in the tent, put the Azurill in his arms on the mattress, took out the Pokeblock from the bag, put it down after thinking about it, and took out a bottle of Moo milk instead. Azurill, wake up and eat. Gently shake the Azurill on the mat. Luli Tilda. Azurill woke up in a daze, and when he woke up, he smelled the aroma of milk. You are too weak. Let me feed you. Chingway took Moo milk and carefully fed it. Although he watched his parents do the work of feeding Pokemon, he didn't use it many times, and he was a bit clumsy for a while, but soon his movements became proficient. A while, Chingway took out the half-less Moo milk bottle and looked at Azurill. Luli Tilda. Azurill, drinking Moo milk feels much better, and Growl is no longer as weak as before. Have a good rest, eat something at noon, and you will be able to recover slowly. Luli Tilda. Brother Chingway, I heard that you rescued an Azurill from the woods. At this time, a voice came from outside the tent. Chingway opened the tent and found that it was Ash standing outside. Well, an Azurill was so weak that I brought it back. Can I go in and have a look? Okay, but keep your voice down. It's too weak and needs a rest. Chingway stepped aside and motioned for Ash to come in. Oh. Ash's voice dropped, walked to the edge of the mattress, crouched down and looked at Azurill who was resting. Chingway keenly discovered that Ash's eyes were filled with concern at this time. This kid really loved Pokemon. Chingway sighed in his heart. After a long time, Ash stood up. Brother Chingway, can you teach me how to take better care of the Pokemon? I'm going to travel in a few years. In case this happens during the trip, I also want to help hand them, just like you, but now, I don't know anything. If I travel like this, not only the wild Pokemon, but also my own Pokemon may not be well taken care of. Ash's voice fell a little. Is that so? Don't be discouraged. You are only 7 years old, and you are still several years away from traveling. It is not too late to start learning slowly. Chingway patted Ash on the shoulder. Although he wanted to complain, Ash was not lacking in the care of various nurturers along the way, but if today's events can make him better, that is also a very happy thing. Come on, go out and I'll give you a brief talk. Good. Chapter 4 _ The Dragon Slayer warriors are taking shape. The two sat outside Chingway's tent. Chingway spoke. Ash listened, and they stayed like this until noon. Professor Oak brings all the children together. Come for lunch. Also, our summer camp this year is about to end. After lunch, your parents will come to pick you up and take you home. Remember to pack your luggage in the tent later. Good. This time, Chingway didn't eat out with everyone, but returned to the tent with lunch. After preparing food for Eevee, he woke up Azurill and fed the remaining half bottle of Moo milk. It also checked its status. Poor, a malnourished Pokemon need careful conditioning to recover. Azurill's condition has changed from extremely poor to poor, and it is considered to be completely out of danger to his life. He only needs to supplement his nutrition and slowly adjust it. Chingway just sat on the edge of the bed and pulled it up with her lunch. After eating lunch quickly, Chingway went out to throw away the lunch box, and prepared to return to the tent to pack his things. As time passed by, the parents of the children also came to pick up their children one after another. Chingway's mother landed on the open space once again riding the Pidgeot. Professor Oak, Chingway hasn't caused you any trouble these days. No, he's doing really well. He's a really impressive kid, and he's a nurturer. At this time, Chingway was already carrying a backpack, and came over with Azurill who had woken up in his arm. Mom, did you bring an empty Pokeball? Take it. This Azurill is weak. Well, Chingway briefly explained what happened in the morning, and Mako took out an empty Pokeball and handed it to Chingway. As a result, the weak Azurill was successfully subdued. Originally, I just came here to play, to meet the future protagonist by the way, but who knew that God would give him an Azurill with the characteristics of a Hercules. Thank you for taking care of you these days, and goodbye Professor Oak. Successfully conquering Azurill, Chingway bid farewell to Professor Oak. Brother Chingway is always in touch. I still have a lot to ask you. Ash also shouted loudly. Chingway didn't look back, waved his hand towards the back, and got on Pidgeot's broad back with his mother. With Pidgeot's wings, it gradually turned into a small dot in the air. 8 years later, 15-year-old Chingway is packing in his room, surrounded by a bouncing Merill and an Eevee with a pretty cool coat. Tomorrow is the day to go to Cerulean City to pick up the Royal 3 and start the trip. He has to pack all the things he wants to bring, such as sleeping bag, tent, and the system check-in prop today. After monthly check-ins for the past 10 years, he has acquired a large number of Pokemon items, a set of Evolutionary Stone, ITE, Capsules 5, Prism Scale 3, Everstone 3, a small amount of special Pokeballs, leftovers, Dragon Scale, etc. Something that Pokemons use to carry, and the cumulative sign-in reward every year is the most important. The 4 skills of the trainer, the Psychic that has been upgraded to the intermediate level, the Mega Physique, Pokemon Affinity, and the Pokeblocks recipe divided into 2 parts. 2-year sign-in Pokemon Candy recipe, divided into 3 parts. Pokemon Candy candy is a customized candy for exclusive Pokémon. Long-term consumption can improve Pokémon's physical fitness. There is no such item in the Pokémon world now, that is to say, it is the only one. The recipe for Pokéblocks and the recipe for Pokémon candies allow him to better develop his own Pokémon. Merill next to him came from the Azurill evolution that Chingway rescued by the river in Viridian Forest 8 years ago. After bringing it back, he took care of him for more than a year before Azurill's body became healthy, and it took another year. The successful evolution became Merill. It kind of resists evolution again. Merill, who is now about 0.5 meters tall, will become nearly 1 meter tall if evolution becomes Azumarill, and Chingway will not be able to hold her at that time. Chingway didn't care too much about it. After all, he basically stayed at home before, and there was no battle for Merill to play, and later evolution could make Merill's foundation better, so he brought it to her. A piece of Everstone. Type: Merill. Senior. Gender: female. Sign: Category: Water rat Pokemon. Attribute: Water type. Fairy. Trait: Hercules. Personality: Docile. To bring: Everstone. Skills: Flash, Tail Whip, Abdominal Drum, Bubble Beam, Aqua Tail, Rain Dance, Ice Punch, Protect, Iron Tail, Helping Hand, Aqua Ring. Current status: excellent. Although there is no evolution, it already has the taste of the future Dragon Slayer. Chingway is very satisfied with this. In order to let her learn these skills, Chingway used food to bribe the Pokemon who were deposited here by other trainers in the backyard. And next to this Eevee, last year, the two parents have evolved into the children of Espeon and Moon Pokemon. Type: Eevee. Normal. Gender: male. Sign: Category: Evolution Pokemon. Attribute: General Department. Ability: Danger Prediction. Personality: Docile. To bring: Everstone. Skills: Covet, Tackle, Helping Hand, Heal Bell, Iron Tail, Last Resort, Charm, Protect, Quick Attack. Current status: excellent. Little Eevee failed to inherit his mother's shiny coat color. Chingway was still very happy with the characteristic of Danger Prediction. As for bringing Everstone, in addition to laying the foundation, he still hadn't figured out what Eevee evolution would look like. The book that Leafeon and Glaceon can't use evolutionary stone, 8 evolution, and can only go to the special stone, evolution. And according to Eevee's skill group, it can be seen that it is a support type. If there are more Pokemon battles in the future, there is a Heal Bell who is very helpful to the whole team. As for output, isn't there the Dragon Slayer and the upcoming Royal 3? P.S. Because this is not a game, the skill set in this book, Last Resort, is changed to Last Resort if you use 5 different skills. PS2. There is no clear setting of qualifications in this book, but if the parents are all Newx parent, then their children will definitely not be too bad. Unless there are special circumstances in the wild, the default is ordinary, that is, the public, and the qualifications are more. Most of them are reflected in details such as body size, weight, coat color, etc. That is to say, if the trainer is trained well, the qualification will gradually improve. For example, long-term use of high-level Pokéblock, or Pokemon-exclusive Pokemon candy, etc. Add and update rules and some settings. This is the first time the author has written a Pokemon article. If there is anything wrong with the writing, I hope I can bear more. Feel free to make suggestions in the comments section. Next is the update problem. The veteran is disabled, and a normal day should be 4 shift. 2000 flowers plus 1 update. 1000 reward plus 1 update. 300 evaluation vote plus 1 update. Ask for support. Ask for support. Ask for support. ... The following is a brief description of the following setting. The worldview is mainly based on anime, but some of them will draw on the settings of the special chapter, and some props will draw on the game's settings and some private settings. For example, skill problem. Some skills such as spraying a fireball, throwing a stone, throwing, etc. As long as the Pokemon or the trainer react quickly, prejudgment or timely instruction, Pokemon can dodge the path. Then there are the issues of Pokemon, team allocation, etc. In the early stage, there will not be a formed team immediately. After all, it takes a lot of effort to collect those Pokemon. If you have any suggestions for teams and Pokemon, feel free to say them in the comment. Let's form a legendary men's team together. Hope you can support. Thank you very much. Chapter 5 _ which is more important, strength or handsomeness? The new book asks for a recommendation ticket for flower collection. Chingway also thought about the choice of Royal 3 for a long time, and finally ruled out Squirtle first. Although Squirtle's Blastoise of evolution can form a rainy team with Azumarill in the end, especially Mega Blastoise after Mega Evolution is a big meet, but the weaknesses of both are too obvious. Both are twice weak grass and weak electricity. Then play Grass Gym if there are no other Pokemon to be disgusted to death by Erica. While Blastoise's attack surface is only 2 times Steel, Fire, Water, Ice. Azumarill's attack surface is 2 times Fighting, Insect, Fire, Water, Ice, Dragon, Evil. This is a full 7 attribute. Although there is no instant killing attribute of quadruple damage, the damage caused by the restraint of 7 attributes and the characteristics of his own Hercules is considerable enough. As for the talk of Garlic Bastard and Charmander, Chingway has been entangled for a long time. From a tactical point of view, Venusaur's 4 times the grass and twice the electricity plus the thick fat characteristics of Mega Evolution can really make up for the current team perfectly, but Charizard is handsome. And from the perspective of attack, although Charizard is still double restrained by electricity, once evolution becomes X-ray, it will not matter. Isn't it a fascinating world now? Charizard can still fly, and it will be much easier to travel then. Although it has some impact on the existing system, wouldn't it be over to cultivate other fierce, cute Pokemon? So after the decision was made, Chingway reported that Charizard was needed as his Pokemon. Chingway has grown a lot in the past few years. First of all, although he had some understanding of the Pokemon world in his previous life, he was not very clear about many details. His parent, who also knew Professor Oak, plus the large Pokemon in his backyard, he now knows enough about Pokemon to be an expert. And he also has advantages that the world doesn't have. Some Pokemon special evolutions, and the making of Pokemon candies, and the yet-to-be-discovered category of fairy. After getting the physique of the real new Mega, plus daily exercise, although the limit has not been tested, it is not a big problem to hold something over 100 kilograms. Chingway, I have your letter. At this moment, the voice of Mother Mako came from downstairs. Come on. Chingway put all the items in the space backpack, then got up and went downstairs. Whose letter is it? The Pokemon Center in Cerulean City should inform you of the time to pick up the Pokemon tomorrow. By the way, Ash called 2 days ago to ask if you want to travel with him. It's good to have a company. Why don't you agree? Chingway took the letter from her mother and said while opening the letter, I haven't decided whether to take the path of challenging gym. I'm going to train for a while before making a decision. Speaking, he opened the letter, and sure enough, as the mother said, it was the Pokemon Center who sent a letter to inform you that the new Pokemon will be picked up at the Pokemon Center at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I've heard it from my father before. Cerulean City has only 2 rookie trainers this year, counting Chingway. According to the urination of the rookie trainers, it is estimated that there will be a battle tomorrow. After dinner in the evening, Chingway locked himself in the room. Honest, although I lived for more than 20 years in my previous life, and I lived for another 15 years in my past life, it is reasonable to say that I have more knowledge. But he still has great expectations for the trip that starts tomorrow. Well, Chingway just lay on the bed with his hands folded behind his head. I wonder if there is anything I missed in the Neckland. And Eevee and Merill play by the bed. Before I knew it, it was getting late, and Chingway fell asleep. The next morning, Chingway woke up early without her mother calling. After washing up, I checked the backpack for the last time, and after confirming that nothing was missing, I carried the bag and walked downstairs with the awakened Eevee and Merill. Chingway, are you awake? It's so early today. It seems that our family Chingway is looking forward to the upcoming trip. Have you decided what Pokemon to bring? Or do you want to leave Eevee and Merill at home first? Parent, you say it every word I say. I'll take them all. Eevee and Merill can only grow better by going through more battles outside. Isn't that what you used to say when I was a kid? That's right. Pokemon is the best friend of mankind. Hurry up to eat. Do you need me to take you to the Pokemon Center later? No need. I'll go over by myself in a while. It's not very far anyway. Chingway rejected his father's kindness. After all, he was 15 years old, and he was about to become an adult in the Pokemon world. Well, remember to contact us often when you're out there, and give us a call at the Pokemon Center wherever you go. The mother was still a little worried. Got it. After dinner, Chingway took Merill into the Pokeball, and Eevee jumped on his shoulder. Then I'll go. Wait a minute. Father stopped Aoki. Bring this fishing rod with you. After all, there is a lot of water around Cerulean City, and it will be much more convenient to have a fishing rod if you want to capture the water-type Pokemon. Thank you, Dad. Take the fishing rod and put it away. Official journey in the world of Pokemon with a backpack. To walk from the breeding house to the Pokemon Center. And Chingway trotted over, and by the way, he could exercise his body. 8:50 when he arrived at the Pokemon Center. The Pokemon Center, he meets a teenager about his age. The two looked at each other. After checking his eyes, he was the one who came to receive the Royal 3. Hello, my name is Xiaojin. Are you here to collect the Earl Dervish Pokemon too? Yes, my name is Chingway. Which Pokemon did you choose to be your Pokemon companion? I chose Squirtle. Squirtle is a pretty normal choice, especially in Cerulean City. After all, Cerulean City's gym is water-type gym, and there are many surrounding waters. Influenced by gym and geographical location, people here have an unusual love for water-type Pokemon. Me, I chose Charmander. Charmander, if evolution ends up in Charizard, he will look handsome. Xiaojin said and looked at Eevee on Chingway's shoulder. Although Eevee is very young, it can be seen from the hair, eyes and limbs that this Eevee has been cultivated very well. So he scratched his head embarrassedly and said, well, may I ask if you can play against me after you get the Earl Dervish Pokemon later? I know this is a bit presumptuous. After all, my Squirtle is a Pokemon of the water type, so I need need to restrain the Charmander. You can use this Eevee against me without the Charmander. Chingway shook his head indifferently. Battle? No problem. We can start the battle when we finish getting it. Chapter 6 _ Who can't have an inverse attribute battle these days? Hey, what are the two of you standing at the door? Didi Hoot Hoot. Chingway and Xiaojun are both here to collect Earl Dervish Pokemon. Why didn't they come? It's all ready for you. Nurse Joy, who had been at the front desk, came over, followed by Chansey. Lucky Tilda. Good morning, Nurse Joy. We were just discussing for a while about our first official match. Really? Then let me be the referee. Next, here's your Charmander. Here's your Squirtle. Nurse Joy said, took out 2 Pokeballs and handed them to Chingway and Xiaojun respectively. Come out, Charmander. Squirtle. Wow, Tilda. Where's J Tilda? Chingway directly summoned Charmander and checked his information. Type, Charmander. Novice level. Gender, male. Sign, category, lizard Pokemon. Attribute, fire. Feature, fire. Personality, brave. Skills, air cutter, grab, growl, ember. Current status, good. The skills are not bad. The air cutter of the flight department should be a genetic parental skill, and the Charmander, tail is quite vigorous. It is indeed the Royal 3 specially prepared by the Alliance for Newbie. Charmander, head lightly. Charmander squinted his eyes comfortably. Let travel together as comrade. Let me introduce. This is my other buddy, Eevee. Wow, Tilda. Booyee, Tilda. Reading his Charmander, Chingway turned to look at the Pokemon who was introducing himself to Squirtle. Squirtle. Type, Squirtle. Novice level. Gender, male. Sign, category, turtle Pokemon. Attribute, water type. Feature, torrent. Personality, docile. Skills, yawn, tail whip, tackle, water gun. Current status, good. Is also pretty good, and also has a yawn as a genetic ill. Lucky Tilda. When Chansey called out again, holding a Pokemon Pokédex in each of her hands. By the way, this is your Pokemon Pokédex. Be sure to keep it safe. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Then let's play against each other. Then follow me. There is a special training ground behind the Pokemon Center. There is no one there today, so you can just lay here. The two followed Nurse Joy through the Pokemon Center towards the back door. There are several medium-sized training venues in sight, and there are very few people. Only a few people are exercising their Pokemon in the distance. I'm going to use Squirtle. Squirtle, let's do our best in our first match. Jenny. Then Charmander is up to you. Come on. Chingway touched Charmander's head. Whoa. The two Pokemon walked to the center of the training ground and began to confront each other at a distance. Isn't it just an inverse attribute battle? Who wouldn't? Moreover, in terms of his knowledge of Pokemon, how could someone like Xiaojun, who has just been in contact with Squirtle for less than 10 minutes, compare to Chingway, who has his own detailed Pokédex? Don't talk about anything else, just talk about skill. Xiaojun definitely didn't know that his Squirtle could use the yawn skill. Then I'll start counting 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Start. Squirtle uses the water gun. Hearing the order to start, Xiaojun immediately spoke. I saw Squirtle stay in place, open his mouth. There is a stream of water in his mouth, ready to use the water gun skill. Charmander dodges to the left while approaching Squirtle. Chingway calmly ordered. Charmander's speed is much faster than Squirtle. As long as the timing is right, there is basically no problem with dodging the water gun skill. So the jet of water that spewed out of Squirtle's mouth was dodged by Charmander, who jumped forward perfectly to the left. At the same time, Charmander also successfully approached Squirtle. That's what Charmander uses to grab now. Chingway ordered. Charmander raised his right paw and swung it fiercely at Squirtle. And Xiaojun obviously didn't expect Charmander's speed to be so fast, and his dodge command was one step slower. A result, Squirtle couldn't dodge Charmander's attack, ate Charmander's paw abruptly, and was fanned back 2 steps. Squirtle, we also use tackle for Charmander. Charmander dodges backwards while using air cutter. Squirtle stabilized his body and slammed into Charmander in front of him, but Charmander jumped back slightly and avoided tackle this time, only to see his mouth open slightly. There are 2 sharp blades of air suspended in front of him. Whoa! With a roar from Charmander, air cutter hit Squirtle. Squirtle's key point was directly hit. Squirtle fell to the side, circling eyes. The battle is over. Chingway win. Nurse Joy on the side announced the result of the battle in time. Lucky Tilda. Chansey also ran over to treat Squirtle in time, and Squirtle woke up shortly after. You and your Charmander are very strong. I didn't expect that you can't beat the attribute restraint. It seems that I am still too weak. Xiaojun, who lost the first official battle, was a little disappointed. Your Squirtle is very good, but I have been in contact with a lot of Pokemon since I was a child, and I have a deeper understanding of Pokemon. Yeah, you must know that Chingway's parents are the only senior Pokemon breeders in Cerulean City. Besides, Chingway now knows more about Pokemon than I do. With the comfort of Nurse Joy and Chingway, Xiaojun quickly recovered. Looks like it's going to be hard work. Squirtle, let's get stronger together. Jenny. Okay, then we'll start traveling. Chingway, do you want to travel with me? Listening to my parents say it would be better to travel together. I don't care. Chingway shook his head. I already have a plan. Seeing this, Xiaojun nodded. Then we will see you at the core conference. Come on. on. See you at the court conference. Saying hello, Xiaojin took his Squirtle and left the Pokemon Center. I didn't expect you to have a plan. Did you directly challenge Gym in Cerulean City? I remember you have a well-developed Merill. Using her to challenge Gym shouldn't be difficult, right? And you're not with Gym. The four sisters have a good relationship. Maybe you can get a water drop badge without a challenge. Quote, Nurse Joy looked at Chingway standing aside and asked curiously. Hearing this, Chingway's mouth twitched involuntarily. Cerulean City Gym 4 sisters. Except for Misty, her 3 sisters should be busy with water ballet right now. If you go, it is really possible to get the badge directly. I'm not going to go to Gym now. I want to take Charmander and them for special training for a while, and then go for the challenge. Great choice. Come on. Quote, Nurse Joy made a cheering gesture. Lucky Tilda. Chansey also cheered on the side. I'll leave if I'm fine. See you, Nurse Joy. Okay, all the way to Tailwind. P.S. Ask for some flowers and ticket. Thank you. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 7 _ Battle Training. Predict your prediction. Goodbye to Nurse Joy and Chansey. Chingway walked out of the Pokemon Center. Eevee on his shoulders and Charmander on his feet. Chingway raised the corners of his mouth lightly, pulled Charmander and Eevee's Pokemon candies from their pockets and fed them. Then let's start our journey from here. Please take care of me in the future. Eevee, Charmander, and Merill. Booyee Tilda. Whoa. Pokeball on Chingway's waist also shook. Next, let's go to the forest to the north to start special training. Chingway said the northern forest. It is Cerulean City heading north via Route 24. Need to cross a bridge to get there, and it is very close to Cerulean Cave, not far to the east of Cerulean Cave. The main reason for coming here is because it's close, and after crossing the bridge, there are a lot of rookie trainers here to train their Pokemon and fight. In fact, the way many trainers train Pokemon is to train around the town where they are located, and they will go home to eat and rest at night. There are not many rookie trainers like Chingway and Ash who start their long journey. This also led to many trainers staying around their towns for a long time before starting to challenge Gym. And the way they challenge Gym is basically to go by car and book a challenge, then take the car to the next gym, and continue to repeat the above process. This also makes many trainers in the Pokemon world, and the Pokemon they have strong regional characteristics, because when they were newcomers, they conquered and trained a lot of Pokemon around their home. After staying in a certain place for a long time, even the relatively rare Pokemon in this place have a chance to meet and conquer. Have many different types of Pokemon or Pokemon from different regions or trainers like Chingway and Ash who travel and practice. Pokemon Center is not far from the bridge to the north. Chingway, Eevee and Charmander walked here for only half an hour. Of course, Chingway's speed has the bonus of special travel shoes, and after years of training, his pace is still very fast. Charmander's speed is not slow, and Eevee has been squatting on Chingway's shoulders, his big tail sweeping Chingway's neck from time to time. As soon as I came to the bridge, I saw some pedestrians walking in 2s and 3s, as well as children and parents playing with Pokemon. This is completely different from Chingway's impression of a young insect catcher who blocked the bridge in his previous life. What is here is just a peaceful scene. Chingway knew about this for a long time. After all, he also grew up in Cerulean City, and his parents often brought him here to play when he was a child. Walking slowly across the bridge, Chingway and the Pokemon enjoyed the wonderful surrounding scenery together. Once you cross the bridge, you will find a huge lawn. To the southwest of the lawn is a small river, and to the northeast is the entrance to the forest area. There are already many trainers resting in the open space now, and a few are fighting. Chingway leaned up to take a look, and found that the Pokemon levels of the trainers in these battles were basically ordinary, and I had never seen a few more powerful ones. Just after a battle ended, a trainer's Bellsprout successfully defeated the opponent's Raticate. Anyone else? As long as you win my Bellsprout, this box of high-level grass-type Pokeblocks is yours. This trainer seems to be very confident with his Pokemon. In the Pokemon world, generally speaking, when both sides fight against each other, they will bring some bet. The bet can be various props. Generally speaking, they are ordinary unrelated Pokeblock. It is not common for this person to bet on advanced Pokeblock. You know, a box of ordinary Pokeblocks is only 1,000 yen, and a box of high-end draft others costs a full 30,000 yen. This is not a small number. Chingway carefully observed the state of Bellsprout. Type: Bellsprout, regular grade. Gender: male. Sign: category: flower Pokemon. Attribute: grass, poison. Feature: chlorophyll. Personality: timid. Skills: vine whip, growth, wrap, poison powder, paralysis powder. Current status: general. It may be due to the battle. Bellsprout's state is not good at this time, and the opponent's 3 fans have learned too. Chingway thinks there is a good chance. Come on, the Pokemon I use is Charmander. Chingway stepped forward. The other party glanced at Charmander at Chingway's feet, and then at Chingway, who was obviously this year's rookie trainer. Are you a rookie trainer? This Charmander should have just been acquired, right? Although the attributes are restrained, this is not absolute. I know, I just want to exercise Charmander. Go Charmander. Whoa, okay, my name is Fukano. Chingway. Chingway. The two introduced each other, and at this time the child on the side stood up. Then I will be the referee in this game. The two sides stood opposite each other. After the referee gave an order, Charmander, step back while using Ember. Bellsprout, with Vine Whip. Both sides ordered almost simultaneously. Two Vine Whips emerged from Bellsprout's two leaves, drawing towards Charmander. But this was perfectly predicted by Chingway. Charmander avoided the vine smoothly, and a flame spurted out of his mouth. The flames directly burned the vines and flew towards Bellsprout at the same time. Bellsprout, get out of the way. That's it. Charmander, use the air cutter to block where Bellsprout is dodging. What? Fukino was shocked when he saw Charmander fired 4 air cutters and shot them in 4 directions. Get out of the way. Unfortunately, this is just Fukino's wishful thinking. Air cutter has perfectly blocked Bellsprout's dodging environment. 2 successful shots hit Bellsprout, knocking him to the ground, screaming in pain. His air cutter is the special attack skill of the flight department, not to mention the double restraint. Bellsprout's special defense is extremely low, and the air cutter was seriously injured after eating this shot. Charmander, go ahead, attack with Ember. Whoa, call. A flame spewed out of Charmander's mouth towards Bellsprout, who was struggling to his feet on the ground. Before Bellsprout could get up, he was hit by flames and lay on the ground with serious injuries. Bellsprout, hold on. Do you think you are the protagonist too? Or do you also train the 4 magical skills? Listening to the familiar word, Chingway wanted to laugh a little bit, thinking of what the middle two shouted. Get out of the way. Hold on. Stand up. When he was training Azurill a few years ago. Unfortunately, Fukano is not the protagonist. Bellsprout, who had fought many times today, could not stand up. Victor, Chingway. The referee on the side announced the result in time. P.S. Ask for some data. Big guys, give some flowers and ticket. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 8 _ Could it be that he joined the African nationality before crossing? Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Nice job, Charmander. Chingway stepped forward, patted Charmander on the head, and took out a piece of Pokémon from his pocket and fed it to him. Wow, Tilda. Bellsprout, you've worked hard. Come back and have a good rest. Check Bellsprout's injury, put it in the Pokeball, and walk towards Chingway. Congratulations, you won. This is premium Pokeblock, yours. With that said, he handed over the box he just showed everyone. Chingway opened it for a brief look, and found 20 high-grade light green Pokeblocks neatly placed in the box. Then I will accept it. Chingway shook the box in his hand. Since you're here, let's fight against them and exercise before entering the forest. Chingway thought silently. Anyone coming to fight me, you can take this from me as long as you win. Chingway took out a yellowish rock from his backpack and said loudly to the surrounding rustling rock. Of course, this is what Chingway signed before. If the sandstone is carried by Pokemon, it will improve the effect of the skill Sandstorm. If you grind it into powder and mix it with fruit juice, or mix it with other Pokemon food for ground-based Pokemon to eat, it can effectively improve the Pokemon's physical fitness. However, he has drawn a lot of lottery for this thing. If it is a similar thing, it is usually 5 yuan or 10 yuan, and he doesn't have a corresponding Pokemon yet, and taking out such a piece can effectively attract the attention of the people around him. What that? Stupid. It's rustling rock. Very good stuff. I'm here to fight you. What if I lose? Someone couldn't help but stand up. Just a box of regular Pokeblock. I'm coming. I'm coming too. ... After more than an hour, there were more and more people around Chingway, and at this time the battle on the field was at a critical moment. Eevee gives Sunkern the final blow with quick attack. Boo! Bart flashed past, and Sunkern, who was opposite, fell to the ground, unable to get up. The winner, Chingway. Another win. Chingway took the Pokeblock box from the opponent. This has been an unknown number of battles, and from the beginning, it was challenged by 2 people attracted by sand and rock. Later, a circle of people took turns to challenge, but without exception, Chingway won the final victory, and even without using Merill, Chingway picked through the audience with Charmander and Eevee, the 2 Pokemon. However, due to too many battles, the 2 Pokemons are not in a good state now. Just here, it's time for my Pokemons to rest. Chingway rejected the next challenge, got out of the crowd, and walked towards the river bank in the southwest of the big lawn. Go to the river, take a tarp from the backpack and spread it on the ground, sit on the tarp, and release Merill, who has been in the Pokeball. Milu Tilda. Merill jumped into Chingway's arms as soon as he came out. I know, I won't take you back from the Pokeball this afternoon. There will be a fight for you in a while. Chingway knew that Merill was complaining that he didn't call her when he just fought. Appease Merill, Chingway took out the Pokeblocks and Pokemon candies that had been prepared long ago as food for the 3 Pokemons at noon. I also took out the lunch I brought when I went out in the morning. Originally, he was going to go directly into the forest to start special training today, but today's battle forced him to change his plan. Right now, Eevee and Charmander are not in very good condition. They need to rest for a while, although there is still Merill, but once they fight in the forest, Merill is countered by grass-type Pokemon in the forest. If that's the case, let go fishing after eating and resting for a while. The water-type Pokemon is just right for Merill. Merill to exercise. Chingway quickly made a decision. After lunch, Chingway lay on the tarp and rested for a while with his backpack on his back. He took Merill to the river, took out the fishing rod his father gave him today, and started fishing. The afternoon sun has to be said to be very warm, and many Magikarps on the river are constantly using water to jump out of the river. Standing by the river, Chingway was holding a fishing rod, and Merill was jumping up and down at his feet, as if looking forward to the neck battle. Soon, a fish bites the hook. Chingway clenched the fishing rod and lifted it up. A red one with two catfish-like long filamentous yellow whiskers around its mouth, and a fin with a golden crown on its head. Magikarp. Milu. Merill was about to attack, but saw Chingway directly put the Magikarp back. Don't worry, something like Magikarp is not worth a shot. With that said, the fishing rod in his hand was replaced with a bait, and he threw it into the river again. Before coming, Chingway asked his parents what Pokémon were in the river. The answer I got came dumbly as a common water-type Pokémon basically in the river. What Magikarp, Goldeen, Seeking, Horsey, Krabby and the like all have them. And if you're lucky, you can also see the trail of Psyduck and Gyarados and Slowpoke. It is precisely because of this that Chingway wants to come here to train Pokémon. Except for Magikarp and Goldeen, other Pokémon can play against each other to train their Pokémon. But who would have thought? After 5 shots in a row, all the Magikarp caught were a pair of dead fish eyes. What going on? The chances of catching other Pokémons are too low. Could it be that my hidden attribute is African? Chingway was depressed. In his father's mouth, so many Pokémons in the river were quite common, but with him, only one Magikarp was common. Another hour later, all Magikarps were caught. This time, Chingway felt something was not quite right. Even if you are African, there should always be a guarantee, right? Not to mention Seeking, Horsey, Krabby, even Goldeen he only saw one, nothing else. The end. Chingway decided to let Merill go down into the river to see what was going on. Merill, you go down and see if we have only Magikarp in this area. Remember not to be too far away. Mile tilde. Merill jumped into the river and began to investigate, but she kept Chingway's words in mind, and only swam 2 laps in the nearby river before returning to the shore. How about it, Merill? Is there really only Magikarp in the river? Mile tilde. Really? Then I am. Mile. What do you say? There is something far in the river that attract you. Chapter 9 I won't be sleepy if you do this. What could attract Merill? Chingway thought about it for a long time, but did not expect any prop to attract her. Milu. At this time, Merill tugged at Chingway's trousers and cried out with a serious expression. You mean not just attracted to you, but attracted to all the Pokémon of the water type? Milu. Merill nodded affirmatively. Just then, a siren sounded from above the bridge. Chingway turned his head to look, and saw a police car speeding across the bridge, heading towards Chingway. Here, with a sudden brake, the police car flicked and stopped in front of Chingway. And Officer Jenny got out of the car, followed by 2 police officers. Officer Jenny, what's the matter here? The premonition in Chingway's heart became stronger and stronger. Oh, it's Xiao Chingway. Where are you training Pokémon? Yeah, I'll start my journey today. Then I wish you well. I still have something to do. Jenny sent her blessing, and then said to several police officers, let go. With that said, she and several police officers threw out Pokeballs, and all they called were water-type Pokémon that could be ridden. Sure enough, as soon as Chingway saw it, he immediately understood, because the final destination of this waterway has only one value. That's Cerulean Cave. Plus Merill just told him there was something in the water that attracted him. It is estimated that the location of the thing should be near Cerulean Cave. Only in this way will the Union personnel on duty in Cerulean Cave call for help in Cerulean City. Officer Jenny, wait a minute. Chingway shouted to stop Jenny, who was about to leave. Anything else? I'm busy here. Officer Jenny said loudly, turning his head. I have a piece of news here. Don't know if you know it. My Merill just went into the water, and she told me that there seemed to be something in the river that was attracting her, and the direction of that thing seems to be in the direction of Cerulean Cave. Chingway finished speaking in one breath. What? So that's the case? Then I probably understand. Xiao Chingway, your information is very important. Thank you. Officer Jenny immediately realized that this thing was likely to be the source of a large number of water-type Pokémon riots, and there is a strong conspiracy in it. Chingway looked at Officer Jenny's back, and took Merill back to the place where he rested, thinking about what could have caused the water-type Pokémon riot. That attract water-type Pokémon can't be there for no reason. That can only be brought by someone, perhaps deliberately causing the Pokémon to riot, and then these people can take advantage of the chaos to enter Cerulean Cave. You must know that ordinary people cannot enter Cerulean Cave, and the Pokémon in the cave are relatively strong, and there are a lot of rare Pokémon, so the Alliance has set up a guard point at the entrance of the cave for the safety and protection of those rare Pokémon. Only people with sufficient strength, elite champion, or quasi-elite working in the Alliance, well-known research scholars, or those who hold the Alliance's admission order can enter it. Poacher. This word suddenly appeared appeared in Chingway's mind. Poachers didn't know what to use, attracting a lot of water-type Pokemon riot. Then it's convenient for yourself to enter and capture rare Pokemon to sell. If it's a poacher, it all makes sense. After all, it's a gang of outlaws. But this has nothing to do with me. I hope Officer Jenny and the others can succeed. After thinking about this, Chingway has no idea of participating in it. After all, with the current strength to deal with poachers who dare to enter Cerulean Cave, it is not brave but courting death. If you go, you will give it for nothing. It is better to stay here and train your Pokemon. At this time, Eevee and Charmander were almost resting. Pokeblocks at noon gave them a lot of energy, and now they can start training normally. Charmander. Whoa. Charmander came over. Chingway carefully checked Charmander's physical condition and found that his recovery was perfect. Then we're going to start training. Charmander, from now on you will try to learn Fire Fang. Now try to attach your fire energy to your teeth for a long time. Then bite at the target. Understand? Wow. Charmander understood. And then Eevee, keep training your Iron Tail. After all, it's just learned, not proficient. Merill, you are the same. Luyi, Milu, Tilda. The three Pokemon spread out and started their own special training. Chingway mainly focuses on Charmander, as Eevee and Merill have previous training experience, and they are very familiar with these procedures. And Charmander just met Chingway today. For the first systematic training, Chingway had to watch him. After watching Charmander's training for a while, I have to say that the Royal 3 Pokemon specially prepared by the League for Rookie Trainers are really carefully selected. Charmander's learning ability is nothing to say, and he has successfully concentrated fire energy on his teeth before he started training too much. Although it can't be maintained for a long time, this thing is the most difficult to get started. After getting started, as long as you practice diligently, success is not far away. Sure enough, after more than an hour of continuous practice, Charmander successfully learned Fire Fang. Although the power is still a bit terrible, but this is not a problem. As long as you continue to practice, you can easily improve the power. Nice job, Charmander. Chingway called Charmander to his side and praised. Eevee, Merill, you guys are great too. Come and rest for a while. When the Pokemon gather together, Chingway feeds them some Pokemon candies as a sign of encouragement. At this moment, the originally sunny weather suddenly became a little gloomy. Chingway looked up. I saw that the dark clouds on the river were rapidly gathering, and they were rapidly approaching here. This is rain dance. Chingway quickly judged that this was not an ordinary rainy day, but that a water-type Pokemon used the rain dance skill. The look of this dark cloud, the Pokemon using the skill is either very powerful, or is being used by multiple Pokemon at the same time. Charmander, Merill, come back first. Chingway took out the Pokeball and took them back directly, then quickly put away the tarpaulin in the backpack, carried Eevee with the backpack, and ran towards the back of the big tree not far away. Now I'm not sure what the situation is. It's better to hide and obe for a while. And Chingway inexplicably has a bad feeling. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Chingway to see a figure riding a Pidgeot flying towards the open space quickly. And on the river below this Pidgeot, there are 3 Gyarados in constant pursuit. While chasing, he also attacked Pidgeot. Not far behind the 3 Gyarados, there are Officer Jenny and the others riding the water-type Pokemon. When Pidgeot's position kept getting closer, Chingway could clearly see the person sitting above. It is a man in a black uniform, and there is an R-shaped pattern on the right chest of his uniform. Team Rocket. What the fuck? This is too outrageous. Why did I only travel for a long time and let me meet the strongest villain team? Chingway was speechless. Just then, the Gyarados below spewed a hyper beam towards the flying Pidgeot. Hit Pidgeot successfully. Compare. Pidgeot screamed, lost his fighting power, and fell toward the clearing. It looks like it completely out of combat. Chingway's eyes lit up. If your plot develops like this, then I won't be sleepy. Chapter 10 _ This kind of moment is to take a shot at the trainer. Originally, I thought that there was no chance. I could only see the strength of Team Rocket, and at most I would just go out and give myself a talk. And I didn't expect that Gyarados to be so powerful. Sip of Hyper Beam directly stunned Pidgeot in the air. This time, Chingway's opportunity came. Not to mention anything else, I will find a chance to sneak attack on the team members of Team Rockets later. Chingway thinks it is not a big problem. This is a fragrant alliance point and monetary reward. Observing the falling Pidgeot, the details of the Pidgeot emerge. Type: Pidgeot. Senior. Gender: male. Sign: category: bird. Pokemon. Attribute: general. Flight. Trait: stagger. This trait increases a Pokemon's evasion when it's in a state of confusion. Personality: reckless. Skill: tackle, sand attack, quick attack, gust, wing attack, heat wave, sky attack. Current status: poor, incapacitated. According to this Pidgeot, the strength of this Team Rockets member is probably also clear. Senior level Pidgeot, the same as Merill. In this way, if you can get it first, you have a great chance of success. And it's impossible for this Team Rockets member to stay here for long. After all, Officer Jenny and the police officers in the back are not dry, and there are still 3 Gyarados eyeing them. People's strength and feelings have have probably already been cleared. Pidgeot's strength is only the same as the superior level in Merill. Could it be that they took what attracted the water-type Pokémon? With Pidgeot's fall, the Team Rockets were also a little panicked. Just when I was about to land, I took out a Pokeball. A Golbat is summoned, and the speed of his fall is slightly reduced by Golbat's flying ability. But even so, he rolled on the ground several times when he landed. Coincidentally, the direction he rolled was the location of the big tree where Chingway was. Merill, use Bubble Beam for Golbat. Eevee, you sneak around to the side and use Quick Attack to attack this person. Chingway released Merill directly and directed to the two Pokémons at the same time. Chingway already understood Golbat's ability when he was summoned. It is also a senior level Golbat, but there are not many skills. Preach, Supersonic, Poison Fang, Air Cutter. That's all Golbat's skills are. In Chingway's view, this is simply a shame for the senior level. He's the same senior level Merill. Moreover, Merill can also enjoy the damage bonus brought by the rainy weather to the water-type skill, so the singles have a great chance of winning. Merill immediately spewed rows of foam at Team Rocket, and Eevee quietly went to the side. The sudden attack from behind the big tree startled the Team Rocket's members, who seemed to be a little confused just standing up. For a while, he even forgot to give Golbat an order first. Who are you? Ha 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 ha. Although Team Rocket's members did not issue orders, but after all, senior level Golbat, he still dodged spontaneously, and managed to dodge a lot of bubbles, but he still ate part of the attack and issued a miserable growl. That's what made Team Rockets react. Golbat, use air. The Team Rockets were only halfway down their orders when they were directly knocked to the ground by Eevee, who had attacked from the side. Nice job, Eevee. Keep using Iron Tail. Merill, keep docking Golbat with Bubble Beam. Merill's steady stream of foam kept Golbat from getting out of his way to rescue his trainer. As Eevee's tail slammed hard on the Team Rocket head, the Team Rocket players passed out completely. Merill, use the belly drum, then jump up and use the Aqua Tail on Golbat. Eevee, use the helping hand on Merill. Booyah. I saw Merill's stomach bulging quickly, and then slapped hard on the ground with his tail. The strong reaction force generated made her splash towards Golbat, and at the same time, the light of Eevee helping hand skill also wrapped Merill in time. Turning around, Merill's tail twitched hard at Golbat. Ha-ka-ya. Golbat fell directly from the air and completely lost his combat effectiveness. Seeing this, Chingway immediately came to the side of the Team Rockets and began to search Pokeball from his waist, put away both Golbat and Pidgeot, and then locked the Pokeball. Immediately, he groped for the arms of the Team Rocket. Another Pokeball with Pokemon and a stone Pokeball. Chingway breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this kind of battle still needs to find an opportunity to attack the master of Pokemon. If you let the Team Rockets react just now, then summon the Pokemon in the Pokeball in your arm. In a 2v2 situation, Chingway will be at a disadvantage immediately, but it's not a big deal now. Chingway put away the Pokeball and began to observe the stone in his hand. It is a cyan, but slightly blackened stone. Should look like damp rock, but for some reason the color is a little black. Merill called out. Are you saying that this stone attracted you? Merill nodded. Something's not quite right. Chingway also knows that damp rock does have a certain attraction for water-type Pokemon, but it will not cause such a riot if one or two Pokemon with a special personality liked damp rock, but this affects almost all water-type Pokemon, which is not quite right. Plus this damp rock color, shouldn't it be something added? Be careful. P.S. The big guys cast a recommendation vote. Please. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 11 Team Rockets and Cerulean Cave. Officer Jenny's anxious voice came from afar. Chingway saw that these three Gyarados actually landed. One by one floated not far above the ground, flying towards him. Roar. There is a Gyarados ready to attack. Merill uses Protect and Eevee uses Helping Hand. Chingway was calm. With the blessing of the Eevee Helping Hand skill, Merill exudes a strong light. Successfully blocked Gyarados' attack. As the blow was blocked, Officer Jenny and the police rushed over and summoned their Pokemon to defend against Gyarados' attack. A Raichu, a Blastoise, a Vileplume and Officer Jenny's signature Arcanine stand between Gyarados and Chingway. Officer Jenny, Gyarados is supposed to be here for this damp rock. This damp rock is a little weird. Seeing Officer Jenny coming to him, Chingway said quickly, I know, we found out before. If nothing else, this damp rock has been transformed by Team Rocket with special features that attract water-type Pokemon, and it makes Pokemon even more grumpy after eating it. Officer Jenny explained while directing the attack. Arcanine uses Agility, then Bite. Vileplume, use Sunny Day. Raichu, Thunderbolt. Blastoise, Rocket Headbutt. Knock out that Gyarados. With the successful use of Sunny Day, the rainy weather originally generated by Rain Dance was successfully replaced by Sunny Day. The 4 times restraint of the electricity system Pokemon Raichu against Gyarados, a 100,000 volt down. A Gyarados was beaten and lost its attack power. Seeing this, Chingway also began to help. Merill, use Ice Punch for Gyarados. Eevee, and Helping Hand for Merill. The Helping Hand skill is really useful in group battles or melee battles, especially when a relatively weak Pokemon learns Helping Hand. It can join in some relatively high-end battle. Great, and soon, the second and third Gyarados have also stepped into the footsteps of the first, done by the concerted efforts of everyone. Phew, it finally over. Officer Jenny sighed. What happened over there? Chingway was a little curious. It's nothing, it's all Team Rocket. Just the damp rock you just held in your hand. It's been remodeled by Team Rocket. They use this thing to attract the more combative water-type Pokemon in the whole river to the South China Cave, and then cause the water-type Pokemon to riot. There are people who want to take the opportunity to sneak into the cave, but the support came in time, and they were caught not long after they entered. Once they knew they were going to fail, they started to flee, and people from several other directions were caught. Only here our team was blocked by these 3 Gyarados who had eaten the modified damp rock, and we have not been able to catch up with this Team Rocket's member. Thanks to you this time, I will report your achievements to the Alliance, and rewards will be distributed later. Officer Jenny said it all over again. Then I'll give you this rock. Chingway handed damp rock. I will also hand over this stone to the Alliance, and let them analyze what ingredients are added to it. I also have to interrogate these Team Rocket's members, what small tricks they are here to do. Team Rocket, Cerulean Cave. Shouldn't this Nima be that one? Chingway suddenly thought of a possibility. In Chingway's memory, there is only one Pokemon that can connect Team Rockets and Cerulean Cave. Or just one Pokemon. Mewtwo. However, it still doesn't make sense. If Team Rockets really want to regain control of Mewtwo, it's impossible to send such a bunch of trash to do things. Or are these trash fish just here to find the way? What wrong? What are you in a daze? Officer Jenny looked at Chingway in a daze and asked, it's okay. I'm just thinking about what rewards I can get. Chingway reacted and made a random excuse. You're talking about reward. It should be some reward point plus Alliance coin. Alliance points are very useful. They can be exchanged for many good things within the Alliance, not to mention Alliance coin. Oh, I forgot. You should have no shortage of Alliance coin. Officer Jenny said with a smile. Well, it's actually fine. Chingway let out a haha. This time, Chingway did not take too much money from home because he wanted to experience the joy of traveling and earning money. Of course, if there are too many Pokemons and the cost of cultivating them is not enough, then you should still want them. Nonsense. If the family has the conditions to not use it, isn't that a fool? By this time, the remaining 3 police officers had used Pokeballs to collect the 3 comatose Gyarados and return to their lives. Upon seeing this, Officer Jenny handcuffed the Team Rockets and said goodbye to Chingway. Shout Chingway, then I'll go first. I'll take this person with me. I will apply for your reward for you. You should be able to check it through Pokédex or in the Pokemon Center in a few days. Please do your best in your future trip. There are 3 Gyarados left, and I'll have to take them back for a checkup, and I'll put them back when they're back to normal. Goodbye, Officer Jenny. Chingway waved at the departing Officer Jenny. After the police car left, Chingway released Charmander from the Pokeball. Charmander's strength is too low after all, and he can't get involved in the battle just now. Wow. Charmander came out looking a little lost. I know Charmander, but you are still too weak now. If you want to participate in the battle, you have to work hard in future training. Whoa. Then we continue to train here. Chingway took the 3 Pokemon back to the place where they rested, re-spread the tarp on the ground, and after watching Eevee and Charmander's training come into shape, brought Merill to the river again. Damn it, I don't believe it anymore. I can't catch other good things today. So many Pokemon were attracted away just now. Should they all come back now? Thinking about it, he threw the fishing rod into the water. Open black lens bracket PS. Ask for some flower evaluation ticket tilde. Chapter 12 _ Isn't this the great beauty? A degenerate version. Magikarp. Relief. Magikarp. Relief. Seeking. Put. This can't be put. Merill is ready to fight. Use Iron Tail on Seeking. While Seeking was beaten out by Merill, Chingway treated Seeking for his injuries. He put it back into the water. After all, in his eyes, Seeking was just adding some combat experience to Merill, and he had no interest in subduing Seeking. Go ahead and start fishing. An hour and a half. Chingway threw out the fishing rod again, and said to Merill beside him, after fishing this time, if there is still a battle, take a rest after the battle. The training effect of this more than 1 hour is not bad. More than an hour ago, Chingway caught 3 Seeking, 2 Krabbies, and a few Poliwags and Mosquito Coil Frog. These battles were all done by Merill, and after defeating each other, Chingway released them all back into the water. It was a pity that there was no sign of Horsey, let alone Gyarados. Chingway estimates that there are only 3 Gyarados in this river, and they have all been taken to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Just then the rod shook again, going hard up. There's no signature color and fins with a golden crown. At the moment of fishing out, Chingway glanced, not Magikarp, and said that Merill was ready to fight. Merill immediately took a ready attitude to attack, and the water energy gathered on Merill's body, ready to release skills. Wait, don't shoot. Did Chingway discover that he had caught a Feebas. What is Feebas? This is the beauty of the future. This is melodic. Closer look at this Feebas profile. Type: Feebas, novice level. Gender: female. Sign: category: fish Pokemon. Attribute: water type. Trait: adaptability. Personality: calm. Skills: water lead tackle. Current status: general. It's not bad, although the skills are a bit, but in terms of grade, it is a Pokemon of the same grade as Magikarp, and it is pure white before evolution. If you think about it like this, you can understand it. Go ahead. Merill knocks her out of combat. Pay attention. Chingway has decided to subdue this Feebas. Merill used a skill with low damage casually, and also controlled the strength, but this time, Feebas fainted. Chingway threw the Pokeball and took Feebas in while Feebas fainted. As the Pokeball swayed a few times, it stabilized. Successfully captured. After subduing, Chingway put her in the shallow water in front of her again. Eevee. Chingway shouted towards Eevee, who was training not far away. Booyee Tilda. Come and treat Feebas with Heal Bell. Bye. Eevee immediately stopped training, ran over, and used Heal Bell on Feebas. After a while Feebas woke up. Feebas, who woke up, seemed to be still a little confused, and it took a while to realize that he seemed to have been subdued. However, this Feebas seems to be very peaceful, and has no intention of struggling or escaping. Feebas will travel an adventure with us as a companion from now on, Chingway said to Feebas. Gollum. Feebas blows bubbles to himself. This made Chingway a little troubled. Isn't this a mentally retarded Feebas who doesn't respond at all to external stimuli? Suddenly Chingway thought of a way. Feebas, I can turn your evolution into a melodic. Meanwhile, he pulled out the prism scale from his backpack. This time Feebas responded, and immediately used the water splash toward Chingway's palm holding the prism scale. But Chingway avoided it at once, and put away the prism scale again. Feebas seemed a little anxious when he saw Chingway put away the prism scale. Don't worry Feebas, I know prism scale can make you evolution, but don't you want to go through another evolution? By making yourself more beautiful until you reach a certain level of evolution that comes naturally. Listening to what Chingway said, Feebas gradually became quiet. As a trainer, I definitely want you to evolve, but I want you to have a more perfect evolution. Trust me. Grumbling. Feebas' eyes seemed to be much more agile than before, and he was no longer anxious. On behalf of Chingway successfully persuaded Feebas. As for what he just said, there is indeed a certain truth. Prism scale comes from Pokemon, which are particularly beautiful. Through these scales, Feebas can be stimulated to perform evolution, but the effect of evolution is not as good as evolution through their own effort. Now the world does not know the way of prism scale evolution, and even the number of melodics is very rare. Although many people know melodic, many trainers who have not studied systematically do not know that melodic is from Feebas evolution. There are people who know this, such as Hoenn S. Wallace. In Chingway's impression, Wallace has a melodic. Wallace's melodic seems to have been cultivated by Feebas from evolution, and Wallace is the man who is about to become champion. Melodic is Wallace's signature Pokemon, and you can imagine how powerful it is. Besides, Chingway even has an advantage that Wallace does not have. That Feebas exclusive Pokemon candies and Pokeblocks that add beauty specifically. As long as Feebas eats these foods for a long time, I believe that the day of evolution will not be too far away. Convince Feebas to let the training Pokemon rest for a while and then eat something. Chingway took all the Pokemon to the river and continued to fish. Merill, who did the combat training, but Charmander. That's right, inverse attribute battles should start from a young age, and Charmander's ability to adapt to water-type Pokemon and skills should be trained from a young age. In this way, when encountering enemies using water-type Pokemon, Charmander can enter the state faster. With the addition of Charmander, all the fish caught except Magikarp were handed over to Charmander to fight. Eevee is in charge of healing the Charmander after the battle is over. Merill was on the sideline, preventing any Pokemon that Charmander couldn't handle. Feebas was silently blowing bubbles after she ate the beauty-enhancing Pokeblock that the Pokemon had prepared before Chingway. She was keenly aware that there seemed to be a slight change in her body, and the direction of this change seemed to be changing in the direction of her dream. P.S. Ask for flowers and ask for evaluation tickets. Chapter 13 _ special training begins. Please collect flowers. This time Feebas completely believed Chingway's word, and she also believes that through her own efforts and Chingway's helping hand, she will be able to successfully evolve into the melodic that she has longed for. The training continued until the evening. When it was getting dark, Chingway stopped training Charmander and led the Pokemon back to the resting place to start preparing dinner. After Chingway had dinner, he did not do any other training. The rest of the time is for Pokemons to adjust their body. After getting up tomorrow morning, they will enter the forest. It is most important to start adjusting their state now. Silent all night. The next morning, Chingway got up and started preparing breakfast. After everyone had breakfast, Chingway walked towards the forest with Eevee and Charmander. The forest was quiet in the early morning, with dew dripping from the leaves from time to time on the branches. There is a touch of dampness in the fresh air. It is indeed much cooler than the lawn outside. Chingway couldn't help but stretched his waist. He was still a little sleepy, but when he asked about the air with the fragrance of earth, he suddenly woke up. We have just entered the forest now, and there are hardly any Pokémon on the outside of the forest. In order to exercise Charmander, Chingway took them to the depth. After walking for about half an hour, he found that there were some Weedles around him. Chingway immediately realized that they seemed to have entered Beedrill's territory. Sure enough, Chingway soon saw Beedrill's trail, and Beedrill also found them, and a total of 3 Beedrill flew towards them. Bad visitor. Charmander uses the flame on the first Beedrill, then the air cutter. Eevee uses quick attack on Beedrill on the right. Boo! Whoa! Eevee and Charmander immediately began to act upon hearing Chingway's order. Both skills successfully hit each other, and this time, Beedrill, who was not good at coming, was even more raged. Beedrill also immediately began to fight back. However, after all, there are only 3, and none of them are very powerful. Under the joint action of Charmander and Eevee, he was quickly killed. Looks like it's a good place to train if it doesn't attract too many Beedrills at once, Chingway thought. After the 2-on-3 battle just now, Chingway found that Charmander's autonomous evasion ability was significantly improved. If it continues to grow like this, it is estimated that it will become the kind that does not need trainers to worry about in a long time. Grown-up Pokemon that automatically attacks and dodges. Charmander did a great job. I really do it when I'm not directing. Chingway encouraged Charmander. Wow! Charmander was very helpful. After a rest, Chingway took Eevee and Charmander carefully and walked forward. An hour and a half later, the edge of Beedrill's territory. A handsome boy carrying a backpack rushed out of the forest with an Eevee and a Charmander, followed by groups of Beedrill, densely packed, overwhelming. This boy is Chingway. When he first explored the way, he found that Beedrills were gathering in 2s and 3s to gather honey, or they are nurturing the larvae of their own tribe and guarding their own children. This made Chingway very happy, thinking that the opportunity was coming, so he started to push forward little by little, and slowly cleaned up these Beedrill. But a mistake let one go. At that time, Chingway felt bad and immediately turned to leave. Not long after leaving, I heard a loud humming behind. When I turned my head and saw that it was full of Beedrill, then they started their escape. Running out of Beedrill's territory, Chingway continued to run for a short distance, and found that the buzzing behind him was much smaller. Beedrill didn't seem to be chasing. They didn't run out of their territory. This situation not only did not let Chingway relax, but made him even more vigilant. Fighting in group. Don't be afraid to meet ordinary Pokemon. Go straight up and you're done. The Sea of Tactics is not just hot, but the place where he was now made Beedrill dare not cross the line. It means that this may be the domain of a more powerful Pokemon, or the domain of a more powerful tribe. But now there is no good way to do it. People have broken in, so we can only be careful. Chingway walked forward cautiously. Boo! Eevee next to him suddenly made a warning sound, which made Chingway immediately vigilant. Sure enough, he saw something in front of him that he really didn't want to see. There were 7 or 8 victory bells hiding in the corners of the wood, looking like they were waiting for their prey. This is only what he found, and I don't know how many he didn't find. It was so dangerous that I didn't break in. If I went in, it would be bad to be ambushed. Come on, let's take a walk around. Chingway gestured, and at the same time took back the Charmander at his feet, and also held the Pokeball with Merill. Merill is his strongest Pokemon right now, and if things go wrong, he's ready to let it go. If that doesn't work out by then, just have Merill take down her Everstone and start evolution. Chingway had just walked a few steps when he heard a voice coming from the grass next to him. Pokemon with a grass shape, a head like a dark blue plant bulb with round feet, red bead-shaped eyes, and 5 green leaves on its head emerges from the grass. It's Oddish. This Oddish looked at Chingway. The leaves on his head were swaying. You mean let us go with you? Nah. Oddish nodded. Chingway knows that Oddish is a very mild-tempered Pokemon, and they generally don't hurt trainers. And when the trainers encounter difficulties, sometimes they will take the initiative to help hand them. You lead the way. Chingway decided to follow Oddish. After all, he must be more familiar with this place than Chingway. Oddish jumped and led the way, and Chingway followed behind. After a long walk, Chingway followed Oddish to a denser forest. Chingway saw that weeds were everywhere under these big trees. This is Oddish territory. Chapter 14 _ There is actually a low-profile version of Ho-Oh in this forest. Seeking data With Oddish's growl, I saw these weeds emerging from the soil one by one. A large piece of Oddish emerged from the ground and greeted Chingway one after another. Hello. Chingway looked at it. This Oddish clan now seems to have more than 100 of them. Took out the ordinary Pokeblock he had won yesterday's battle from his bag. First meeting. This is a gift. That said, distributed the Pokeblock to these Oddish. One piece is divided into one piece, and there is still a lot of Chingway left. Oddish expressed their gratitude. With the Pokemon block open, these Oddish relationships and Chingway have drawn a lot. Exactly. After so many battles just now, I can take a good rest now. By the way, you can also inquire about the branches of the surrounding ethnic group with the nearby Oddish. Chingway, who has psychic, simple communication with wild Pokémon is no problem. After 20 minutes, Chingway roughly understood the distribution in the vicinity. The area he's in now is of course Oddish's territory, and now they're only on the outskirts. Further in is where Oddish's evolution body Gloom live, because the Gloom itself emits odors unconsciously, although these odors are caused by the strong aroma of their own nectar. But these Glooms generally don't make much of a move. The most central location is where several Vileplumes are located. These Vileplumes and Gloom jointly protect the safety of this large number of Oddish. To Oddish's territory is what Chingway had seen before, Victorybell's territory. Victorybell inside is not just what Chingway sees. This is also the reason why the Beedrill group does not dare to cross the border. In addition to the larger territory, there are Venonat territory and Baniri territory. There is also a Pidgey clan and their nemesis, the Spearow clan. These are the larger group, and the rest are wild Pokémon that live alone or in families. Knowing this, Chingway has already made a preliminary plan for the future training plan. Beedrills are the best to deal with as long as they don't clump together a lot, and they're short-tempered and difficult to communicate with. Victorybell tries not to provoke him in the early game, and it's not something to deal with either. Charmander training is completed. You can go to Victorybell's territory to check your strength. Pidgey is more friendly. If you see Pidgeotto or Pidgeot, you can do a wave of PY, as well as other wild Pokémon. You can PY. And now he has the best relationship with the Oddish, and the camping location during the special training is in Oddish's territory. After hearing Chingway's idea, the Oddish enthusiastically took them to a relatively open place. Chingway successfully set up the tent here. This place will be the base camp for the next 2 or 3 weeks. 2 weeks later, afternoon. Compare. A Pidgeotto flew in the sky and landed in front of the tent. Chingway heard Pidgeotto's growl and got out of the tent. Compare tilde. Pidgeotto's paws held a small bag containing fresh tree fruit. It put the bag on the ground and motioned for Chingway to come and get it. Thank you, Pidgeotto. On the third day of entering the camp here, Chingway successfully contacted the Pidgey group here, and successfully helped them repel a Spearow attack. And coupled with Pokeblock PY offensive, Chingway easily formed a friendship with the Pidgey tribe. Every day Pidgeotto brings him some fresh fruit, and he gives them some Pokeblock. The Pidgey clan here is led by 2 Pidgeot, a male and a female, and the leader of their enemy, the Spearow clan, is a low-end version of Ho-Oh, Shiny Fearow. When I saw it for the first time, I really shocked Chingway for a whole year. Shiny Fearow's coat color is exactly the same, but even if it's shiny, it's still Fearow. With Chingway's Eevee constantly using helping hand on the Pidgeot beat Fearow easily. This also made the Fearow's group in the forest a lot more peaceful. It seemed that they knew that they were not to be messed with, and they never bothered them later. After getting to know Vileplume and Pidgeot, Chingway also met a Baniri who looked like a bear child, and through this Baniri met his parent, Lopunny. Chingway will then be responsible for preparing the food for these Pokémons every day, and these Pokémons will compete with his Pokémon. The past 2 weeks, the strength has improved a lot, and Eevee's strength has been successfully upgraded to the senior level, and also learned the 2 offensive skills of return and double kick through the teaching of Lopunny, and also learned Sunny Day. Double kick is a fighting skill. Although the damage of a single kick is not particularly high, the damage is still good if all hits are hit. Return is that the higher the intimacy between the Pokémon and the trainer, the better the effect, and the intimacy between Chingway and Eevee is almost full. Simply tailor-made skills. Merill's strength has also improved a lot. Although he is still at the senior level, he is only 1 step away from the superior level. Chingway estimated that by next week, Merill's strength would reach the superior level smoothly. Merill also learned 2 skills, Substitute and Whirlpool. Of course, the biggest improvement is Charmander. The little guy is a complete fighter. Since Chingway took him to fight the Beedrill clan a few times, he just fell in love with the feeling of fighting. Therefore, his improvement is also the biggest, taking 2 steps in a row, and now he has reached the senior level. At the same time, evolution became Charmeleon. Although it was only yesterday, it was also a senior level, right? And in terms of skill, Charmeleon has learned 3 powerful skills: Flamethrower, Fire Punch, and Megaton Punch. As for Feebas, under the feeding of Chingway's special Pokeblock, the original pits on her body have been reduced a lot, and her dull eyes have gradually become more agile. For Feebas either, so it's good to improve slowly, until the day her evolution becomes a beautiful melodic that will be the beginning of her Pokemon life. Moreover, Feebas also noticed the change in himself. Knowing that Chingway had not lied before, he became more and more dependent on Chingway. P.S. Chapter 15 Little Oddish S story and special training result. In addition, Chingway has an additional gain. Oddish who like to train with them and has a skate trait. Type: Oddish, regular grade. Gender: female. Sign: category: weed Pokemon. Attribute: grass, poison. Ability: escape. personality, hardworking, skills, mega drain, growth, acid, sweet scent, razor leaf, rest, poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder, toxic, secret power, grassy terrain, sunny day, current status, excellent, oddish with quite complete skills and even a secret power. It has to be said that luck can't stop it. In the beginning, it was only every morning that Chingway would do morning exercises with his Pokemon. This makes the Oddish ethnic group here very novel, so there are many younger Oddish who follow the example. It's just that most of them didn't last for a few days, and only one Oddish persisted to play against Charmander sometime. This made Chingway very curious. After asking, Chingway understood. This little guy's mother is a Gloom, but the stench is more than double that of her kin. As a result, very few clansmen would be close to her mother, and her mother often hid alone on the edge of Oddish territory in order not to disturb the lives of her fellow clansmen. The little guy usually wants to make himself stronger and learn various skills from his clansmen. After Chingway came, he wanted to train with him, and when he became stronger, he could protect his mother well. After the little guy finished speaking, Chingway was basically sure that her mother's characteristic must be stench. Gloom's nectar is inherently stinky, coupled with its stinky property. However, this stinky feature is not without benefit. In the wild, the secretion of nectar will effectively reduce the attacks of other Pokemon. Of course, this is for the trainer, and for Gloom it is like her mother, almost abandoned by the clan. However, once the evolution is successful, if the evolution becomes a Vileplume, the stench characteristic will be converted into a spore characteristic. If other Pokemon use a touch-type attack, there is a chance to paralyze, poison or sleep, and the effect of using 3 powders by yourself will be even greater. Powerful. If evolution is Blossom, the stench trait will become Healing Heart, will heal the status of teammates fighting it, and the effect of healing skills is better. But this is the wild. There is no Leaf Stone or Sunstone here. Gloom can only rely on the ingrain to accumulate its own nutrients for a long time. Knowing this, Chingway thought for a while and decided to help the little guy's mother. After the little guy took Chingway to find her mother, Chingway admitted that he was really choked by the smell at the time. He resisted and took out a Sunstone and gave it to Gloom, for giving it to Shiny Stone. One is that the Oddish group here are all Vileplume, and there is no shortage of combat power. If she evolves into a Blossom, it can heal these clans well with the characteristics of the Healing Heart. The second point is that Chingway is tempted by the little guy. The training of the little guy is hard, and the skills taught to her by her mother are good, but it is still a hidden trait. Oddish evolution, which was originally an escape trait, will inevitably become a chlorophyll trait. Let's change it here, and escape Oddish evolution will inevitably become a stench trait. Time to grow into a Blossom. I also have big tits at home. Gloom, who is a little autistic, took Shiny Stone from Chingway in surprise. Gloom's body is not dazzling, but a soft light of evolution. Then, as the light slowly dissipated, a beautiful Blossom appeared in front of him. Well then, Blossom, who had succeeded in evolution, was delighted to see his body exuding bursts of fragrance, and the stench from before had disappeared. Jumped up and down with joy when he saw his mother's successful evolution. After that, things got easier. After Chingway briefly told the mother and daughter about the characteristic, and proposed to travel with the little guy. Although Blossom was a little reluctant, he still agreed to Chingway. The little guy heard that he could evolve into a mother's appearance, and he could become stronger. After struggling for a while, he also agreed. In return, Blossom also taught 2 extremely useful skills, Sunny Day and Green Grass, to the little guy who was about to leave home during this time. Eevee's Sunny Day was also taught by her. With Gloom's successful evolution, Blossom was once again embraced by the clan, and its status is quite high, only under a patriarch Vileplume. After all, such a powerful helper Pokemon is huge for a clan's helping hand. Blossom's incident can be regarded as a relatively good ending, and Chingway's team has also been greatly supplemented. With the addition of Oddish, Chingway now has 5 Pokemon: Eevee, Merill, Charmeleon, Feebas, and Oddish. Oddish can become the joint defender of Merill and Feebas, Big Beauty, in the Rainy team, as well as the weather player of the Sunny team, and even his own output after the final evolution is quite impressive. This is the harvest of Chingway in the past 2 weeks, and after Oddish, he already has 2 healing hands, and he can practice large-scale battles in the next few days. Another week later, Chingway isn't doing duels with these friendly Pokemons this week. Instead, he took his Pokemon buddies to challenge the Spearow clan and the Victreebel clan. It was an easy win against the underdog Ho-Oh, and despite some difficulties in the Victreebel clan's territory, the victory was finally won. The strength of the Pokemons has also been improved again. Although they have not learned new skills, the skills they have learned before have undergone a lot of practice, and their proficiency and power have been greatly improved. Merill was naturally promoted to superior, and Eevee and Charmeleon were seniors. Although Oddish is still at the ordinary level, this is the result of Chingway's suppression of his evolution. He wanted Oddish to eat Pokeblocks and candy for a few more days before evolution, and then evolution would be a logical upgrade to the senior junior level. Although Feebas is still a novice, but the beauty is getting higher and higher, and it is not far from evolution. Chapter 16, The Future of Eevee. After saying goodbye to the Pokémon and the friendly Pokémon in the forest, Chingway identified the direction and walked towards the west of the forest. In fact, if you go through the entire forest to the east, you will come to the location of a small lake, and there is a house there. That Bill Professor's home, but now Bill Professor should be waiting for his giant Dragonite at Bill's beacon. The house here should be where his grandparents live. Chingway was not going to disturb the old man, so he chose to walk out of the forest and return to Cerulean City. After half a day, Chingway walked out of the forest to the huge lawn at the entrance of the forest. In the past 3 weeks of training, although he brought many sets of clothes for washing, the living environment in the forest was still too bad after all. And when you walk through the forest, you can't help but get a lot of dirt. This has attracted the attention of people who are fighting, training and playing in the grass. At the same time, they were also surprised that it was obviously a rookie trainer who would be so embarrassed. This man is so courageous. You must see him going deep into the forest like this. Yeah, no one told him about the dangers in the forest. Some people were talking, but Chingway didn't care about this. He went straight through the open space and onto the bridge. Today he is going to go straight home and have a good rest, then fix it up and leave home tomorrow. This time, it's time to travel to another city. And after the recent communication with Eevee, Chingway described several evolution forms of Eevee to him. Eevee also made a decision. Sylveon. Eevee decides evolution to become Sylveon. It's just that the world has yet to discover the fairy-type Pokémon. If he just let him evolution casually, there might be an uproar at that time. However, Chingway has already made plans for this, and his next travel destination is Celadon, Rainbow City. He plans to communicate with Professor Oak first, and then go to Celadon, Rainbow University in Celadon, Rainbow City to find some information as an accused. At the same time, in the process, Eevee's evolution becomes Sylveon smoothly. Prepare another paper on Fairy's Pokémon, which will be published at Celadon, Rainbow University. Coupled with the endorsement of Professional Oak, there should be no problem. And his Oddish is not far from evolution becoming Gloom. When it comes to the cultivation of Gloom, you can also consult gym leader Erica in Celadon, Rainbow City. It's even possible to make some trades with Erica for the smelly Gloom's nectar. You can also ask Erica to test her recent special training result. 3 birds with 1 stone. While admiring the scenery on both sides of the bridge, Chingway thought about the results of the recent special training. The accumulation of Pokémons is almost complete, and the next step is to wait for the Pokémons to further improve their strength over time. A lot of Pokémon are on the verge of evolution. After all the evolution of Eevee, Oddish and Feebas are completed, the strength will be improved for a period of time. Before she knew it, Chingway came to the door of the Pokémon Center. Walking into the Pokémon Center, it's still the same. Nurse Joy is receiving trainers who come and go to heal or rest. Nurse Joy. Chingway stepped forward to greet Nurse Joy. Ah, it's Xiao Chingway. Why is she so embarrassed? Could it be that something happened? Nurse Joy looked at Chingway's current state and was a little surprised. Ah, it's okay. I was doing special training in the forest before, so that's how it is. Nurse Joy helps me see how my Pokémon is doing. Chingway explained and gave Nurse Joy all the Pokéballs in his hand. Okay, please wait a moment. Nurse Joy took the Pokéball and walked towards the inspection area behind with Chansey. It took more than half an hour for Nurse Joy to come back. Your Pokémon are in good shape. Lucky Tilda. Chingway took the Pokéballs handed over and pinned them around his waist. Thank you, Nurse Joy. I'll go home first. Okay, bye. Lucky Tilda. It was already evening when Chingway arrived home. His parents were surprised at his sudden return, especially when they saw him dressed in mud. What are you doing? You are covered in mud. Are you in danger? Mother Junzi became worried all of a sudden, stepped forward and looked left and right for fear that Chingway was missing a piece of meat. Chingway can only briefly explain. This kid, there is no need to stay in one place for such a long time for special training. Even if it is special training in the forest, it is necessary to come out for a short period of time to adjust and rest. I see, not next time. After going through this special training, Chingway also knew that this time was indeed a bit long. However, I have no experience in special travel training, so this time I have learned a lesson, and the increase in his Pokémon strength is indeed very impressive. After dinner, Chingway went straight back to his room. Lying on the soft bed, he moaned comfortably. The bed is still comfy. 3 weeks of training left him exhausted, and he fell asleep not long after laying down. Woke up the next day. It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. After taking a shower, Chingway walked downstairs. Mother is sitting in the living room. Get up. I saw that you were too tired yesterday, so I didn't call you today. Ah, I'm a little tired. While talking, Chingway walked to the kitchen to grab some breakfast and start eating. While eating, he asked, Mom, does our Cerulean City store sell Pokéblock creators? Chingway didn't have a Pokéblocks maker in his hand, but he got a Pokémon candy maker because of the previous sign-in. This time, If he travels for a long time, he still needs to carry a Pokeblocks maker with him. This way, even in the wild, as long as you can gather fruit, you don't have to worry about the lack of Pokeblocks. Cerulean City doesn't have it. There are very few breeders here. Even if people use it, they go to the Pokemon Center to use the machines there. They usually go to Saffron City or Celadon, Rainbow City to buy them. Saffron City has our largest sylph company in Kanto. Celadon, Rainbow City is where the Pokemon Breeders Association is located. Quote, mother gave advice. Okay, I see. After breakfast, Chingway put all the Pokemons except Eevee in the backyard of the breeding house and gave them a day off today. Chingway took Eevee to Cerulean City again. Today he's going to buy some berry supplies and come back to make special Pokeblock to prepare for the trip. Chapter 17_What does Cerulean Gym need to fight? After a day off at home, replenishing spare Pokeblocks and travel supplies. The next day, after breakfast, Chingway said goodbye to his parents again. Pokemons after a day's rest back into the Pokeball and take Eevee towards Cerulean City Station. When passing by Cerulean Gym, Chingway looked up. Cerulean Gym can be said to be one of the landmark buildings of Cerulean City. Gym is the image of a dome with a huge portrait of Dugong hanging on the roof, and there is an aquarium and swimming pool inside. Gym is a good gym, but unfortunately, Chingway shook his head, not ready to go in. He has now completely clarified the direction of his practice. Gym is only a place to check his cultivation strength for a period of time. Badges are not important to him, at least in Kanto. He is going to take the Pokemon exam at that time, and as long as he passes the exam, he can directly participate in next year's core conference. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Brother Chingway. Pick up, pick up. Chingway turned his head and saw that it was Ash, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He saw Ash sprinting toward him, waving at him, with Pikachu on his shoulders. Ah, Ash, how did you come to Cerulean City? Booyee tilde. When Ash ran over, Chingway and Eevee greeted each other. He had thought that Ash at this time should have gone elsewhere, even from Pallet Town to Viridian City, then through Viridian Forest to Pewter City, and then through Mt. Moon to the east of Pewter City. You can come to Cerulean City. If you were to travel and practice, it would not take as long as 3 weeks. Well, that's a long story. Ash briefly explained that the reason why it took so long had something to do with Chingway, although Lukai is also a very important reason. Because of the summer camp that Chingway attended that year, Ash understood the importance of taking care of Pokemon. So this time in the process of traveling, he is also constantly practicing, constantly identifying some fruit and herbs in the forest, and being more meticulous in training with Pokemon. It took a lot of time. Very good. Chingway was actually quite happy after learning this. So are you here to challenge Cerulean Gym? Yeah, I'm the one who is going to be the best trainer by challenging 8 gyms. Ash said energetically. Brother Chingway, are you also here to challenge me? I don't challenge. Then if you challenge, I can go and see with you. Chingway was suddenly interested. He had never seen Ash's official battle in this world. Okay, let go then. The two walked towards Gym while chatting. Entering the gym, Chingway skillfully led Ash up to the second floor from the side. Pushing open a door, the stands were full of people, and in the largest pool in the middle of the venue, 3 beautiful girls in swimsuits are performing water ballet. The wonderful dance and flexible movement caused all the audience to cheer from time to time. What is this? Isn't this gym? Ash saw the scene, and some couldn't understand it, with a black question mark face. Don't you know? Chingway gave him a somewhat surprised look. This is how it is here. The 3 girls who are performing water ballet below are the gym trainers here, and water ballet is their main business. Gym trainer is a side business. Huh. When they're done, I'll take you to find them and you'll understand. Chingway didn't want to say more. After enjoying this water ballet performance with Ash, he waited until all the audience left. Chingway took Ash to find the 3 girls, namely Sakura, Akoris and Peony. Sakura-sama, Kalama sister. Chingway said hello first when they met. Hey, it's Xiao Chingway. Why did you come here to watch the show? Sakura asked. I didn't bring him to challenge Gym. This is Ash, a rookie trainer from Pallet Town. Rookie trainer. Pallet Town. Again. 3 Pallet Town trainers came a week ago and beat us so badly that we lost our confidence. So, if you want to get the badge. Seal. Sakura called for a seal, only to see the seal spit out a blue drop-shaped badge from its mouth. No, this is the water drop badge for you. Sakura handed the badge to Ash, but Ash didn't respond. He now only feels that his outlook on life seems to have been impacted. Wait for me, Ash. Just as Ash was about to pick it up, a female voice came from not far away. When everyone looked back, it was Misty who came running out of breath. Chingway, long time no see. Sister Sakura, I'll help you fight this time, Misty said while running. Huh, what going on? Ash was confused. Hey, don't you know, Misty is the younger sister of the 3 of them, Chingway whispered. So that's why Misty is so opposed to coming here. Ash understood only then, but still agreed to fight Misty. The 3 Sakura sisters looked at each other and didn't object. In the end, Sakura stood up and said, then let me tell tell you the rule. 2v2. The gym trainer sends the Pokemon first, and the gym challenger can attack first. This is also the standard rule for gym challenges, except that the number of pairs is at the discretion of the respective gym. The two sides stood on a battle platform specially prepared for trainers in a swimming pool. Ash originally wanted to send Pikachu to fight, but Pikachu didn't seem to want to hit his own people and refused to fight. Desperation, Ash could only send Butterfree to fight, and Misty is using her signature Staryu. Both are ordinary level strength. Chingway watched the battle between the two, and the paralysis powder that Butterfree attacked first was dodged by Staryu by jumping into the water, and Sleep Powder, who was close to Staryu, was also dodged by the same move. And Staryu is the constant user rapid fin attacking Butterfree. Butterfree flying in the air also constantly dodged, but he was still hit by Staryu many times and lost his combat effectiveness first. At this time, there are not many Pokemon in Ash, and when his power ceiling Pikachu is unwilling to fight, he can only send Pidgeotto to fight. Misty also took back Staryu and chose to send Staryu's evolution body, Starmie. It was a close fight this time around. Pidgeotto had air superiority and a hurricane, making it difficult for Starmie to attack. In Chingway's opinion, Pidgeotto's advantage is already great. As long as you avoid Starmie's counterattack, this battle will be won. And after watching the first game just now, Chingway found that Ash was still very immature. But also, although Ash loves Pokemon since he was a child, his family has not raised Pokemon. The first time he owned Pokemon was Pikachu that no one wanted from Professor Oak when he went out for a trip not long ago. Only been 3 weeks since he actually had contact with Pokemon. Speaking of which, Ash's talent is really terrifying. A person who has just come into contact with Pokemon and also loves inverse attribute battle. How far you can go at the final core conference. Outrageous. Chingway thought silently. Boom. Chapter 18_boys should protect themselves when they go out. There was a loud bang. Everyone was attracted by the direction of the sound, and all turned to look. Only one side of the gym suddenly cracked. After the dust cleared, a strange car that looked like it had been remodeled drove in, interrupted the crucial duel between Ash and Misty. How could this be? What is this? The three Cerulean sisters questioned. Then, several voices that made Chingway sigh about Yi Chingway appeared. Since you asked the question sincerely, we will tell you mercifully. Then, two men and women in white uniforms appeared at the front of the modified car. Classic look. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace. To carry out love and true evil. Lovely and attract villain. Jessie, Jane, we are Team Rockets across the galaxy. The white hole and white tomorrow are waiting for us. That's it. Meow. Classic opener. You guys again. Team Rocket. Misty snap. Here is the Pokemon gym by water type. As long as we drain the water here, these Pokemons won't be a problem at all. Jessie and Koishiro said one word to another. Hey, look, there's a rare Eevee beside Pikachu. Look how smooth and supple that hair is. If we kidnap him and take him to the boss, promotion and salary increase, become a cadre, then I can drive away that nasty Persian neck to the boss. Meow. The Team Rocket trio suddenly fell into fantasy. Eevee, use quick attack to get close to them, then double kick. Chingway said to Eevee on his shoulder. Eevee turned into a spark and quickly charged towards the Team Rocket trio. You don't be Koichi. Go Gas Egg. Go Ekans. Despite their hilarious behavior, the duo summoned their signature Pokemon moments before Eevee arrived, blocking Eevee's attack. Eevee uses Return on Ekans, then jumps up and uses Iron Tail on Coughing. Chingway's reaction was quick, and he gave Eevee the next order just after the Team Rocket's duo had summoned their Pokemon. Jessie and James were noticeably slower to respond. All of Eevee's attacks hit two Pokemon, and they also suffered damage from quick attack before, and they were directly beaten and lost their combat effectiveness. Eevee keeps using the double kick on the three of them. Eevee jumped up and kicked them all into the water. Then he also used a tackle to knock Meowth into the water. Beautiful Eevee dry. Oddish neck. Use numbing powder on them. Chingway took out Oddish's Pokeball. The three people who were infected with the paralysis powder were light green dead fish floating on the surface of the swimming pool and motionless. It's amazing. Chingway's series of operations shocked Ash. Such a smooth command. Ash originally thought that Chingway might just be treating Pokemon and cultivating Pokemon with great talent. It turned out that his trainer was so strong. And the three Cerulean sisters and Misty were also a little shocked. They and Chingway knew each other. As a result, I never knew that Chingway actually had such strength. Sister Sakura, hurry up and contact Officer Jenny. Then we can find a rope to tie the three of them up and wait for Officer Jenny to come. Chingway ignored the shock crowd and said to Sakura, Okay. Rope was brought in quickly, under the helping hand of the water-type Pokemon. Team Rocket's trio who were paralyzed and unable to move. Tie up tightly with rope. Then our game, of course, following. Before Misty finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sakura. No need to compare. This water drop badge is yours, sister. Misty was a little angry. It's because Ash's Pikachu doesn't want to play and just Pidgeotto has beaten your star Starmie. If it is Pikachu, you have no chance of winning. Sakura understood the situation of the game just now. Although Misty seems to have the upper hand, just one Pidgeotto is enough to make a comeback, not to mention that Ash has a Pikachu. Forget it. Misty also figured it out. After all, after traveling with Ash for so long, she still knows Ash's strength very well. The match against him just now was just his own unwillingness. This time, Sakura took out 2 water drop badges, and you gave Ash and Chingway. Brother Chingway, although there is no competition, you have helped a lot just now. This water drop badge belongs to you. Ash happily accepted the badge. Chingway thought about it for a while, and also accepted the badge, although he did not take the path of challenging Jim. But there's no harm in getting more badges. Brother Chingway, Ash said suddenly after celebrating. Can you have a fight with me? Ash asked of his own. Ash has just watched Chingway and Eevee's performances, and although he is very confident in himself, it depends on who he compares to. He knew he was no match now, but I still want to challenge Chingway to see where the gap in my strength lies. Chingway looked at Ash's firm expression and agreed. Okay, I promise, but I'll have to wait until Officer Jenny comes and takes the 3 of them away. Otherwise, what if the 3 of them slip away inadvertently for a while? You say yes, Jesse, James. Chingway looked at the 3 people who were tied and sitting in the corner with a half smile. Ash and the others followed Chingway's gaze, only to see that the 2 of them had woken up at some point, now trying to figure out how to break free from the rope. I have to say that the physical fitness of this rocket trio is also really good, and they are almost catching up with the real newcomers of Mega. The 3 people who were struggling furtively were startled by the mention of their name. When did you find us awake? Oddish topped with paralysis powder. No, my whole body is numb. What a disgusting feeling. The 3 fell into a state of paralysis again. Brother Chingway is amazing. Ash murmured. Chingway's sense of danger was also cultivated in the forest, so it could be considered a benefit of traveling alone. After all, when a boy is outside, he has to protect himself, right? P.S. Chapter 19 Chingway Vosh. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Then let me be the referee for your neck battle. The rule is still 2 vs 2. Is that okay? Misty said actively. She also took into account the rules set by Ash's current Pokemon status. Ash's Butterfree has just been through a fight and is not in good shape now. The only Pokemon that can fight are Pidgeotto and his Pikachu. Good. No problem. Both of them agreed. While Officer Jenny rushed over. After several people explained the situation to Officer Jenny left with the still paralyzed Team Rocket trio. Chingway is not worried about the safety of the 3 of them. Needless to say, Meowth is just a Pokemon, and James is a person with a big background. It is impossible for the 3 of them to be locked up for a long time. Chingway reckoned that at most they could pay compensation and shut it down for a few days and it might be fine. As for compensation money, then a group of inventors can just do something as compensation, or just destroy the lock place and get away. With the departure of Officer Jenny, this side can also start fighting. Although Cerulean Gym is a water gym, there are still ordinary venues at the edge. The group came to an ordinary venue. Then it's Hallett Town. Ash against Cerulean City. Chingway. Go Pikachu. Come out Charmeleon. The 2 have sent out their own Pokemon. Chingway also looked at Pikachu's profile. Type Pikachu. Senior level. Gender. Male. Sign. Category. Mouse Pokemon. Attribute. Electric system. Features. Static electricity. Personality. Naughty. Skill. Volt Tackle. Thunderbolt. Tackle. Thundershock. Current status. Excellent. It can only be said that Pishin deserves to be Pishin, and Volt Tackle Chingway is envious of him. Be aware that Volt Tackle cannot be learned through cultivation. To make Pikachu learn, genetic. Only one of the parents of the Skin God carried the light ball and gave birth to Pichu egg so that the hatched Pichu could learn Volt Tackle. In this way, Pishin's unknown parents may also be big shot. The current Pikachu skills are a little less, but the aptitude is nothing to say. As long as you train well, you will eventually become a boss. Seeing that both of them had recruited their respective Pokemon, Misty continued to order. So, 3, 2, 1, start. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. The 2 gave orders at the same time. Thunderbolt is not that easy to dodge, and Chingway's Charmeleon doesn't have the defensive skills of Protect. However, Charmeleon and Pikachu have no attribute restraint, so Chingway directly chose to fight recklessly. Pick up. Roar. A spark and a pillar of fire meet in the middle of the field. The confrontation between the fire energy and the electricity energy directly caused a small explosion in the center. The smoke billowed, blocking the sight of both sides. Damn, I can't see it anymore. What should I do? Ash was a little flustered, and Chingway didn't panic at all. Charmeleon, Air Cutter, cut the smoke. At the same time, rush up and use Fire Punch. Be careful not to attack the electrical bag on Pikachu. Attacking the electric pouch of the electric mouse Pokemon has a certain chance of paralyzing the attacker, and Chingway will not make this mistake. Roar. The energy of the flight system around Charmeleon gathered, condensed into into 4 sharp blades and threw it directly into the smoke without aiming. At the same time, he also got into the smoke. As the air cutter cut through the smoke, Pikachu's location was completely exposed. Right now, come on, Charmeleon. Ash only saw that the smoke was slit and Charmeleon emerged from the smoke at about the same time. Reaction time for Ash and Pikachu. Charmeleon punched Pikachu in the stomach, knocking him out. Pikachu, Ash yelled. Again, Charmeleon, flamethrower, keep attacking. Chingway didn't give Ash a chance to breathe at all. Roar. Charmeleon spit fire again at Pikachu, who fell to the ground. Pikachu, get out of the way. Ash's expression became more and more anxious. Pikachu, who got a lap of fire punch, wasn't in the best shape by itself, and flamethrower is also not slow. Pikachu struggled to dodge, but was hit directly by flamethrower. Pick up. Pikachu was knocked out again by flamethrower's strength. It fell not far from Ash. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash immediately ran over to check Pikachu's status. Pick up. Pikachu let out a weak cry, then lay still on the ground and lost his ability to fight. Pikachu was incapacitated and the first was won by Charmeleon of Chingway. Misty promptly announced the outcome of the battle. Ash picked up Pikachu and carefully examined Pikachu's body. After finding that there was no serious problem, he breathed a sigh of relief. Pikachu, you have worked so hard for you. Rest well. Holding Pikachu, Ash returned to where he was standing. Taking a few deep breaths, Ash took out another Pokeball. Pidgeotto, it's up to you. Compare. Pidgeotto, who had just laid against Misty, appeared on the field again. However, because Pidgeotto was not attacked in the last game, after such a period of rest, his state has returned to the best. Chingway checked this Pidgeotto and found that it was only an ordinary level strength, with 5 skills of Tackle, Sand, Wing Attack, Hurricane, and Gust. Strength is a little worse than Pikachu, but from the details of Pidgeotto's hair and height, this Pidgeotto is great. Ash can really train Pokemon. After thinking about it, Chingway is not going to replace Pokemon. I'm still Charmeleon. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Pidgeotto flew in midair, his wings flapping rapidly toward Charmeleon, and a gust of wind blew toward Charmeleon. Charmeleon, attack from the other direction with Air Cutter, while taking Hurricane, attack with Growl. Roar. Air Cutter gathered around Charmeleon, then turned into a huge arc and attacked Pidgeotto, and Hurricane also hit Charmeleon at this time. Charmeleon took a step back, raised his head and roared at Pidgeotto in midair. Roar. Pidgeotto, stop the Hurricane, dodge the Air Cutter. Ash's order this time was very timely. Compare. Pidgeotto stopped Hurricane and flew around to avoid Air Cutter, but Air Cutter can dodge. Charmeleon's Growl attack can't dodge. Pidgeotto was inevitably affected by Growl, reducing his attack power. Say something, and ask everyone to come in and take a look. It has been 4 days since the book was published. If the collection can still be said to be reluctant, the flowers and evaluation tickets are really appalling. The previous loss modification rule now seems like a joke. Laughs and tears. To be honest, I just want to make money writing book, but it's really hard to keep going like this. After all, we still have to eat. I'm just sorry for the brother 3 mice who tipped this book. There are still a few chapters in the archive, and they will be sent out today, and then wait until tomorrow to see the result. If there is really no improvement, it may be cut. The idea of this book is to show everyone the process of the protagonist's growth and upgrading. Pokemon's wrote some cute ones in the early stage, and the strong ones will be written later. The main purpose is to write a more relaxed atmosphere, but it may be that I'm done. I can't express what I want to write. If you have any dissatisfaction with the plot, I hope you can write it down in the comment area. You can't get any feedback when you read the comment area every day. Regarding the question of Guhao in the comment area, I am going to write about him later. Maybe everyone like to hammer him first. This is my problem. You can say good or bad. You can also spray if you feel bad. Don't go too far. It can be regarded as a lesson for me to write Pokemon they want to see, and let me understand a little bit. Please ask for flowers and evaluation tickets for the last time. Thank you all. Chapter 20 _ In terms of melee combat, I Charmeleon have never been afraid of anyone. Ash was in a bit of trouble this time. Pidgeotto's Hurricane and Gust both have to stay in place to release, and if they do, they will be attacked by Air Cutter. If you hide, you will not be able to release successfully. Desperation, he could only choose to melee Charmeleon. Pidgeotto, try to get close to Charmeleon, use Wing Attack. When Chingway heard this, the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc. Boy, you are still too young. The only disadvantage of Charmeleon and Pidgeotto is that Pidgeotto is flying in midair. If it has always been a long-range attack, Charmeleon certainly has 2 long-range skills, Flamethrower and Air Cutter, but his own strength can only be used at most half, and Ash ordered melee combat. Compare. After Pidgeotto dodged Air Cutter, he found an angle in the air and flew towards Charmeleon. At the same time, the wings are wrapped with the energy of the flight system. Charmeleon, find your chance and use a million-ton punch. Roar. Boom. Charmeleon's fist collided with Pidgeotto's wings as Pidgeotto and Charmeleon went hand in hand, made a huge noise. noise. Charmeleon stood still, while Pidgeotto was hit and fell to the ground. How could Pidgeotto's wing attack, whose attack was weakened, be better than Charmeleon's Megaton Punch? Pidgeotto, cheer up. Ash began to work on his trainer magic. This time, his skill succeeded. Although Pidgeotto suffered a heavy blow to his wing, he still flew slowly, but the aftereffect is still very serious. Pidgeotto is swaying in the air. Charmeleon, flamethrower, give him the final blow. Chingway issued the last order. Pidgeotto, get out of the way. Compare. Boom. Pidgeotto, whose wings were injured, could not dodge the flying flame, and fell to the ground again. Completely lost the ability to fight. Pidgeotto lost his ability to fight. The winner is Chingway. Misty made the final judgment. Ah, I still lost. I didn't expect Big Brother Chingway to even beat a Pokémon. Ash sighed. You are already very good. You should have captured this Pidgeotto on the road. The training time is still short, and it is great to be at the current level. Chingway walked over and said, but Ash was still very unwilling. Nothing, my Charmeleon isn't in great shape either. If you had a little more Pidgeotto range skills, I'd be the loser. Chingway said while stroking Charmeleon. Roar. Ash hasn't spoken yet. Charmeleon is a little unconvinced. Chingway patted Charmeleon's head amusingly. Don't be dissatisfied. You are better at melee than long-range attack. If Ash didn't choose melee attack just now, the battle would take a long time to end, and whoever wins and loses will say no. Exactly. As expected of Ash. Ash cheered up quickly. Pikachu. Pikachu in Ash's arms also woke up. Chingway is very powerful. This Charmeleon should be the Earl Dervish Pokemon you received at the time, right? It's been so long. It's from Charmander Evolution. Misty and the three sisters also came over. Evolution just recently. This little guy loved fighting. Chingway smiled and said, how about you? Why did you mix with Ash? Soon as the words fell, Ash scratched his head in embarrassment and smirked, and Misty's face became visible to the naked eye. Rage. It's not him. He directly broke my bite. There is no way but to move with him. Hee hee. Ash was still smirking. Misty didn't bother too much about this, but Ash, what about you? I never knew you were so strong. Ash kept talking about you all the way. Chingway and Misty is not bad. He heard the word. Hey, I'm not young and inexperienced. I went to the forest alone for 3 weeks, and this is what I have achieved now. 3 weeks. Ash and Misty, four sisters, acclaimed at the same time. No wonder. It seems that I have to learn a little bit. Ash was on fire. Don't imitate me. Chingway hurriedly stopped Ash. It's okay if you do special training, but you must be relaxed. The result of the special training will not be very good. Yeah, I can't stay in the forest for a week. If I stay in the forest for so long, I'll have to cook and wash my own clothes. Maybe there's no place to shower. Ooh. Others hurriedly discouraged, while Calamus and Peony were also whispering. As the eldest sister of the four sisters, Peony also said, Ash, don't learn Chingway to do this. You are still rookie trainers. The strength of Pokemon is not very strong, and even the number of Pokemon is not enough. It is easy to encounter danger in the forest. We will talk about your Pokemon strength in the future. So many people were trying to dissuade him, and Ash was finally able to recover from his burning state. I know, I will train Pokemon first. That's right. So what are you going to do next? Calamus asked. Of course I'm going on a trip. I can't wait to get stronger. Brother Chingway, do you want to travel with us? Ash said. Where are you going next? Chingway asked. We're going to Misty. Where did Brock say our next stop was? Ash was as nervous as ever. It's Vermilion City. Really? Can't you have a longer memory? Misty said helplessly. Vermilion City? Then I can't act with you. Next, I'm going to Celadon, Rainbow City. Chingway shook his head and said, that's a pity. Ash was also a little regretful. Chingway thought about it for a while and said, it's almost noon now, so I'll invite you to have a meal in Cerulean City, which can be regarded as the best of the landlord friendship. Sister Sakura, are you coming too? We can't do it. We still have a show after lunch and we're too late. Sakura said regretfully. Brother Chingway, would you like to have dinner? It's great. It saves us from inquiring and looking for delicious restaurants. Ash said happily. Chingway saw that as Ash finished speaking, Misty's face gradually became wrong again. I said Xiaoji, I don't seem to be from Cerulean City. I know where the delicious restaurants are. Misty broke out. Ah, is that so? I forgot again, ha 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 ha. Ash smiled awkwardly. I grew up in Pallet Town, but I still don't know which restaurants are delicious in Pallet Town. Quote. The crowd was speechless again. Chapter 21. Celadon, Rainbow City and Game City. Farewell to the three Cerulean Gym sisters. Chingway, Ash and Misty walked out of the gym gate. As soon as you go out, I saw a dark-skinned, squinting boy walking towards Jim. Brock, here. Ash's eyes were also sharp, and when he saw Brock, he immediately shouted, let me introduce you. The one beside me is the big brother Chingway that I have been telling you before. He's great at developing Pokemon, and as a trainer, his Pokemon is great too. Brother Chingway, this is the son of gym leader in Pewter City, Brock. Chingway looked at Brock and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Chingway. I'm Brock. Booyee tilde. Eevee on Chingway's shoulder also said said hello. Is this the Eevee you raised? It's amazing. Brock saw Eevee and his eyes suddenly became eager. Brock, we all know you want to be a Pokemon breeder, but let's go to dinner first and ask anything on the way. Misty saw that the situation was wrong and interrupted immediately. Okay, Chingway, let's have a good chat in a while. Chingway took them to a restaurant on the commercial street near the Pokemon Center for dinner. During the meal, Brock kept asking Chingway about the cultivation of Pokemon, turning into a curious baby. And at Brock's request, Chingway had to release all his Pokemon except Feebas for Brock to take a look. After a meal, Brock's harvest was great. After lunch, Chingway bid farewell to the trio who were also preparing to leave. A person came to Cerulean City Station and bought a ticket to Celadon, Rainbow City, which departed in half an hour. Takes about 4 hours by car from Cerulean City to Celadon, Rainbow City. So when Chingway arrived at the Celadon, Rainbow Station, it was already past 6 o'clock. It was getting late, and it was no longer suitable to contact Professor Oak or go to gym. Chingway decided to find a hotel to stay first. Celadon, Rainbow City is one of the largest cities in Kanto region, second only to Saffron City, the mega metropolis in the east. And Celadon, Rainbow is very developed in terms of business and entertainment. Not only has hotels and restaurant, but also has Celadon, Rainbow Department Store, the tallest building in Celadon, Rainbow. And Celadon, Rainbow Department Store is the largest shopping mall in Kanto. There is also Celadon, Rainbow Game City, a well-known game city. The tokens obtained through the game in the game city can be exchanged for many rare items, and even Pokemon. Of course this is on the surface, and it's also one of the secret bases that Team Rockets use to drive and manage their organization's activity. Leaving the station, Chingway slowly walked towards the southeast of the city, where there are many hotels. After finding a hotel that seemed to be okay, Chingway took Pokemon to a restaurant with a good reputation outside under the introduction of the staff at the front desk of the hotel. This is a small restaurant, but the decoration inside is very warm, and there are many private rooms, which are also prepared for different diners. Pokemon when they eat, and this kind of private room can play a big role. Chingway asked for a private room, and after ordering, he let the Pokemons out. The first time he came outside, Chingway didn't ask the Pokemon to eat those Pokeblocks, but ordered a lot of special Pokemon food for the Pokemon. Pokemon food at Chingway Point is not low. This meal cost more than 30,000 yuan. You know, there are still no Pokemons with big appetites in his Pokemon. It is hard to imagine that if he brings some Pokemon such as Snorlax Tyranitar to dinner, it is estimated that he will go bankrupt in a few days. Dinner put away the Pokemon, Chingway took Eevee for a walk in the street. To be said that the development of Celadon, Rainbow City is much more developed than Cerulean City, and there are many private gyms and battlegrounds on the street. Chingway learned a bit. If you are on the battlefield, you only need to pay a registration fee to participate. If you fail, you will be eliminated, but if you keep winning, the more games you win, the higher the reward. Unconsciously, Chingway came to Celadon, Rainbow Game City. 2 security guards in black stood at the gate of the game city. After a little hesitation, Chingway took Eevee to the game city. Even though this is the base of Team Rocket's behind the scene, he's just playing and he doesn't need to worry about anything. At the gate of the game city, one of the security guards stopped Chingway. Sir, Pokemon is not allowed in the game city. This requirement in game city is to prevent Pokemon with psychic skills or Pokemon with psychic skills from cheating at helping hand trainers. Okay. Chingway took Eevee into the Pokeball and walked in. Sure enough, as Chingway imagined, he just entered the game city and immediately saw the kind of slot machine he had played in the game, and the number of such game machines in the game city was very large, almost occupying the entire game. 2/3 of the city. What's more, this game console is very popular with guests who enter here. Almost every guest who enters here comes to play this exciting game, and the popularity is evident. At this moment, Chingway had a feeling of returning to the video game city on the Earth in his previous life. When he came to the front desk, Chingway saw a sign standing on the front desk. The price of the exchange is written on the sign, and a game coin is 50 yuan. Hello, this gentleman, do you want to exchange game currency? The staff at the front desk asked him politely. Let's exchange 100 first. Chingway took out 5,000 yen and handed it to the front desk. The front desk staff quickly took out a box containing a full 100 game coins. Chingway took the box and didn't leave immediately, but continued to ask, can I look at the items exchanged for the game currency? Yes, here is the list. The front desk staff took out a long list of exchange lists from under the table and handed it to Chingway. After a brief look, you can indeed see a lot of props used by Pokemon here. Various evolutionary stone, ITE, Pokeblock, tree fruit, and even skills training experiences can be found here. Looking further down is the Pokemon exchange list, the most expensive of which is a polygonal beast, which requires 1 million game coin. In addition, the second and third are the Quasi gods Pokemon, Dratini and Larvitar, and the exchange price is 950,000 game coin. And then there's this Pinsir, Scyther, Eevee, Clefairy Chingway and many more Pokémon. Chingway was moved when he saw that there was still a quasi-god Pokémon, but when he saw the exchange price later, he immediately gave up. Not to mention that he does not have the money. Even if he has it, he will not exchange these two Pokémon. You must know that this is the place of Team Rocket. Who knows if the Pokémon here has been used by Team Rocket for experiment. If the exchanged version is a disabled version, it will not be a blood loss. P.S. Thank you to everyone who voted for so many flowers and testimonials today. Many thanks. Chapter 22 Experimental Body. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. But Chingway didn't come here for these, just for entertainment. I didn't even think about cheating with Psychic. After all, I'm too lazy now. If cheating is discovered, it will be difficult. Randomly found an empty machine and sat down. The gameplay of this game machine is the same as in the game. Throw a game coin in, and then find the right time to press the button 3 times to stop the rotating screen. If there are 3 or 2 of the same in the middle of the screen, you can get a reward. Chingway put in a game coin, and soon, the screen began to turn. The speed of rotation is not particularly fast in Chingway's opinion. At least he can clearly see what the respective patterns are. Looking for a chance, Chingway pressed the button for the first time, only to see that the patterns in the first row did not stop at 1, but stopped after a few patterns. So it is. Chingway understood. His eyesight is very good. He can see the rotation at this speed, but if it is an ordinary person, he may only be able to see it roughly, and then stop by feeling. Then there is a problem with the button or the roller in the game console. Chingway can react, but these two things can't react. Whenever Chingway presses it in time, when the grand prize is in sight, it will always jump forward 1 or 2 squares. It looks like Chingway's hands are slow. The debugged machine is the same. After understanding the basic principle, Chingway pressed the button twice in succession. The end result is 3 different patterns with no reward whatsoever. He doesn't care about this, and he doesn't care about the money of the game currency. In this way, Chingway is like an ordinary player who is constantly putting in coin, pressing buttons, and then putting in coin. Occasionally win some in-game currency reward, but generally lose more. And the game coins in the bot with game coins that he put next to him are getting less and less. There are only 10 left. So fast. After only an hour, Chingway found that the game currency he had exchanged before was about to run out. It's okay. I just finished using these and went back to rest early. I'll be busy tomorrow, Chingway thought, and put another coin in. This time, he didn't even look at it, just pressed the button 3 times in a row. Dang. Suddenly, a burst of music sounded from the game console in front of Chingway. That's okay too. Looking at the 3 identical patterns that stopped in front of him, Chingway was done. Sure enough, even the advanced technology is afraid of European YYDS. Quote, this time, Chingway won the grand prize of 2,000 game coin. In exchange for money, it would be 100,000 yen. The sound produced by the game machine also attracted the attention of the gamblers around. After seeing the specific winning amount here, what a lucky boy. He made 100,000 yen all at once, and I lost more than 30,000 yen tonight. There will always be 1 or 2 lucky people, but why not me? Forget it. You've already used up your luck for the prize you won last time. Ha. At this time, the game coins in the game machine also finished spewing out, and all the rewarded game coins entered Chingway's game coin bot. While waiting for the game coins to be spit out, Chingway keenly found that there were 1 or 2 people in black clothes who came to check it, and then hoot and left again. It's not easy to earn money here. Chingway sighed with emotion, stood up with the game coin bot, and prepared to leave. Originally, he was going to use up the last 10 coins before leaving, but this time he has spent more than 2,000 coin, and Chingway, he can't use it up. That's fine, though, there are just a few ingredients in the exchange list that can be used to craft special Pokemon candy. These materials are not available in ordinary stores. Before, Chingway asked his parents to buy some of them for him through relationship. Now it is not bad to be able to exchange them directly, but I don't know how many are left. Come to the front desk with the box. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? The front desk staff smiled. Show me the exchange list again. Chingway put the box on the bar and said, okay. The staff took out the exchange list again. This mango can be exchanged for 20. The leba fruit is exchanged for 20, and this inkberry and biba fruit are exchanged for 20 each. Chingway reported that the most missing tree fruit cost 1,600 game coin, and the remaining 400 game coins were exchanged for some ingredients corresponding to these tree fruit. Just ran out of these game coins today. Okay, please wait. The front desk staff took the coin box. After checking the number of game coins in the box, he nodded towards Chingway, turned and opened a door behind him. It seemed he was going to pick up the good, but it may be because it will come out soon. The staff member did not close the door, but left a small gap. Chingway stood at the bar and waited. Just then, he heard a conversation coming from the door. Let go quickly. The experimental body has escaped. If we don't catch it quickly and wait for the boss to come back, we will feel better. Don't worry, one with no fighting ability. Chingway saw through the the gap between them that two people in black uniforms flashed in succession, and one of the people who flashed by had an R icon on his chest. Team Rockets again. Experimental body. Chingway was thoughtful when he heard this keyword. At this moment, the door opened again, and the previous staff came over with a package and handed it to Chingway. This is the item you exchanged. Please keep it. Chingway checked it briefly, put the package in the backpack, and left the game city with the backpack. As soon as he went out, Chingway quickened his pace and waited until there was a distance from the game city. Chingway just stopped and released Eevee at the same time. Booyee tilde. Eevee, sniff carefully. Are there any scents of your kind around here? Chingway said to Eevee. Bye. Eevee was a little puzzled, but searched the neighborhood carefully. Bye tilde bye. While Eevee had result. You mean there is information about your own kind? Bu Ying. Bu Ying. Eevee nodded. That's right, an experimental Pokemon, and its combat power is not strong. It ran out of Rocket Hideout. If Chingway expects it well, it is the Eevee that countless people are greedy for. Chapter 23_Try and Die. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Do you want to blend in? Chingway thought about it carefully. The uniforms of the Team Rocket players who had just seen through the crack in the door in the game city were the same as those seen in Cerulean City before. Other word, the strength of this Team Rocket player is probably senior level, and judging from the tone of the previous Team Rocket player, some people didn't pay much attention to it. In other words, their search should be done in two groups, one place per group, to two people at the same time. Chingway thought about the strength of his own Pokemon. Merill and Eevee are already superior. Charmander is senior. Oddish is infinitely close to senior, and Eevee also has the characteristics of danger prediction if something unexpected happens at that time. Find out in advance. Done. Eevee, can you find each other by smell? Chingway lowered his head and asked. Boo. Eevee sniffed carefully, and gave a positive answer dully. Okay, then take me to find it. Remember to be careful, Chingway said, and his right hand took out two Pokeballs from his waist and held them in his hand. Eevee nodded and started to find his way according to the smell. Chingway followed carefully. The time is less than 10 o'clock at this time, and Celadon Rainbow is a big tourist city. Even now, there are still many pedestrians and tourists on the street. Once in danger, Chingway is also easy to escape. Eevee who led the way, Chingway came to the northeast of Celadon, Rainbow City. According to the planning of Celadon, Rainbow City, the northern part of Celadon, Rainbow City basically belongs to the residential area and living area of local people, while the southern part of Celadon, Rainbow City is the hotel including gym, which is suitable for tourists such as Battlefield, Game City, etc., where the trainers live. Now Chingway is located in a relatively remote part of the residential area. The streets are much narrower than the rest, and every now and then you'll come across an abandoned Pokemon or two surviving on the corners of the city. They are even fighting over a bit of food that is about to go bad, and some are already scarred. Sure enough, reality is reality, and the human heart is the most terrifying thing. Chingway looked at this scene and thought silently. In the past 10 years, he had not been exposed to these things, although he was already prepared. Seeing this scene suddenly made him uncomfortable, but at this point he couldn't do much, but took out some Pokemon food from his bag, distributed it to the poor Pokemon, and then got up and continued on his way. That's all he can do. Gradually, he followed Eevee to the intersection of the alley. Boo! Eevee suddenly stopped and turned his head to warn Chingway softly. Chingway immediately packed up his mood, leaned forward cautiously, and looked out from the entrance of the alley. This is AT Junction, and Chingway's location is the vertical alley. From the intersection, the alleys on both sides are dead end. In the alley on his right, a thin Eevee was forced to retreat by two men in black uniform, and judging from the posture of Eevee's retreat, it still had injuries on its leg. Golbats are flying in midair beside the two Team Rocket. One of them suddenly spoke, and the voice was very clear in the empty alley. Golbat, use mean look, don't let it run away. One of Golbat's eyes suddenly burst into a strange light, covering the injured Eevee. Then, use the air cutter and attack directly. Orders to his own Golbat. In their opinion, the escaped Eevee had already suffered a lot of injuries, and now it is doomed. Mean look and air cutter can definitely beat this Eevee to the point of being seriously injured and unconscious, and then bring it back. Eevee, quick attack rushed over. Use protect, and protect that Eevee. Suddenly, they heard a strange voice behind them. Immediately, they only saw a spark flashing past, blocking the injured Eevee, and at the same time they could vaguely see the existence of a shield. Bang, bang, Golbat's air cutter all hit the shield, making a muffled sound. At this time, the two Team Rocket's members saw clearly that the one standing in front of the injured Eevee was actually another Eevee. Damn, who are you to sabotage our Team Rocket's mission? A Team Rocket's member, Rage, turns around, but what greeted him was Chingway's two words. Merill, use Slash, and Slap Ice Punch. Charmeleon, Flamethrower. I only saw a blue water rat flashing high, with a bulging belly. At the same time, the power of the ice element on the small fist continued to gather, and bursts of cold air were emitted, and below her, a A huge pillar of flame also moved towards this side spray. Before the battle, Chingway had already checked the strength of these two Golbat. Both of them were senior level, but the skills were the same. It can only be said that it is indeed a Team Rocket soldier. This standard Pokemon is almost carved out of the same mold. Help, help. Damn. Team Rocket soldier who turned back later couldn't react at all, but the one who turned back first did. But it was only too late to release another Pokemon to help him block some damage. A Raticate was summoned by him to block the flamethrower. Lada. This poor Raticate just came out, and before he could see anything clearly, he was sprayed in the face by the giant pillar of flame and flew out. He fell to the ground and lost his fighting power. But with Raticate's buffer, coupled with the timely response of his mean-look-only Golbat, flamethrower was blocked. But the other Team Rocket's minion is miserable. The juvenile version of the Dragon Slayer warrior directly transformed into One Punch Man and hit the bullseye. Hercules' characteristic double the attack power, plus belly drum skills, reduce a certain amount of physical strength. The attack power is full plus ice punch. Understand. This Team Rocket's minion just tried to understand. The result is try and die. The whole person passed out and did not know whether to live or die. Eevee, who rushed over first, did not cooperate with Chingway to attack, but kept his shield on to protect the injured Eevee. In just one round of attack, Chingway firmly grasped the scene in his own hand. A Team Rocket soldier is unknown. The Pokemon on his body cannot be summoned, and the Golbat outside has no one to command. The remaining one sold Raticate in exchange for time, but now there is only one left on the scene. Injured Golbat. Moreover, this Team Rocket soldier suddenly felt a chill in his heart when he saw his companion fall to the ground. He doesn't even know the identity of the other party now. P.S. I really appreciate everyone's flowers and evaluation ticket. When I woke up today, I saw so many more at once, and the whole person felt flying. Flowers have reached 5,000, and 2 more will be added according to what I said before. Thank you all. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 24 _ What does your Team Rocket's business have to do with my Team Aqua? Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Who the hell are you? Don't you know our Team Rockets are doing business? The Team Rocket player's legs were trembling, while pretending to be stubborn, and at the same time, his right hand thought he was unknowingly touching the Pokeball at the lower back position. I'm from Team Aqua. Team Rocket. Merill, Charmeleon, keep attacking. Chingway said something casually, and let the two Pokemon continue to attack. Milu. Roar. The chemistry between Merill and Charmeleon is still great, with Merill in charge of the Team Rockets and Charmeleon supporting them with the Pokemon who are attacking them from a distance. Golbat. Use Endure. To buy themselves time, the Team Rocket's minions had to keep their Golbat ahead, using the only life-saving skill, and the uncommanded Golbat put the target on Chingway, fluttering his wings and flying towards Chingway. Unfortunately, Chingway was already prepared. Oddish. Use Numbing Powder, then Mega Drain. Halfway through the flight, Golbat couldn't dodge in time, and was paralyzed by the paralysis powder that rushed towards his face, and then saw some seeds fall on it, and his physical strength was continuously draining at the same time. Golbat, the surviving Team Rocket's minion, desperately blocked Ice Punch and Flamethrower, but was already shaky. When the time came to get the Team Rocket's minion, Chingway saw that he had summoned another Ekans. Then there is no other action. Chingway knew that this Ekans was his last whole card, the Senior Ekans. The Team Rocket players found sadly that they had all their cards out, and the situation was even worse than before. Own Golbat was almost finished with a draw, and his companion's Golbat seemed to be finished, and the only one left to really fight was Ekans. Hey, Team Aqua, can we discuss it? Let me go. You can take all my stuff. No discussion. Let your boss go and discuss with my boss Archie. Keep attacking. Milu. Do. Roar. Oddish quickly took down the paralyzed Golbat, and Arbok fell to the ground under siege. As for the one drop of blood, Golbat was gone after a flick of Merill's tail, and the Team Rocket's members couldn't make any effective resistance. The injured Eevee was firmly guarded by Eevee, who called himself Team Aqua, in front of him. He was so far away from the other side, and there was a Charmeleon and an Oddish Guardian. Boom. With the flamethrower hit, the Team Rockets eventually fell to the ground. Chingway stepped forward to check, and found that the two of them were not dead yet. They were both seriously injured. Take out all the Pokeballs from them, and collect all the Pokemon lying around. He also carefully searched, put all the valuable things on the two people into his backpack, and threw the two people's ID cards on the two of them. Charmeleon, Flamethrower, burned them to ashes. Chingway issued the final order. These two people must be killed, and if they are allowed to survive, they will definitely bring big trouble to themselves. You must know that he did not make any disguise when he came, and the other party has seen his appearance, and this is a life and death feud, so it is better to solve it as soon as possible. Roar. As Charizard went down with a mouthful of Flamethrower, the two were completely reduced to ashes. Then, Chingway came to the two Eevee. Booyee tilde. The injured Eevee saw Chingway coming, and took a few steps back timidly, looking very scared. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Chingway crouched down and said, bye, bye. Chingway's Eevee is also explaining to the other party. Boo tilde. Boo. Chingway's Eevee explained for a long time, and Chingway didn't have any abnormal movements during the period, which made the injured Eevee slowly let go of his vigilance. Can Chingway go forward to check Eevee's injury and status? Type: Eevee, novice level, gender, female, sign, category, evolution, Pokemon, attribute, general department, ability, escape, personality, timid, skill, tackle, endure, wish, growl, current status, extremely poor. Long-term experiments have led to huge changes in the Eevee's body, extremely unstable gene, and severe leg and abdominal injury. Eevee, use heal bell, Oddish, use green grass. Chingway looked at the seriously injured Eevee and said quickly, at this time, it shows how useful it is to have a Pokemon that can heal in your Pokemon team. The field-style recovery skills of Ching Sao and the single recovery skills of heal bell have made the seriously injured Eevee's state much better. With some trauma left, Chingway took out the healing spray from the bag and began to clean up the trauma. After a simple treatment of the wound, Chingway did not speak until the bleeding stopped. Eevee, go ahead to the Pokeball, and I'll give you a good treatment when you get back. Booyee. Do tilde. Pokemons also help with persuasion. Booyee tilde. The injured Eevee agreed anyway. Chingway immediately took out an empty friend ball, put Eevee in, then put away Pokemon, and left the alley quickly with only his Eevee. It's been a long time since I've been here, and the sound of the battle just now has been heard. No one has come yet, but staying a little longer will be a little more dangerous. It's impossible for Team Rockets to just send these two junkouts to take back Eevee. But I have to say that destruction in this world is really simple. You only need to bring a fire-type Pokemon. Leaving the alley, Chingway walked with Eevee on the wide street. Chingway looked around, looking around like a tourist looking at the buildings on both sides of the street. In fact, he wanted to see if there were any other Team Rockets members nearby. I have to say, the iconic black uniforms of the Team Rocket players are so conspicuous. However, Chingway's worry seems to be a little unnecessary. I don't know if the Team Rockets are too scattered or they don't pay attention to catching this Eevee. On the street, he has never seen other Team Rocket. At this time, Eevee's state was in urgent need of adjustment. Chingway did not stay outside any longer, and went straight back to the hotel where he was staying. But what he didn't know was that not long after he left the alley, two Team Rocket's minions, also in black uniform, came over from the place where they had fought before. Although there are no corpses here, the traces left by previous battles can still be seen. There has been a battle here. Damn, someone may be blocking our actions. We have to report back. Come on. Celadon, Rainbow Game Town, Team Rocket's underground base. A man in a black suit sat behind a desk, watching the two Team Rocket's minions standing in front of him. You said there was a battle there, and Hongye and Masahiko can't be contacted now. Yes, we are not far from Hongye's group. After hearing the movement, we rushed over. As a result, no one saw it, only the traces of the battle. One of the minions nodded. Where's Eevee? Did not see Eevee. Not sure if he was rescued by you-know-who. I see. If I remember correctly, there are people living in that area, right? Yes, some live there, but very few. Man in the suit thought for a moment. You two, let Hongma and Jijin change their clothes, go to the Pokemon Center, and see if anyone takes Eevee for treatment. Then you two go to that alley again and ask the residents if they heard anything at the time and report back to me. You did a good job this time, and I'll give you double the mission point. Yes, thank you, Captain. P.S. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket tilde. Thank you for your monthly ticket. Thank. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 25 Giovanni. How dare you, Team Aqua, come to my turn. Ask for flowers for evaluation ticket. Back at the hotel, Chingway released all the Pokemon, and finally released the injured Eevee from Friend Ball. Booyee tilde. Eevee saw so many Pokemon around, and although he had just seen them all, he was still a little timid. Don't be afraid, they're all fine. I'll take care of your wounds carefully, Chingway said gently. Roar. Milu. Booyee tilde. Chingway's Pokemon also began to comfort them one after another, but in the end it was Eevee's words that made her listen. Under the bright light, Chingway carefully examined Eevee's whole body. The main wounds are only a hole on the upper right hind leg and a hole in the abdomen. After the simple treatment in the alley before, the bleeding has now stopped. In addition, Eevee has a lot of scratches on his body, but at this point Eevee's state is still okay. Healbell and grassy terrain have played a big role. Chingway took out a full set of medical tools from the bag and began to carefully treat the wound. 40 minutes later, all large and small wounds, including abrasions, have been treated by Chingway. Chingway sighed in relief after wiping the sweat from his forehead. Was the first time for him to treat a Pokemon with such a serious injury. In the past, if a Pokemon suffered such a serious injury, he would be sent to the Pokemon Center for first aid. Chingway's treatment for such a serious injury was limited to theoretical knowledge. Disaster. And this Eevee. Chingway didn't dare to send her to the Pokemon Center. Celadon, Rainbow City is the base of Team Rocket. Although Chingway believes that the Pokemon Center should not be infiltrated by Team Rocket. After all, it is the territory of the Joy family. But after all, there are many people there, and there is a high possibility that someone is watching over there. After careful treatment, Eevee's condition is much better now. Chingway's treatment is very gentle and does not make her feel too much pain. Chingway took out some food specially prepared for his own Eevee. Eat something, your health is too bad now. Booyee tilde. Eevee let out a small thank you, then quickly ate the Pokeblock. Little Eevee quickly fell asleep. Today, he escaped from Rocket Hideout. He was scared and suffered a lot of injuries along the way. He has been able to persist until now. Seeing this, Chingway did not take her back into the Pokeball, but placed her on the sofa while letting her Eevee watch. He went into the bathroom and started to take a shower. Although the amount of exercise this evening was not very large, Chingway was still very nervous and sweated a lot. However, the harvest is also great. According to the system Pokédex, this is the experimental body Eevee. According to Chingway's understanding, this Eevee's gene is more unstable. At least it can be free of three types: Evolution, Flareon, Vaporeon and Jolteon, and can degenerate into its current state at any time. As for other forms, Chingway estimates that there is a high probability of evolution, but the way of evolution is more special, which may require Eevee to contact related things first. Rocket Hideout. In the office, the captain is using a communicator to communicate with his subordinate. How's it going? What the heck? Boss, we've been here at the Pokemon Center and haven't found anything, said the Team Rockets who had been sent to the Pokemon Center to follow. We asked some residents who lived nearby, and we got some information. Another Team Rockets member who went to inquire about the news added, oh, there is a resident who lives relatively close. He said that he also heard the movement of people fighting in the alley, but because he was afraid of a gang fight, he did not dare to go out to check. But listening to him, it seems that some words are vaguely heard. What word? Listen to this resident. He heard someone revealing his identity, Team Rocket, and then the other party also said his identity. What is it? What is it? What's it called? Team Aqua's organization. Maybe it's a little gangster or something we haven't heard of before, said the Team Rocket's member. The captain listened to the report of his subordinates and felt that the name Team Aqua was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember anything for a while, so he continued to ask, what about the others? Any other news? No, there are not many residents nearby, and the one who heard the conversation was the only one. Okay, come back first. The captain pondered and hung up the communication. Team Aqua. The captain always felt that this name was very familiar, but after thinking about it, he couldn't remember where he had heard it. In desperation, he could only continue to report it upward. His boss is Archer. Archer has much more knowledge than this team leader. After listening to the team leader's report, he immediately understood the word Team Aqua. Team Aqua. Isn't Team Aqua the underground organization of the Hoenn region? Instead of falling in love with Team Magma and fighting their salvation theory, what are they doing on Kanto's side of Team Rocket? And grab what belongs to Team Rocket. And now that the pursuit of Eevee is in trouble, although it may make the boss Giovanni and his scientists furious, it is not a trivial matter if a foreign organization start to invade. Archer was uncertain, and could only continue to report the news to the chief of Viridian City, Giovanni. Viridian City, Viridian Gym. The lavish office. Giovanni sat behind his desk with a brightly colored Persian at his feet. The report from his cadre Archer, Giovanni thought while stroking Persian. Esper. Team Rockets has a relatively strong control over the two regions of Kanto and Johto. Although they had an idea for Hoenn, the action quickly failed. Not only the local organization's attack, but also the alliance was secretly blocking it. Moreover, although the local organization of Hoenn has serious infighting, they will try their best to prevent foreign organizations from infiltrating their Hoenn. Therefore, Team Rockets in Hoenn only has one captain and a small number of younger brothers in secret development. Of course, Giovanni has heard of the name Team Aqua. After all, although they are hidden deep in Hoenn, like Team Magma, their philosophy is hard to forget. If it is because some object contradict them, it is understandable, but it is impossible for an Eevee to be useful for their great cause. Right. Check. Keep checking. Find out what Team Aqua came to Kanto for. Giovanni was a little angry. The city where the Nima base was located was about to be infiltrated. Yes. Open black lens bracket PS. Ask for flowers and tickets tilde. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 26. What is the relationship between Team Aqua and my Chingway? Please ask for flowers for evaluation ticket. Chingway didn't expect that his casual remarks at that time would cause such a big movement inside Team Rocket, and the entire base was sent out in large numbers to find the traces of Team Aqua. And Chingway, he slept very soundly. The next morning, Chingway woke up from the soft and comfortable bed. Sit up and stretch. First, I got out of bed to check Eevee's state. After last night's meticulous treatment and Pokeblock supplementing my stamina, it's basically fine now. Booyee tilde. Eevee, who woke up, also noticed that his body had improved, and thanked Chingway. Now that you have nowhere to go, just follow me. Chingway touched Eevee's messy hair and and said, "Booyah, Tilda." Eevee agreed. Although she was young, her experience in the laboratory made her very sensitive to the surrounding environment and could distinguish who was malicious towards her. From yesterday to now, she hadn't noticed any malice from Chingway, and his Pokémons were all friendly, especially the clan who saved her yesterday. Look, so handsome. Of such a handsome Eevee is definitely not a bad guy. That's what this Eevee thinks. Chingway doesn't know how to read mind. Of course, she doesn't know that this Eevee has become her own Eevee's little girl. But even if he knew, he might be happier. Then in order to distinguish, I will call you Yee in the future. Chingway gave this Eevee a name, Booyah Tilda. Through room service, Chingway ordered breakfast to be delivered to the room, and then began to prepare food for the Pokémon. With a group of Pokémon, Chingway packed up and put away the Pokémon, leaving only his Eevee outside. As usual, Chingway took Eevee out of the hotel, but as soon as he went out, he noticed that something was wrong on the street. As soon as he went out, he was keenly aware that there were some eyes on him around him. Eevee's body on his shoulder. Boo! Eevee also called out softly to remind Chingway. However, these gazes only stayed on him for a short while, and then moved away. "It's alright," Chingway whispered, pretending to be unaware and walking down the street towards the Pokémon Center. "It seems that Team Rockets hasn't given up on the search for Eevee. I just went out with Eevee to attract their attention, but the difference between my Eevee and Yee is still very big," Chingway thought while walking, while the corner of his eyes kept looking around. Along the way, he found many Team Rockets members pretending to be passers-by. The first time these people saw Chingway, they all set their eyes on Eevee on his shoulder. The battle is so big. Chingway was also taken aback by this journey, even if it was to study the genes of this Eevee, but now the battle is a bit too big. However, Chingway did a good job of disguising herself as a tourist from out of town, walking around and looking left and right, as if enjoying the view of Celadon, Rainbow City, and teasing Eevee on her shoulder from time to time. The Team Rockets team members never imagined that this young trainer with a pet Eevee was the Team Aqua player they had been looking for since last night. Came to the Pokémon Center. Chingway didn't stop there and walked in directly. At this time, the phone in the Pokémon Center was not in use yet. Chingway quickly walked to the phone, first called his home to report that he was safe, and then called Professional Oak. After a short wait, the call was connected. "Hello, this is Oak Research Institute. I'm Oak Syracuse." As soon as the voice fell, Professor Oak's picture was also displayed. As always, a somewhat cluttered research room. Raunchy Professor Oak. "Professor Oak, I'm Chingway." Chingway greeted. "Oh, it's Chingway. What's the matter with contacting me so early? Are you not traveling?" Professor Oak's voice came intermittently, and Chingway saw him carrying a bowl of classic instant noodles from the side and eating it. "It's getting late. How come Professor Oak has breakfast?" "Haha, I slept 100 million points late last night doing research, and I just woke up today," Professor Oak said vaguely while eating instant noodles. "Are you in Celadon, Rainbow City now?" Professor Oak is very familiar with the background behind Chingway. After all, he has lived in Celadon, Rainbow for many years. It can be said that Celadon, Rainbow is his second home. "Well, I arrived last night. I contacted you today to ask for your help," Chingway said. "What's the matter?" "That's right. I have some doubts about some of the skill attributes of Pokémon. I want to go to Celadon, Rainbow University to check the details, so I would like to ask you to help introduce them." Professor Oak understood. "That's right. It's not a big deal. I'll give you the contact information of Professor Haya, and I'll tell him later. You just need to contact him directly. Professor Haya used to be my student. After graduation, he stayed at Celadon, Rainbow University as a researcher. He only became a professor 2 years ago. You can directly contact him if you have anything to do at Celadon, Rainbow University. By the way, don't you know a lot about Pokémon? What skills do you have questions about?" Oak also has some doubt. After all, since the summer camp that year, Chingway and Oak have had a lot of connections, and they have also studied with Oak for a short period of time. Although it can't be said to know the bottom line, but Chingway's approximate knowledge level Oak still understands. Although some skills have a lot of variability, but relatively basic skills and knowledge Chingway should know. Some skills are a little questionable. "I have some new ideas now, and I want to look up some more information." Chingway didn't say it clearly. After all, Eevee doesn't have evolution yet. Without evolution, it's not convincing. It's better to tell Professional Oak after fully understanding it. "Okay, just go check it out. They still have to give my face. You can contact Haya Professional in the afternoon." Chingway thank you Professor Oak. "It's alright. I'll keep busy first. If there is anything else you can contact me. Goodbye, Professor Oak." Phone. Chingway left the Pokémon Center with Eevee and walked towards Celadon, Rainbow Gym, southwest of Celadon, Rainbow City. Professor Oak asked him to contact Haya Professor again in the afternoon, so now he can go to gym in the morning to have a look. His Oddish has arrived at the time of the evolution. Chapter 27 Celadon, Rainbow Gym. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Coming to Celadon, Rainbow Gym, Chingway looked at the huge building in front of him. The whole of Celadon Rainbow Gym is a circle, and the top is modeled after Gloom's head. It is a reddish-brown flower with white spots. The flower has 4 spherical petals and 4 light brown sepals. Chingway guessed that it was built like this to thank the Gloom who helped her when she was a child. He entered Gym. Chingway saw a perfume shop, which was owned by gym leader Erica. Erica is a multi-talented young lady, not only a gym leader but also a professional flower arrangement teacher. Even work as a lecturer at Celadon Rainbow University, but there are very few courses. After all, there are so many occupations. How can I be so busy? It is said that many of the gym apprentices here are not to learn combat skills but to take flower arrangement courses with Erica. Seeing someone entering the gym, a lady and clerk in the perfume shop took the initiative to greet them. Hello, I'm Celadon Rainbow Gym apprentice Reiko. Where are you? The lady asked actively. I'm here to challenge Gym, and I also want to ask Erica leader about the cultivation of grass-type Pokémon. Chingway explained his intention. Lizzie said, that may require you to wait for a while. Erica leader is now receiving guests. So, before Lizzie could finish speaking, the two saw a door open inside, and 2 ladies came out, one of them wearing elegant sleeves. It is gym leader Erica. The one beside her was wearing a blue and white dress with a red bow tied around her neck and long brown hair. The 2 walked out talking and laughing. Chingway stood very close and heard a lot. Just heard Erica say, didn't Miss Whitney from Goldenrod City say that you are too plain and should be more fashionable? Yeah, so I went to Sinnoh. I thought that if I participated in the mega gorgeous contest, maybe I could become a little more gorgeous. The woman in the dress said with some distress. Then what? But I don't have the courage to compete. That's it. Ah, why don't you just wear an incomparably gorgeous dress? What do you think? You were right. If you can do this, you should have the courage to participate in the competition. How do you feel in a fitted aqua blue bodysuit and a cape? Hey, don't. It's too embarrassing. After Erica heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed. I see. You think Miss Claire from Blackthorn City is a little embarrassing. Take note and take note. Ah, Erica, I didn't mean that. ... At this time, the joking 2 saw Chingway standing in front of the perfume shop. Erica spoke first. Hey, what's the matter? Miss Erica, I'm here to challenge Gym, and I'd like to ask you about some grass-type Pokemon training knowledge. Chingway explained his intention, and at the same time took out the Pokeball and released Oddish. It's this little guy. She was captured by me not long ago, and now it's time for evolution. And her characteristic is to run away, and evolution will turn into a stench, but I don't want to use Sunstone directly to evolve again. I know you have a lot of experience with Oddish's cultivation and would like to ask you for advice. Erica didn't answer, but squatted down and checked Oddish's condition carefully, and found that it was exactly what Chingway said. Now Oddish can evolve at any time, but it is a bit troublesome if it is a stench feature after evolution. But Erica has a workaround for this. You have cultivated this little guy well. Due to my personal reasons, I also have in-depth research on Gloom. Although Gloom with stench characteristics is difficult to touch, as long as some nectar is secreted in time every day, it is good for Gloom. It's good to grow, and it can also suppress the odor. You know, the reason why most wild Glooms are unpopular is because of the smell of their nectar, and this makes Glooms try to suppress themselves, not to secrete nectar, and the consequence of suppression is more and more sting, and it becomes a vicious circle. Quote, even if it's a stench, you have to let her secrete some nectar every day, which will help her grow, and you need to spend more time with her. During the Gloom period, their hearts are very sensitive. Erica stood up and said simply, then what to do with these nectars? Chingway continued to ask. Erica thought for a while and said, well, let her evolve today, and I can buy the nectar secreted by Gloom every day after evolution. Gloom's nectar with its foul-smelling properties is the perfect ingredient to make great perfume. Chingway was a little surprised. Is that possible? Thank you, Miss Erica. It's okay. I can see that you are a child who cares about Pokemon very much. Reminds me of mine. Erica waved her hand and continued. So, will you let the little guy evolution first or challenge me first? Evolution first. Okay, then come with me, Lizzie, and bring some bottles of nectar. ... Erica entered the battlefield with the woman in the blue dress and Chingway. Chingway saw that the entire battlefield was like a big garden, with clusters of dwarf plants and flowers surrounding the battlefield, large and small, and there was a huge flower bed among them. There are many grass-type Pokemon active in the flower bed. On the way, after Erica's introduction, Chingway knew the identity of the woman in the blue dress. It's Johto Region Olivine City Steel Properties gym leader Jasmine. She and Erica have a great relationship, and the two visit each other from time to time. Erica brought the two to the flower bed. As soon as they entered the flower bed, a Vileplume came over and touched Erica's little hand intimately. Erica also gently stroked the top of Vileplume's head. I'll bring one of your juniors. She's about to evolve. Dude Tilda. Oddish beside Chingway greeted Vileplume. Oh Tilda. Vileplume also responded enthusiastically and took the initiative to talk to Oddish. Oh Tilda. Dude tilde. My Vileplume seems to like your Oddish. She is teaching Oddish about evolution. Seeing this, Erica smiled and said, P.S. Today's 6 more are over. Thank you for your monthly ticket reward and recommendation ticket support. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 28 Oddish Evolution _ Celadon, Rainbow Gym Battle. Ask for a flower recommendation ticket. Dude tilde. After a while, Oddish came over. Ready for evolution? Chingway asked. Dude tilde. Oddish nodded. Then let's get started. As Chingway's words fell, Oddish stood on the spot and began to slowly mobilize the grass-type energy in the flower bed, converging toward himself. Gradually, the grass-type energy became stronger and stronger, and the light of evolution slowly appeared, covering Oddish's body. Hannah tilde. The evolution process lasted for a short time. After a while, the light dissipated, and a Gloom appeared in front of everyone. Nice job, Gloom. Chingway was the first to congratulate Hannah tilde. Using the system Pokédex to check Gloom's information, Gloom's strength has reached the senior level. However, Chingway estimated that if he cultivated as Erica said, he would soon be able to break through to the superior level. Moreover, this time in evolution, she automatically learned the recovery skill of synthesis. At this moment, a stench came from Gloom's body. Chingway had been prepared for a long time, but at this time, his face still remained unchanged, and he stepped forward to touch the leaves on top of Gloom's head. Hannah tilde. Chingway, let your Gloom secrete some nectar now, Erica said while holding the empty bottle of nectar. Gloom secretes nectar. Hannah tilde. Gloom responded, and then the stamens on the top of his head began to secrete nectar slowly, all of which were picked up by Erica, who was beside him with a bottle. Okay, it's time to stop. 2 bottles. Erica stopped Gloom from secreting. You can take some of these bottles from me for a while, and then let Gloom secrete about 2 bottles of nectar every day, which will benefit her growth the most, Erica explained. Thank you, Miss Erica. I'm really afraid that this little guy's heart will be hurt. Chingway stood up and thanked. It's okay, and I can also harvest a lot of good perfume raw material. I can buy such a bottle for 12,000 yen. Right, 12,000. That much. Chingway was startled. This bottle is 12,000. 2 bottles a day. If it comes down in a month is a full 720,000 yen. This is no small sum. 12,000 is not high. Gloom with stench characteristics is very difficult. Their nectar is also the most valuable. I am also in short supply here. If it is ordinary nectar, it only needs 3,000 a bottle, Erica said. Chingway thought for a moment. After entering the gym just now, although he didn't take a close look, he still glanced at the prices of those perfume. According to the price of perfume, 12,000 bottles of raw materials would make sense. That's really bothering Miss Erica, or I don't know what to do with the nectar. It's not troublesome. It just happened to help me a lot. I'll go out to find the best raw materials after saving. So, let's start the battle next. Good. Chingway followed Erica to the central battlefield, and the two stood at opposite ends of the battlefield. The referee was Jasmine, who came to be a guest today. Then, let me talk about the rules first. 3-on-3 Pokémon will be assigned by gym leader Erica first, and challenger Chingway will attack first. Jasmine briefly talked about the rule. The difference compared to Cerulean City Gym is that there is one more Pokémon to fight against. Then, the battle now begins. My first Pokémon was Tangela. Erica throws a Pokeball. Chingway checked Tangela's profile. Type Tangela. Senior. Gender female. Sign. Category Vine Pokémon. Attribute Grass. Feature Chlorophyll. Personality Docile. Skills Drain Vine. Paralysis Powder. Flea Powder. Growth Vine Whip. Ingrain Bullet Seed. Current status Excellent. Great. Chingway sighed in his heart. He could see that this Tangela was just a Pokémon that Erica used for gym battles, not her signature Pokémon, and Erica can almost accurately judge his strength from the state of his Oddish and the state of Eevee on his shoulders. I have to say that except Cerulean City Gym, other gym leaders have something. Chingway thought for a while, then patted Gloom's petals around him. Gloom, it's up to you to fight this time. Hannah tilde. Gloom readily agreed and went to the battle. Seeing that both of them were ready, Jasmine began to order. 3.2.1 Start. Gloom, use acid on Tangela. Chingway said, acid is a poison attribute skill. Tangela is a pure grass attribute Pokémon. She has the effect of having the damage of grass type skills, but it is twice restrained by poison attribute skills. Hannah tilde. Acid sprayed from Gloom's stamens, heading toward Tangela. Tangela, use Ingrain, then Growth. Dream. Erica didn't seem flustered at all, and calmly gave Tangela an order. Did you choose to strengthen yourself in the first round? Ingrain's continuous recovery and the buff brought by Growth really deserve to be a grass type trainer. Chingway sees it very clearly, but even with the buff, Tangela still suffers in terms of skills. You know, Gloom is 4 times resistant to grass type skills. Gloom, use Sweet Scent. Hannah tilde. Sweet Scent can effectively attract the opponent's Pokémon, making it less likely to dodge. Just as Tangela was using Growth, a scent drifted towards her, and she was sucked into her body. Tangela, use Vine. Gloom, eat it and use Toxic. Dream. Hannah tilde. Vine whips burst out of of the ground and tied Gloom, and Gloom sprayed Tangela with a venom. Tangela, whose evasion was lower, could not dodge, so she could only eat the skill, and her dark blue body showed a hint of purple. Poison. Tangela, use Vine Whip, then Mega Drain. Erica saw that Tangela was poisoned, and knew that this match was probably over, but she still didn't give up. Gloom, use Synthesis. Chingway said calmly. Since the interior of Celadon Rainbow Gym is equivalent to a garden, the top of the gym is designed to be light transmitting during construction, and when the sun is shining outside, the synthesis of grass-type Pokémon will be greatly strengthened. Hannah Tilda. Chapter 29 Gloom, or Grass Skill Scraping Me. 2/5 Ask for flowers for a recommendation ticket. Gloom started synthesis directly on the spot, and saw that all the stamina that had been knocked out by the attack had recovered, and Vine Whip's attack on Gloom felt like scraping. Seeing this, Erica was a little helpless. It was too shameless, and her behavior of letting Tangela perform Ingrain at the beginning has now become a failure. Once an Ingrain is used, it cannot be used to replace a Pokémon. Next, Erica ordered Tangela to make several more attacks, but they were blocked by Gloom of Chingway. Instead, it was because he was lowered to evade. Gloom's attack failed to block, and Toxic was getting more and more painful. And Erica's Tangela was defeated. The first game, Chingway win. Please continue to send Pokémon to Erica. Jasmine, who was the referee, announced the result. My second Pokémon is Weepinbell. Erica sent a second Pokémon directly. Type, Weepinbell. Senior. Gender, female. Sign, category, Flycatcher Pokémon. Attribute, Grass. Poison. Feature, Gluttonous. Personality, Naughty. Skills, Mega Drain, Poison Jab, Vine Whip, Wrap, Acid, Razor Leaf, Sludge Bomb. Current status, excellent. Weepinbell that tends to be cultivated with poison property. Come back. Gloom. Seeing this, Chingway withdrew Gloom from the field. It's not that you can't fight, but this kind of battle of the same attribute, especially the battle of the same attribute of grass and poison, is simply torment. Grass-type skills are all 4 times the resistance. Fighting is scraping each other. Scraping and scraping, you with a growth, me with a synthesis, and then full of stamina. So hard. Charmeleon, it's up to you. Chingway sent a Charmeleon that restrained grass. Is this your Earl Dervish Pokémon? Erica was a little curious when she saw it. Yes. Chingway nodded. Erica heard that and said with some emotion, then you were really amazing. If I remember correctly, this year's Earl Dervish Pokémon has only been released soon. It should be less than a month, right? Unable to answer Chingway, Erica continued. In less than a month, you can cultivate Charmander into Charmeleon, and it's not the underdeveloped Charmeleon that is in a hurry for evolution. It seems that you are really good at cultivating Pokémon. What? It seems that we have a lot of common language. After the battle is over, can we stay and chat? Erica invited. Good. Chingway agreed. The battle continued, and it was still Chingway who took the lead. Charmeleon, Flamethrower, Roar, Weepinbell, use Vine Whip for displacement, Dodge, Boom Tilda, Charmeleon, Air Cutter, seal her displacement. Chingway ordered it calmly. He had used this tactic many times. He used the Flamethrower to force the opponent to dodge, and then used the Air Cutter to block the opponent's displacement. 2 skills, no matter what, you have to eat one, and which one to eat depends on the opponent's choice. Coincidentally, both the Air Cutter and Flamethrower deal double damage to Weepinbell. Erica just hesitated for a moment before making a choice. Weepinbell, keep dodging the Flamethrower. Boom Tilda, Charmeleon, move closer. Weepinbell, use the Sludge Bomb to block the opponent. Erica didn't want Charmeleon to get close. Her Weepinbell would be very disadvantaged if she got close. Boom Tilda, Weepinbell spewed chunks of purple matter, blocking Charmeleon's approach. Take it down, keep getting closer, and use Fire Punch. Roar, Charmeleon ate 3 Sludge Bombs abruptly and managed to get close to Weepinbell, punching the opponent and knocking her out. Go ahead, use the Air Cutter and give her the final blow. Roar, another 4 Air Knife, 3 of which hit each other accurately. Boom, Weepinbell screamed and fell to the ground, turning into a circle and losing his fighting power. Come back, Weepinbell. My last Pokémon is Vileplume. Erica sent her last Pokémon, and it was her most knowledgeable Pokémon in training. Vileplume. Type, Vileplume. Senior. Gender, female. Sign, category, flower Pokémon. Attribute, grass. Poison. Feature, chlorophyll. Personality, docile. Skills, Mega Drain, Moonblast, Petal Blizzard, Acid, Growth, Aromatherapy, Petal Dance, Grassy Terrain, Toxic, Paralysis Powder, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Protect. Current status, excellent. Fuck. Looking at this Vileplume match, Chingway was done. Looking at Yishui's grass-type skills, Chingway almost rolled. You know, this is not the Vileplume Erica's signature. That Vileplume is still playing in the garden. Moreover, Chingway has also checked the information of the Vileplume before, and the strength of the Quasi-Elite can't have more matching move. It seems that most of the skills of this Vileplume are also taught by that one. Charmeleon, keep fighting. Chingway isn't going to replace the Pokémon, and now is the perfect time for a workout against Charmeleon. Charmeleon, old way. Roar. Charmeleon let out a loud roar, continued to spew a mouthful of flame, and began preparing the Air Cutter. An old routine. This routine is useless to Vileplume. Erica said, Vileplume, use protect, then Moonblast. Oh tilde. A light green shield appeared around Vileplume, blocking the huge pillar of fire unscathed. However, the moment the pillar of fire hit the shield, Vileplume also lost his vision in front of him. Vileplume breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to use Moonblast according to Erica's instructions, but heard Erica's voice sounding somewhat panicked. Vileplume, be careful, get ready to use Petal Dance. Oh tilde. Vileplume didn't quite understand why Erica suddenly changed the order, which was rare in the past. However, she was still very obedient and began to dance, and pieces of grass flew around her. When the pillar of fire disappeared, Vileplume also saw the situation ahead. I was not the air cutter, but a rushing Charmeleon. Charmeleon, enjoy melee attack. Chingway saw that Charmeleon had successfully approached each other, and nodded with satisfaction. Roar. PS1. Explain that someone in the comment area said Charmander, Charmeleon's air cutter problem. This skill can be obtained through genetic. That is to say, if Charmander's father is one of Charizard, Dragonite, Altaria, Swablu, Tropius, Salamence who know air cutter, the eggs laid by Charmander's mother, that is, female Charizard, will have the chance to inherit air cutter this skill. As for the question of how to release without wings, the setting given in this book, that is, the author, is Charmander will air cutter, which means that he can manipulate the energy of the flight system to a certain extent and let it form around himself. Air knife, and then launch it. If there are wings, it is a wing launch. PS2. The recommended ticket has exceeded 300, and a new chapter will be added today. In addition, ask for flowers, ask for recommended ticket. Chapter 30_Violent Fire feature, activate. Ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket. Although Vileplume used Petal Dance at this time, the dance steps of Petal Dance greatly improved the flexibility of her body, and the flying leaves were constantly attacking Charmeleon. However, Charmeleon is double resistant to grass-type skill. Although the blade hits Charmeleon's body, it will cause damage, but the impact is not very large for a while. Approaching Vileplume, Charmeleon first hit Fire Punch, but was easily dodged by Vileplume, followed by another hit Mega Punch. Boo! Vileplume, who was hit, was in pain, and the rhythm of her smooth dance was interrupted. Alas! Seeing this, Erica sighed. This Vileplume has only recently evolved. Although it has a lot of skills, it can't keep up with the training, and many skills are not very familiar. Just like this Petal Dance, if it is used by her signature Vileplume, it can definitely dodge Charmeleon's melee attack perfectly by virtue of its flexibility, although she seems that this Charmeleon's melee attack is also very flexible. Vileplume, stop Petal Dance. Use Grassy Terrain, then use Mega Drain for Charmeleon. Vileplume immediately stopped the Petal Dance and used Grassy Terrain, which, for a moment, caused it to take a Fire Fang attack from Charmeleon. But the good news is that Grassy Terrain has been successfully used, and a grassy fragrance comes from the battlefield, which is refreshing. Vileplume's condition got better with Grassy Terrain, and she went on to use Giga Drain on Charmeleon. Too close, Charmeleon couldn't dodge and was possessed by the sea. His physical strength was continuously attracted by Vileplume, and part of it was added to Vileplume's body. Roar! At this point in the battle, Charmeleon, who was suffering from pain, began to go berserk. The Blazing Fire feature has been activated. Chingway's eyes lit up. Charmeleon, Fire Punch attack continuously. Roar! Activate the Charmeleon of the Fierce Fire, and the flexibility and attack power of the body have risen to a new level again. The whole turned into a miniature Godzilla in a violent state, and his fist went crazy towards the Vileplume hammer. Although Vileplume's state has the double recovery of Grassy Terrain and Mega Drain, it is still retreating by Charmeleon, and its own state is also declining with the naked eye. Roar! With a roar from Charmeleon, the last Fire Punch hit Vileplume in the stomach, knocking her out. Bah! After landing, Vileplume just struggled for a moment, and then sent out a painful growl, completely losing the combat effectiveness. The third match, Chingway won. Gym leader Erica has no Pokémon to play. I announce that Chingway won the final victory in this gym challenge. Jasmine announced with satisfaction after enjoying a wonderful battle. Come back and rest, Vileplume. Erica checked Vileplume's status, put her back in the Pokeball, then walked towards Chingway, took out a Celadon Rainbow badge, and handed it to Chingway. The battle just now was wonderful. Congratulations, you passed the Celadon Rainbow gym test, and now this Celadon Rainbow badge is yours. Chingway took over the badge, which was a flower-shaped badge with 8 petals in total, and each petal had a different color. The whole made up the color of Celadon Rainbow, which was very gorgeous. Thank you, Erica leader. Your Vileplume is amazing. Erica smiled. This little guy is playful and doesn't usually like training, so he can only make her suffer a bit on the battlefield. I hope it will change in the future. Chingway is very powerful. What a wonderful battle. Jasmine also stepped forward and praised. Let go. Let's chat somewhere else. Erica hit yawn and suddenly became a little listless. She is completely different from the one she was in the previous battle. Seeing Erica's state, Chingway couldn't help thinking of a rumor. Erica often dozed off not only because of her laid-back personality, immunity, but also because of the influence of grass-type Pokemon pollen. What wrong, Chingway? Jasmine asked. Some curious Chingway couldn't help but tell the rumor, and wanted to ask if it was true. Hearing this, before Erica could speak, Jasmine covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, let me laugh for a while. What's so funny? Erica rolled Jasmine's eyes. Jasmine continued to laugh, and after a while, he recovered and said to Chingway, who did you hear this from? Erica. She clearly liked dress, and has liked dress since she was a child. She even slept in the process of learning flower arrangement. I've read. What kind of grass-based Pokemon's pollen effect? Having said this, Jasmine suddenly thought of something and looked at Erica suspiciously. By the way, shouldn't you spread this rumor yourself? Ah, what did you say? How could I be such a boring person? Erica seemed a little flustered, but she still pretended to be calm. Oh, Tilda, of course you're not a boring person, but Jasmine laughed, and he didn't say more. Let go and have some tea. Chingway now understands that all the rumors are false. It seems that Erica liked rest, but in order not to let others take this as a joke, she quietly spreads the pollen outside. False news. And the news spread, even if it was fake. Many people now take it seriously. Chingway followed Erica to the tea room. After tasting the tea made by Erica, the three chatted about the knowledge related to Pokemon cultivation. Needless to say about the identities of Erica and Jasmine, even though Chingway is in Kanto, he still knows the name of Johto's well-known gym leader, and Erica is well known as Kanto, as famous grass-type Pokemon trainer. It was Erica and Jasmine who were surprised at Chingway's knowledge of cultivation at first, but after knowing Chingway's identity, the surprise became accustomed to it. Chingway specifically asked the two about the special cultivation methods of grass-type and steel-type Pokemon, and Erica and Jasmine also talked a lot, which Chingway did not understand before. As a thank you, Chingway also brought out his special Pokeblock that are eaten by grass and steel Pokemon. Chapter 31 _ Make a Deal. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. These Pokeblock comes from the system, and most of the ingredients in it are the same as those on the market, but some differences in details make the effect of these Pokeblocks about twice as good as the advanced Pokeblocks on the market. You insist on grading. Chingway has the best Pokeblock. Miss Erica, who was sleepy again because of drinking tea and chatting, instantly became refreshed after seeing Chingway take out the Pokeblock. These Pokeblocks of yours look good. Erica couldn't wait to take a piece of grass from Chingway's hand, carefully observed it for a long time, and took a small bite to try the taste. Only then did she come to a conclusion and asked, yes, these are my special Pokeblock, which are better than the ones on the market, Chingway said. At this time, Jasmine also finished checking the steel Pokeblock, heard Chingway say this, and said, better. I can't see it, although I don't know the detailed data, but this one is at least half better than those advanced Pokeblock. Well, almost half of it is still left. Erica nodded too. Suddenly, she had an idea. You must know that her Vileplume and other main Pokemon have been in the quasi-elite stage for a long time. If you can eat this kind of Pokeblock for a long time, you may be able to enter the elite in a few months. Level. Thinking of this, Erica looked at Chingway with warm eyes, and a bold idea came up. That shall Chingway, Erica said with a smile, staring at Chingway like a big bad wolf at Little Red Riding Hood. Would you like to stay in my gym? There are many beautiful women in my apprentices, and I will also pass on all the knowledge cultivated by grass-type Pokemon to you. How is it? Are you excited? Huh? Jasmine snorted disdainfully. She understood Erica's thoughts as soon as Erica spoke. Don't you just want to keep people here? As for betraying your own apprentice. Speaking, he also turned to look at Chingway. These Pokeblocks are very good. Can I order a batch from you? Don't worry, I will collect the required raw materials and provide them to you, and the processing fee will be at the price of advanced Pokeblock. How about twice as much? Jasmine's situation is similar to Erica. These Pokeblock can better help hand their Pokemon grow, and even make breakthroughs. Since Chingway showed these Pokeblock in front of the two, he had planned to sell them. Jasmine said that it was in his heart. I have no problem here, but the order quantity can't be too large. I don't have time to make too many. And here I am. I also ordered some. The conditions are the same as Jasmine. Erica also said quickly. It's fine if you don't have a lot. Chingway agreed immediately. There is no need to worry about the raw materials. All he needs to do is a process, and he can earn 60,000 yen in processing fees for each box process. And it only takes about 10 minutes for him to make a box if he concentrates. The standard in a box is 20 pieces. Even if you make a few boxes and take a break, you can make about 5 boxes in an hour on average, and you can earn 300,000 yen in 1 hour. After such a single business, Chingway has been directly promoted from the ordinary well-off level to a small rich level. However, this price is reasonable. You must know that the production of Pokeblocks requires not only recipes but also talent. Needless to say, the formula is the core, and talent, to put it bluntly, is spiritual power. For people who are naturally strong in spirit, they can grasp the timing of each step very well so that they can make it relatively easily. And people with ordinary mental strength can only do a lot of production practice to make perfect, but they are born at a disadvantage. But Chingway is a psychic, and he has a great spiritual advantage. He can easily make high-quality Pokeblocks under Psychic's helping hand. For the rest of the time, Chingway negotiated details with Erica and Jasmine, mainly about raw material. In terms of raw materials, each of Chingway has added 2 additional materials that are not expensive. After all, it is necessary to guard against others. Once the formula is leaked and noticed by people with a heart, it will cost a lot of human, material and financial resources to crack the specific ratio. However, the 2 leaders, Erica and Jasmine, are innocent, and Chingway still has a lot of trust in them. Chingway negotiated with Erica and Jasmine and finally decided Chingway needs to provide each of them with 50 boxes of special Pokeblocks in the first month, and at least 20 boxes per month thereafter, regardless of the upper limit. Other word, this moonlight is Pokeblock Chingway. You can earn a full 6 million yen, and these 100 boxes only take about 20 hours to complete. Compared with this big business, Chingway's previous nectar business with Erica was not even a boost. Moreover, after Erica and Jasmine signed the agreement, they both transferred all the money this month to Chingway. You must know that Chingway only took 300,000 yen from home as travel funds when he left home this time. This time he earned so much, and he will no longer need to ask for support from his family in the future. For a time, Chingway only felt that his waist was much straighter, and he was even thinking about whether to train a few larvatars to play with. Chingway admits that he has swelled. However, the swelling only lasted for a short period of time, and Chingway calmed down. Rejecting Erica's invitation to dinner, Chingway left Celadon Rainbow Gym. It was noon at this time, so it was time to contact the Haya professor at Celadon Rainbow University after dinner. The place to eat, Chingway chose a restaurant not far from gym. Influenced by Celadon Rainbow Gym, this restaurant also has a lot of plants. As soon as I entered the door, Chingway felt a burst of greenery. The layout of the restaurant is relatively simple, with many plants adorning the tables and chairs. At first glance, the plants have been carefully cultivated by grass-based Pokémon, and the fragrance exuding is indeed easy to arouse people's appetite. Chingway had a big appetite after this meal, and ate a lot more food than usual. Lunch, Chingway took Eevee to bathe in the afternoon sun, walked lazily through the street, and walked towards Celadon Rainbow University in a scattered manner. Chapter 32 Eevee Evolution. On Sylveon. Ask for flowers for an evaluation ticket. The location of Celadon Rainbow University is close to the city center of Celadon Rainbow City. As a landmark building of Celadon Rainbow City at that time, Celadon Rainbow University covers a considerable area. At the very least, when Chingway came to the entrance of Celadon Rainbow University, he was shocked. Looking from the outside of the gate to the inside, although there are not many high-rise buildings, there are all kinds of venues distributed in it, and there are many 3-story buildings. Chingway does not know what it is for. This, how should I find Haya Professional? Chingway stood at the door, a little dumbfounded. He can't even tell which building is the main building now. In desperation, Chingway could only turn to the old guard. Hello, uncle, I would like to ask which building Haya Professor works in. Blackleaf Professor. Yes, I don't know. Wow. Quote. Chingway was speechless, but then the old man continued. Do you have the contact information of Haya Professor? I have the campus internet communication here to get in touch. Yes, come in with me, boy. The doorman led Chingway into the doorman's room, and Chingway contacted Haya Professional by phone. After a while, I saw a man in a white coat with a black mid-parted head coming towards the guard. I'm Kuroba, and you were Mr. Oku said in the morning. Chingway. Right, I'm Chingway. Hello Kuroba Professor. Follow me first. Let's talk on the way. Kuroba Professor said. Okay, I have troubled you just now. After Chingway and the doorman thanked him, they followed Haya Professor into Celadon Rainbow University. It was just after lunchtime. There were not many students on campus. Chingway and Kuroba Professor were walking side by side on a small road. I heard from Professor Oak that you need to look up some information here. Kuroba Professor asked. Chingway nodded. Yes, I have some questions about skills that I need to inquire about, and it may take a few days to bother you. Heiji waved his hand and said, it's not a big deal. Did you see that the 5th floor is the library? You can go to my research institute with me now. Just take my reading card and go in to read it. But remember, a lot of paper book have to be careful not to get damaged when reading them. Quote, if you borrow book, it's best not to borrow too much at one time, and the rest will be fine. Haya Professor brought Chingway to the front of a small 3-story building, and Haya introduced, this is my research institute. If you have any questions, you can come to me here. Except for the time for student, I will usually be here. Saying that, he led Chingway in, found the library card from the office, and handed it to Chingway. By the way, do you need to live in my institute? Chingway took the library card and thanked Haya Professor. No need, I'll just stay in a hotel near Celadon Rainbow University. Thank you Haya Professor, you're busy first. I'll go to the library first. Quote, okay. After leaving Haya's Research Institute and going to the library, after swiping the library card, Chingway successfully walked in. The library is very big, and the entire 5 floors are where books are stored, but there is a navigation platform not far from the door. Through the navigation platform, Chingway easily found the location of the relevant book, and then walked upstairs. I have to say that Chingway came here at a very clever time. Now almost all the students in the library go to have lunch or enjoy the good time in the afternoon. There are not many people studying hard in the library. Chingway took out a book called General Skills Encyclopedia from the bookshelf, found a space near the bookshelf and sat down to start reading. For a whole afternoon, Chingway has been reading this book, General Department Skills. Although there are not many introductions about the advanced application of skills, even if it is a basic introduction, many of them have added the author's point of view. This made Chingway also gain a great deal. Chingway chose this book for a reason. At this time, the fairy department has not yet been discovered. Many fairy department skills are regarded as general department skills. Chingway also wants to read these books and see if he can find them some clues. This also facilitates the provision of some theoretical basis for the subsequent writing of the thesis. For the next 3 days, in addition to spending 2 hours each night making Pokeblocks, Chingway soaked in the library at Celadon, Rainbow University, reading various books on skill analysis. There are indeed a lot of gains. Some people have raised some questions about some skills, but they have not been able to give a good explanation. Many of these skills are fairy skills. Chingway knows the reason for this. The types of fairy Pokemon are rare, especially in Kanto and Johto regions. The only pure fairy Pokemon are the Clefairy family, Snubbull, Granbull and Togepi, with fairy lines in the multi-lineage, Jigglypuff family, Merill and Azurill, Mr. Mime, Togetic. In the previous Kanto region, it was really difficult for a strong man to find such a few out of 200 or 300 Pokemon. But this is not a problem for Chingway. With theoretical support, everything is easy to say. Chingway borrowed some books and prepared to take them back to start his own thesis. By the way, Eevee is also about to evolve. It's time to show Sylveon to the world. Back at the hotel with the book, and after dinner, Chingway recruited all the Pokemon, including Feebas, who was blowing bubbles in the fish tank. Eevee, the next evolution is coming. Are you ready? Chingway looked at Eevee and asked. Boo. Eevee nodded, thinking about it before. The only regret is that evolution can't stay on Chingway's shoulder. Then let's get started. Chingway took off the Everstone that Eevee was wearing and said softly, "Go." The light of evolution enveloped Eevee. The accumulation of Eevee is long enough. If it weren't for Everstone, it would have been possible to match different evolutionary stone, evolution into any form. While the light of evolution slowly dissipated, Mia's original height of about 0.3 meters has disappeared, replaced by a height of about 1 meter. The body is mainly white. The top of the head, ears, tail and lower half of the legs are pink, and the inside of the ears is blue. Eyes are pale blue Pokemon. In addition, he also has a bow on his left ear and on his neck. There are 2 ribbons on the bow, and the colors of the ends of the ribbons are pink, dark blue, and light blue in order. Eevee evolution complete. Sylveon. Chapter 33 Breeders Association, for flowers, for evaluation ticket. Mia tilde. Sylveon gave an affectionate cry, and the ribbon-like tentacles on his head were also constricted on Chingway's arm. Chingway knew that this was Sylveon's unique way of expressing intimacy. Touching Sylveon's head, Chingway checked Sylveon's current state. Type: Sylveon, quasi-elite. Gender: male. Sign: category: link Pokemon. Attribute: fairy. Feature: fairy skin. Personality: docile. Skills: covet, tackle, helping hand, heal bell, iron tail, last resort, charm, protect, quick attack, double kick, return, sunny day, draining kiss, misty terrain, moonblast. Current status: excellent. 1 evolution. Sylveon's strength was upgraded from superior to quasi-elite. This is because Eevee's race value was 325, and after evolution it became 525. The increase caused the strength to increase by a large level shortly after entering the superior level. Pokemons that have not improved much after the evolution value may not necessarily improve their strength across stages. Not only that, but this time evolution also let Sylveon comprehend the 3 fairy skills of Absorb Power, Misty Terrain and Moonblast. Nice job. Chingway praised Sylveon, took out the Pokemon candy and Pokeblocks that had been prepared long ago, and fed them to him. Boo tilde. Yi, the experimental subject, looked at the beautiful appearance of Eevee evolution, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. She also knew her own physical condition. When she was experimented by Team Rockets before, she could have a brief evolution, but she never did. Transformed into the form of Eevee. Don't worry, you still need to take care of your body now. You can usually do some exercises with Sylveon. As for your physical problem, don't worry, there will be a solution. Chingway said. Milu tilde. Merill on the side saw Eevee evolution, and she couldn't help but feel a little moved. She could also evolve at any time, but she was was just a little resistant. Now, her thoughts about not evolution are not as strong as before. Blowing bubbles in the big fish tank, looked at Sylveon's beautiful body, and couldn't help but imagine what she would look like after the evolution. Now, although her color is still rustic, the pits on her body have almost disappeared. For Chingway, everything is ready now, just waiting for his thesis to be completed, and then it will be published to the public. However, before that, he still needs to go to the Nurturers Association to sign up. Before he left home this time, he had already agreed with his parents that he would take part in the assessment of the Nurturing Association and become a junior nurturing home during this trip. This evening, Chingway did not choose to read a book or write a paper, but accompanied his Pokémons for a night of fun. The next day, Chingway slept in a rare sleep. I played too late yesterday, so even if I woke up now, I still don't want to get up. After struggling to get up from the bed, he walked to the bathroom to take a cool shower before fully awake. After washing up, Chingway walked out of the bathroom, and he saw his Pokémon were still scattered all over the room. In desperation, he could only put all the Pokémons back into the Pokeball, left the hotel with a bag on his back, and walked towards the place where the Nurturers Association building is located. Guild is in the same place as the Pokémon League headquarters, MT Silver, and it is located next to the League headquarters. This shows the high status of the group of cultivators. After all, cultivators are a key resource of the Alliance, and they have played a key role in the development of the Alliance. And Celadon Rainbow's Nurturing Society building is across from Celadon Rainbow's largest building, Celadon Rainbow Department Store. Chingway followed the directions on the map and went downstairs, and found that it was a six-story building. After standing outside and looking at the magnificent decoration outside the building, Chingway raised his feet and walked inside. After showing his Alliance identity card to the guard, Chingway successfully entered the Cultivator Association. Since he got up late today, there are already many people in the building, especially the first floor. The first floor is the floor responsible for selling Pokeblock. A whole floor, all kinds of Pokeblock can be seen here. Pokeblocks sold in stores are basically of the popular type and have a wide range of adaptability, but they are basically purchased from here. On the right side of the first floor, there are several counters. Chingway took a look and found that this is a place to customize special Pokeblock for more powerful trainers, and the breeders who make Pokeblocks are all above the intermediate level. Of course, the price of this professionally customized Pokeblocks is not comparable to that of ordinary Pokeblock, and most people really can't afford it. With the experience of customizing Erica and Jasmine a few days ago, Chingway knows how profitable this industry is. If you are a trainer with some strength from an ordinary family, you can only customize one or two of your main Pokemon at most. As for other Pokemon, you can eat at most advanced popular Pokeblock. Only those who are either rich or expensive can order a lot of it in this place. After a little stroll in the sales area and the custom area, Chingway found that the Pokeblocks in the custom area are generally better than those in the sales area, and the focus of each type is different, but when it comes to the effect, it is indeed better than the one in his hand. Much worth. Nothing fancy. Chingway raised his legs and walked up to the second floor. Starting from the second floor, it belongs to the cultivators site. The second and third floors are responsible for assessing junior and intermediate cultivators, while the third floor and above are where some specialized office staff and association cadres are located. When Chingway just entered, he saw two staff members waiting for everyone who entered the second floor at the entrance. Hello, what's the matter? If you are not a cultivator or come to assess the cultivator, you are not allowed to come up to the second floor. Seeing Chingway, one of the staff members stepped forward and said with a professional smile on his face, "I'm here to sign up for the assessment of junior cultivators." Chingway explained his intention. The staff looked at Chingway's delicate face. The boy in front of him looked very young and was a little surprised. Although there are many people participating in the assessment in this world, there are still very few people as young as this. Of course, it is not that there are not, but most of those who participated in the assessment have been brushed down. Surprised but surprised, the staff still showed a professional smile and said to Chingway, "Then please follow me and fill in the form here, and then you need to take a simple test. After passing the test, you can participate in the cultivator assessment in a few days. Please understand." Chapter 34 Sign up. Basic assessment. Ask for flowers for an evaluation ticket. Understood. Chingway nodded. After following the guidance staff to the front desk and showing his ID card, Chingway received a registration form. Chingway glanced at it. This form is just to fill in some personal information, nothing else. Swish swish. Chingway quickly filled out the form and handed it to the staff at the front desk. Immediately, he was led by another staff member to a small room next to him. The lights in the room were bright, but there was only one table and two chairs. There is also paper and pen on the table. "This is a basic test. Please sit there and answer. I will sit here and pay attention to you." The staff pointed to the desk and chair and said to Chingway, "Isn't this a single exam? And this is the whole invigilator?" Chingway looked up and found that the room itself had a camera, so she couldn't help pouting. This anti-cheating is really strict. Walking to the table, Chingway sat down, filled in the name information on the test paper, and then began to browse the content of the test paper. The questions in the test paper are divided into two parts, multiple choice questions and short answer questions. Chingway looked at the title, and it was not difficult to say that 80% of it was very basic, that is, the kind of content that all trainers knew. But it's not easy to say it's simple, because these questions about Pokémon cover a wide range of Pokémon. Many of them belong to the unpopular Pokémon, and there are some Pokémon from other regions. General trainers are in this area. The knowledge reserve is not enough. Same is true for the simple question, but the short answer questions are more inclined to answer their own views on how to cultivate Pokémon. There is no fixed answer. 9,802,585 sick days. For these multiple choice questions, Chingway quickly completed the selection, and the short answer questions did not spend too much thinking time, and the main time was spent on answering with a pen. After half an hour, Chingway, who had completed the test paper, stood up. What, are you done? The staff member who was sitting beside asked Chingway, who stood up. Yeah, Chingway replied and handed him the test paper. Is it that fast? Isn't this stupid? The staff who took the test paper was a little surprised, but when he glanced at the dense words on the test paper, he put the surprise in his heart. Even if you are blind, you should be able to write so much, right? It's a pity that Chingway doesn't know what this staff member is thinking. If you let him know, Chingway will definitely give up. Kochi smile in his heart. Is it enough to fill in the test paper? So many people who filled the test papers in previous life exams got 0 marks in the end. Please wait here for a while, the staff member said and walked out with the test paper. 5 minutes later, the staff member who had left before walked in with a middle-aged man holding Chingway's test paper, the previously filled registration form and a small card. Congratulations, you passed the basic knowledge assessment. The middle-aged man held the test paper and smiled at Chingway. Thank you. Chingway responded politely. I read your application form. You're only 15 years old this year. Are you here specifically to assess cultivators? The middle-aged man asked. I'm a trainer. I started traveling this year, so I'll come here to test a trainer. Trainer. The middle-aged man obviously didn't expect this. After all, there are very few people who can pass this kind of basic assessment at this age, and it is easy to become a trainer. Long as you have your own Pokémon and can make it fight, you can be called a trainer, but the cultivator is different. Disease treatment and other aspects also need to dabble in casing. In the past, all the young people who passed through were full-time cultivators, and they all had relevant professional connections at home, but this one in front of me, Cerulean City Aoki breeding house, filled out in his form. The middle-aged man knew that his parents were also nurturers, but he didn't expect that the child was actually a trainer. And listening to his tone, it seems that the assessment of the cultivator is just, by the way, genius. The middle-aged man made a judgment. No matter what the level of the trainer in front of him is, just looking at the answer sheet he answered is enough to show that he is an out-and-out genius in terms of trainers. This is your admission ticket. The date of your test is written on it. Remember to come on time. If you are late, you will have to wait until next month to take the makeup test. You can leave now. Just come on time. The middle-aged man handed another card to Chingway, paused for a moment and asked, you should know which aspects of the next official assessment will be tested, right? Question mark. Chingway was a little confused. Didn't your parents tell you? The middle-aged man was also stunned. No. The official assessment will have the examiner to ask questions face-to-face, and then make Pokéblock. You can go back and prepare well. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. The middle-aged man briefly explained. Oh, that's right, I see, thank you. After Chingway thanked him, he walked out of the exam room with the two of them. Directly left the nurturing home guild. Chingway had just read his admission ticket, and it said that the test date would start at 9 o'clock in the morning 4 days later. He knew by now that the Nurturers Association would hold a primary assessment once a month, each for 3 to 4 days. This time, he had come to sign up too late, so the scheduled session should be the last day of the exam. For the next 3 days, Chingway basically ran between the hotel and Celadon, Rainbow University. He would go to Celadon, Rainbow University early in the morning to use the training ground there to train his other Pokémon except Sylveon. Then after breakfast at Celadon, Rainbow University, I would soak in the library and use the materials here to complete my dissertation. It continued until dinner. After dinner, Chingway would take the Pokémon for a training session before returning to the hotel to rest. Not at all worried about the upcoming cultivator assessment. After Chingway knew the basic content of the assessment, he was not worried at all. The production of Pokéblocks was already too familiar, and some questions and answers about knowledge. In his opinion, if he can't answer it, it is not his problem, but the examiner's problem. Otherwise, this topic has far exceeded the difficulty of the primary assessment. That's right, Chingway is so confident. Chapter 35 How to Divide Pikachu Male and Female. Rat-tail Juice. On the fourth day, Chingway Chingway got up early. Today was the day for the assessment, so he didn't go to Celadon, Rainbow University anymore, but after having breakfast at the hotel, he went directly to the Nurturing Home Association building. After going up to the second floor and showing the ID card and admission ticket to the staff at the door, Chingway, led by a staff member, came to the waiting area for the assessment. You just sit here and wait. Someone will report your name and assessment room. Then you can enter the corresponding room for the assessment. The staff led Chingway here and said, opposite the assessment waiting area, there are 3 large rooms, all of which are used for assessment, where 3 people can be assessed at the same time. At this time, the number of people in the waiting area is not very large. It seems that this game should be the last game of this month's assessment. Chingway found a relatively corner seat and sat down silently. At the same time, he observed the candidates waiting in the assessment area. In addition to Chingway, there are 8 other people sitting here, 5 men and 3 women. All of them are about 30 years old depending on their age. The youngest girl also looked 25 or 6-year-old. Chingway is observing others, and of course others are observing him. A new candidate, and this young age is undoubtedly more likely to attract the attention of others. Chingway noticed these gazes and frowned. According to the development of the plot, shouldn't someone come to talk to me? After being ridiculed, the whole backhand slapped in the face or something, Chingway couldn't help thinking of the routines in his previous life, but these people just looked at him, as if they were just surprised by his age, and there was no action to strike up a conversation. While Chingway was waiting, 2 more boys came, and they both looked younger and gentle looking. This kind of person, Chingway has been in constant contact with in recent days. At first glance, it is a student studying at Celadon, Rainbow University, or a student who has just graduated and has not washed away the smell of book. And Chingway has basically spent the past week in the library, and he has a similar temperament. The 2 who came here thought that Chingway was also a student of Celadon, Rainbow University, so they gave Chingway a friendly smile. Chingway also smiled in response. The next candidate, Chingway, please come to examination room number 3 for the assessment. Soon, a staff member reported Chingway's name. Chingway stood up and walked towards the room on the far right, which was the number 3 exam room. After entering the room, there is a semicircular table with some tools and materials on it. There are 5 people sitting across from the table, which should be the examiner this time, and there is a staff member standing next to the examiner, who should be a special for these examiners. These examiners have a badge on their chest, which is the badge of the breeder. The examiner sitting in the middle is a senior breeder, and the other 4 are intermediate breeders. One of the 5 examiners is Nurse Joy, who wears an intermediate breeder badge. The other 3 intermediate examiners were all in their 30s and 40s, while the senior nurturer at the center was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. Hello, examiner, Chingway greeted respectfully. You sit down first. The test process is that we will ask you a few questions first, and then we need you to make corresponding Pokeblocks according to our requirement. Finally, we will give you a score to judge whether you pass the test. The old man sitting in the center said. Chingway nodded, indicating that he understood. So, first question, how long does it take for a normally developing Metapod to evolve to Butterfree? Asked one of the examiners sitting on the far right. Metapod is currently the fastest evolution in Pokemon, and it only takes about a week or so for a successful evolution. I didn't expect the first question to be so simple, Chingway answered without thinking. The second question, how does Pikachu distinguish male and female? Rat-tailed juice, Chingway replied. What? Chingway coughed dryly and explained. Cough, it is through Pikachu's tail that male and female can be distinguished. The third question, when will Skiploom bloom? Skiploom blooms when the temperature exceeds 18 degrees Celsius, and his flower pattern changes continuously as the temperature increases. Next, each examiner asked 2 questions, and Chingway's answer was easy, and there were even some extended answers, which made the 5 examiners present not only satisfied but even a little surprised. Secretly, they all felt that a genius was about to be born. Okay, next, you can use the tools and materials on the table to make a Pokeblock with unlimited quality and attribute. The old man who was the chief examiner said. Chingway carefully looked at the materials on the table. The crafting tools were standard tools, and the materials such as tree fruits were all used to make elementary Pokeblock. After seeing it clearly, Chingway started to do it. After taking out some materials and placing them neatly, Chingway started the pre-processing, that is, some peeling operation. Then there is the process of grinding, stirring, separation, and fusion to the final solidification. After the whole process is completed, the operation of Chingway's flowing water made the examiners who are watching can't help nodding. 7 minutes later, the primary Pokeblock took shape, and it was a water-type Pokeblock. The 5 examiners couldn't sit still. They picked up the Pokeblocks made by Chingway and put them in front of their eyes and started to check. Among them, the examiner inspected the most carefully. Not only did he take out a magnifying glass to examine it carefully, but he also cut a small piece from the Pokeblocks and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully. After tasting, the examiner's eyes lit up. Pokeblocks made by this kid are even better than those made by intermediate breeders. Really genius. The examiner finally made a definition. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment of junior cultivators. The production of this Pokeblocks is really good. Whether it is color, transparency or the energy contained in it, it is perfect. Even many intermediate cultivators are not as good as you. Really amazing. As he said that, he picked up a box from the table and took out a badge from it, with the logo of the Alliance and the Nurturers Association engraved on it, as well as the words Junior Nurturer. Then he handed the badge to Chingway and sighed. The young people today are really amazing. It seems that you will be able to participate in the assessment of intermediate cultivators soon. Several examiners on the side also nodded in agreement. Chingway took the badge and said, then can I apply for the intermediate cultivator assessment now? Chapter 36 _ Is this the strength of the back wave? Then can I apply for the intermediate cultivator assessment now? As soon as Chingway's voice fell, the room suddenly became quiet. The examiners looked at each other in dismay, never expecting Chingway to say such a thing. After being quiet for a while, everyone came to their senses, and it was the chief examiner who asked, do you want to sign up for the assessment of the intermediate cultivator now? Chingway nodded, yes, because the test just now wasn't difficult at all, so I wanted to see if I could test for an intermediate cultivator. It's not difficult at all. Not difficult. These words lingered in the minds of several examiners, making them think of the situation when they participated in the assessment. Who didn't go through a lot of hardship, study hard for many years in retreat, go through a lot of practice before participating in the assessment, and even some of them participated in the assessment for many times before finally becoming a junior cultivator. But now, in front of them, a 15-year-old boy said that the assessment was not difficult at all, which directly hit them hard. Even the experienced examiner couldn't say anything for a while. After a while, he said, are you going to participate in the assessment next month? When Chingway heard this, he felt something was wrong. Isn't it this month? Shouldn't the primary assessment and the intermediate assessment be held together? This month's intermediate assessment ended yesterday. There are far fewer intermediates than juniors, so the time is also shorter. Examiner said, but if it's you, he said, and his right hand picked up the candidate information placed in front of him. Chingway, 15 years old, from Aoki Breeding House in Cerulean City. If it's you, you can make an exception and give you an extra intermediate assessment today. The examiner looked at Chingway's information and said slowly, this is also due to the influence of Chingway's materials. Celadon, Rainbow City is not far from Cerulean City, and he has also heard of Aoki Breeding House. He knows that the owners Aoki and Mako are both senior breeders, and Chingway is their child. It is the direct descendant of the cultivator. Coupled with the age of 15, it is not impossible for them to make an exception. The other four examiners opened their mouths and did not speak. Obviously, they are not the ones to talk about now, and after reading Chingway's profile, they probably understood why the usually serious examiner made an exception. A 15-year-old genius boy and a direct descendant of a nurturer. That's enough reason. 15-year-old intermediate breeders. At least they have never heard of anyone who has done it before. Hey, is it alright? Chingway, who was about to say sorry and leave, was a little surprised. Okay, Shangzong, you go upstairs and call down the four old guys and ask them to come with me for the intermediate assessment. If they don't agree, they will say it's to nurture the future of the family. Then go to prepare the Pokeblocks required for the intermediate assessment. Materials, go. The chief examiner said to the waiting staff. Yes, the staff member named Shangzong quickly ran out. The people waiting for the assessment in the waiting area outside saw that the door of the number 3 examination room opened, and the staff came out thinking that they were going to continue to call people, and everyone was ready to be called. As a result, what they didn't expect to hit was that the staff member ignored them at all, and hurriedly ran outside. This is, what wrong? Someone asked. I don't know. What happened in this exam room? Could it be that something happened? Hey, why hasn't the candidate in the number 3 exam room come out yet? If I remember correctly, it's that young and outrageous child, right? Probably a student at Celadon, Rainbow University. Can't come out after the exam. Is there an accident? People in the waiting area were talking. After Shangzong ran upstairs, according to what the examiner said, he knocked on the doors of a few people at random, causing some people in the door to be interrupted during the experiment, and some were furious. He opened the door angrily and asked, what the hurry? Shangzong saw someone open the door. He hurriedly said, Zhen Lao, who is taking the assessment below, asked me to come up and call the 4 senior cultivators, and go down and have an intermediate assessment with him. Shangzong's voice was louder, and some of the staff heard it. The grumpy old man who had just opened the door was also a little strained. Assessment. If I remember correctly, the intermediate assessment ended yesterday. It was the real old man who decided to add an intermediate assessment temporarily. The candidate is a 15-year-old boy. Shangzong explained. Just as the two were talking, several more doors opened, and they happened to hear their conversation. 15-year-old boy, assessing intermediate cultivators. Then I have to go see it. Go, go, go. As soon as a few people heard it, they immediately became interested. Some people rushed down without even doing the experiment, wanting to see what a three-headed six-armed monster was. A 15-year-old teenager who was assessed as an intermediate cultivator. They all know the character of the real old man, and usually do things very seriously. If this 15-year-old boy is not really strong, he will definitely not agree to such a playful request. After such a fuss, everyone in the Cultivator Association knows that now on the second floor, there is a 15-year-old boy participating in the assessment of the intermediate cultivator. Chingway and Junlao were unaware of the turmoil outside. At this time, Chingway was chatting with several examiners. Speaking of chatting, the examiner is mainly asking and Chingway is answering. When I know that Chingway's main job is a trainer, several people were shocked again. After being shocked, he began to persuade Chingway to give up the path of trainer and concentrate on the path of trainer. The examiner, Jen Lao, also cite various major reasons to convince Chingway. In desperation, Chingway could only release the few Pokémon he had cultivated after seeking the approval of the examiner. Then, several people were silent. Nonsense, they are not blind. Charmeleon, Merill, Gloom standing in front of them now know that they are very well developed at a glance. What does this mean? This shows that Chingway's trainer talent is also first class. How can they continue to persuade them? I can only sigh with emotion. Genius, that is. He can do whatever he wants. Oh, it's your time now, and we are all old. It's really the back waves of the Yangtze River pushing the front wave. The examiner was really old and didn't speak, but instead sighed. Old, the back waves push the front wave. Then what are we? Could it be that we were shot to death before the spray even came out? Our era hasn't come yet, and the result tells me it's over. The four mid-level examiners in the room heard what the old man said, looked at Chingway and his Pokemon again, and closed themselves. Chapter 37 If he S15, I'll eat this chair. At this time, in the waiting area of the hall on the second floor, several candidates waiting to be summoned are sitting there and whispering. Although most of them do not know each other, the situation that just happened in exam room number 3 has triggered their human nature to watch the excitement. Although they don't know each other, they have a common language after all, and this common language may also be related to their upcoming exam. Just then, they only heard loud footsteps behind them. Several people turned to look. Several old men in white coat took the lead, and a bunch of people with cultivator badges on their chest came forward. Fuck, what's wrong? If I'm not mistaken, those who take the lead all have the badges of senior cultivators on their chest. There's more, and there are also many intermediate cultivators. What the big deal? The old men who took the lead paid no attention to the glances around them, walked to the door of the number 3 examination room, pushed open the door and walked in. The mercenaries in the back filed in. Big news. The candidates in the waiting area looked at each other, and their hearts of gossip became stronger. Now they don't think about the exams they have connected, and they all start to guess what happened in the number 3 exam room. However, they discussed for a long time without a result. They mentioned that the candidates were the sons of the president of the nurturing family, and that the descendants of the Alliance giants were all mentioned by them. At this moment, they saw that the staff member who first came out of the number 3 examination room came back with a big box. Some tree fruit in the box. If I remember correctly, these tree fruits are not used for primary cultivation, right? The candidate immediately told the people around him what he found. No, it should be used for the assessment of intermediate cultivators. Intermediate cultivator? Then why get it here? Shouldn't it be on the 3rd floor? What do you think? The exam for the intermediate cultivator ended yesterday. Could it be that young man in there is going to be assessed as an intermediate cultivator? Question mark, question mark, question mark. No way. Impossible. How old is he? 16, 17. I was munching on books in that grade. What if it's 15? Aren't you talking nonsense? If he is 15 years old, I will eat this chair directly. At this time, the door of the number 1 examination room opened, and a staff member and the candidates who had entered before came out, only to hear the staff say, "The next candidate, Kurosawa, please come to exam room number 1 for the assessment. It's over. I can't concentrate now." The candidate who just said that Chingway would eat a chair at the age of 15 stood up with a bitter look on his face. The discussion in the waiting area did not affect the situation in the examination room. Just after Chingway put away his Pokemon, he heard the door behind him open. Then, a mighty group of people rushed in. Fuck, what going on here? Chingway was also taken aback by this situation. Isn't it just a test for an intermediate cultivator? As for what? The examiner was really old and didn't expect so many people to come in at once. He was stunned for a while before asking the old man who started at the beginning, "Laomu, what's the situation?" The old wood in the examiner's mouth. The old man who was grumpy upstairs before heard the words and said, "Didn't you call us down for the assessment? I asked you to come down for the assessment, but 4 is enough. What's the matter with so many all of a sudden?" The chief examiner said angrily, "Hey, Mr. Mr. Jen, didn't you say that today's examinee is a 15-year-old young man? Everyone was curious, so they came down and took a look. As for the examiners, we can just pick a few and we're done. Another old man said, and he looked at Chingway. Is it your child who wants to be assessed? Not bad, not bad. After he finished speaking, he walked to the examiner's desk, picked up Chingway's information and glanced at it, and understood why Laojun would set up a special assessment. This is genius, and it is also the direct line of the cultivator. If he successfully passed the assessment today, it can already be predicted that this young man might be another professional oak-like character in the future. And it's not a researcher and a professional, it's the professional oak of the cultivator world. Where are you going to sit? There aren't enough chairs. It's too late to move them. It's alright, don't worry about us. We'll just stand on the side and watch. Who will come for this assessment? I'm coming. You were very tired after a day of assessment yesterday, so let me do it. My old bone hasn't moved for a long time. Let me move. Quote. A bunch of old men and old ladies started arguing again, and the middle-level cultivators who followed couldn't get in at all, and could only listen to the big bosses whirl and tremble. In the end, the chief examiner, Jen Lao, appointed 4 senior cultivators to be the examiners in this field, including the grumpy Laomu and the one who spoke before. Others stood obediently by the wall, or leaned against it. The original 4 intermediate examiners also quickly gave up their seat to the 4 elders. At this moment, the previous staff member Shang Zong came in with a box containing the materials needed to make Pokeblock. Cough, calm down. The assessment is about to begin. The examiner was really old, and the surroundings became quiet. Chingway, are you ready? No problem. Chingway nodded. Then, Chingway faced questions from 5 senior cultivators in turn. This time the problem is obviously much more difficult than before, and there are many unpopular problems in various details, and some Pokemon even involve the Pokemon of the Alola region that is far away from them. There are also issues with first aid for Pokemons in emergencies and soothing massages for overtrained Pokemon. This kind of unpopular question has caused many intermediate cultivators watching to break into a cold sweat, and some of them can't even know it. But Chingway basically answered all of them. Although it took a long time to think about some question, the final answer came from that 980,258.56. Dumb still made these old people nod and cheer for him. The question and answer session lasted for a long time, and everyone asked about 5 or 6 questions before it ended. The general intermediate assessment is similar to the primary assessment. Each examiner asked 2 or 3 questions. This time, in order to witness the emergence of a genius, I couldn't help but ask a few more questions. But Chingway's answer came dumbly made them very satisfied. Chapter 38_famous. The youngest mid-level nurturer in history asked for flowers for a recommendation ticket. The question and answer session lasted for half an hour. After the 5 examiners nodded their heads in satisfaction, the chief examiner was really old and then started the next link. Very good. The Q&A session was great, and the Pokeblock session continued. Jen Lao pointed to the box that Shang Zong had brought over earlier. The materials are all in it, and there is a stack of envelopes in it. You need to take one out of it and open it. It will say the Pokeblocks you want to make next. You know, if you want to be a mid-level cultivator, you need to be more extensive in the production of Pokeblock. Chingway nodded to show his understanding. If the junior cultivator can pass the assessment with the Pokeblock he is good at, the intermediate level should start to avoid this. Of course, if the European Emperor's possession still draws what he is good at, he should also pass the test. Chingway came to the box, and sure enough, in addition to various materials, there was a small stack of envelopes. He took a random letter from the middle, and then opened the envelope. Inside was a card that read, Intermediate Fighting Pokeblock. Seeing the title, Chingway recalled the production method, handed the card to the examiners, and began to prepare materials from the box. This general recipe for Pokeblock, which he has learned from his parents a long time ago, is not difficult for him to make at all, even though it is an aspect he is not usually familiar with. After preparing the materials, Chingway began to process them. The 5 examiners watched from the side, and saw that Chingway's handling of materials was as simple as ever, and the process was a little unfamiliar, so that they could see that this topic might be the kind that Chingway rarely produced. However, this trace of unfamiliarity soon disappeared, and as Chingway entered the state, his techniques became more and more skilled. A Pokeblocks was created by him. Several examiners checked and found that the quality of these Pokeblocks was quite good, and they all looked at each other and nodded. It was still the chief examiner who spoke. Chingway, you passed the intermediate cultivator assessment this time. Then, he took out an intermediate cultivator badge and handed it to Chingway. Finally, I still want to persuade you that our cultivators are no worse than trainers. Why don't you think about it? Chingway shook his head, took the badge and said, for the time being, I prefer to be a trainer. I want to walk around and meet various Pokemon. Alas, Jen Lao sighed, and waved his hands a little indifferently. The assessment is over. You can leave. I have troubled the examiners just now. Chingway bowed to the examiners examiners, nodded to the surrounding crowd, and left the examination room. Honey, what going on? This kid is a trainer. Isn't this nonsense? What a trainer with such a high talent. Yes. When Chingway left, everyone said one word to another. How do you know that other people's trainer talents are not good enough? Really annoyed said this. Some people were speechless. In the end, Lao Mu said, you mean you've seen it before? Examiner really nodded his head. Before you came, several of us have seen his Pokémon, although there is no battle, but looking at Pokémon, we know that he is very good at training Pokémon, and those Pokémon are not strong enough. Some people feel that a knife has been stabbed in the chest. Why is there such a big gap between this person? I didn't expect his talent to be so good. Just now, I was tempted to accept an apprentice. Hey, are you the only one who's still take in apprentices? Take them in for stocking. You, what are you? Look at your apprentices who didn't start stocking them within a few days. Seeing that everyone was about to start quarreling again, Jen Lao interrupted. Okay, that's it. I'll report to the headquarters in a while. Is there any objection that I will ask the headquarters to let the nurturing associations in the major cities provide helping hand when the other party needs it? No. Second. Okay, that's all for this matter. Go ahead and do your own thing. There is also a primary cultivator assessment here. It's really old. The assessment is over. Shangzong said in a low voice. As a staff member of the assessment, he must always pay attention to the assessment. Then let go. Jen Lao stood up and took the lead to leave the number 3 examination room. Chingway, who left the exam room, had no idea what happened in the exam room. After he went out, he only saw that the waiting area was empty. However, the doors of the test rooms number 1 and number 2 are still closed, and it seems that the final assessment is still in progress. Chingway directly left the building of the Nurturing Home Association and returned to the hotel where he was staying. The assessment took a lot of time, and Chingway was going to take a nap after lunch before going to the library of Celadon, Rainbow University to start working on his dissertation. He didn't know anything about the turmoil caused by the Nurturers Association. As for the headquarters of the Nurturing Association, after receiving the news from Celadon, Rainbow City, the senior management attached great importance to it. Even the always busy president was alarmed. After sending someone to personally verify Chingway's identity, the president waved his hand. Send instructions to the presidents of the branches in each city. If Chingway needs it in the future, I will try my best to provide helping hand. If there is any difficulty, you can directly report it to the headquarters for decision. Also, try to persuade him to focus on the trainer. I don't object to being a trainer, but you can take a trainer as a deputy. In this way, with the issuance of instructions from the headquarters of the MT Silver Nurturers Association, the Nurturer Associations in major cities all knew that there was a 15-year-old named Chingway who passed the assessment of the intermediate nurturer. Moreover, in the eyes of those who know it, these instructions are preparing to vigorously cultivate Chingway, and preparing to shape it into the leader of the new generation of cultivators. Chingway became famous unknowingly. Chingway did not expect that an assessment would actually cause such a big uproar, which was also the reason why he did not understand the history of the profession of cultivator. Anyone who knows nurturers knows that since the emergence of the profession of nurturer, the record of the youngest mid-level nurturer is 24 years old, and the person who made this record is the current president of the Nurturers Association. Chingway, 15 years old. The record has been raised by 9 years. That is to say, as long as Chingway develops normally, it will be a sure thing for the handful of people who will become the top cultivators in the future. P.S. There are enough flowers to add more, but I have to go out this afternoon. The update may be a little later. Sorry. By the way, ask for flowers for evaluation ticket tilde. Chapter 39 Merill Evolution. Dragon Slaying Rabbit Rat. The matter of Chingway becoming the youngest intermediate breeder is still fermenting within the Breeder Association. Chingway himself is still busy with the thesis. After 4 days, Chingway finally completed his dissertation on the fairy department. So, he contacted Professional Oak again. Dialed a video call of Professional Oak, and it didn't take long to connect. Professor Oak is still the same, sloppy, with a fork of instant noodles in his hand, and the instant noodles are on the table behind him. It seems that Professor Oak is so busy with his research that he forgot to eat. Chingway, what's the matter? Professor Oak, I think I've discovered a whole new Pokemon property, Chingway said. Blah blah blah. The fork in Professor Oak's hand fell to the ground, and his expression was a little stunned. After a while, he continued. What did you say? I discovered a whole new type of Pokemon property, different from the existing 17. Quote, is it true? It should be. My Eevee evolved not long ago, and his evolution form is a brand new form. After studying his skills and inquiring a lot of skill information, I found that this should be a brand new attribute skill. Chingway explained slowly. Eevee's new evolution form. You wait, I'll start right away. Where are you now? Professor Oak didn't eat instant noodles, stood up and asked. I'm usually in the Celadon, Rainbow University library. In this way, I estimate that I will go to Celadon, Rainbow Rainbow City in the afternoon. You will wait for me in the Research Institute of Blackleaf in the afternoon. I will find you," Professor Oak said while packing up. "Okay, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I'll wait for you here." Chingway couldn't help saying, looking at the anxious look of Professional Oak across from him. "This is a brand new attribute. How can you not be in a hurry?" "Okay, I'll hang up and pack up first. Remember to go to the Blackleaf Research Institute in the afternoon," Professor Oak said, and hung up the communication voluntarily. Hanging up the communication, Chingway checked the paper he wrote again. Although the format is not so standard, the content inside is extremely rich. This is also because he relies on the advantage of fast memory brought by psychic overwhelmed a lot of skill information. Therefore, based on these unreasonable speculations written by the situation of their own Pokémon, others can't find anything wrong at all. Chingway didn't write all the inferences about fairy-type skills, but only speculated that some of the skills should have fairy-type attribute, and the rest of the skills will wait until they are fully announced, and let others improve them slowly. And he informed Professor Oak that one is to have the most authoritative professor endorse him, and the other is that he can mobilize the research resources within the Alliance through Professor Oak so as to conduct a large number of practical tests and strengthen persuasion. Back at the hotel, Chingway released the Pokémon. Touching Sylveon's ribbon, Chingway said softly, "After this afternoon, you will be able to appear in front of the world with integrity." Sylveon's ribbon wrapped around Chingway's arm again. So many days of work, and Professional Oak only came in the afternoon. Chingway decided to give himself a vacation this morning. After Professor Oak comes over, it is estimated that a large number of experiments will be started again. At that time, according to the research madness of Professor Oak, there may be no rest time at all. In the process of accompanying the Pokémon, Chingway noticed that Merill's state seemed to be a little off. "Merill, what's wrong?" Mile, you mean, you want evolution?" Chingway was a little surprised, but Merill had been resisting evolution. After Merill explained it for a long time, Chingway understood that she really didn't want evolution at first, because in her opinion, Pokémon's evolution was equivalent to adulthood. According to the ideas of many wild Pokémon, after their children become adult, they will choose to stock up, that is to say, drive away the children and let them live independently. Although Merill is not afraid of being driven away, but she is afraid that Chingway's care for her will decrease a lot after her evolution, so she has been resisting evolution. But after Eevee evolution became Sylveon, Chingway took care of Sylveon the same as before, except that he couldn't put him on his shoulders. And she can clearly feel how much the strength has improved after Eevee evolution, and she can help hand more green. So she also figured out that there is nothing bad after evolution, and it can be better helping hand Phi. "Now that you've figured it out, how about evolution now?" Chingway hugged Merill and asked. Merill replied. "Okay." Chingway hugged Merill. Her body was cold due to her small size and the water-type Pokémon. "It is very comfortable to hold, but it is not so easy to hold after the evolution." "Then, let's start." Chingway hugged for a while, took off the Everstone from Merill's body, and put Merill on the ground. The light of evolution soon covered Merill. Merill's evolution is logical. You must know that she resisted evolution for several years. In the third year after Chingway rescued her, she changed from Azurill evolution to Merill. It has been 5 years now. In the past 5 years, Chingway has not reduced the investment of various Pokeblocks and Pokemon candies in the slightest. One can imagine what kind of energy Merill has in his body now. Evolution is successfully activated. Chingway is looking forward to the level of Merill's strength. As the light of evolution slowly dissipated, the height of less than half a meter before had disappeared, replaced by a water rabbit with a height of 0.9 meters. And her appearance has also changed a lot. Although she still has small hands and feet, her round ears have turned into 2 tall pink ears. Her body is still close to round and blue, but her belly there are 6 white spherical patterns of different sizes above. There are white wavy patterns on her belly. The base of the tail is a black curve with a blue sphere at the end. Azurill, who had succeeded in evolution, let out a happy cry. Booyee roar. Hannah Chingway's Pokémon also expressed their congratulations. Chingway also bent down, and with a little effort, he hugged Azurill. After evolution, Azurill weighs more than 30 kilograms, but this weight is not too heavy for Chingway. Congratulations, evolution became Azurill. P.S. The third update. There are still 2 updates today, and I have to come back at night to update it. Sorry. By the way, ask for flowers and ticket. Chapter 40_I. Oak Versailles Snow. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Chingway checked Azurill's status. Type: Azurill Quasi Elite. Gender: female. Sign: Category: Water Bunny Pokemon. Attribute: Water type. Fairy. Trait: Hercules. Personality: Docile. Skills: Flash, Tail Whip, Abdominal Drum, Bubble Beam, Aqua Tail, Rain Dance, Ice Punch, Protect, Iron Tail, Helping Hand, Aqua Ring, Substitute, Whirlpool, Play Rock Slam. Current status: Excellent. Sure enough, The strength of Azurill after evolution has also increased by a large level, and unlike Sylveon, which has just reached the quasi-elite rank, Azurill's quasi-elite rank is more powerful. After evolution, Azurill also comprehended Play Rough, a fairy-type skill, and Slam, a general-type skill. The attack surface is more extensive. Chingway, whose strength has been improved again, is very happy. He played with his Pokémon for a long time, and ordered a lot of food that Pokémon liked at noon. A lunch took nearly 2 hours, and the cost is also huge. This meal cost 150,000 yen, but this is not a big deal for Chingway, who has just made a lot of money. Chingway also ate a lot at noon, so he had to rest for a while before getting up and going out. By the time he arrived at the entrance of Haya Professor's Research Institute, it was almost 3 o'clock. Just as he was about to enter the door, the sky suddenly darkened. Chingway looked up, only to see an orange figure in the sky blocking the shining sunlight, and on the back of this orange figure, there is still a person sitting. The orange figure is nothing but the fatter and fatter evolution, Dragonite, and with the landing of the Dragonite, Chingway also saw that it was the professional oak sitting on the back of the Dragonite. Chingway, you just came too. That's right, I'm not late, haha. I spent a long time cleaning up at the Research Institute before going out, and I had no choice but to take the old man here. Professor Oak got off Dragonite's back and smiled. At the same time, I patted Dragonite's fat body. Chingway also greeted with a smile. Professor Oak, you came fast enough. It's good to have a Pokémon from the flight department. It's convenient to travel. After speaking, Chingway looked at Dragonite. At this time, Dragonite was standing on both feet, and was about 2.5 meters tall, with an orange-yellow body, big gray eyes, a smooth mouth and nose, and small nostril. These big eyes ruined his supposedly majestic image at once, especially when combined with the two long and thin antennae and a small horn at the top of his head, plus the fat belly and petite compared to his body wing. It really does not have the majesty of the dragon family at all. Boom tilde. Dragonite also found Chingway looking at him and said hello. However, although this Dragonite look cute, its identity and strength as a quasi-god cannot be questioned at all. Type: Dragonite. Master: Gender: male. Sign: category: dragon. Pokemon: attribute: dragon. Flying ability: spiritual power. Personality: laid back. Skill: Twister, Hyper Beam, Dragon Dance, Storm, Wing Attack, Extreme Speed, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Dragon Tail, Dragon Rush, Outrage, Protect, Air Slash, Dragon Breath, Blizzard, Thunder, Steel Wing, Rain Dance, Sunny Day, Agility, Safeguard. Current status: excellent. Gouda. Chingway secretly swallowed his saliva. This fact: Nima is outrageous. It is indeed the signature Pokemon that accompanied the professional oak to fight the Alliance. Compared with its cute appearance, its strength is simply a heaven and an underground. This Dragonite are all rare skills, and the Dragon type skills are almost full. Not only that, in addition to the Dragon type and Flight type skills, other attributes of the skills are also involved, and they are all the kind of violent one-to-one skills. What Farmer 3 Punch, Rain Dance, Sunny Day, Double Shield. Chingway estimates that if there is a real fight, even the Dragonite, the signature Dragonite of the Flight Department Elite Land, may not be able to get a good deal from this Dragonite. The strength of the Master level exceeds that of the Champion level. Chapter 1. The strength classification is written one level less, and there is a Champion level between the Elite level and the Master level. Professor Oak also noticed that Chingway had been staring at his old friend, and couldn't help but smile. This old guy has been with me for decades. Recently, he has become more and more lazy. He doesn't do well in training. If I hadn't told him to fly me over, he would be too lazy to move. I really can't do anything about him. Boom. Fatty blinked his cute eyes and began to pretend to be innocent. Could it be that it was Oak Versailles Shichung? Quote. This Dragonite you cultivated is really good. Chingway held back for a long time, only to say this, and Professor Oak waved his hand. That was before. If he trains well, his strength should be able to go further now, but he is too lazy. Boom tilde. Look, after flying such a distance, he is tired again and needs to rest. Professor Oak said, took out a luxury ball, put the Dragonite in it, and looked at Chingway. Where's your Eevee? Show me. Let go in and talk. It just so happens that you also help me read the paper and see if there is anything to revise. Okay, let go. The two entered Kuroba Professor's Research Institute. In the Research Institute's office, Blackleaf Professor, who had just finished taking a rest, saw Professor Oak bringing Chingway in, and he was a little confused. Teacher, why are you here? Professor Oak ignored him, but urged Chingway, it's all right now, let it out and see. Chingway was not in the ink, and directly took out the Pokeball and summoned Sylveon. Pokemon he had never seen before. Professor Kuroba, who was about to say something, was also taken aback. What Pokemon is this? Sylveon. He's a whole new evolution form of Eevee. I'll call it Sylveon. Chingway explained, looking in the direction of Professor Oak. He was about to tell the story of how he discovered the fairy system. However, he saw that Professor Oak was already in front of Sylveon at this time, looking around, occasionally touching Sylveon's unique ribbon. Seeing this, he explained with a smile. Teacher is still like this. Once he sees a brand new Pokemon, he can't walk, and he always wants to study it thoroughly. That's what a researcher should do, especially the feeling of exploring the unknown. It's so wonderful. Professor Oak, who was watching Sylveon, said without looking up. Chapter 41 _ Isn't this attribute too unfriendly to dragon? I know, that's what you taught me at the time, otherwise I wouldn't be on the path of a researcher. Maybe I can still become an elite level trainer. Blackleaf laughed. Professor Oak raised his head. I also know your strength at that time. The way of trainer is not suitable for you. Look at Chingway, this Sylveon. If I read correctly, his strength has already broken through to the quasi-elite level. What? Heyi was startled. His eyes on Pokemon are really average. He can only see that this Pokemon is very well taken care of by Chingway, but he can't see the strength or anything. He only understands when he hears Professor Oak say this. Rai smiled. He said, it seems that I'm really not suitable to be a trainer. If I don't say anything else, this vision alone is far from enough. It can't be said that, after all, your research direction is not in this area. How long have you been in contact with Pokemon seriously? Professor Oak shook his head. Heyi was speechless. Indeed, since Heyi became a researcher, the Pokemon he raised back then were able to take care of them personally at the beginning, but later, due to his obsession with research, all of his Pokemon were entrusted to the breeding house to take care of him. It's true that I haven't had serious contact with Pokemon for a long time, so, even a researcher needs to be with Pokemon all the time. We study Pokemon, not those dry materials, Professor Oak said solemnly. This is also the reason that no matter how busy he is with research, he still takes time to take care of the old buddies who accompanied him in the battle. And the big yard behind the Professor Oak Research Institute is connected with the mountain. In the beginning, he actually applied for a better life for his Pokemons while he was studying, but later with the in-depth study of Pokemon, he lived in there are more and more Pokemon there too. Teach, Heyi said seriously. Professor Oak's words made him wake up. Pokemon researcher. Pokemon first, research last. Chingway looked at this scene with some emotion. No wonder this Dragonite hasn't fought for decades, but its strength is still so strong, and it has even improved. Take good care of it. Suddenly, Chingway was a little envious. He had always thought that his relationship with Pokemon was already very good, but when he saw Professional Oak, he knew that he was still a lot worse now. Just when Chingway was distracted, Professor Oak asked again, this Sylveon is the new type of Pokemon you are talking about, right? How did you find out? Hearing Professor Oak's question, Chingway came back to his senses, organized the language, and replied, in the beginning, it was Eevee's evolution. His evolution has become a form that he has never heard of before. According to the various evolution forms of Eevee in the past, his attributes after evolution are all single. Chingway said here, paused for a while, and saw Professor Oak nodded. He continued, so I initially wanted to determine what the attributes of this new form of Eevee are, but after testing, I found that his attributes are different from the existing 17 type. The only thing that is somewhat similar is, what is it? General Department. General Department. Professor Oak was a little puzzled. Yes, General Department, because his skills are considered to be General Department skills, but after my test, the power of Sylveon's skills does not match the description in the book. Plus, as a General Department Eevee evolution after that, it's still a general system, which is somewhat unlikely based on the previous types of evolution. So I thought it was a brand new attribute, and then I checked a lot of information, and finally determined that here is my complete discovery. You can take a look. Chingway finished speaking in one breath, took out the written paper from his backpack, and handed it to Professor Oak. Chingway's words made Heyi, who was listening next to him, bewildered. You mean, a brand new attribute? Yeah, brand new attribute. Are you a researcher or am I a researcher? Heyi only felt that he had been hit by a crit. He could admit that the talent of the trainer was inferior to him, which was indeed incomparable, but in terms of research, people discovered a brand new attribute casually, and he was still studying all kinds of materials every day, looking forward to new discovery. Could it be? Is the gap between people really that big? Haya thought silently, and suddenly he remembered what Professor Oak said just now, and saw Chingway in front of him as an example of in-depth understanding of Pokemon and contact with Pokemon's reality. He felt that he really had to make a change. Professor Oak took the paper that Chingway handed him, and he didn't pay attention to the format, he just read it carefully. A paper, the overall length is not long, but it took Professor Oak more than 2 hours to read it. Putting down the dissertation, Professor Oak exhaled and moved his legs that were a little stiff after standing for more than 2 hours. Then he looked at Chingway seriously. Judging from the information you borrowed from this paper and your own research, this is indeed a brand new attribute. It's not a problem for you to call it a fairy system, it's just what? Chingway, who was sitting beside him, saw that Professor Oak had finished, and stood up. Isn't this attribute a little too unfriendly to dragons? Quote. Elite of the flight department. Why is Ning paying attention to this? Chingway just wanted to complain, but still said honestly, honestly, this is a video of some Pokemon battles that I have studied. Like this Moonblast, many Pokemon can learn it, and this skill is really effective against Dragon-type Pokemon. Good. And some Pokemon, such as the Clefairy family, are indeed immune to Dragon attack. That's why I judge that this brand new attribute of Fairy is the greatest restraint on Dragon attribute. However, this lacks a lot of experimentation, and I inform you that I also want to use some alliance-related Pokemon through your relationship to do some testing to determine this idea of mine. After hearing that, Oak nodded. This point is need to be tested, but a small test can be carried out now. Isn't your Sylveon what you call a Fairy-type Pokemon? Yes. Chingway nodded, with a bad feeling in his heart. So, don't I have a Dragonite? Professor Oak smiled. Chapter 42 Dragonite. Come on, are you pretending to be an alpaca? Ask for flowers for an evaluation ticket. Quote. Quote. Professor Oak smiled. Chingway always felt that he was smiling maliciously, but of course Chingway, who had memories of his previous life, knew that there was nothing wrong with what he said. Pure Fairy Pokemon will be immune to all Dragon attribute attack. Okay, then let's test it. But you want Dragonite to control the power of the skill. I know. Kuroba, does your institute have a testing ground? Quote. No, but there is a training ground nearby, Kuroba Professional said. Then go. A group of 3 came to the training ground near the research institute. Due to its relatively remote location, there are usually few people here. Only Chingway often brings Pokemon here to train, and today there is no one to train here. Come out, Dragonite. At the training ground, Professor Oak released his Dragonite. Boom. Dragonite, who was called out, was a little puzzled. Old man, come and help with a test. Use Twister to attack this Sylveon. Remember to control the power, Professor Oak said. Boom. Hearing this, Dragonite glanced at Sylveon, a little puzzled, and attacked a Pokemon that looked cuter than Benlong. Is this to make Benlong kill the flower? Boom. Benlong can't do it. Be obedient. Just do a test, Professor Oak advised. Boom. Dragonite nodded and agreed. Is Sylveon ready? Professor Oak asked, looking at Sylveon beside Chingway. Chingway touched Sylveon's ribbon and said, I'm fine here. Go, Sylveon. Mia. 2 Pokemon stood on both sides of the training ground, while Oak and Chingway were on the edge of the training ground. Let go then, Dragonite. Twister. Boom. Dragonite nodded, and the 2 short wings began to flap, and began to release the Dragon attribute skill, Twister. Soon, Twister was formed in the field. Dragonite controlled the speed of Twister, slowly blowing towards Sylveon, and at the same time opened his mouth to remind the other party. Boom. Mia. Sylveon stood still, waiting for Twister to arrive. As Twister approached, Professor Oak and Kuroba Professor both widened their eyes and prepared to wait for the result, while Chingway folded his arms beside him, looking confident about it. Soon, Twister completely submerged Sylveon's figure, and after a while, the strong wind slowly dissipated. At this point, Professor Oak and Kuroba Professor are not only wide-eyed, but also the boss with their mouths open. I saw Sylveon standing in the field unscathed. Boom. Dragonite on the other side of the field also saw the result, and he expressed his extreme incomprehension. Could it be that Benlong's Twister's power was just too small? This was still surprised to see the unscathed Professional Oak. You know, this is a Dragon-type Pokemon standing at the apex of the Pokemon world. Dragonite, use Dragon Breath. It's more powerful than Twister. Soon, Professor Oak gave Dragonite another order. Boom. Dragonite also felt that Twister's power was too low because he didn't wake up just now. He opened his mouth wide and spit out a Dragon Breath towards Sylveon. Mia. Affected by Dragon Breath, Sylveon was just a little messy, but still unscathed. Boom. Dragonite, who saw the result, was completely stunned. Could it be that it was a palace-level boss who pretended to be cute and bullied me? Or is it not the cute Sylveon in front of me, but an alpaca in disguise? If it is said that there may be an accident with one skill, but if 2 Dragon skills go down one after another, Sylveon is unscathed, which made Professor Oak begin to believe the speculation mentioned by Chingway in the paper. However, the test still has to continue. Dragonite, Dragon Tail Attack. Boom. Dragonite, Dragon Rush. Boom. 2 more powerful Dragon skills, but Sylveon is still the same. Professor Oak's expression also became serious with the continuous testing. After letting his Dragonite use all the Dragon-type attack skills, he turned his head to look at Chingway. I think you've made a discovery that will affect the entire world of Pokemon. Although I haven't tested Sylveon's attack yet, just being immune to Dragon skills is enough to make the whole world have a big earthquake. Professor Oak has thought about the effect of waiting until the paper is published. Maybe. Chingway nodded. But our test isn't finished yet, is it? Professor Oak took a deep breath. Yeah, our test isn't over yet. It's time for the Sylveon to attack. Dragonite, prepare to be attacked and tell me what you feel. Boom. Dragonite looked aggrieved, and the ineffectiveness of this company's attacks made him close to himself. He never thought that such a Pokemon would appear one day. However, the test is still going on at this time, and Dragonite is quickly ready. At this time, Chingway said, Professor Oak, the characteristic of my Sylveon is a characteristic of a new attribute. I named him Fairy Skin. Huh. Professor Oak didn't respond for a while. Chingway explained, fairy skin is similar to ordinary skin or electrical skin. When he uses ordinary skills, he will convert them into fairy attribute, and the power will also be improved. Professor Oak understood. So, your Sylveon should be a normal type move, right? Let's start the test with a normal type move. Okay. Chingway nodded and began to order. Sylveon, use tackle first. Mia. Hearing this, Sylveon accelerated and ran toward Dragonite without fear. Boom. Dragonite, who had been hit hard, also felt that something was wrong. The damage of this tackle is almost catching up with the elite level, right? Demo, you also said that you are not pretending to be an alpaca. Use quick attack. Boom. Tackle just now. Benlong is no problem. Use return. Boom. Something is not right. Why is this power so great? Has it reached the elite level? Benlong is a little sore. Use last resort. Quote, am I? Ahem, I forgot that I haven't accumulated enough and I can't use it now. Chapter 43 Kangaskhan. Brother Dragonite, haven't you eaten today? Open black lens bracket 2/5 close black lens bracket. Ask for flower evaluation ticket. Chingway was a little embarrassed. This kind of target shooting opportunity was too rare, and he was a little fascinated for a while. Professor Oak, Sylveon has run out of normal attack move. Professor Oak nodded, walked over to Dragonite, and began to communicate with him. How was the power of the skill just now? Boom, boom. Dragonite whispered. His expression was a little aggrieved. He thought that this Sylveon must have come to bully him in disguise. Oak heard the word, laughed and said, you guy, this Sylveon's strength is quasi-elite, obviously because you are usually too lazy just to improve your memory this time, and train well after you go home. Boom tilde. Professor Oak patted the old man's belly and walked back. Dragonite said that the power of general type skill moves has indeed improved a lot, and the effect of this fairy skin is exactly as you said. Then let's test what you call fairy type skill move. How much will your Sylveon be? Chingway thought for a moment and said, currently I have 2 attack skills, Moonblast and Draining Kiss, and then a Misty Terrain, which is a field-based skill. The power of attribute moves will be reduced by about half. Quote. When Professor Oak heard the effect of Misty Terrain, he was speechless. Could it be that this fairy type is really the natural enemy of the dragon type? Not to mention that you are immune to dragon attribute move. Can you also reduce your teammate damage by half? Do you want to do this? Then let's test Moonblast and Draining Kiss first. Good. With the test of the 2 skills, the power of the skill moves is indeed as Chingway said, and the damage caused to Dragonite is not small. When the last skill, Misty Terrain, is tested, Professor Oak has released his second Pokémon, Kangaskhan. Chingway observed it. This Kangaskhan has champion level strength. Type, Kangaskhan, champion level. Gender, male. Sign, category, parent-child Pokémon. Attribute, general department. Ability, courage. Character, loss. Skills, pound, fake out, stomp, focus energy, headbutt, sucker punch, crunch, double hit, endure, reversal, mega kick, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch, giga impact, stun punch, earthquake, high blast. Current status, excellent. Then Sylveon released Misty Terrain, and a thin layer of lavender mist appeared throughout the training ground. As this Misty Terrain, the effect of the skill matches the name, Professor Oak said, looking at the mist. Then test, Dragonite, use Dragon Tail on Kangaskhan. Boom. Dragonite turned around quickly, with a strong dragon attribute aura attached to its tail, and drew toward Kangaskhan. Dragonite knows Kangaskhan's strength, plus he heard that the skills of this field can have the power of his dragon type skill move. This shot has no power to control the skills at all. I, Dragonite, prove myself from now on. Bang. Kangaskhan extended his claws to block Dragonite's attack, his expression unchanged but slightly puzzled. Has this old brother of his own not eaten? Are you still playing the game? This dragon tail is not quite right. In the past, although he could block it, it still took a lot of effort, but today, he blocked Dragon Tail's attack with ease. Galu, did you not eat today, brother? Boo, how could I be missing from dinner? It's a little weird today. Chingway, you ask Sylveon to remove this Misty Terrain and try again. Okay. Hearing this, Chingway asked Sylveon to stop the release of his skills, and the lavender mist slowly dissipated. After it dissipated completely, Dragonite used Dragon Tail on Kangaskhan again. Bang. This time, the 3 of Chingway saw that although Kangaskhan succeeded in taking over this skill move, it was obviously a lot harder. Comparing the 2 times, the results are obvious. Looking at the performance of his own Kangaskhan, Professor Oak also understood that this Misty Terrain does have a very good weakening effect on dragon-type attack. At this point, there is no need to test it today. Professor Oak can see that these skills have a restraining effect on Dragonite. These skills were previously identified as general-type skills, which was obviously wrong. Coupled with the pure fairy-type Pokémon that Chingway called Sylveon, the fairy-type thing was probably true. As for the naming issue, that's not important. This kind of thing is mainly based on the first discoverer. Chingway said it was called the fairy type, then it was the fairy type, and if it was the fairy type, it was the fairy type. Just the dominance of dragon Pokémon seems to be really guaranteed. Professor Oak was silent for a while, then asked, how many Pokémons with this attribute have you found? In Kanto region, Cleffa, Clefairy, and Clefable should all be pure fairy. Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff should also have fairy attribute, and then there are Merill and Azumarill, which also have fairy attribute, and the others are temporary. It's not clear. Chingway didn't say everything, just said that most of the fairy in Kanto region are Pokémon. Merill, I remember you had one. Yes, I deduced it based on my Merill's test. Now she has evolved into Azumarill, and she also has a fairy-type skill move, Play Rough. Chingway nodded, and took out Azumarill's Pokeball at the same time. She called out, since they're already made, the necessary tests are of course indispensable. So, Dragonite was attacked by Azumarill's Play Rough again, and since Azumarill's strength is stronger than Sylveon, this attack does more damage to Dragonite. Dragonite, who had just regained a little self-confidence, feel bad for the whole dragon. Test was completed quickly. Professor Oak nodded, thought for a moment, and said, then follow the Pokemon in your inference I will apply to the Alliance, and also, make a list of what you think is a fairy-type skill move, and I will let the Alliance find Pokemon who have learned these skills for detailed test. But from today's simple test, your findings are correct, and your discovery, after in-depth research, may have a much larger effect than before. P.S. Continue to add more flowers today. Ask for a flower review ticket. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 44 _ Alliance Conference. Open black lens bracket 3/5 close black lens bracket. Ask for flowers for evaluation ticket. Then, some details of your paper need to be revised, and about the format. This can be taught by Heiyi. Professor Oak continued, after seeing Heiyi nod. Then I'll stay here for a while. Helping hand. You can do various tests. Chingway, your task is to count the test results and append them to the end of the paper. Quote, okay, Professor Oak. Chingway replied, teacher, today's test is over. Now it's time for dinner. Shall we go out to eat? You haven't been to Celadon, Rainbow for a long time. Hiya. Professor also said, okay, let's have dinner together then. Professor Oak's actions were quick, and he notified the Alliance before dinner, asking them to quickly prepare the corresponding Pokemon. Although the Alliance didn't know what Professional Oak wanted so many Pokemons to do all of a sudden, with its trust in Professional Oak, the Alliance moved immediately. By the next day, the first batch of Pokemon had been delivered to Celadon, Rainbow University, with subsequent batches arriving soon. I have to say, if you really want to talk about the richness of Pokemon type, you still have to look at the Alliance. For more than a week, Chingway followed behind Professor Oak to do various tests. The Pokemon who were tested were not only fairy type, but also dragon type Pokemon. In addition to Dragonite, Professor Oak has borrowed 5 Pokemons with dragon attribute, Dragonair, Gabite, Kingdra, Altaria, and Flygon from the Alliance. Among them, Dragonair is to test Fairy's restraint on a single dragon attribute, and Gabite can't get Garchomp for a while, so he can only find a degenerate version as a replacement, and the remaining 3 are relatively easy to find. The results of the test came out soon. Basically as Chingway said, although there was a little difference in the power of the skill move, it didn't affect the results at all. Chingway also quickly sorted out the data of this test, and completed his first formal paper under the coaching of Hiya Professor. This day, Professor Oak brought Chingway and Kuroba to a conference room in Celadon, Rainbow University. The conference room is not too big, but the decoration is very luxurious. It seems that it should be used for some high-level meeting. There's also a huge screen inside that can be used to make video calls to other places. Ready? Professor Oak turned on the screen and asked. Chingway nodded. Okay, then I will contact the top management of the Alliance now. The report will be mainly done by you in a while, and I will make some supplements for you, Professor Oak said, and dialed the phone. After a while, the video call was connected, and what appeared on the screen was a short, middle-aged man with a mustache, round-rimmed glasses, and a tuft of hair on his bald head. Chingway had never seen him, but probably knew that the identity of this person was definitely not ordinary. It's Professor Oak. What's the matter with contacting me now? The middle-aged man asked. Chairman, we have made a major discovery here. I hope you can contact the senior management of other regions and other professionals. This matter needs everyone to listen to it, Professor Oak said. When Chingway heard Professor Oak say this, he realized that this is the chairman in charge of Alliance affairs. The stratification of the Alliance is as follows. The biggest is of course the chairman of the Alliance, but the chairman generally only handles major events, while general affairs are handled by the chairman, and there are other regional Alliance branches at the same level as the chairman. The president and the president of the Alliance conference, that is, the old man who often goes on TV, Damalanchi. Further down are the ministers, officials, etc. of various departments. Major discovery. Is it related to the test you suddenly asked so many specific Pokemon to do this time? Did you discover a new skill move, or a brand new unseen Pokemon? The chairman thought of the Professional Oak a few days ago requirement. More than that, a brand new Pokemon attribute. Oh, it turned out to be a brand new Pokemon attribute. What? A brand new Pokemon attribute? After the chairman reacted, he immediately immediately became serious. Yes, are you sure? More than 90%. Chairman heard it, thought for a while, and said, in this way, I will now contact the presidents of the major branches, as well as those Pokémon professionals. An hour later, the meeting will be held on time. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer from Novel Group 9*8.020585. Sick dumbly. Quote, don't worry. The chairman nodded, hung up the communication, and should have gone to the contact person. Chingway didn't stay idle during the waiting time. They sent the electronic version of the paper and the video data during the test to the computer in the conference room so that it can be accessed at any time. I'll be able to see the professionals of the major regions in a while. Really, a little excited. Time flies, and an hour flies by in a blink of an eye. Professor Oak opened the video call on time. This time, instead of the previous one-person call, he entered an encrypted channel. With the connection of the video call, Chingway only saw that the big screen was divided into small grids, and each grid had a different figure. They're all league leaders. Some of them looked excited, obviously because they were very happy to hear the news. Some looked serious and might be worried about the consequences of waiting for it to be announced, and some were just watching the excitement, and these people who watched the excitement didn't seem to be very old. There were also no figures in the grid. I don't know if I didn't attend the meeting or I was just late. Seeing that Professor Oak didn't do anything, Chingway stood by his side and looked at the appearance of the league leaders on the screen, trying to write down their appearance. Hiya, Professor doesn't recognize everyone. He still knows a lot of bigwigs in academia. So, hey, he introduced Chingway in a low voice. This is Birch, Professor of Hoenn region. This is Elm, Professor of Johto region. This is Sycamore, Professor of Kalos region. This is... With the introduction of Heiyi, Chingway also identified the identities of this large group of white coats. Of course, there are still some people he knows, such as the one with a flamboyant cape and a look of excitement, the dragon elite from the Yulong family, Lan. There is also the fiery red hair, the ice elite Lorelei dressed up by the intellectual royal sister. These are the big names in Kanto region. Chingway of course knows them. Wait another 10 minutes. We will officially start this meeting. The chairman simply counted the number of people and said, Chapter 45 _ the difficulty of the dragon system. 4/5 ask for flower evaluation ticket. During the waiting time, these people will definitely not wait there. Many professionals asked about the details of Professional Oak and wanted to hear spoilers in advance, but Professor Oak said nothing. As for Chingway, most people regard him as Professor Oak's assistant. Professor Oak and 30-year-old Hiya Professor plus Chingway is not obviously the third generation of researchers, and the people watching the lively are also chatting. Only the high-level officials of the Alliance sit there quietly and wait for the start of the meeting. Chingway also stood there quietly, listening to the chats of the bigwigs inside. Through chatting, Chingway knew that only Alder, champion of the Unova Alliance, was present at this meeting. Kanto and Johto didn't mention it. Chingway listened to their chat. Hoenn's former champion Steven was missing. Maybe he was digging rocks in some corner. Wallace was busy promoting the gorgeous contest. It should be in Johto region at this time. Cynthia had something to do with Sinnoh region. If it can't be done, Diantha wants to film. As for the newly discovered Alola region and Galar region, Alola doesn't have champion yet. Galar has just joined the league, and no one is participating this time. 10 minutes later, some screens were still black, but most people were already there. Okay, if the rest of the people who didn't come have problems, please tell them to those in charge of the same region. Now the meeting officially starts. Chairman said on time, Shichung, publish your research finding. For a time, everyone looked at the Professional Oak on the screen. This discovery was not made by me, but by the young man beside me. His name is Chingway, who discovered the new Pokemon attribute. Professor Oak introduced Chingway to everyone. What, didn't you find it? This young man, aren't you Professional Oak's assistant? When everyone heard this, they were a little surprised. Soon, someone from the Kanto Alliance seemed to remember something and asked, I just heard a few days ago that a 15-year-old boy passed the intermediate cultivator assessment. He is also called Chingway. Chingway nodded and admitted, if it doesn't have the same name, it should be me. I just passed last week. 15 years old, intermediate breeder, and then I discovered a new Pokemon attribute. I'm not dreaming, right? To be fair, my dream was exactly the same as this one. It's a coincidence. I also had this dream, exactly the same. The big guys on the screen started talking again. Quiet. The end. It was the chairman who asked everyone to calm down. Then let's listen to Chingway's report. Chingway, let's get started. Good. Chingway started his report. The cause of this incident begins with my Eevee evolution becoming a brand new form. What? Eevee's new evolution form. What is it? Can I see it? This time, the various professionals started to get excited again. After finally being appeased again, Chingway got a lot of time to talk about it carefully. Chingway recounted the source of inspiration, and then went to check the information and found the problem, and finally released Sylveon for everyone to watch. Is this the new evolution form of Eevee? It's so pretty. How about evolution? I want to keep one too. How's the strength after evolution. Could it be the only king again? The only king refers to Flareon. The attack racial value is so high, and as a result, he can't learn powerful physical attack moves of this type, and the skill pool is extremely poor. Therefore, it is called the only king. Looking at everyone's interest in Sylveon, Chingway could only temporarily stop talking and introduce Sylveon instead. This is Sylveon. According to my inference, his evolution needs to learn at least one fairy-type skill during the Eevee period, and then when the intimacy between him and the trainer is enough, he can evolve into Sylveon, so he is fairy-type, one of the representatives of Pokémon. Quote, Chingway introduced the method of Eevee evolution, what he is good at, etc. Of course, Chingway will not say the details, but there were no fools present. They were all sensible people. After listening to Chingway's brief introduction, they probably understood that Sylveon was one of Eevee's strongest evolution forms, the only king who has been ridiculed for 10,000 years. Sylveon's actual combat ability and strength made them a little moved, not to mention, he is a brand new fairy-type Pokemon. The super high appearance made the girls present couldn't refuse, and they were all thinking in their hearts whether to wait until the end of the meeting to cultivate a Sylveon. Chingway's narration is still going on, and everyone's hearts also understand that this is a young man who pays attention to details. Others are only questioning certain skill moves, but he can link them together, and finally discover brand new property. At the beginning of the meeting, they could still listen calmly and ask him questions from time to time, but Chingway answered them with ease. As the report gradually deepened, some people couldn't sit still until after the various characteristics of fairy-type Pokemon were mentioned. First of all, the one who can't sit still is the one who is wearing a cloak no matter where he is. You mean, fairy can be completely immune to dragon attack? It's impossible. Others were also a little unconvinced and questioned one after another. Chingway did not answer, but played the video clip of the previous test under the helping hand in Professional Oak. The first one to play is Chingway's Sylveon facing Professional Oak's Fat Dragonite. The participants only saw the Dragonite's wings flapping rapidly in the picture, and then a twister formed blowing towards Sylveon, who was standing still. Except for some strict control female bosses who were addicted to Sylveon's appearance, who couldn't bear to cover their eyes, everyone else opened their eyes wide and waited for the result of Twister's attack. The result came out quickly. Sylveon, unscathed. The test video of the first skill is over. Chingway has put on a few more videos, and the Sylveon who has finished the final test, except for a little messy hair, doesn't seem to be hurt at all, and some people in the audience were hurt a million times in their heart. At this time, there is only one sentence in everyone's heart. Dragon Pokemon, there is trouble. P.S. Thank you for your monthly passes. Thank you. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 46 Chingway and Elite's exhibition match. 5/5 asked for a flower evaluation ticket. Of course, it's not the coolest. Chingway started playing Sylveon to release Misty Terrain. Dragonite's Dragon Tail was easily taken by Kangaskhan with both hands. The faces of some alliance bosses also changed, and Chingway also explained this skill while playing the video. This skill move is called Misty Terrain. It is a field-based skill. Pokemon in the field. Any Pokemon that stays on the ground will not enter the abnormal state and chaos state. The most important point is, in this field, the power of dragon attribute skills will be reduced by about 30% to half. This, although some people didn't believe it, they remained silent after watching that Kangaskhan took the Dragonite's Dragon Tail with ease in Misty Terrain and the Dragon Tail with some difficulty in the ordinary field. Many people know these two Pokemon. They are the signature Pokemon of Professional Oak. If the test recordings in the video are two Pokemons that Chingway randomly found, they may also wonder if Chingway did some trick, such as acting or something. However, Professor Oak's Pokemon is inherently convincing. Moreover, they all heard the instructions given by Professor Oak in the video. They were not playing fake games at all. This video is completely real. Video, how can it be fake? Cough cough. After watching these test videos completely and listening to Chingway's report, everyone recalled the skill attributes of the Pokemons in the previous video, and they all fell silent, including other professionals. Although the professors are addicted to research, they still understand what the fairy department's discovery represents. If the next large-scale study reveals enough types of fairy Pokemon, the hegemony of dragon Pokemon is no longer guaranteed. Brand new skills, brand new restraint chain, and the impact on dragon-type Pokemon. These questions lingered in the minds of the participants. However, some of the old people were very relieved that such a major discovery was actually discovered by a child who was only 15 years old. That is to say, the future of the Alliance is bright. After listening to the complete report, they also knew that the fairy type only has restraint on the dragon type, dark and fighting type. Although none of them is quadruple restraint, it will still have a certain impact on the relevant trainers, especially the dragon trainers. Not a few trainers in the Alliance who have cultivated dragon-type Pokemon. Many elite-level characters have cultivated dragon-type Pokemon because although the dragon type is difficult to cultivate. The powerful combat power after cultivation is really fascinating, and the upper limit of Dragon-type Pokémon is generally recognized. Coupled with the excellent restraint chain of the Dragon-type Pokémon, in addition to the Dragon-type itself, it is only twice restrained by the Ice-type attribute, and at the same time is twice resistant to the 4 types of fire, water, electricity, and grass. It is simply not too good. But now, all the glory of the past may become a thing of the past after today. The voice from the screen of the video call caught Chingway's attention and looked at the one who spoke. I saw that the arrogant cloak was no longer swaying without wind at this time, but slumped behind him with a decadent look. It is a Dragon Elite Lance who speaks. Well, can you estimate how many fairy Pokémon there are? Lance asked the question he was most concerned about. At this time, the appearance of the fairy type was a foregone conclusion, and he couldn't change it. The only thing he could look forward to was that there would not be too many types of fairy-type Pokémon. Chingway wants to complain very much. The restraint of the dragon has something to do with you, but is it that big? However, Chingway still expressed his speculation. I don't think there are too many types of fairy-type Pokémon. The only pure fairy-type Pokémon that have been determined so far are Sylveon, the Clefairy family of 3, Togepi, and others are yet to be discovered. There aren't many other Pokémon with fairy attribute, like the Jigglypuff. Chingway said several names. If there are many types of fairy Pokémon, they should have been discovered long ago. Until now, it can be shown that the types should be relatively rare, but I also don't know the exact number. I don't know. Further research is needed. Hearing Chingway say this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Not much is good. In this way, although the status of Dragon-type Pokémon will be affected a little, it is still the overlord most of the time. That's fine. Lance also relaxes, just a small amount. Chingway's report has come to an end here, and the rest of the time is for the bigwig to discuss the possible impact after the announcement of this matter. However, these have little to do with Chingway. In the end, it was the chairman who made the final conclusion. He said to all the participants, "That's all for this matter. Shachung, Chingway, you are at Celadon, Rainbow University now, right? It's just these 2 days to prepare. We will notify the major media in the next 2 days, and 3 days later, we will hold a press conference at Celadon, Rainbow University. At the press conference, Chingway, you will announce the findings of the fairy department, then hold an exhibition match on the spot, mainly for fairy-type Pokémon battle. Is the object of the exhibition match?" The chairman touched his chin and thought, but everyone's eyes were on someone, and the chairman saw it and understood. Since the fairy type has the greatest influence on the dragon type, the contestants of the exhibition competition should be our Kanto region dragon type elite. Land, it's time to trouble you. I remember that besides Dragonite, you also cultivated a few Dragonairs as backup, right? You can choose a few with similar strength to Chingway's Sylveon to participate. As for Dark and Fighting, it's enough to choose and draw from the trainers who came to watch. As for the competition system, it's 1 versus 1 when playing against the audience. During the exhibition game, 2 versus 2. Chingway, the Pokemon that I sent to test before are all good. You can choose one of them to participate in the exhibition match. It's better not to be a single fairy attribute. The chairman made a final decision. Okay. Lance was a little helpless. Chingway also had no opinion, and the others were much happier. Oh, this is an exhibition match of our Dragon Elite, and it's all dragon. I can't miss it. Yes, President, I'm going to take a leave of absence these 2 days. I'm going to watch the game. President, I also want to ask for leave, and I'm going to Celadon, Rainbow City. Land, this is the best chance to prove yourself. Come on. Ha 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 ha. P.S. Which big guy voted for nearly 4,000 flowers? It's really hard to add more hand. At least 1 chapter will be added tomorrow, and I will strive for 2 chapters to be completed tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 47. What were you doing when you were 15 years old? Ask for flowers for an evaluation ticket. Okay, that's it for today's meeting. If you have anything else to do, you can communicate privately, the chairman said and ended the meeting. Professor Oak's video communication was also cut off. Seeing that the screen went black, Chingway breathed a sigh of relief, and this scene happened to be seen by Professional Oak, who turned around. You were nervous when you just reported. Chingway rolled his eyes. This is the first time I've made this kind of report, and the people who listened to the report were all bigwigs of the Alliance, so I must be nervous. Professor Oak smiled. The performance is great. The next step is the press conference. You don't have to talk about such details at the press conference. The trainers will not pay attention to such detailed issues. You need to simplify it a little bit. Let's simplify it. Chingway thought thoughtfully. Then there is still the exhibition competition. What? Are you worried about the fight with Elite? Professor Oak was stunned and seemed to understand. It's okay. As far as I know, the Dragonair in Land's hands is also a quasi-elite level, and this is an exhibition match to show the fairy system, the power of Pokemon and skills. Don't worry. I'm not worried about this. After all, this is the first time I've played against Elite. Chingway laughed. It's really exciting. Looking forward forward. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I forgot about the research for so long. You are a trainer. Professor Oak also laughed. After laughing for a while, he said with some nostalgia, for a trainer, it's something worth looking forward to, right? Obviously, Professor Oak was thinking about his days as a trainer. Yeah, shouldn't the trainer be constantly fighting against powerful people? Chingway smiled and thought silently in his heart, and at the same time, he was full of expectations for the exhibition competition in a few days. He, who was on the side, looked at the two of them, a little confused, but in order not to make himself look embarrassed, he also laughed awkwardly. On the night of the conference, countless families in all Pokémon World regions sat at the dinner table, turned on the TV, and prepared to watch TV while eating dinner. A piece of news was announced, causing an uproar. The world of Pokémon also has news, and the main time for the news every day is dinner time. Countless families saw the news broadcast on the news station on TV. In 3 days, we will be hosting a world live conference in Celadon, Rainbow City, Kanto region, among Celadon, Rainbow University. The content of the conference is to announce a Pokémon attribute newly discovered by the Alliance. It is reported that this new Pokémon attribute is named Fairy Series, and the discovery is a 15-year-old trainer, Chingway from Kanto region, Cerulean City. After he discovered the brand new attribute, he conducted a lot of practical tests under the helping hand of Professional Oak, and finally passed the meeting of the Alliance and officially recognized this Fairy Series as the 18th attribute of the Pokémon. After the press conference, there will also be an exhibition match between Chingway, the discoverer of the Fairy Series, against the Kanto region Dragon Series Elite Land. After the exhibition game, some spectators will be drawn from the venue to fight against Chingway. The announcement of the news directly triggered the big earthquake in the world of Pokémon. The discovery of a new property of Pokémon is a major event worthy of everyone's attention, not to mention, it was discovered by a 15-year-old young man. Are they doing at 15? At the Pokémon Academy? Or have you just picked up the Earl Dervish Pokémon Royal 3 and embarked on the path of a trainer? Or did you start your life from a young insect catcher? Among them, the most powerful thing is that he has penetrated more than 8 gyms, collected a lot of badges, and finally achieved a good ranking in the Alliance Conference of each region. 16 years old when they attend the League Conference. That's fine. The setting of this book is that soon after the end of the Alliance Conference, the new generation of trainers will receive Royal 3 and set off until the second year of the Alliance Conference, so many people have already passed their 15th birthday when they set off. I reached the age of 16 when I attended a convention. The Pokémon world also has the internet, and of course there are forums. Shortly after the news program ended, the forums were all about the launch in 3 days. Its popularity hit the headlines in minutes, and quite a few people were discussing the name Chingway. I discovered a new Pokémon attribute at the age of 15. Can he get the title of professor with this? 15-year-old Pokémon professional. Are you kidding me? Could this be a conspiracy of the Alliance? Launch a young man to publish their research results in order to create momentum for this Chingway. Building momentum. Why do you want to build momentum for him? Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of the president of the Alliance? Stop talking nonsense. What if it's an illegitimate child? And you didn't read what it said in the news. They're trainers, not researchers. Trainer. Which trainer have you seen to produce such a large research result? Yes, isn't that Professor Oak? Quote. Professor Oak did not embark on the path of a researcher until he became champion. This young man is only 15 years old. Crying. I was a boy in shorts who didn't understand anything when I was 15. Quote, I'm 15 and I'm a bug catcher because I don't have the Earl Dervish Royal 3 Pokémon. Hey, I think I was a miniskirt lady back then, but now I've become an apron auntie. Quote. The forum was extraordinarily lively, and at the same time, there were many people watching the press conference, and shortly after the news ended, the league opened a ticket sales channel for the press conference. Regard, the happiest are the residents of Celadon, Rainbow and the tourists who are traveling in Celadon, Rainbow. I didn't expect to come here for a trip and catch up with such a big event. And you can also enjoy the exhibition competition that Elite participated in. Even trainers who don't pay attention to the fairy department are very interested in the Elite exhibition game and the subsequent selection of spectators to play on stage. Everyone is thinking, what if I choose myself? Although his opponent is a 15-year-old boy, which means that the strength of this boy is not strong. When the time comes to defeat this young man, maybe many years later, it will be recorded in a certain unofficial history. XXX fought against Chingway, the father of Fairy Department, at the Celadon, Rainbow University, Fairy Department Property Conference in Celadon, Rainbow City on XXX Day, and won. In the future, when bragging with friends, relatives and children, you can also say boldly, back then, your father, I was the man who defeated the father of the fairy family. P.S. My God, which big brother gave nearly 17,000 flowers? Is this trying to make me add more to death? What I want to say is that I am so grateful to the big brothers. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 48 Archer. I'm too hard. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Of course, Chingway's parents also watched the news and knew what earth-shattering things their son was going to do. Although Chingway had told them before that he was in Celadon, Rainbow City recently, and some data needed to be researched, but they did not expect that this research would result in a new attribute. Of course, they were proud of Chingway and contacted Chingway to express their congratulations. It's just that things in the breeding house have been busy recently, and they couldn't find time to come and watch their son's performance on the spot. In the hotel at night, Chingway, who was finally at ease, was also leaning on the sofa and watching TV leisurely. The news about the press conference was playing on the TV, and Chingway was also a little curious. What would others think of a 15-year-old boy who discovered a new attribute? As for the forum, Chingway must have known about it. Before he started traveling, he often visited the forum. Because the people on the forum come from various regions, there are various posts in the forum when there are no major events. Chingway can better understand other regions through these posts. There are many trainers who visit the forum, and they will also share some things they have encountered in their practice. For example, there is a certain rare in a certain direction of the XX forest. Things like trails of Pokémon. These things have given Chingway a great helping hand, and even some of his plans for this travel practice refer to these posts. Moreover, the friends on the forum are nice. They speak nicely, and there are countless enthusiastic friends. So, he also boarded the forum, and sure enough, it was full of people discussing this matter. Looking through the comments, Chingway almost laughed out loud. Humans in this world seem to be no different from their previous lives. Each one is just like a lemon, envious and sour. Continuing to scroll down, he turned to a statement about something like, I was also the man who defeated the father of the fairy family back then. At that time, Chingway wanted to shout, the key is coming, and then joined the forum to start killing people. After thinking about it, it's okay. It's been so many years, and even though the self in the previous life often scolded people on the internet, after so many years, I have come into contact with different people and things, especially the existence of Pokémon, which has changed Chingway's character a lot. And with the start of ticket sales for the press conference, this topic has become more and more popular. If there is any hot analysis software, Chingway estimates that the news about the press conference may grab the top 3 hot searches. During this period, the happiest ones were Celadon, Rainbow City officials and Celadon, Rainbow University. They were inexplicably notified that a press conference that would affect the whole world would be held in a few days. The ticket price for the press conference will not be mentioned for the time being because it belongs to the official nature of the alliance, and the ticket price will not be very high. Affected by the press conference, a large number of trainers from other regions in other regions will come over these days, and the tourism income will be a lot of money. Celadon, Rainbow University is equivalent to making an advertisement around the world, and now almost everyone knows Celadon, Rainbow University. As for the location of the venue, it is very simple. Celadon, Rainbow University also has a huge multi-purpose battlefield, as long as a platform for speeches is built in the center of the venue. Some people are happy, and of course some people are not happy. That's right, Team Rockets are irritated right now. Underground in Celadon, Rainbow Game City, in Team Rocket Bay, Team Rocket's Kadri Archer sat behind his desk, rubbing his temples constantly, looking very worried. This Nima just lost Eevee not long ago, and then pulled out some Team Aqua. Boss Giovanni was already angry enough, and ordered to find out why Team Aqua came here, and he also obeyed the order. Recently, he sent most of the forces in the base to search outside, but still found nothing. And then at this disturbing moment, the Alliance came to fix this kind of moth again, holding a launch event at Celadon, Rainbow University, and live streaming all over the world. Snap! The more Archer thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help smashing the water glass on the table to the ground. With such a huge momentum, it is conceivable that starting from today, the security of the Alliance in Celadon, Rainbow City will be huge. You give the order to stop the movement of the team members outside and withdraw to the base, but you must be careful not to be noticed when you come back. Archer suppressed his anger and said to a captain who was waiting beside him. Yes, the captain responded and stepped back. Archer had no choice but to report to Boss Giovanni. Such a big news. Giovanni in Viridian City must have known it at the first time, and the news hadn't been broadcast when he got the news. Giovanni do in the face of the league big move. In this regard, Giovanni can only make his subordinate calm down. When he thinks about it with his ass, he will know how much high-end combat power the Alliance will gather in Celadon, Rainbow City. If he continues to dance at this time, it will really be no different from a grasshopper. Will be shot to death at will. And Giovanni is now beginning to be a little suspicious about Team Aqua. According to the power of Team Rockets in Celadon, Rainbow City, unless the entire branch betrays him, it is impossible to find out the slightest clue for such a long time. After thinking about it for a while, Giovanni couldn't get an answer for now. Go and tell Archer not to act for the next 2 days, and at the same time let him go to Saffron City alone, and in a few days there are tasks to be handed over to him, and also, let the people from various branches start collecting fairy-type Pokémon in the black market. Yes. At this time, Ash and his party also experienced the tempering of the trainer school, passed through the forest, bypassed Saffron City, and came to Vermilion City, which is south of Saffron City. Influenced by what Chingway said before about the special training in the forest, Ash and his party specially trained in the forest for a week, and Ash is no longer the trainer in Cerulean City that only had Butterfree, Pidgeotto and Pikachu, subdued Charmander who was abandoned and almost died, and also subdued Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Since then, he has collected 6 Pokémon, including the relatively precious Royal 3. Then, near the White Headland, they did not rely on Pokémon but used their own power to conquer Krabby, but Krabby was teleported to the Research Institute in Professor Oak, and they also found Bill's lighthouse and saw the huge figure in the fog. The confident Ash came to Vermilion City and went directly to Thundershock Gym to challenge. Unfortunately, the first challenge was beaten by Thundershock Gym leader LT Surge, and he could only leave with the bitter fruit of Hollow's failure, and he, after seeing Lieutenant Surge's Raichu, came up with the idea of making his own Pikachu evolution at the suggestion of Nurse Joy and Helping Hand at the Pokémon Center. But what Ash didn't expect was that Pikachu was very resistant to this, and was unwilling to evolution. Ash was helpless and could only sit and worry in the restaurant, while Brock and Misty were also persuading Ash. At this moment, news was broadcast on the TV in the restaurant, attracting the attention of the 3 of them. P.S. I woke up and found that the flowers had reached 75,000. Some of you are going to murder me. Rescue. Close black lens bracket. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. Close black lens bracket. I really don't know how to pay it back. Well, today I spelled the old life code. How much can be added? Close black lens bracket. Chapter 49. Serena. Is it him? The third is to ask for flowers for evaluation ticket. When he heard the name Chingway, Ash was stunned and said, this Chingway, shouldn't this be Big Brother Chingway? Brock said, when we separated from Cerulean City, he said he was going to Celadon, Rainbow City. That said, Brock and Misty looked at each other, and they could see the incredible in each other's eyes. No way. The new Pokemon attribute. Does Chingway still understand this? Misty was a little confused. In her impression, Chingway only had a deep understanding of nurturing Pokemon. Not long ago, his trainer talent was already shocking enough. She was a year old, but now telling her Chingway also has an excellent researcher talent. This is no longer a shock for a whole year. It is a shock for 10,000 years. However, when it comes to Chingway, Misty quickly thinks that Chingway also has a Pokemon in his hand who is unwilling to evolution. Merill. Merill didn't want to evolve, and Chingway didn't force her to evolve, so Misty told Ash about it. Chingway also has Merill who is unwilling to evolution, and he did not ask Merill to force evolution. As trainers, Pokemon is our partner, and we should respect the ideas of Pokemon. Pikachu doesn't want evolution. After that, I got bigger and not as cute as I am now. Quote, Brother Chingway also has it in his hand. Ash heard the words and turned his attention back from the news. After listening to Chingway's name mentioned on the TV, Ash finally figured it out. Pikachu, if you don't want to evolve, we won't be able to evolve. We can become strong without evolution. Pikachu exclaimed happily. Let's continue to challenge Gym tomorrow. Today's failure has taught me a lesson. Tomorrow I can definitely beat Thundershock Gym leader LT. Sir, then, let's take the car to Celadon, Rainbow City for the conference. At that time, we will still see Elite make a move. Maybe there is still a chance to fight him. Ash, who was revived, quickly made a new decision and said with great energy. Through the brief introduction on TV just now, Ash also probably knew what the 4 elites represented. Did you make such a hasty decision? And you just finished playing Gym today, and you're going to challenge again tomorrow. Are your Pokemons improving? Misty couldn't help complaining. There will be progress. I already have a way. Now go out for special training. Pikachu. Pick up. Then, one person and one mouse left the restaurant directly, leaving Brock and Misty looking at each other. Can you make a special training plan so soon? Misty was done. Perhaps. Ash's words are possible, but since we've decided to go to Celadon, Rainbow for the press conference, we'll have to buy tickets online in a moment. Brock said, yes, we won't be able to enter the arena without the ticket. Ash is always on the move. He said he didn't think about the tickets when he went to the press conference. Really? Misty sighed. Ahahaha. It's okay. We just need to buy a ticket for him. Brock laughed and helped Ash out of the siege. Kalos region, Vanillaville town. Serena, who had just finished training with Rhyhorn, returned to the house with her mother Grace to prepare for dinner. The meal, Serena in a cute pink pajamas looked a little unhappy. She didn't like Rhyhorn competitions, but her mother was a master of Rhyhorn competitions, so she wanted her to follow this path too. However, she couldn't control Rhyhorn at all during training and fell off Rhyhorn's back several times. Serena's character is very gentle, even a little timid, so she is not too afraid to speak her mind to her mother. If it was him, he would be brave enough to explain to his mother. I'm still too timid. Serena fiddled with the food on the plate with a spoon in one hand, her thought drifting elsewhere. Mother Grace saw Serena like this and thought she was just tired from training for a day. Instead of asking, she turned on the TV, and watching TV might help her daughter relax better. Then, both mother and daughter saw the news on TV. Hearing Chingway's name, her mother Grace didn't feel anything. She just felt that the young people today are really amazing. And Serena is different. The familiar name is ringing in her ears, but she is not sure if it is the one she has in mind. Chingway. If it is Chingway, it is indeed possible to do it. He loved Pokémon so much. Serena thought about the little boy who rescued her in the woods 8 years ago. Now she is no longer the one she knew nothing of back then. She recalled the time when Chingway rescued Azurill. Now it seems that it is very professional. Method. The press conference in 3 days. I must watch it when the time comes. If it's really him. All. Serena blushed and made a decision silently in her heart. Grace across from the dining table knew nothing about it. Her eyes were always on the TV. As a Pokémon trainer, the new stat was a big deal. From the second day onward, more and more trainers and researchers and tourists came to Celadon Rainbow. Flights to Celadon Rainbow were also temporarily increased several times. 3 days passed in a hurry, and Chingway stayed in the hotel for the past 3 days, except that he went to Celadon Rainbow Gym to deliver Gloom's nectar once and made Pokeblock for the first month. Even his Pokemon's training volume has been reduced a lot. During his stay in the hotel, he completed the revision of the speech on the first day. In fact, he reduced a lot of reference to XX materials and focused on the fairy system itself, that is, the effect of skill moves and so on. Of Celadon Rainbow University Central versus Battlefield. Although it is only 7 in the morning, it is already crowded here. The check-in starts at 8 o'clock, and the press conference does not officially start until 10 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, Chingway came to the venue, entered through the dedicated channel, and came to a conference room in the backstage. At this time, in the conference room, the senior management of the Alliance and the professionals from the major regions gathered together. In a corner of the conference room, Lance and Lorelei were also entertaining elite from other regions, and the other elites are poking fun at Lamb. At this moment, Chingway pushed the door and entered. It's Chingway. Come here. Professor Oak saw Chingway come in and waved to him. At the same time, I introduced Chingway to everyone. This is Chingway. I met at the summer camp one held a few years ago. He is a very gifted child in all aspects. Then Professional Oak introduced the top leaders of these alliances to Chingway, including representatives of the Joy family and representatives of the Jenny family. Introducing these, Lance also walked over with the elite. P.S. The flowers are 85,000, and the evaluation votes are also 1,200. Do you want me to explode on the shelf today? If so, take the flower evaluation ticket to reward the monthly ticket and hit me. I'm starting to keep updating now. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 50 _ you said they are all Dragon Elite. Why? The fourth is to ask for various data. Meet me. I'm Lan. Lance reached out to Chingway. Chingway also reached out and shook his hand. I'm Chingway from Cerulean City. Nice to meet you, Lance Elite. Come on, let me introduce you. This is the Ice Element Elite Lorelei. You should know him. Lance crossing pointed to the red-haired beauty standing behind him and said, and then pointed to a dark-skinned athletic girl next to Lorelei and said, this is the Ghost-type Elite from Hoenn region, Phoebe. Hello Chingway-kun. Phoebe greeted enthusiastically. Have seen Phoebe Elite. With the introduction of Lan, the elites who came to the scene this time are Kanto, S. Lance Crossing and Lorelei, Hoenn, S. Ghost Elite Phoebe and One Piece and Dragon Elite, Drake, Sinnoh, S. Psychic Elite Lucian, Unova region, S. well-known novelist and Ghost Elite, Chantal, and the Dragon Elite from Kalos, Doricena. After listening to the introduction, Chingway realized that the Dragon Elite from the entire Pokemon world is here. It seems that they really pay attention to the fairy department. Chingway recalled the main Pokemon of Drake and Doricena. Drake has Salamence, Altaria, Flygon, Kingdra, Dragalge and all other Pokemon with Dragon. Doricena also has Dragon Pokemon like Noivern, Druddigon, Altaria, Dragalge. Chingway thought again. Gyarados, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Dragonite. Oh, why is the difference so big? Chingway looked at Lan, who was wearing a coquettish cloak in front of him and was introducing him to the elite with some emotion. At 10 o'clock, the press conference started on time. The host first came to the stage and started talking about the opening remark. Trainers from all regions are welcome to attend this conference, and audiences from all over the world are welcome to watch this conference. As everyone knows, the theme of this conference is the new Pokemon attribute, Fairy Series. Quote, then, the host forced a bunch of nonsense to the effect of thanking Celadon, Rainbow City, thanking the Alliance and other things, and finally said, then, welcome to the Discoverer and name of the Fairy Department. Chingway, come to the stage to give a speech for everyone. Chingway waited in the audience for a long time, and finally received the notice to take the stage. So, he walked up with Sylveon who was following him. What that Pokemon? so pretty. It's so beautiful. Where did you get this from? Go check it out. Mom, I want this. Coat, go away. No. The audience's eyes were on Sylveon beside Chingway. When he came to the podium, Chingway looked around and found that for the first time facing such a huge scene, he didn't feel any nervousness. So, he cleared his throat and started today's speech. Hello everyone, I'm Chingway from Cerulean City, and the Pokemon beside me is the Pokemon I named Sylveon. He's evolution from Eevee, one of the forms, but also a pure fairy-type Pokemon. Quote, as Chingway spoke, the venue gradually became quiet. Chingway started his speech. The content of the speech was similar to the previous report at the conference, but the focus was on the power of skill moves and the attributes of restraint and restraint. Through Chingway's explanation, the audience also learned that the announcement of this attribute has the greatest impact on the dragon, dark, and fighting type. For insect trainers, there is an inexplicable resistance attribute. Insect trainer, the majority of insect catchers, we didn't do anything. Come here to watch the fun, and you told me that my damage in fairy was half. For the poison and steel trainers, it was a big surprise. Their own Pokemon had an extra restraint attribute out of thin air, which was obviously more powerful. At the same time as his speech, Chingway also selectively played some videos recorded in the test before, so that everyone can have a better understanding of the fairy system. The whole speech did not end until 12 o'clock noon. Chingway was a little helpless about this. It started at 10 o'clock. I didn't expect the host to force more than 20 minutes with one opening remark. It was amazing that he could finish the speech at 12 o'clock. The above is my discovery of the fairy department. Of course, these are not all of them. I can't complete it alone. This requires everyone to discover and study together. Only in this way, the fairy department can sort out complete and detailed information as soon as possible. Data, just like any other department. Quote, this is my speech. Thank you all. After speaking, Chingway bowed all around and walked off the podium. The audience burst into applause. The host also took the stage again. This time, perhaps because he was requested by the league officials, this time his words were brief. Trainers, this is the speech part of this conference. After the conference, the information about the fairy department will be published on the official website of the league. Today's first half report officially ends, and the second half is in the afternoon. It starts at 2 o'clock on time. At that time, Chingway, the discoverer of the fairy system, will have an exhibition match with Land, one of the 4 elite. After the exhibition match, some audience members will be selected to challenge the stage and experience the abilities of the fairy system Pokemon in person. There is even a chance to compete with elite Lance battle. After saying these necessary lines, the host officially announced the end of the first half. The audience also exited in an orderly manner. Chingway did not leave the battlefield. At this time, he was staying with the professionals and elites of various regions in the background talking about the new attribute. Lunch will be delivered in a while, and we will deal with it here at noon. After chatting for a while, a staff member knocked on the door and came in, walked to Chingway, and whispered, Mr. Chingway, there are 3 young people looking for you outside. They say they are your friend. Did you say what they were called? Chingway asked casually. 3 names: Ash, Misty, Brock. Ash, he's here too. Professional O, who was beside Chingway, also heard the staff words and asked in surprise. In his impression, Ash should not care much about these things. This kid doesn't care about any attributes at all. He was a little surprised to come to the press conference today. P.S. Understood. You just want me to go crazy today. I also fight today. You keep giving flowers and tickets, and I will keep updating. Try to see if you can code it to the shelf today. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 51 Ash's visit. This is the future of the Alliance. The 5th is to ask for data. It should be here, but when they separated from me in Cerulean City before, they said they were going to Vermilion City. Chingway said, probably finished the Thundershock Gym in Vermilion City and saw the previous news on TV. Please, bring the 3 of them in. Professor Oak guessed and said to the staff. Good. Staff turned and left, and it didn't take long for 3 young people to bring in. It was Ash and his party. Chingway saw Ash entering the door and stood up to meet him. Brother Chingway, we came to see your speech. Professor Oak, are you here too? Ash greeted Chingway immediately after seeing Chingway. Pick up. Pikachu on Ash's shoulder also waved towards Chingway. Professor Oak will definitely come to such a big event, and Professor Oak has helped me a lot. Without him, my discovery might have been a long time before it was published. Chingway said with a smile. Ash is here too. Haven't you eaten yet? Just stay and eat together. Professor Oak is also very happy. Can you? Ash was a little surprised. Of course you can. Professor Oak smiled and introduced the Ash trio to those present. The professors and elites have no pretend. After all, these people are not only closely related to Professor Oak and Chingway, but 2 of them are also the direct descendants of Jim, and the other is from the magical town of Pallet Town. What does this mean? The future of the Jick Alliance. And looking at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, all those present were knowledgeable people, and they all found that Pikachu's strength should have reached the superior level. Not long after I started traveling, I got a superior superior level Pikachu. If Pikachu evolution, the strength is likely to be upgraded to a new level. Too bad they didn't know that Pikachu didn't want evolution. After Ash knew that there were so many elite gathered here, he went directly to the elites and turned into a curious baby to ask all kinds of questions. Elites are also friendly, answering patiently, and occasionally pointing out questions about Pokémon breeding. They also noticed that the boy in front of him was also a child who loved Pokémon. Who can hate such a person? As for Chingway, he forced Brock and Misty to sit and chat. Chingway, why are you pulling me? This is Lorelei Elite, my idol. Misty was a little dissatisfied. Brock has gotten a lot better. Although he liked big sisters, he is a little reluctant to provoke these big sisters in front of him. Going to strike up a conversation with the elite level big sister, Brock feels that his life is more important. There are so many opportunities. What the hurry? Well, you can sit and watch with them in the afternoon. Chingway held Misty was for fear of being alone with Brock and being asked various questions by Brock. The last time I met, I had a good chat with Brock, but he had too many questions. Can you? Misty and Brock were a little surprised when they heard the word. No problem, there are some vacant seats beside the elite. You can just sit there when the time comes. Chingway can still call the shot. Fantastic. It's so blissful to be able to get up close and personal with Lorelei Elite for an afternoon. Misty was instantly happy. By the way, didn't you go to Vermilion City? Why did you come here? Ready to challenge the grass-type gym here? Chingway took the opportunity to ask his question. According to his Ethereum, after Ash and his party had challenged Thundershock Gym, they should have taken the Wrath of Saint Anne at Vermilion City Port. No challenge. Ash heard about the Elite exhibition game on TV before, so he couldn't wait to come and watch it. So after watching it today, we will return to Vermilion City tomorrow, and then we're going to take the Saint Anne's Wrath in Vermilion City. Out to sea, Brock said. The butterfly effect and the corrective power of history. Chingway didn't know. He really fanned his wings when he came to this world, and it also caused a lot of impact, but the impact on Ash doesn't seem to be that big. However, Chingway is not going to go into this kind of thing. It is meaningless. Fortunately, Chingway, you were on the news a couple of days ago, or else we would still be troubled here. Misty also said. What wrong? Chingway was a little curious. Could he have something to do with them when he was in the news? So, Misty wanted Pikachu to evolve when Ash failed to challenge Jim, but Pikachu didn't want to tell about evolution, and said that it was because of the news that Misty remembered to take Chingway as an example, which made Ash cheer up again. But, my Merill evolved not long ago. Chingway coughed wryly. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Quote dot 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 quote. Now, it was the two of them who couldn't figure it out, but the child Merill figured it out on her own to make the evolution, and I didn't force her to do so. Chingway explained. The two of them understood. Can you finish it all at once? Don't pant so hard. Misty rolled his eyes. At this time, lunch had already been delivered. Although it was packed in a dining box, the dishes were still extremely rich. Everyone started to eat, during which Ash and Pikachu also expressed their gratitude to Chingway. Chingway said it was fine. Nonsense. The evolution of Pishin is impossible. It is the same without him. Is the evolved Skin God still Skin God? Chingway's role in it is at best a catalyst. Without him, Ash and Pikachu will experience more things, and the final result will not change. Due to the time between everyone talking and laughing, a meal took a long time. After lunch, the afternoon is about to start. Without Chingway saying anything, Dracolite took the initiative to invite the three of Ash to sit with them in the afternoon. It can be seen that these people are very satisfied with Ash. Ash and the three of them also readily accepted. Misty is the happiest one, and can finally get in touch with their idols up close. The professors and the elites who were watching the excitement left one after another and went to the stands to prepare for the show. Only Chingway and Lance were left in the huge backstage. As the time approached, Chingway felt his heartbeat beat up slightly, which was a sign that the whole person was excited. P.S. The 5th update today. Fight today. The big guys use all kinds of data to smash it. Close black lens bracket. 9 at 8:02. 0 feet 5.85 feet 6. 1 by 1. Daily update. 1 by 1. 9% asterisk 80. 20 feet 5. 8 inches 56. Chapter 52. The Chicken Thief's Land and the Chicken Thief Chingway. Sick more. Ask for various data. Chingway tried to take a few deep breaths to calm himself down. His battle this afternoon is not just an exhibition match with Land, but a challenge match for the audience. The strength of the trainers participating in the challenge is uneven, because the purpose of this competition is to fully display the fairy-type Pokémon, and he only has Sylveon and Azurill in his hand. At that time, it must be a wheel battle. Even if his Pokémon are all quasi-elite rank, the constant consumption of the wheel battle may not be enough. Besides, if a few powerful trainers come up, failure is also very likely. Of course, the league had suggested before that it could borrow the fairy-type Pokémon that had been tested before, but Chingway rejected it. This is a great training opportunity. Chingway is impossible to miss. Lance happened to see Chingway taking a deep breath and thought he was a little nervous, so he comforted retorted. Nervous? Don't be nervous, it's just an exhibition match. The purpose is to show you the fairy-type Pokemon. When the time comes, we will fight like this first, and then, so as to maximize the display. Chingway listened, and the more he listened, the more surprised he became, and finally he couldn't help but ask, are you kidding? No kidding, just fight like this. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. Lance nodded, indicating that what he said was true. Well, just as you say, Chingway agreed. At this moment, the staff also came in to inform the two of them that they were ready to go on stage. When Chingway and Lance came to the entrance, they heard the host from the morning on the battlefield making the last speech. Then, first of all, we welcome the discoverer and trainer of the fairy system, Chingway from Cerulean City. When Chingway heard the host announce his name, he left the passage and walked to the opposite side of the battlefield. The stands facing the battlefield seemed a bit noisy at this time. Some people were discussing and some people were cheering. The host then went on to announce, next is one of our Kanto region. As for Elite, the Dragon Elite Land. Lance walked onto the stage wearing his flamboyant cape, waving to the audience in the stands constantly on the way, and seemed to be extremely skilled in business. Land crossing, land crossing, land crossing. When Lance came to the stage, the cheers were obviously much louder. After all, people have been famous for a long time and their strength is well known, and most of the audience present are trainers, which is equivalent to a trainer who is inclined to research. Obviously 4 elites are their pursuit. Chingway's right hand took out a Pokeball from his waist, ready to go. Before the game, let me explain the rules again. This game is 2 vs 2. In the first battle, both sides will send Pokemon at the same time, and the first attack will be decided by the big green, the host said, pointing to the big green behind him. At this time, the names of Chingway and Lance on the big green are constantly rolling out, and finally the name of Lance is the first striker, Land. Then, 3.2.1. The game begins. Go Sylveon. It's you, Dragonair. Chingway and Lance waited for the host's order and dispatched the first Pokemon at the same time that Lance sent Dragonair. After all, the chairman had made this suggestion during the previous meeting. There was still a little time. Chingway took a look at Dragonair's information. Type, Dragonair Quasi Elite. Gender, male. Sign, category, Dragon Pokemon. Attribute, Dragon. Ability, Molt. Personality, Naughty. Skills, Wrath Slam. Agility, Hyper Beam. Thunderbolt, Thunder Wave. Substitute, Twister. Dragon Tail, Dragon Rush, Dragon Dance. Outrage, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse. Current status, excellent. In the original Pikachu version of Pokemon, Lance has 2 Dragonairs, one of which will be Thunderbolt and Thunder Wave. Dragonair, who is biased towards electric and dragon type. Chingway understood. Then, I'll start attacking, Lance prompted before shooting. Dragonair, Dragon Dance. Boom tilde. Dragonair immediately danced the Dragon Dance in place. Chicken Thief. Chingway sighed with emotion. When he was backstage, Lance told him, exhibition match. You use fairy type skills at the beginning, and I use dragon type skills to show the effect to everyone, and then switch to other attributes of the skill battle when it's halfway through. Then, now that Lance came up with the entire Dragon Dance, Chingway couldn't say that he was cheating. Dragon Dance is a buff skill, but it is also a dragon attribute. However, Chingway is not unprepared. Sylveon, use Charm. Mia, rely on. Lance was a little depressed because Dragonair suffered a loss against Sylveon. He thought that he could get a small advantage by relying on Dragon Dance, but after using this charm, his Dragonair's attack not only did not increase but also dropped 1 level. The only benefit is that the speed has increased a bit. In that case, Dragonair, fly up and use Twister. Whoa! The 2 small wings on either side of Dragonair's head flapped slightly and flew into the air, while a Twister began to form and scraped towards Sylveon. Chingway knew that it was time to show his skills, so he didn't let Sylveon dodge. Sylveon, eat it. Boom! Twister collided directly with Sylveon, who was standing still, but when the effect of the skill dissipated, Sylveon was unscathed. Dragonair, Dragon Rush. Sylveon, block. Dragonair, Dragon Tail attack. Eat it. Dragon Breath, then Dragon Pulse. Stop. No matter what order Lance gave, Chingway kept saying 2 words over and over. Eat it, block it. No way. At the beginning of the exhibition match, I wanted to show you all this. When Chingway and Lance were fighting, there were commentators in the stands who were constantly explaining. Lance chose to use all dragon type skill moves to attack at first, but we can see clearly that the fairy type Sylveon is indeed immune to dragon type attack. As far as I know, the Clefairy family has now been tested and confirmed. It's a fairy type Pokemon. Damn, are you really immune to dragon attack? My god, this Dragonair just ruined half of it. More than that, Dragonair is a pure dragon type Pokemon. It has no secondary attribute. It will be restrained by the fairy type. This Lance is difficult. The audience in the stand stood up one after another when they saw this play. You must know that in their mind, the dragon element represents rarity and power. And now, P.S. Today's 6th update. Continue to code words. Smash the tickets and the like. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 53 Inverse Attribute Battle. I'm quite familiar with it too. The people who were sitting in front of the TV watching this exhibition game were were also extremely shocked. It was one thing to watch the video material in the morning. Many people still didn't believe it, and felt that the effect of the fairy system was too exaggerated. However, the effect of actual combat is now in front of you. They couldn't help but believe it. Fairy, is it that powerful? Ash, who was sitting next to Elite, was stunned. Fairy type is good for Pokemon with other attributes, but it's a bit unreasonable for Dragon type. But there is still a solution. Drake Elite next to Ash smiled helplessly and said, "Solution? What solution?" Ash asked quickly. "It's very simple. Just let your Dragon type Pokemon learn some skills with other attributes, especially the Steel type or Poison type skills that can restrain the Fairy type. Although this is still a bit of a disadvantage, it can make up a lot." Drake didn't speak, but the nearby Phoebe Elite said with a smile, "Yes, for Dragon type Pokemon, Fairy type is very strong, but if you are prepared, you can still deal with it. It's not that difficult." Drake Elite nodded and said, "I see, it makes sense. Attribute restraint is secondary. I often fight against attribute, and I have won a lot." Ash nodded thoughtfully. Quote. Brock on the side was speechless. It was a last resort for the inverse attribute battle. This was inapplicable in the inverse attribute. Viridian City, within Viridian Gym. Today, due to the press conference, Viridian Gym announced that it will be closed for one day. At this time, there are not many people in gym. Giovanni sat at his desk, watching the live broadcast on the screen in front of him, and said nothing for a long time. "Go, try to collect Pokemon that can learn fairy skills, and then let researchers conduct research to confirm which ones have fairy attributes as quickly as possible." The match between Chingway and Lance in the picture, Giovanni ordered. Of course, Giovanni quickly figured out that the fairy series is not that strong, but it still needs to be collected. No way, most of the Dragon-type Pokemon in the world are in the hands of the 3 Dragon-type families and alliances. Although they can also get some from Team Rocket, they are not comparable in quantity and quality. New attribute Pokemon that restrains the Dragon-type Pokemon. As long as there are enough numbers, it may not be able to compete with it. Lance asked his Dragonair to perform all the Dragon-type skill moves, and then nodded towards Chingway. Chingway understands that this is the meaning of the official start of the fight. Dragonair, use Thunderbolt. Sylveon, Draining Kiss. The two who had a tacit understanding suddenly gave orders at the same time. This time, Chingway did not choose to let Sylveon dodge, but prepared to eat Thunderbolt hard, and then use Draining Kiss to double damage to Dragonair to heal himself. Whoa, Mia. Thunderbolt spark went straight through Draining Kiss's heart, hitting Sylveon. Thunder Shock caused Sylveon's hair to stand up. Meanwhile, Draining Kiss also hit Dragonair. Ma, woo. Only heard Dragonair let out a scream, and at the same time, a small group of green light appeared out of nowhere from Dragonair's body, flew towards Sylveon, and quickly merged into Sylveon's body. The Dragonair's physical strength that was absorbed. Sylveon's use of fairy-type skill moves has a 1.2x bonus, plus double damage to Dragon-type Pokemon. This time Draining Kiss damage to Dragonair is much higher than Thunderbolt. Not to mention, a part of his physical strength has been supplemented by Sylveon. It's hard to beat. Lance scolded secretly. You shouldn't have agreed to the chairman's crooked idea at that time. Dragonair, use Hyper Beam. Whoa. Dragonair's eyes glowed with dazzling white light, and then a white energy ball was gathered by Dragonite right in front of its mouth. Immediately afterward, the energy ball quickly turned into a powerful destructive beam and shot at Sylveon. No way. Lance is ready to zoom in. Protect, then use Misty Terrain. Chingway calmly issued the order, and now he has the advantage, and the opponent's Dragonair has 3 electric-type skill moves. So Chingway is going to let Sylveon use Misty Terrain to avoid the paralysis effect that may be brought by the hit of the electric attribute move. Hyper Beam directly drowns Sylveon's figure. The commentary of the game also tells the scene on the field. Lance's Dragonair uses Hyper Beam. Can it hit Sylveon? Why isn't Sylveon moving? What going on? Hyper Beam hit. No way. This Chingway won't let Sylveon dodge or fight back. Ha ha ha. Doesn't he think that Hyper Beam is also a dragon attribute skill move? The audience watched the scene and talked a lot. Soon, they got the answer dumbfounded. When the white light gradually dissipated, they saw that in the center of the light, a light green round shield was propped up in front of Sylveon, blocking the steady stream of light attack. Oh, it protects. Sylveon used Protect at a crucial moment to block Hyper Beam's attack. Now, Sylveon's chance to fight back, but Chingway's Sylveon didn't attack when Dragonair was stiff after using Hyper Beam. Instead, he stayed on the spot and used it. Then, Misty Terrain is a fairy-type field skill. Why is this such a good opportunity? Is not straightforward. Counterattack. Or does Sylveon have no other means of long-range attack? Quote, the commentator looked at the lavender mist in the field in front of him and was very puzzled. The Misty Terrain skill has the effect of having the attack effect of the dragon attribute skill move, and at the same time making the Pokemon on the ground immune to attack from abnormal condition. No damage effect, but Sylveon itself is already immune to the attacks of dragon-type skill move. Isn't it a waste waste of time to do this multiple times. Or does Misty Terrain still have effect that we don't know about? The explanation expressed the doubts of the audience. P.S. 7th more. The 8th update is out. I'll write it for a while to see if I can update another chapter. If I can't update the 8th update, I'll update it in the early morning. It's really hard to keep up with the code for a day, and my waist is sore. Chapter 54 _ I really didn't persecute Lan. 8th more. Ask for flower evaluation ticket. Brother Chingway, what's wrong? Why use this skill? Now is the chance to attack. Ash was also puzzled when he heard the commentary talk about the effects of Misty Terrain. Chingway, he is seeking stability. This child is really amazing. Seeing this, Dracolite was full of praise for Chingway. Stability. Ash still didn't understand. Seeing this, Dracolite explained, just to seek stability. I guess Chingway deduced that this Dragonair may have more electric type skill moves based on the Thunderbolt used by Dragonair at the beginning, and electric type skill moves have a feature that when they hit the opponent, afterward, there will be a chance to cause paralysis, and one of the effects of Misty Terrain is, won't be attacked by abnormal state. Ash suddenly understood. There are also discerning trainers in the audience, and they can see some of them, but they are not sure yet. Lance can see clearly. This Chingway is too stable, not like a teenager who has just started traveling. For ordinary trainers, they will definitely seize the opportunity to put a big attack, so that Lance has a chance to let Dragonair use substitute to avoid damage at the last minute, and then directly counterattack when the opponent does not react. But Chingway's move not only made his plan fail, but also completely prevented Dragonair's electrical attribute skill. Now, he has not much choice. Dragonair, use agility, get close to him, and do slam. Lance gave the order. Sylveon, unleash the wind of fairy around yourself. Mia, come on. Seeing that the lavender mist around Sylveon began to flow quickly, Lance was really helpless. Furrow, bang. Dragonair uses agility, which is very fast, but no matter how fast it is, it can't avoid the ubiquitous wind of fairy. He could only take the damage and get close to Sylveon, and then the close user's tail wrapped around him, heading towards Lamb on the ground. Sylveon, use Moonblast, give him the final blow. Mia, Sylveon, who was thrown out, quickly got up and used the last skill move toward Dragonair. A moonlight fell from the sky and hit the Dragonair directly. Furrow. Dragonair screamed and fell to the ground, losing its combat effectiveness. The first winner is Chingway. The referee soon announced the result. Oh, it's really hard to do. Lance grumbled, took back the incapacitated Dragonair, then took out another Pokeball with his backhand and threw it forward. My second Pokemon, the Dragonair. It is said that the exhibition competition is about dragons, so is it really just 2 Dragonairs? What about the other dragon? Chingway looked at the newly appeared Dragonair on the field and was speechless. Type, Dragonair. Quasi Elite. Gender, female. Sign, category, Dragon. Pokemon, attribute, Dragon. Ability, Molt. Personality, gentle. Skills, agility, Hyper Beam, Bubble Beam, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Whirlpool, Rain Dance, Aqua Tail, Substitute, Twister, Dragon Tail, Dragon Rush, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse. Current status, excellent. Quote. Quote. It was just from the double repair of Longdian. Is this only replaced by the third repair of Longbingshui? Chingway looked at the information on the Dragonair in front of him. It was obvious that this one was stronger than the one just now, but Chingway thought of the Pokemon he was going to send next, and glanced at Lance opposite him with some pity. Quote. Question mark. You're wrong, boy. Lance noticed Chingway's eyes with a hint of pity and a black question mark face. I'm professional. I'm professionally trained. I can't laugh. Chingway held back his smile, took out the Pokeball with his right hand tremblingly to take back the Sylveon, and then tremblingly took out another Pokeball. Cough cough. Come out. Out. Azumarill. Luli Tilda. A burst of light flashed, and a round blue water rabbit with a height of nearly 1 meter appeared in front of everyone. PFF. Lance looked at the cute blue water bunny in front of him, and he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Isn't it possible that this Azumarill also has a fairy type? Lance couldn't help but ask out loud. Yeah, didn't you pay attention to what I mentioned in the paper I uploaded before? Chingway was puzzled. Quote. Quote. Will Lance tell Chingway that he didn't read that paper at all? This Azumarill that has always been identified as a water attribute. Soon, news came from his headphones, so he cleared his throat and explained to the audience. I received news that both Azumarill and its degenerate Merill are now considered to be Pokemon with dual attributes of water type and fairy type, while its juvenile Azurill is a dual type of normal type and fairy type. According to the rules, the person who loses the first game has the right to attack the second game first. What instructions will Lance make? We will wait and see. Lance looked at the water rabbit. He really didn't know what to do. Azumarill, water type plus fairy Pokemon, double resistance to water attribute skills, double resistance to ice attribute skills, immunity to dragon attribute skills, and his Dragonite, except for the 3 skill moves of agility, Hyper Beam and Substitute. The others are all skill moves with the 3 attributes of ice, water and dragon. If only I had changed the order of appearance of these two Dragonair. That was Lance's only thought right now. Forget it, let struggle. Lance finally figured it out. Dragonair, get ready to use Hyper Beam. Furrow. Dragonair floats at a low altitude, and the ball of light begins to breathe in its mouth, which is the precursor to Hyper Beam. Azurill, use Protect. Then Splash uses Ice Punch on Dragonair. Luli. Azurill looked serious, waiting for the Hyper Beam to arrive. She needs to use Protect when the Hyper Beam arrives, then jump up and punch Dragonair when the light hits her vision. Did Lance choose to let Dragonair release Hyper Beam when he came up? This doesn't quite fit his usual fighting style, and Azurill doesn't have any other move. Could it be that she also has the Protect skill move? The commentator looked at the scene in front of him and was very puzzled. P.S. This is really not my persecution. In the Pikachu version of the game, Lance has two Dragonairs, one with Thunder Wave and Thunderbolt plus Lam and Hyper Beam, that is, the electric system, and one with Bubble Beam and Ice Beam plus Wrap and Hyper Beam, i.e. Ice plus Water type. I didn't think too much about it when I first wrote it. I just thought about it in order, and the result. The second one came out as soon as I wrote it. I just realized that something was wrong. This Nima wasn't killed by Azurill standing there. PS2. The important thing is repeated. This time I really did not persecute. It's a coincidence. Coincide. Close black lens bracket. As promised, try to post it on the shelf today, but I only wrote more than 1,000 words in the last chapter. It's a little too close, and I can't hold it anymore. I can only update it tomorrow. I'm so sorry everyone. I will update a chapter tomorrow morning. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 55 Chingway owns Elite. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. What the matter? Could it be a fake match? Go big when you come up. How hateful is this? The audience chatted, and the Elite seated. The Elite didn't understand Lance's choice. PFF. Lorelei, who was watching the game quietly, suddenly laughed, causing other people to look suspiciously. What wrong? It's okay. I suddenly know why this guy lances Hyper Beam as soon as he comes up, Lorelei said with a smile. Why? Everyone was curious and turned their heads. If my guess is not bad, Lance's current Dragonair only has 3 skill moves with Water, Ice and Dragon attribute, and the other attributes will only be a general type Hyper Beam. What? PFF. Ha 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 ha. This is too miserable. Right. The 2 attributes are resisted, and the main attribute is directly immune, which can all be surrendered. For a time, the Elite seats were filled with joy. Full of joy. The discussion of the crowd did not interrupt the battle on the field. Dragonair's Hyper Beam directly hit the spot where Azurill was fighting, bursting out with a strong light. This made everyone's vision affected. However, in just a moment, everyone saw the very center of the light, a tall splash of blue water rabbit surrounded by a light green mass, and the little fist of this water rabbit was surrounded by ice attribute energy, emitting bursts of cold air. Splash plus Ice Punch. Target is the Dragonair who has just released the Hyper Beam and is temporarily frozen. The commentator saw this scene and shouted loudly. Sure enough, Chingway's Azurill can also protect this move, which can perfectly resist the high damage caused by Hyper Beam, and this time, he also used Strong Light to cover himself. Used Splash and Ice Punch. Quote, Ice Punch is an ice attribute skill move that doubles the Dragonair of the Dragon type. Dragonair is in danger. Dragonair. Substitute. Lance said. The rigid Dragonair understood what his trainer was thinking, and struggled to move his somewhat rigid body. Boom. Azurill's Ice Punch directly hit the Dragonair, who was standing still in everyone's eye. Hit. Azurill's Ice Punch hit the Dragonair. The commentator acclaimed. No. Chingway knew that there was no hit at all, and the Dragonair's expression was too stiff after being attacked. And when I observed the Dragonair data before, it clearly wrote the name of a skill. Substitute. Azurill. Be careful. This is the substitute. Wait until the Dragonair's real body appears and use the belly drum and play rough. Chingway is very calm. Glum. Azurill was serious. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, not far from the Dragonair being attacked, another Dragonair appeared. This is the real Dragonair. Right now, Azurill. Chingway said loudly. Luli. At the moment when the Dragonair appeared, Azurill slapped his tail on the ground, and with the help of the reaction force, he instantly approached the appearing Dragonair. At the same time, her already round belly became even bigger. Then there is punch and punch toward Dragonair. Play rough. It turns out that Dragonair used the substitute move in a timely manner. As expected of Lance's training, he was able to successfully get rid of the stiff side effect caused by Hyper Beam in a short period of time. Azurill's response was also very fast. She was approaching again. Is she preparing for the encore Ice Punch? Oh, her belly is bulging. It's a bulging belly. Although the bulging abdomen will make her physical strength drop rapidly, it will suddenly increase her attack to the limit. He explained. He saw Azurill's fist going towards Dragonair's hammer. This is play rough. The commentary was a little unsure at first, but after getting the affirmation from the headphone, he began to explain. Play rough is a fairy-type physical move, and purely in terms of power, it is stronger than the Ice Punch that Azurill used before. In addition to the attack attack raised to the limit through the abdominal drum. Can Dragonair hold up this time? It's amazing. Are young people so amazing now? First, Protect blocked and confuses the opponent, then took the opportunity of Ice Punch to force Lance to use the substitute, and finally added Play Rough to the belly drum to make a lore. Such a meticulous command idea. This one Chingway. Lance was careless. No flash. Don't talk nonsense. He can't dodge by himself. Ahem, you know that this round itself is not a fight. The strengths of the two sides are similar, but Lance's Dragonair was completely restrained by Chingway's Azurill. Tell me how to fight this. Failure is only a matter of time. Ha ha ha, I can finally laugh at him. Kanto is back with a young elite, maybe even champion. You're saying he'll break Cynthia's record? It's hard to say, but this Chingway is really strong. It will be an elite in a few years. Tisk tisk tisk. When his Sylveon and this Azurill reach the elite level, you Kanto will be unlucky if you have an elite. Lorelei said with a blank face. Don't ask, it's just the guy on stage who was unlucky. At the same time, she was thinking about who would be more powerful than her Cloyster when Azurill reached the elite level. Of course, she also knows that if Chingway really becomes one of the 4 elite, it will not replace Lance. The biggest possibility is that Granny Agatha will retire. After all, Granny Agatha is not too young. In recent years, although her Pokemon's getting stronger and stronger, but her body is no longer enough to support high-intensity battle. Ha 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 ha. The elites laugh happily. In their opinion, Lance was really aggrieved in this game, and there was no hope of a comeback. Of course, such a group of unscrupulous elite will not miss the opportunity to tease after the game. Open black lens bracket update here. In a while, there will be a testimonial on the shelf, which will talk about the suggestions of book friends in the comment area and some of my ideas. I hope everyone can come in and take a look. Close black lens bracket. The testimonials on the shelves and the discussion of setting questions, Yanzu all come in to see. It's time to put it on the shelf. It has been a little more than 10 days since the book was published. On average, almost 1.2 W words are updated every day. This is really too difficult for my handicap. Every time at this time, I envy those big guys who are casually adding more than 20,000 a day. This is all forced by your crazy flower delivery and voting in the past 2 days, but it did give me a lot of exercise. Thank you very much. Let's talk about the book first. At the time of 40,000 words, this book only had 251 flowers and only 50 evaluation votes. Right, at that time, it was really, the whole person was confused. Some friends advised me to cut it, but I was still a little unwilling. Then I sent out the single chapter begging everyone to come and see it, and I really wanted to give up at that time. Everyone should have seen that single chapter. After it was sent, the flowers began to rise, and the evaluation votes also rose slowly. There are still many people who voted for monthly tickets and gave reward. I will not thank them one by one here. Seeing everyone's support, I also persevered. Thank you so much. Until the morning before yesterday, I was looking at flowers that cost more than 9,000 to 10,000, and then I refreshed it. It suddenly increased by more than 20,000, and I was just stupid. The first reaction was that I had a problem with my eye. The second reaction is that there is a problem in the background of the website. In the evening, another big shot voted for more than 30,000 flowers, and then the fresh Sydney votes of various big shots. This is the code word of yesterday's life-threatening, and I want to pay more and more debt, but unfortunately, in the end, it is still a little short. Today, during the day, I will always code the chapters that are ready to be put on the shelf. It should be on the shelves in the afternoon or evening. I hope everyone can give a first order to support. If there are more than 500 orders, every 100 orders will be added. Long-term effective subscription grades are really important to authors. I hope there will be no bleeding, laughs and tears. So, ask for the first order. Ask for the first order. Ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Then let's talk about the book. First of all, I saw the problem of male Sylveon in the comment area. This is really my problem, because at the beginning I thought that the ratio of male to female Eevee was 1:7, and I didn't give Chingway a hang. Chingway has a high probability of getting a male Eevee. Then because I didn't want to get the Eevee from Team Rocket, I had an idea that 2 Eevees would also make a pair. Maybe my idea was too hasty. I apologize to everyone. Sorry. The second problem is that the fairy system is immune to the dragon system. How should I put it? If it is not immune to resistance, the fairy system is a bit too weak. Imagine that the fairy system restrains 3 attributes, and then is restrained by 2 attributes, reducing the damage of the 3 attributes. This is a relatively relatively ordinary attribute. The biggest highlight of the fairy system itself is that it restrains the dragon system to a certain extent. Dominant. Everyone can think of the steel system. Double restraint ice, rock, fairy 3, and then restrained by ground, fire, fighting, but the steel system is immune to poison. And for the general department, fairy, insect, flying, grass, ice, rock, psychic, dragon, steel feat 10 attribute have resistance effect, can reduce half of the damage. If fairy type is only half, or even a quarter, then why not practice a few steel type Pokemon? And one question to know, dragon type Pokemon can learn as extensive. And this is not a game. Pokemon does not have the limitation of 4 skills. A Pokemon can theoretically learn n multiple skills. Even if the dragon attribute attack is restrained by the fairy type, it can still use the skills that restrain the fairy type to counter it. And the dragon type Pokemon's body is inherently strong, and the racial value is so high. Either the attack is high, the speed is fast, or the meat ratio. Therefore, I personally think that even if the fairy type is immune to the dragon type skills, it will affect at most 1/3 of the strength of the dragon type Pokemon, which may not be enough. Of course, it is really not very friendly to those who are not well cultivated or who only have dragon skills, but after all, they are a minority, aren't they? This is my personal opinion. If you have any different opinions, you can put them in the comment area, but now the comments in the comment area will not be displayed at the first time, so I can't reply to you at the first time. I will reply after I see it. The third question, regarding the type of shield skills Protect, there will be no situation in this book where a weak Pokemon can block Arceus' ultimate move with a shield. The setting of Protect is actually a hidden one. Generally speaking, when the strength is equal, or about a level difference, it should be able to successfully block it. If the strength gap is too large, it depends on the situation to block a part, and it will still be damaged. Regarding the setting of skill power, the increased debuff effect of a skill is not static, and the power of a skill is not limited to a fixed value in the game. It will increase the opponent's attack power by 10%, and if the level is the same or the level is not much different, this effect will be close to the game value. Of course, if the elite level uses the helping hand on the normal level, the effect will be very outstanding. The same is true for other skills, and the overall setting is this. The above are the opinions on several main issues in the comment area. If you have any suggestions, you can put them forward. Finally, I would like to apologize for the Eevee incident. Finally, please subscribe. Chapter 56_No. Chingway owns champion. Open black lens bracket. Please order first. Close black lens bracket. The Ash trio on the side were dumbfounded as they listened to the sarcastic explanations of the elite. Is this the real strength of Big Brother Chingway? Ash muttered to himself. Chingway. Elite S capital. No. Champion S capital. Brock was also silent, although his goal was not a trainer nor an elite, but a cultivator, but the rise of a powerful peer, the same worth watching. Chingway. I still underestimate you. Misty sat beside Lorelei, listening to Lorelai's evaluation, a little incredulous. Play rough skill move caused a burst of dust on the field, but soon, the dust was dispersed, and the situation on the field was clearly displayed in front of everyone. Everyone only saw Azurill standing on the spot, while Dragonair fell by her side, completely losing his fighting power. I declare that the winner this time is Chingway from Cerulean City. The referee announced the result. Nice job, Azurill. Chingway praised and took back Azurill. Come back, Dragonair. This game is my problem. Lance also took back the horrified Dragonair. Then, the two walked to the center of the venue to shake hands. Amazing. It won't be long before you challenge elite, right? Lance said while shaking hands. My strength is still far behind. This time I'm lucky. Chingway smiled. Luck. Lance was speechless. If you think about it, you are really lucky. If the order of his two Dragonairs is changed, with the second more abundant skill library, he may not be able to fight against Sylveon, and the electric skills can also restrain Azurill, but luck. Lance sighed. At this time, the host came to the stage to interview the two. Hello, Lance Elite, Mr. Chingway. The two of them nodded. I have some questions from previous battles here, and I want to ask the two of you, hoping to get an answer. First of all, it's Mr. Chingway. In the first match, after using Hyper Beam to be blocked by your Sylveon's Protect, why didn't Lance Elite's Dragonair use Misty Terrain instead of attacking directly? The moderator asked the first question. Chingway thought about it, and when he was about to answer, Lance spoke first. I'll answer this. Chingway has a good eye. My Dragonair has used Thunderbolt before, so I guess he judges that I can use other electricity, elemental skills, and when the electricity type skills hit, there is a certain probability of causing a paralysis effect. He is for stability. Quote, is that so? The host looked at Chingway. Chingway nodded. That's right, and because Lance Elite is a Dragon Master, I'm not sure how long it will take to get rid of the side effect of stiffness after Dragonair uses Hyper Beam, so I didn't choose to attack directly, but defended a wave just right. It can also be seen from the performance of his second Dragonair. If Sylveon attacked directly at that time, the Dragonair would have avoided it. Quote, Lance nodded in affirmation. When the audience heard Chingway and Lance say this. They directly fry the pot. This wave is that you are on the 5th floor and I am in the atmosphere. Is this what I predicted? Your prediction? Why do I sound like bragging? When you were 15 years old, you told me that you found a brand new attribute, and then you told me that this person's trainer is also very strong. Son, see, this is the full use of wisdom to fight. You must know that each battle is not only a question of Pokemon's strength, but also a game of trainers on both sides. But Dad, I can't learn yet. Don't say it's me. Even you. Didn't you always fight recklessly? Bastard, what is reckless? That's a tactic. It's a game between me and the opponent. But they have become the most mindless trainers in the town. Flap. Did you say that about your father? For the executives of the league, the exhibition game in the afternoon was for the purpose of showing, and the second was to bring the popularity of the speech by virtue of elite's reputation. So just in terms of exhibition game, for these people, it's not that important. So after the game ended at noon, many people left first, but some people still watched the whole game. For example, the chairman of the Kanto Alliance and the chairman of the Alliance Conference, Damal Lanchi, watched the afternoon game. Seeing this, they understood that not only Kanto's future research has successors, but even Elite has successors. It seems that the reward for this little guy Chingway needs to be changed. In the office, the chairman of the Alliance looked at the big green and thought while rubbing his bald head. Chingway found out that the Alliance would give out rewards for such a big event, but they all thought that Chingway was very talented in researching and cultivating Pokemon. Therefore, the rewards decided at the beginning are also biased towards this aspect. For example, according to the requirements of the Nurturing Association, you can inquire about some special formulas, a certain amount of advanced materials each month, etc. And on the side of the Alliance, if Chingway wants to study, if you do, it will open the door to Pokemon, and you can even apply for a research institute of your own. However, this afternoon's exhibition game allowed them to see the talent of Chingway trainer. Calm and steady. This kind of performance doesn't look like a 15-year-old hot-blooded teenager at all. Forget it. Let him choose by himself, just to find out which aspect this child liked. The chairman scratched his head in distress. The live interview continued, and the host started to ask the second question. Then my second question is about Lance Elite. In the second game, we all saw that your Dragonair was used as soon as it came up. Hyper Beam is a powerful but risky skill move. Many people think that this is the direct reason for your quick defeat in the second game. I would like to ask how you made that decision at that time. What should come will always come. Lance is helpless, but the interview questions always have to be answered. How should I say? It's mainly luck. My luck is so hot. Luck. The host was puzzled. You don't know. My second Dragonair is in the combination of skills and move. It has 3 attributes: Water attribute, Ice attribute and Dragon attribute. But Azurill is a Pokemon of the Water type plus Fairy type, immune to Dragon attribute, and double resistance to Water. 2 attributes of Ice. As for my other skills, there is only one general type, Hyper Beam, and I can see from Chingway's first match that he is a trainer with a stable fighting style. This is from his 2 Pokemon. Can also see the Protect Ill move. Quote, so there is no chance of winning. It is better to directly enlarge the bet at the beginning, but when the bet failed, Chingway seized the opportunity and successfully fought back. And my first Dragonair, the cultivation direction is the electric attribute plus Dragon attribute. That's one of the reasons why I say I'm not very lucky. The host didn't know how to answer the conversation. He also thought about it carefully. If the order was changed, it would still be a disadvantage, but with Lance's commanding ability, there were indeed some hits, and the result. Listening to what Lance said on the stage, the audience also looked at each other in dismay. So, this wave is still Chingway standing in the atmosphere, directly predicting the order of Lance's appearance. Then are you kidding me? How could Chingway know what kind of skill moves Lance's Dragonair uses? Maybe Chingway and Lance are familiar with each other. Some people started conspiracy theory, but they were quickly refuted. Then why don't you say that they are playing fake game? You can't eat grapes and say that grapes are sour. Are you still fake game? You don't want to be ashamed of the league. Luck. Sigh, why don't I have such good luck? When I play random battles with people, I am restrained by attributes every time. Damn, brother, stay away from me. Don't infect me with anger. Kalos region, Vanaville town. Serena, in pale pink pajamas, sat on the sofa in the living room, holding an Eevee in her arms, watching the screen playing on the TV in front of her. It was the screen of Chingway and Lance being interviewed. Sure enough, he has come to this point after not seeing him for a few years. No, I can't fall behind. Eevee, starting today, we have to do our best. Serena raised Eevee in front of her with both hands, whispered, bye Tilda. After all, the host has a solid foundation. Although he was stunned at first, he quickly said with a smile, then it seems that today's lucky goddess is on Chingway's side. Your exhibition game is very exciting, and it is also for all of us shows the charm of the brand new fairy Pokemon. Then, please step down and take a break to restore the state of the Pokemon. There will be more battles waiting for you in a while. Here the host having said that, Chingway and Lance waved to the surrounding audience and returned to the backstage, and the host host also began to announce the last schedule of the day, the rules of the challenge. The next part is the last part of today's press conference, and it is also the long-awaited challenge for all trainers. I'll announce the rules. First of all, for trainers who want to participate in the challenge, you can register on the official website through the ticket number. We will randomly select 15 trainers to participate in the challenge. The rule is 1 vs 1. The first challenge is Chingway, who just won. If you win, you will get some prizes, and you can also choose to continue to challenge our Lance Elite. Chingway players will only use fairy-type Pokémon, while Lance Elite uses the 2 Dragonairs from before. If both challenges are successful, you will get a lot of rewards including Alliance Point. The registration period starts now. Lasts for half an hour, and after 40 minutes, the challenge officially begins. Quote, in other words, Chingway uses Sylveon and Azurill this time, and Lance uses 2 Dragonairs. It's hard to say. Who knows if Chingway has other fairy-type Pokémon. However, the Pokémon of these two are a bit wrong. I suddenly remembered that when I was visiting the forum 2 days ago, someone said that they wanted to participate in the challenge and then beat Chingway. Is that old man here? Forget it. The person who said this is right is down. Then, this big brother, you signed up. Why didn't you sign up? Nima, who knows how powerful this Chingway is? Should I sign up to find abuse? Didn't you say you want to be the man who defeats the father of the fairy system? Cut. I tell you, I have become champion in my dream. After watching Chingway and Lance's exhibition match, many trainers who were planning to sign up for the challenge had chosen to retreat. Those with vision can see that these two are powerful. Some people choose to give up, and some people who have confidence in their own strength choose to participate. There are also 2 types of people who have no vision. One is, Chingway can even win a battle with Elite. I still don't go up to seek abuse. Another is, Chingway, wait, what the hell? The exhibition match just now must be a conspiracy of the Alliance. Watch me go up and dismantle them. In addition, there is another kind of person, a person who has no B number at all. In a position in the back row of the stand, sitting a man with dark skin, wearing a dark gray t-shirt with red cuff, and a pair of black or trousers. Looking at the age, it is about 15 years old, but it's a little strange that the battlefield is full of people. It stands to reason that it should be such a crowded situation, but there is no one around this young man. Even the trainer who occasionally passed by here frowned inexplicably after seeing him, and then walked away. At this time, he was taking out the Pokédex in his hand, logged into the official website of the Alliance, entered the number of his ticket, and then clicked the option sign up for the challenge. At the same time, he still muttered, Chingway, what kind of powerful trainer? Didn't he win by relying on the advantage of attribute restraint? Someone was bragging about his elite status before. Ridiculous. Even a weak Pokémon like Azurill has to be trained, so what if it's a fairy type? I traveled for more than a month, and I captured more than 30 Pokémons. Chingway, I guess I haven't even collected the most basic sick, right? Is this also called strength? I can be the man who conquers Mew. Who can compare to me in this world? The press conference will be broadcast live all over the world. Just right. Let my fame start here. After today, everyone will know that the real owner of Elite. No, there is only one person who holds the title of champion, and that is me, Xiaohao. Chingway and Lance returned to the backstage lounge together. On the way, Lance also joked with Chingway, you have to win the challenge game in a while, otherwise I'll be embarrassed. Chingway rolled his eyes. How can it be that simple? What if an elite level trainer comes up? Elite. Impossible. Lance said with certainty. Why do you say that? The entire battlefield is full of people. I estimate there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 people. Isn't it normal to have a few powerful trainers? Chingway asked suspiciously. Lance rolled his eyes. Where did so many elite come from? You must know that at least 3 main Pokémons have reached the elite level, and at least 3 trainers who have reached the quasi-elite level can be called elite level trainers. Quote, most of these people have records in elite, and most of them work in elite, or have a lot to do with the elite. Usually they are busy with their own affairs. At most, they just watch the live broadcast on TV. Time to come in person. Quote, and the trainer who only has 1 or 2 elite level Pokémon in his hand is busy training the 3rd one, and he has no time. The same is true for the quasi-elite. Those who have been in the quasi-elite for a long time must be busy nurturing and training. So according to my estimation, the trainers who come to participate most are the trainers who have just entered the semi-elite level, and these trainers are in need of training to run their Pokémon in their hand. Quote, your Sylveon and Azurill are already strong. Be careful. When I was your age, I only had 1 quasi-elite Pokémon. Chingway immediately retorted, isn't there so many genuine 4 elites here today? There are from every region. They are here to have fun with me. Except for the 2 dragon elite, Drake and Doricena, who really pay attention to the influence of the fairy system. The others are here to join in the fun. Speaking of this, Lance tickles his teeth with hatred. A bunch of unscrupulous friends. While the 2 were talking, they returned to the lounge in the backstage, opened the door, and Chingway saw the 2 nurse joys waiting inside with their exclusive Chansey. Seeing the 2 come in. One of them, Nurse Joy, said with a smile, "Ciao Chingway, long time no see." Lucky tilde. Chansey beside her also greeted Chingway happily. Chingway looked at the two almost identical Nurse Joy in front of him, a little dazed, but her tone was very familiar. Soon, Chingway reacted, "And this is Nurse Joy from Cerulean City Pokemon Center. The full name of this Nurse Joy is Joy Bell." "Ah, it's Miss Joy Suzu. Aren't you in Cerulean City?" Joy Suzuko smiled. "They said I was more familiar with your Pokemon, so they sent me here to check and treat your Pokemon." Lance pouted and directly exposed the other party's purpose. "What is more familiar? I think it should be that your Joy family is optimistic about Chingway's potential, and you want to befriend Chingway, right?" At this time, another Nurse Joy who has been smiling also said, "Who doesn't want to befriend Chingway now? And Suzuko is indeed more familiar with Chingway's Pokemon." Chingway nodded. "Joy, Miss Suzuko has helped my Merill and Eevee check and treat many times before, so this time I will trouble Miss Suzuko too," Chingway said, took out 2 Pokeballs, and handed them to Joy Suzuko. Although he was not injured in the battle just now, his stamina was still a lot, and it was time to recover. "No problem, leave it to me, cousin. I'll give you the Lance Elite's Pokemon." Joy Suzuko took the Pokeball, greeted him, and walked towards a small cubicle next to Chansey. There are many small compartments in the lounge, which are equipped with treatment equipment. After all, it is a professional battlefield. It is normal to prepare these things in the player's lounge. Lance also handed 2 Pokeballs to Joy Suzuko's cousin, whose Dragonair has all lost his stamina and is now in need of treatment. Fortunately, Chingway blocked the challenge for a while, and his Dragonair had plenty of time to recover. Chingway and the two were fine at this time, so they sat in the lounge and chatted while drinking water. Lance suddenly asked, "After this incident is over, I wonder if the rewards given to you by the Alliance will change." "Reward? What reward?" Chingway didn't know about this at all. "You discovered the fairy system. Of course, such a large contribution Alliance will be rewarded. You can even make some request to the Alliance. Even if you want to establish a research institute, there is no problem," Lance explained. Chingway suddenly became curious. "Can a research institute as big as the Oak Institute be established?" Lance was stunned when asked. "Oak Institute? Can that also be called a research institute? Behind the building is a huge park-like yard plus a mountain of research institute. Who can believe it?" After thinking about it carefully, Lance said unsurely, "If you decide to concentrate on the research route, I think it should be fine." "That fine?" Chingway lost interest. "Haha, I know you're not interested either. The rewards that the old men in the league prepared for you were all research-oriented resources, but through today's competition, I think their thinking will change, but I don't know if they will change it to something." Lance laughed and guessed at the same time. "If you have any ideas, you can tell me. I will go back and mention it to the old men. It should be fine. If I want a quasi-god Pokemon egg." "Okay," Chingway asked tentatively. "Pokemon egg? If there is only one, it will be no problem. Don't mention 1. Even 3 will be fine. After all, such a big contribution, and you have also shown talent as a trainer. The Alliance will definitely not stingy," Lance said with a smile, his expression suddenly serious. "But I want to remind you that quasi-gods are not so easy to cultivate. If you cultivate a lot of them at the same time, your energy will not be enough. The 4 of us elite, even champion, are all cultivated and formed. Only consider the second one later." Quote. Chingway nodded and said, "I know, that's why I said a quasi-god Pokemon egg." Lance suddenly blinked. "You can get one to train first, and the other is temporarily stored in the Alliance. Is there such an operation?" Chingway was stunned. "Don't underestimate your contribution this time, and your current status in the minds of the top leaders of the Alliance." Lance patted Chingway on the shoulder. At this moment, Joy Suzuko and her Zhao Chansey came out of the cubicle and handed back the 2 Pokeballs in their hands to Chingway. "Your Sylveon and Azurill have all recovered." A wild cheers to the challenge. Lucky tilde. Chansey also made a cheer gesture. "Thank you, Nurse Joy." Chingway thanked. It didn't take long for Lance's Pokemon to be healed too. Chingway looked at the time. Half an hour to sign up for the challenge was over, and the challenge would officially start in 10 minutes. "It's about to start. I don't know who they will choose." Lance also saw the time in the lounge, stretched his waist, and said, "Choose? Isn't it random?" "Random. It's right to say random, but after all, the purpose of the game is to show the fairy Pokemon, so after they sign up, the Alliance will screen the database according to the sign up, and select a relatively suitable trainer, that is, the main force, a Pokemon that counters the fairy type or is countered by the fairy type. Quote, such people should choose 1 or 2 to show everyone first, and then the remaining 10 or so people are randomly selected. After all, it is impossible to say that only trainers with these attributes can sign up before signing up, so this is the way to go." Quote, Lance explained. "Rely. Shady." Chingway was speechless. "It can't be completely shady. After all, there are so many applicants, only a dozen or so are selected, and 1 more and 1 less is actually not a big impact." Chingway nodded. After a while, a staff member walked in with a few pieces of paper. "Mr. Chingway, Chingway, the challenge is about to start. Here is the challenge list. There are 15 trainers in total. You can take a look. Chingway took over the list and glanced at it briefly. The name of the first trainer to appear is Azuo, a steel trainer. The main Pokemon is Magneton, whose strength is above superior. The second trainer to appear is named Keiyan, who is a fighting trainer. The main Pokemon are Kanto region, S-Classic Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, both of which are above superior. In addition to these two, Chingway saw that the rest were randomly selected, but he saw a familiar name among them. Is it the same name? Chingway is not sure. After all, there is no photo on the list. Lance also looked over at the list curiously, and smiled. Look, the first two must have been picked by the Alliance, and the remaining 13 were randomly selected. Yo, there's actually a rookie trainer. It's really exciting to sign up for the challenge. I'll take a look at it later. Chingway smiled. What, are you interested? Lance nodded. Then I'm definitely interested. Rookie trainer. It must have been a while since I traveled. I'm here to participate in the challenge. I don't know if I'm confident or fearless. What if I'm out of my mind? No way. Who knows? Chingway and Lance chatted and laughed until the staff informed them again that they were ready to go on stage to start the game. Chapter 57 _ Thrilling Challenge. Xiao Hao takes the stage. Open black lens bracket, please order first. Close black lens bracket. When I came to the battle platform just now, the host was talking about the opening remark after seeing Chingway in play. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge starts now. The first trainer to play is here, Mr. Azuo. Then, a young man wearing a red t-shirt with a mid-parted hair came up and came across Chingway. Chingway saw with sharp eyes that there seemed to be scars on the other's arm due to electric shock. The host began to introduce the rule. This challenge is a one-on-one mode. Chingway will dispatch Pokemon first, and the challenger will dispatch Pokemon first, and has the right to attack first. Then please Chingway to send Pokemon first. Go, come on, Sylveon. Chingway threw out the Pokeball. In fact, it was a better choice for Azurill to play, but through the leak of Lance just now, Chingway also understood the meaning of the Alliance. It means that the first two games should be played with pure fairy Pokemon. Show everyone the performance of fairy-type skill moves in the face of restraint and restrained object. Come on, Magneton. Azuo also sent his Pokemon, which is similar to what the information said. His main Pokemon should be this Magneton, but if it ranked type, Magneton Quasi Elite. Gender, no gender classification. Magnet Pokemon property, electric, steel trait, magnetic personality, gentle skills, supersonic, tackle, triple attack, thunder shock, electro ball, spark, electric discharge, thunderbolt, gyro ball, flash cannon, iron defense, metal sound, magnet bomb. Current status, good. The strength has reached the quasi-elite level, and almost all of them are electrical and steel skills, but fortunately, it is a magnetic feature rather than a strong feature, which is equivalent to free in one-to-one aspect. It's a bit of a hassle if it's dirty, and it doesn't have Volkner suspension, which means that this Magneton can only stay close to the ground and can't fly. So, 3, 2, 1, the game begins. The referee said loudly, Magneton, use the magnet bomb. B. I saw that Magneton directly condensed steel attribute energy beside Sylveon, converging into small bombs, ready to detonate beside him. Sylveon, eat it. Then use Misty Terrain, Draining Kiss. Mia, boom, M.I. Magnet bomb. This skill move is to directly generate bombs at the target location, and the generation speed is extremely fast, which cannot be avoided, and can only be blocked by defensive skills. However, this is to show the restrained effect of the fairy system, and Chingway can only force Sylveon to eat it. Magnet bomb made Sylveon cry out in pain, but Sylveon also managed to release Misty Terrain and Draining Kiss towards Magneton. We can see that the steel-type skill moves do have a good restraining effect on the fairy type, and Sylveon has released Misty Terrain. It seems that Chingway is a little afraid of the paralyzing effect of the opponent's electric attribute skill move. I just don't know if the 3-in-1080 Magneto will triple attack this skill. If so, the player named Azuo may be subject to tactic. Great impact. All negative effects are immune. This is the biggest highlight of Misty Terrain. Sylveon used the Draining Kiss against Magneton. Judging from the physical strength of Absorb's return, this attack is far less effective than the previous one against Dragonair. Both sides were in the tentative stage at the beginning, and the commentator can also analyze it very well. In this situation, the restraint effect of the Steel series on the Fairy series is really good. Well, it's not going to be easy next time. Chingway is a little distressed. Sylveon's Fairy Skin feature turns ordinary skill moves into Fairy attributes and increases their power, which is a good feature in itself, but when facing the Steel system, it seems a bit embarrassing. Now Chingway, there is only one critical skill in hand, Double Kick. Double Kick is a fighting skill. It can cause double damage to Magneton, but it can't be used just like that. Instead, you need to find an opportunity to hit the game to decide the outcome. Sylveon, quick attack, run, sneak up to each other. Mia. Sylveon, who had just recovered some physical strength through Draining Kiss, immediately began to accelerate, turning into a spark in the field, constantly dodging dodging Magneton's attack. Magneton, Thunder Shock, boom, boom. Sylveon dodged narrowly and narrowly, Thunder Shock hitting the ground beside him, and Sylveon continued to follow Chingway's instructions and kept walking towards Magneton. Just as the distance between the two sides was getting closer, Magneton, Thunderbolt, Azurill continued to order. B. Magneton's magnet position began to gather a large amount of saffron color current, and after reaching a peak, it suddenly shot towards Sylveon. Ooh, Sylveon, dodge. Seeing that Sylveon couldn't dodge this time, Chingway could only use the quick dodge with trainer skill, which was almost never used. Then, Sylveon, who was running fast, slightly changed his direction to the right just before the current of Thunderbolt hit him. With this small change, the Thunderbolt that can be said to be a must be avoided directly. Sylveon dodged Thunderbolt. What kind of reaction speed is that? Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the game. How the hell did this escape? It's about to hit. The audience was stunned. If the two sides were far apart, it would be insignificant to hide, but the distance between Sylveon and Magneton just now was quite close, and the previous Thunder Shock has affected the rhythm of Sylveon's own running when using Quick Attack. With the rhythm being disrupted at such a close distance, the direction change is amazing. Simply outrageous. Ajo saw that the Thunderbolt that was supposed to hit was dodged by the opponent, and his mentality was also a little burst. This is also a monster. However, the game continued. He quickly picked up his mood and continued to command. Just in time, Sylveon is approaching as Magneton used the Euro Ball. Try to seriously hurt him. Hey! Magneton immediately began to rotate with the help of the magnetic force. The speed of rotation was getting faster and faster, and gradually began to hit Sylveon. As everyone knows, this is exactly what Chingway wants. Sylveon, get ready. Mia. Sylveon began to slow down, pretending to be a little out of energy. Sure enough, Ajo was fooled. Right now, Magneton hit him and give him the final blow. Boom. Magneton accelerated with Euro Ball and Sylveon slowed down without physical strength collided. However, a light green shield completely blocked the damage this time. Chingway, I knew you would use the Protect Skill. You were fooled. The corners of Azuo's mouth raised lightly, appearing a little smug. Magneton, Face Flash Cannon. I was fooled. It's almost as if you were fooled. Chingway shook his head. Sylveon, double kick interrupt him, then double kick in a row to end the fight. Mia. Sylveon suddenly turned around and kicked Magneton into the air with a slight lift of his hind leg, interrupting Flash Cannon's charge by the way. Then, Sylveon itself is splashing high, and the double kick he firing. The kicked Magneton couldn't resist at all. He doesn't know the skill of Volkner's levitation, and he can't control his body passively in midair. The rest of the skills are useless for him hanging in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Sylveon used the double kick 3 times in a row, but every time he used it, he needed to land and jump, but because of his good control, he didn't give Magneton a chance to make a comeback. Damn it. Magneton, hold on. Look for a chance to use the discharge. Azuo's complexion sank, said to be looking for an opportunity, but Magneton couldn't find an opportunity to release the discharge until he completely lost his combat effectiveness. The first game, the winner Chingway, the challenger Azuo. The challenge failed. The referee announced the result in time. I really didn't expect that Sylveon would also have double kick, a fighting skill that just restrained Magneton, and with Magneton using Euro Ball to actively approach, Sylveon immediately seized the opportunity. In this way, at the beginning Chingway the ultimate purpose of letting Sylveon use quick attack is to get close to Magneton, and then use fighting skills to kill him directly. Quote, the commentary on the scene guessed Chingway's intentions just now. Lan, who was sitting in the waiting area, pouted, isn't that obvious? Chingway is such a stable person. At first, he tried his skills to show the restrained effect of fairy-type skills, but the effect of misty terrain can make Sylveon no longer need to worry about the problem of negative status, and, even if it is restrained, but Draining Kiss can still absorb some stamina to replenish itself. It can be said that from the beginning to the end, Chingway planned it from the beginning. The only place he didn't count was probably the thrilling Thunderbolt at Magneton. Now think about it. If that attack hit, the result should be completely different now. The audience at the scene also reminisced. From the beginning to the end, Chingway commanded calmly even if the attributes were restrained. Even the Thunderbolt that was about to hit, he did not give up his command, and still shouted the command to escape. Although everyone thinks that Chingway was in a hurry at the time to avoid these 3 words, the miracle happened after all. Dodging is God's operation. Amazing is Chingway's talent as a trainer looking at the big picture. It seems like it was planned from start to finish. Elite Lucian Elite was a little stunned. Perhaps, I don't know why, I always feel that he has the ability to predict the future, as if he can know in advance what skills the opponent will use Pokémon in the next moment. Unova's Ghost Department. Elite Shuntle also sighed. I got a lot of inspiration this time. The protagonist of the next novel has been decided. Phoebe listened to the words of Wand BJEA Dragon thoughtfully. Is there really such a power as a prophet? Perhaps, after all, there are so many different kinds of abilities abilities in this world. Phoebe thought silently. After all, she herself is considered a kind of person with special abilities. She, who lives in the Godsend volcano, may be influenced by the various ghost-type Pokémon living there, and has affinity and communication with ghost-type Pokémon. Ability. And her grandparent also have such abilities, maybe even more powerful. And there are many people with psychic in this world, and there is the Aura hero who is said to have the power of Aura. There are too many unknowns in the world. Even if she becomes an elite, she can't be sure. Besides, what if Chingway really had it? After all, that's someone's talent. The world doesn't prohibit you from using special abilities because you have them. Chingway took Eevee off the court to find Joy Suzuko on the sideline, and asked her to help restore Sylveon's stamina. This is a challenge match, not a wheel fight, so Chingway is allowed to send Pokemon over to heal after each match. With Chansey's helping hand, Sylveon was quickly back in shape. Chingway took Sylveon to the stage again and nodded to the referee. Then, in the second game, the challenger is trainer Katsian. A middle-aged uncle who was somewhat Mediterranean came up. Although he was bald, the muscles that bulged high on his body showed people his rank. As the saying goes, people become bald and stronger. Sylveon, I will trouble you for this battle. Mia Tilda. Sylveon next to Chingway walked into the field. The middle-aged muscular uncle thought for a while, and was a little distressed. Everyone will be restrained when using it. It's really troublesome. Hitmonlee, this time you'll play. He threw out a Pokeball. As his voice fell, a human-shaped Pokemon with a brown body and a small part of khaki appeared in front of everyone. I saw that its hands and feet were partially in the shape of spring, and I could feel the elasticity just by looking at it. Very good. And there is a hard yellow object on the inside of each foot. The whole one spring leg. Species, Hitmonlee superior. Gender, category, hit Pokemon type, fighting trait, soft personality, reckless _up, work up, high jump kick current status, excellent. Chingway looked at Yishui's fighting type kill moves except for the flame leg, and they were all kick, and the few general type moves were all buff. The first striker, trainer Kian. 3, 2, 1. The game begins. Quote, Hitmonlee, charge for Sylveon, and mega kick. Cha. Kian heard the referee call to start and quickly gave an order. No way, my Pokemon are all close combat fighting skills, and the opponent's Sylveon has the means of long-range attack. If it is restrained, if you don't get close, you really have to wait to die. The only consolation is that Hitmonlee's speed is okay. Arkba. After all, with a pair of spring leg, he came to Sylveon in a few strides. Sylveon, the wind of fairy blows around itself, then use return. Sylveon mobilized the energy of the fairy system, and the air around him began to flow. Just then, Hitmonlee broke into it. Yeah. Hitmonlee, who was attacked by the wind of fairy, ignored it, raised his left leg, turned around and kicked Sylveon fiercely. Mia. After releasing the wind of fairy, Sylveon was also ready to attack, and also greeted Hitmonlee. Bang. A loud bang. Sylveon and Hitmonlee collide. At the same time, it flew out. Return is based on the intimacy between Pokemon and the trainer. The higher the intimacy, the stronger the power, and the intimacy between Sylveon and Chingway has long been full. Coupled with the characteristics of the Sylveon fairy skin, Return has become a fairy-type skill, and the power of the skill has been improved at the same time. Although Sylveon's physical attack power is not as good as Hitmonlee, but don't forget, he also unleashes the wind of fairy while Hitmonlee is approaching. Therefore, both sides suffered a lot of damage in this round, but due to its stronger strength and the restraint of the wind of fairy, Sylveon still took advantage. Sylveon, stand up and use the draining kiss. Hitmonlee, stand up and continue to approach the opponent to attack with the flame leg. Chingway and Kian ordered at the same time. The Pokemons on both sides also stood up at about the same time, but the previous fierce collision caused the two sides to open up some distance, and Sylveon's draining kiss was a long-range attack skill, so Sylveon was the first to hit the opponent. So, although Hitmonlee's flaming leg kicked Sylveon again, this time Sylveon didn't suffer much damage. Instead, Hitmonlee was attacked by a fairy-type skill again, and it began to be unbearable. Moonblast, give him the final blow, Chingway said slowly, seeing that the situation was settled. Hitmonlee, get out of the way. Boom. Hitmonlee, who was weak in physical strength, could not dodge the attack that fell from the sky, and was directly knocked to the ground by Moonblast, losing his ability to fight. In the second game, the winner Chingway, the challenger, Kian, failed the challenge. The referee announced. Kian put away the incompetent Hitmonlee, walked towards Chingway, and took the initiative to stretch out his right hand with calluses on the joints on the back of his hand. You are very powerful. This Sylveon is very strong. Chingway reached out and shook his hand. Thank you. This time I have the advantage of attribute, and Pokemons like Hitmonlee don't have long-range skills, so they will be at a disadvantage. Well, I also discovered that before, I paid too much attention to his fighting ability and ignored the importance of long-range skill move. This may be the reason why my Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan have been staying at the superior level. Thank you for this game. The battle made me understand how to go in the future. Quote, Kian said with emotion, and after speaking, he walked off the battle stage. Chingway smiled embarrassedly. Sylveon, come here. Mia tilde. Sylveon ran back, and Chingway checked his body. He just let Sylveon eat Hitmonlee's mega kick. Now he has to check if there is any injury left. Fortunately, there was no major injury. Chingway touched Sylveon. Go down and find Nurse Joy to help you heal, and leave the next few battles to Azurill. Mia tilde. Sylveon went down. Then, Chingway took out another Pokeball, called out Azurill, and signaled the referee to continue the fight. The third battle, the challenger is. The challenger in this match sent a Golduck, but the strength was only senior. Chingway won without wasting too much effort. And then the fourth, fifth, sixth. Azurill fought 4 games in a row, and the opponents in the first 3 games were not very strong. Only in the 4th game, he encountered a superior level Dodrio and wasted a lot of effort to win. Then, on the stage, Chingway saw a familiar face on the opposite side. Then Chingway let Azurill rest and recover, and replaced the rested Sylveon to play. The 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Sylveon also fought 4 times and won it without any risk. The 11th trainer is invited to play below, Mr. Xiaohao. The host read out a name. Chapter 58 Xiaohao's face. Sharp. Open black lens bracket please order first. Close black lens bracket. Dark skin. Black t-shirt with red edge. Black or trousers. Isn't this the little Gohao who was annoying to countless people in the previous life? I saw Gohao walking up to the stage with a look of contempt for others. After he took the stage, he spoke extremely loudly, and his voice spread throughout the audience through the surrounding radio equipment, and also reached the ears of every audience watching the live broadcast. Chingway, let me end your 10 consecutive years. Let win. Those people in the past are all stinky fish and shrimp. Pokemon with restraint attribute can't beat them. What a bunch of rubbish. I'll let you know today that all your elite assets are blown out. Xiaohao. It's the man who owns champion assets. I've captured more than 30 Pokemon since I started traveling more than a month ago. And you cultivate a weak and dying Azurill. What the fairy type? It's ridiculous. Don't you think you haven't even collected all 6 Pokemon yet? So there can only be one to cultivate one. My goal is to become the man who conquers Mew. Gohao was full of firepower as soon as he came up, and he was full of ridicule. Not only did he call Chingway useless, but he also ridiculed the 10 people who had fought against Chingway before, plus his own kind of annoying breath of trainers around the world. Damn it. Which child is this? Why is his mouth so stinky? I don't know why, but I hate him just by looking at him. No way. I'm going to the toilet to vomit for a while. Neema's is disgusting. How can there be such an uneducated person? Does this person have no B number in his heart? I don't know what level he is. He has captured more than 30 Pokemon in more than a month. You don't dare to brag like this. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, and you still subdue Mew. If only this kind of person can subdue Mew, then I will be able to subdue Ho-Oh and Lugia tomorrow. The man who owns champion. Mouth area. This child is so pitiful. Is there something wrong with his brain? I dare not say this in my dream. How dare he say it in front of the whole world? Everyone who heard Gohao's speech was disgusted. If you just feel that you own champion, or take Mew as your goal, people may just laugh and think of him as a child's ignorant. But he also mocked all the previous trainers. What do you say? Restraint is nothing but pure vegetables. I really don't know if he has a problem with his eyes or his brain. Although there were a few games in the back that caused the situation to be one-sided due to the large gap in Pokemon's strength, which one was not a wonderful match in the first few games. Elite E. A group of elites sat there dissatisfied. Sinnoh's psychic elite Lucian's chest heaved rapidly, apparently resisting the anger that erupted. This guy, doesn't he have any education? How can there be such a person in this world? I really want to replace Chingway on the field now. I'm beating him up. Lorelei also frowned. Wait and check. Where did this person come from? He also said that he had captured more than 30 Pokemon. Could it be that he used a meme? Also, can he take care of so many Pokemons in a short period of time? Hoenn's elite Drake looked serious, his eyes fixed on Gohao motionless, but from the blue veins emerging from his strong arms, it could be seen that he was not very calm at this time. This kid, I really want to throw him on my boat to get a good education. If you don't obey, just throw him into the sea to feed the fangtooth shark. I think it's okay to send him to the volcano, and let him go with the ghost. It's a ghost, not a ghost-type Pokemon, but even if it's a ghost, no one should like him, right? Phoebe was annoyed, said. Chantal, who is also a ghost-type elite next to her, nodded in agreement. I think this kind of person is a waste of air to live, and should be fed directly to my Chandelure. Anyway, it can be used for weight. I have a hunch that he made the relationship with Pokemon is not bonds and friendship. He is probably using Pokemon as a tool. What? No way. It's hard to say. Just look at it. It's just that this battle can let us know more. Gohao's short words caused all the elite's dissatisfaction. Even sitting in front of the TV, Unova champion Alder, who is recognized as the best-tempered, is the same. As the champion of Unova region, Alder has always been conscientious, and even forced his partner Pokemon to overdo it in order to protect the Pokémon Alliance, which resulted in very weak and eventually died of illness. After that incident, he gave birth to the heart to retire, but he still has great enthusiasm for cultivating newcomers, especially newcomer trainers who have just started their journey. Some people with bad temper and not very good personality can enlighten each other very well. He will not give up any junior easily. In his opinion, these juniors are the future and hope of the Alliance. Alder always thought that a child who did not fall into the abyss could not be saved, but today he saw an incurable man traveling for more than a month and capturing more than 30 Pokémon. Can he take care of him? No, there must be something wrong with it. I have to check it carefully. Kalos region, Vanaville town. Serena was sitting on the sofa with Eevee in her arms. The happy expression she had seen when Chingway won the 10-game winning streak had disappeared, replaced by an angry expression. This person, how can this person say that? It's so disgusting. I wish Chingway would give him a good beating. Eevee, don't you think so? B. Mount Silver, Pokémon Alliance headquarters. The chairman sat in the office, frowning deeply. On the computer screen in front of him, the live broadcast of Celadon, Rainbow University was playing, and it was the scene of Gohou ranting. Where did this man come from? The chairman operated the computer a few times and dropped the information that Gohou had registered in the Alliance, 15 years old, from Vermilion City. Seeing this, the chairman almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. This guy is actually from Kanto. Kanto can't afford to lose this man. The chairman panted heavily. The expression on Land's face, who had been sitting bored in the battle waiting area, was not good. This Gohou is the rookie trainer he told Chingway to pay attention to before. It was just a joke at the time. Chingway said, what if you don't have a brain? He still didn't believe it, but now it seems that it's just a brainless thing. People without brains are 10,000 times stronger than him. I really want my Dragonite to give him a hyper beam. Lance felt the disgusting breath of the opponent, finally stopped looking at Gohou, turned his head to Chingway. Chingway, I'm going to beat him hard. On the battle stage, Chingway frowned and stared at Gohou, who was standing opposite, without saying a word. Gohou's brilliant word just now really shocked him and annoyed him. Chingway originally thought that even if Gohou was bad, there should be a limit, but only today did he know that the limit was set by people, and Gohou is not worthy of being called a person. Just listening to his nasty speeches, 30 plus Pokémon. Others don't know how he subdued. Can Chingway not know? Throwing the ball directly, throwing the ball after someone beats the opponent, throwing the ball in a sneak attack. Originally, Chingway in his previous life was just watching a joke. He just felt that this person didn't want to train bonds with his own Pokémon all day long, and was patronizing and studying various ball throwing postures and routes. As a result, in this world, after meeting each other, Chingway found that he was really a joke. Not only that, but also openly mocked the trainer who played before. Others may still not understand, but Chingway can see clearly. The first eel trainer Ajo to debut, Chingway noticed the scars left by Thundershock on the opponent's body during the battle. That is the best proof left when Ajo accompanies his Magneton to train the Electrical Attribute Guild. Also a testimony to the bonds and friendship between him and Magneton. As for the second combat trainer, Katsian, when he finally shook hands, Chingway also noticed that the skin on the back of his hand was rough, the joints were covered with calluses, and even the inconspicuous part of the exposed arm was blue. A piece of purple. This is what he left behind when he practiced boxing and fighting with his Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, and it is also the proof of the bonds between them. And Gohou just casually said that the other party was trash. Chingway couldn't swallow this breath. You know, what Chingway admires the most is also bonds with Pokémon. The two Eevees who have been with me since I can remember. The frail Azurill who was rescued by a small river in the Viridian Forest 8 years ago. The little Eevee who has been with me since hatching from an egg more than a year ago. The somewhat naughty but gradually stable and somewhat bellicose Charmander that I picked up at the Pokémon Center more than a month ago. The somewhat inferior Feebas in the river outside Cerulean Cave but yearning for the beauty in the heart. The little boy who frantically trained himself to protect his mother in the northern forest of Cerulean City. Oddish. Bruised Eevee escaped from the torture of Team Rocket. Scenes of Chingway's encounter with his Pokémon flash through his mind, and then, the more I look at Gohou opposite, the more disgusting I feel. Azumarill, get ready to play. This time be serious, Chingway said in a cold voice. Luli. Azumarill nodded solemnly, walked onto the opposing battlefield, and looked at Gohou on the opposite side. For some reason, she always felt that the other party exuded an annoying aura. Did you send the weak Pokémon? Azumarill. Gohou's expression was in control. Go, Victreebel. Go and kill Azumarill to prove that I am the one who owns champion. Species. Victreebel. Superior. Gender. Category. Flycatcher. Pokémon attribute. Grass. Poison characteristic. Chlorophyll character. Impatient. Skills. Vine whip. Growth. Wrap. Sucker punch. Mega drain. Sleep powder. Poison powder. Paralysis powder. Razor leaf. Current status. Normal. When Chingway saw this Victreebel, he knew that he must have conceded the ball directly by throwing the ball at an angle he didn't know, and he had no training at all after after he got over it. These skills were completely learned by Victreebel when he was growing up in the wild. Victreebel is not only seen by Chingway but also by the elites in the Elite Sea. Lorelei carefully observed Victreebel for a while and then said uncertainly, "This Victreebel seems to have been subdued for a long time, right? There is no communication between Pokémon and the trainer." Drake Elite nodded solemnly and continued, "And the state is very ordinary, as if the wild Victreebel was directly sent on the field. There is no trace of nurture." Doricena, who had not spoken for a long time, finally couldn't help it. "At this level, I have to prove that I have Elite. The money. It's been a joke for me for a whole year. But, have you ever thought about how he conquered Victreebel? This Victreebel looked pretty good, and he's just a rookie trainer." Lucian said seriously, "You're saying he didn't know how to get it?" Phoebe asked. "I don't know. Let's look at it. Anyway, this person makes me feel very bad. You all know that my Pokémon are all psychic, so I'm still somewhat sure about the feeling." Lucian shook his head and said. Hearing this, everyone became serious and stared at the situation on the battlefield. Even Ash, who was always happy sitting next to him, noticed something was wrong, and he whispered to Brock next to him, "This man named How makes me feel very bad. I feel that he has no feelings for Pokémon at all. He's a braggart, stinky and annoying guy." Brock said with certainty. Misty, who was sitting next to Lorelei, also frowned. He didn't look at Go-How at all. His eyes were always on Chingway and Azurill, wanting to see how Chingway beat each other. As for flowers, 0 for attribute restraint. "Oh, stop being funny." Due to Go-How's speech and the annoying aura he carried, the staff in charge of the camera did not give him a close-up shot of Victreebel, but just hold the main camera far away to record the whole scene. The secondary cameras are all concentrated on Chingway's side. This also led to the fact that the audience sitting far away and the audience in front of the TV were not very clear about what Victreebel was watching. There is only one exception. That's Unova region. As champion, Alder. He could see at a glance between the man in front of him and his Victreebel. There was no bond between the trainer and Pokémon at all. This man is dead. Ultimately, Alder came to a conclusion. The referee saw Go-How summoned his Pokémon, suppress his nausea, and announced the start of the game. 3.2.1. The game begins. Even the countdown speed is much faster, which shows how impatient the referee is. Victreebel, growth, then Vine Whip. Go-How didn't care so much. He immediately ordered when the referee said it started. That's all there is to it. Chingway looked at Go-How coldly. His lips moved lightly. "The order has been given to Azurill." Azurill's big, long ears are nothing to sneeze at. Her hearing is extremely developed, and even the faintest voice can be heard. Not to mention the voice of Chingway, the person she knows best who gets along with her day and night. Chingway's voice was very weak, so weak that the radios around the battlefield could not pick up Chingway's voice. The audience only saw that Chingway only moved his mouth, and Azurill in front of him showed a clear look. Fuck, what kind of ability is this? Sound transmission into the secret. Could it be psychic? I remember that psychic can communicate with Pokémon. 0 inches. Didn't you see his lips move? It's lip language. Can you not be stupid? Didn't you see Azurill's back to Chingway, still putting this lip language on? The audience was a little confused. In the past, it was the trainers who shouted on the field. I have never seen such a way of commanding Pokémon by moving their lips. How did Brother Chingway command? Ash was also a little confused. It was Drake who explained. It's very simple. Just look at Azurill's big ears, and those ears are not white. Ash looked at Azurill's long ears that were almost equal to his height, and understood. Azurill's hearing is very good, so Big Brother Chingway only needs to speak very softly and she can hear it. Yes, very simple truth. On the field, Azurill stayed in place without moving, quietly watching the opponent's Victreebel buff him. The time used for buffing was longer than when Chingway played against Erica in Celadon Rainbow Gym before. Erica's Tangela has been using growth for a lot longer. This seems to be due to lack of skill. If Chingway let Azurill shoot at this time, Victreebel would not have the opportunity to use Vine Whip. It can be seen that Go-How really didn't do any practice after conquering Victreebel, and this Victreebel is only strong. Maybe this strength is accumulated over time. Finally, Victreebel finished buffing himself, only to see his expression lazily. The two Vine Whip stretched out, and looked at Azurill as if they had no strength. Then, hit Azurill. Nice job, Victreebel. Go on. Go-How praised Victreebel when he saw the successful hit, and then started chattering. I'll just say, with this strength, as long as the attributes are restrained, isn't it easy to fight? Looking at Go-How like this, Chingway finally couldn't help but say, "Fool, look at the sky." What in the sky? Go-How heard Chingway speak and looked up. Why is there an Azurill in the sky? Are you cheating? No, not right. Go-How suddenly thought of something, and looked at the place where Victreebel's weak Vine Whip beat, and saw that Azurill, who was attacked by Victreebel's Vine Whip, suddenly turned into air with a pop, and dissipated in the air. Damn, it's the substitute. Only then did Go-How react, and he quickly ordered, "Stupid Victreebel, in the air. Hit the one in the air." Unfortunately, it's too late. Azurill made his real body disappear for a short time through through substitute, and took this opportunity to use Slash to jump into the air, and then the steel attribute energy on his tail converged and slapped Victreebel fiercely. Iron Tail. Bang! Even though Victreebel used growth to make himself bigger, he was still pumped out by the powerful force on the Iron Tail. Yeah! Victreebel screamed. Damn, Victreebel, get up, fight back. Go-How was a little anxious. It too late. Chingway smiled disdainfully and quietly watched Azurill,'s performance on the battlefield. After using Iron Tail to fly Victreebel away, Azurill quickly jumped in the direction Victreebel fell to the ground, and then hooked the only vine on Victreebel's body with his tail. And then, bang, 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 slam. Azurill hooked Victreebel with his tail and slammed back and forth. Yeah, Victreebel couldn't get rid of Azurill's tail at all, and could only keep screaming in pain. Damn it, Victreebel, break free, break free. Go-How didn't know what to do, and his brain with insufficient capacity was blank, so he could only keep shouting to break free. Nonsense, if he can break free, do you think Victreebel doesn't want to break free? Seeing that Victreebel was about to faint, Chingway said, okay, Azurill, give him the last blow. Luli. Howl. Chapter 59_find evidence, and execute the world. Open black lens bracket, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Azurill's fist gathered ice attribute energy and punched Victreebel, who was about to faint. Boom. Victreebel was directly knocked into the air. Yeah. Flying upside down in midair, Victreebel's miserable growl continued to sound, and then suddenly stopped. Finally fell on the edge of the battlefield, lost the ability to fight. I declare that Chingway win. This rookie trainer challenger has failed. The referee immediately announced the result, and he didn't even want to mention Go-How's name. He just called the rookie trainer. The audience in the stands watched Chingway and his Azurill put together such a neat combo to end the battle, as if they had drank an ice drink on a hot summer day. The anger they had accumulated before was also released a lot. Chingway, well done. Fuck, I want to complain about this referee. This is the worst time a rookie trainer has been hacked. I'm just bragging about my champion at this level. Why don't you take a pee and look at yourself in the mirror to see what kind of bee you are? Ha 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 ha, I laughed so hard. I don't know who said before the game, I can't beat attribute restraint. What a bunch of rubbish. Now what? Does your face hurt? Let Victreebel stare at a substitute for a long time, and if it wasn't for Chingway's reminder, I wouldn't have found it. I've been laughing at me for a whole year. Oh, the nausea just now subsided a lot. Thank you, Chingway. However, I still want to beat this person myself. Brother, take me one. I'm going to. Together. The audience in the stands enjoyed it, and so did the audience in front of the TV, especially the audience in front of the TV, because of the camera's perspective. OA3 never gave Victreebel and Go-How close up. The vast majority of the audience didn't know the strength of the other party, so at the beginning, many people thought that since this person dared to make nonsense, the strength should not be bad, right? Result. That's it. I'm taking off my pants and you're going to show me this. Oh, it's so cool. Chingway's Azurill combo is good. It's comfortable. Elite. Psychic Elite Lucian recalled the situation of the battle between the two sides. Azurill unilaterally abused the shark and suddenly felt a lot better. This person, with this amount of strength, sees his Pokemon being attacked and has no choice but to howl like that. Is this the money of champion? Go-type Elite Shuntle curled his lip disdainfully. Go-How's performance just now, compared to his previous arrogant and mentally retarded speech, is simply discrediting the words elite and champion. What a shame. Lorelei Elite is holding the electronic device, which shows the information about Go-How she just found. The information shows that Go-How is actually from Kanto. Lorelei said it was unacceptable. I really want to get on the court and teach him a good meal. Phoebe muttered. Although this look cool, but thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is more refreshing to go up and beat it yourself. Drake Elite didn't speak for a while. He carefully observed Go-How's expression, and after a long time, he said, the more he looks at him, the more wrong he looks. The look in his eyes is full of hatred when he looks at Victreebel. A little worried expression, an expression for Victreebel not at all. I think he might think again. If Victreebel was not so slow to react and just kept attacking substitutes so stupidly, he would have won this game. Quote, but isn't this all his own orders? Ash wondered. Lorelei sighed. Ash, you are too young to understand. Some people never think it's their own problem after failure, never find the reason in themselves, but put the accuse of failure on other people. It seems that he is such a person. It's so abominable. Ash heard, his fist clenched unconsciously. I really want to beat him up. The failed Go-How's expression changed slightly, but he was still arrogant and annoying. Victreebel, you are so weak. It seems that I need to conquer the stronger Pokemon. Chingway, don't be complacent. Go-How directly used the Pokeball to put away the unconscious Victreebel, turned around and walked off the stage with a harsh sentence, and his figure disappeared after a while. Chingway frowned at this scene and said nothing. Mount Silver, Pokemon Alliance headquarters. Check me hard. The chairman threw the cup out angrily, picked up the phone on the table and dialed. You send someone to check this Go-How carefully for me. It doesn't matter if you can't find it at first, just follow him. See what he will do. If you let me find something, don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think I won't be executed all over the world? Viridian City, Viridian Gym. Giovanni also frowned at Go-How's ruthless face to Victreebel after his failure and the stubborn words of the dead duck in the end. I thought I would be ruthless enough to treat Pokémon, but today is a good experience. A Pokeball suddenly appeared in Giovanni's hand, and his right hand rubbed unconsciously. Exactly Beedrill's Pokeball. Although Giovanni's attitude toward Pokémon is more based on him, he does have feelings for individual Pokémon, Beedrill, otherwise he would not have spent so much effort and resources to cultivate. And even if it is other Pokémon, he should cultivate it or he will cultivate it. It's not like Go-How. He just ignores it when he gets it, and uses it when he needs it. If he fails, it's because Pokémon is too weak. This kind of person, why don't you just send someone to Shark quietly? Giovanni thought about it, but quickly gave up the idea. The old guys in the Alliance probably have an idea, and this kind of person should be executed in front of the whole world. Dark Shark is still too cheap for him. Long experience. On the battlefield, the host and referee finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the end of the game. Finally no more bide. Chingway, do I need to replace the Pokémon or take a break? The referee asked, his tone full of relief. Chingway shook his head. No, let continue. The referee nodded and told the host through the headset. Then, have the next challenger trainer. The last 4 games did not bring any trouble to Chingway, and the 2 strongest Pokémon were only superior, and they did not restrain each other with Chingway's Pokémon. Chingway didn't waste too much time and solved it. 15 challenges are now complete. All completed. The host took the stage to start the final summary speech, and Chingway waved his hands all around and left the stage. When they reached the entrance, Chingway saw Lance leaning against the wall waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing Chingway coming, Lance said, "You did a good job just now. I beat that guy so hard. How could there really be such a person in this world?" Chingway smiled. "Yes, no one will like that guy. It's just that your combo look cool and full of punch, but I don't think it's better to take it away with a single shot of Hyper Beam. It's simple and rude, and his strength can't stop it at all." Chingway listened as he walked. Lance's suggestion. "I think it's too cheap to kill him directly, and I feel that this person has a big problem. I suggest you pay more attention," Chingway said. Lance shook the communicator in his hand. "It's not just you who feel this way. All of us have it. The chairman has issued an order. The Alliance will take care of this matter. You can rest assured. And I also just now I told the chairman of your previous request. He agreed, and asked you to contact him after the end." "My previous request?" Chingway was a little confused for a while. "It was when you were in the lounge before that you said you wanted Quasi-God Pokemon Egg. I helped you tell the chairman 3, but now you can only choose one to cultivate. I don't know the specific. Director Chang should have told you." "Did you really mention it?" Chingway didn't expect his joking remark to come true. "That for sure. The league has spared no effort in training talented trainers," the two said and returned to the lounge. Opened the door and saw that the elites who came to watch the fun this time were already waiting here, as well as Ash and his party. Seeing Chingway coming in, the elite said, "Good job, Chingway. That beating was beautiful. It was a slap in the face. Unfortunately, it seemed that I went up to beat him instead of you at the time, but well done, brother Chingway. The fight is so good. I want to beat him up for this kind of person," Ash said loudly, waving his fist beside him. Lance and Lorelei looked at each other and nodded. In the end, Lorelei said, "The Alliance has made a decision about this person. The chairman will send someone to investigate him, and he will also send some people to follow him to collect evidence, but you also know, there is a shortage of manpower in the Alliance here in Kanto. If this person goes to other continent, I hope you can send people to continue to follow." Lucian nodded and was the first to agree. "Don't worry, no problem. If he dares to come to Sinnoh, I will follow him myself. I want to see how the more than 30 Pokemon he said were successfully subdued." Drake also nodded, but was a little helpless. "You know about our Hoenn situation. That guy Steven is not champion for digging rock, and Wallace is busy with gorgeous competitions all day. We are usually busy, and we can't go to him in person at that time. Can only send someone." Phoebe curled his lips and said in a low voice, "It's like Steven and Wallace are not doing their job. You're still the same. Drive your broken boat around the sea all day long, and leave things to the 3 of us to deal with." Drake had good ears, heard Phoebe's voice cough twice, and pretended not to know anything. Chantal Elite also smiled and nodded, agreeing, "I have no problem here. We have Alder. You know Alder. He will definitely take care of this." Doricena also nodded to indicate that it was not a problem. Kalo's Steel-type Elite Goose armor is a standard knight, and if he hears about it, he will definitely not let it go. Seeing everyone agree, Lance and Lorelei are relieved, because this matter is not a big deal. After all, it is only a problem of one person, not a big problem like an evil organization. But it's not too small to say that one person can have a bad enough impact under certain circumstances, just like what Go-How did in his live broadcast to the world today. Although they haven't surfed the internet yet, they also know that the internet must have been quarreling now. Since Chingway had defeated all the challengers, there was no chance for Lance to make a move, which greatly shortened the challenge time. So today's end is still relatively early, and the elites are not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they gather here to chat about the interesting things and troubles they have encountered in their respective region. Ash and the others also stayed here, sitting with Chingway and chatting about Pokémon. Although Chingway didn't feel any pressure in today's battle, the Pokémons have grown quite a bit. Originally, Sylveon hadn't experienced any normal battles after evolution, but today he can do his best to experience and understand the energy contained in himself, and at the same time, he can feel his own inadequacy. Azurill, although there are not many opponents at the superior level, and the rest are all at the senior level, she also found that her skills and moves seem to be too few at present. Of course, Chingway also discovered this. Previously, his training for Eevee was biased towards support. After evolution, he learned 2 fairy-type skill moves, and then learned another one in the later test, but his 4.0 the attack is still a little worse. Similarly, in this competition, Chingway also discovered the importance of defensive moves and counterattack moves. These are where he will train Pokémon later. Moreover, according to Lance, the Alliance will also reward him with the Pokémon eggs of the Quasi-God Pokémon, but I still don't know whether to give them a fit one or let him choose. If it is his own choice. Chingway recalled the types of Quasi-God Pokémon: Dragonite, Tyranitar, Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Goodra. To be honest, these are all good. Chingway wants it all. Cough. This is of course thinking of Fart. And Chingway estimates that the 2 places Alola region and Galar region have only been included in the league soon, and there may not be Pokémon eggs from Como-O and Dragapult. Metagross seems to be controlled by Steven's own family. I don't know if the Alliance can get it. Dragonite is controlled by the Royal Dragon family of Johto region Blackthorn City, but it shouldn't be a problem with Lance. If he wants it, he can definitely get it. But Chingway thought about Dragonite's fat belly and short wings. Dratini and Dragonair are so cute. What did they do wrong to make evolution become that fat? P.S. After thinking about it for a while, I feel that fighting is too unsatisfactory. It is better to wait for the evidence and execute it all over the world. Shoot to death in front of the whole world. Chapter 60_Alliance Reward. A wave of fat. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Big Brother Chingway. Big Brother Chingway. Ash shook Chingway's shoulder. What wrong? Chingway asked after regaining his senses. What were you thinking? Professor Oak and the others came in. You didn't notice. We're leaving now. Ash pointed to Professor Oak and said, I was thinking about something just now. You guys are leaving. Where are you going? Don't you just go by car tomorrow? It's not leaving Celadon, Rainbow. It's everyone going out to dinner. Professor Oak just said that everyone will have dinner together in a while, and it looks like Professor Oak is very happy today. Ash explained. Chingway followed Ash's gaze. Professor Oak was talking with Lorelei, but it was obvious that Professor Oak was much happier, and looking at the other professors who were talking to other elites, Chingway understood. Yes, Professor Oak is very happy. After all, seeing so many friends, they must have a lot to talk about, right? Brock also nodded in agreement. Usually these professors are busy in their respective regions, and now it's really good to have such a chance to get together. Chingway. Professional Oak said aloud when he saw Chingway looking over. Professor Oak, we'll go to dinner in a while, right across from Celadon, Rainbow University in that restaurant. You know, Professor Oak said. Chingway nodded. But now you need to go to the conference room we used to video conference. The chairman is waiting for you there. Don't worry, it's your reward. Professor Oak continued. Lance heard the words and said with a smile, I told him just now. Chingway, you can go directly. You don't need to come back after talking with the chairman of the board. Just go to the hotel directly. Okay, then I'll go first. Chingway nodded, turned and left the lounge. When he came to the conference room, Chingway saw that the big screen was connected, and the character on the screen was the chairman of the Alliance. Hello, Chairman. Chingway took the initiative to say hello. Okay, Chingway, you did a good job today. The chairman praised, and then went straight to the topic. You should know, you have discovered a brand new attribute of the Demon 19 Essence, and a brand new one of Eevee evolution form, so the league will reward you, which is what you deserve. Quote, and on the side of the Cultivator Association, those old guys value your cultivator potential, and they will take this opportunity to give you some reward. It just happens to be counted together. After our discussion, the reward the Alliance will give you is the title of professor. You can establish your own research institute in any city or town in Kanto or Johto. The Alliance will be responsible for providing everything, and will provide a quantitative amount of use every year according to your requirement. Pokémon for research. Quote, it also includes the cultivation materials of these Pokémon, as well as the permission to query the internal research materials of the Alliance, an annual research credit and an annual research fund of 30 million. Of course, other research requirements can also be mentioned. But, the chairman pondered for a while, looked at Chingway, and asked, looking at your performance performance today. Your talent as a trainer is also very strong, and you can cultivate quasi-elite level strength at such a young age. Pokémon, and not weak in combat. Lance also told me that you want a quasi-god Pokémon egg. It seems that you are more inclined to be a trainer. Chingway nodded and said truthfully, I'm only 15 years old now. I still want to go and see, travel a lot, and also want to meet all kinds of powerful opponents. Now the path of trainer is more suitable for me, but I will be older in the future. Maybe consider becoming a researcher. The quasi-god Pokémon egg that Lance Elite said was just a joke when I chatted with him before. Quote, the chairman nodded and said with a smile, indeed, I'm walking around while I'm young, and maybe I'll discover something new along the way. And that's not bad. Kanto region also needs a new elite or even champion. Now, I'm very optimistic about you. Then let's talk about the rewards for trainers. First, the title of professor, and secondly, the 3 quasi-god Pokémon eggs are no problem. There are also some in the Alliance, but you can only choose one to train first. As for the reason, you should also know. Chingway nodded. Then, the Alliance will provide you with the resources that this quasi-god Pokémon needs to evolve from its infancy to its final form. But after the evolution, you need to rely on your own training. Hearing this, Chingway couldn't help but ask, Tyranitar is fine too. Ha ha ha, I knew you would mention this. Yes, Tyranitar is no problem. The chairman laughed. The resource alliance that grows from Larvitar to Tyranitar will provide it. I know you are also a cultivator, so you can replace it with raw material. You make it yourself. Of course, the amount of raw materials will be more. Quote, Chingway is excited. What is intermediary? The introduction is nothing to give a complete body Tyranitar awe, and no need to worry about any growth issues. The chairman continued to talk about other rewards. In addition to these, the Alliance will provide you with 1.2 million Alliance points every year, and then a bonus of 30 million Alliance coins. Of course, the bonus is one time. Then there are you can freely choose the practice methods of 10 skill moves. Quote, then there is the Cultivator Association. Their rewards have not changed. The first is the resource of 1 million per month. Of course, this is the price within the cultivator. You can apply for what you need every month. Second, it is also possible to inquire about the precious information within the Nurturers Association. Quote, the overall reward is these. If you have anything special, you can bring it up. The chairman finished the reward in one breath, waiting for Chingway's reply. Chingway pondered a little. Is there any other request? The chairman was keenly aware that Chingway had something to say. Chingway touched his nose and said, I want to apply for the lifting of the restriction on sick Pokémons on me, because I may still conquer some Pokémons in the next journey, but since my current Pokémons are still growing, so I don't want to foster them for the time being. I want to nurture them myself. Quote, the limitation that Chingway mentioned was actually what Ash encountered at the seaside near Bill's lighthouse. When he carried sick Pokémon on his body, the newly captured Pokémon would be sent directly to the Pokémon Center where the corresponding deposit point was located. This is for the Alliance so that the trainers can concentrate on cultivating, so that the last Pokémon is not cultivated because of greed. Of course, this is only limited to trainers who have registered with the Alliance. People who haven't registered, such as many people in Team Rocket, are exempt from this restriction. Some senior members of the league, such as the 4 Elite, are not subject to this restriction. It's just that the 4 Elites don't have that many Pokémon to cultivate. Unless they go out on a mission, they won't even bring sick Pokémon with them. There's no problem with this. I'll lift your restrictions later, but I still want to remind you that you can't cultivate too many Pokémon. You should pay more attention to yourself. Do you have any other problem? It's not a big deal. I simply agree. It's already very good. Thank you, Chairman. Chingway was very satisfied with these words. The chairman waved his hand and said, you don't need to thank me. This is what you deserve. And after your paper is published, all future research in the fairy department will be nearly all of your fellows and trainers are borrowing from your dissertation, and that's a steady stream of fees. 3 quasi-gods. Do you have an idea? If you have an idea, you can say, Kanto has Tyranitar, Salamence and Garchomp's Pokémon eggs now. If you want Metagross, we will contact Hoenn Stone Family Dragonite. You can go directly to Johto Blackthorn City. Choose for yourself. Quote, Hydreigon and Goodra's words will take some time. I have to communicate with Unova and Kalos here and ask them to send the Pokémon eggs over. Chingway was tangled. Now he just wants to ask, what if you want to? The chairman also saw Chingway's tangled expression. He understood this, smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet. It's okay. You can think about this slowly. Pokémon eggs will stay there at any time. When you think about it, you can inform me. Chingway nodded, and the chairman continued, the resources of the quasi-god Pokémon will not be distributed until you have made your choice. The 1.2 million points and the 30 million yen bonus from the Alliance this year have already arrived. You can check it through Pokédex. By the way, this is my contact information. You can write it down, and then you can directly contact me with this number. After speaking, the chairman reported a series of numbers, and Chingway took out Pokédex to record it down. down. It's nothing. I came to you today to confirm the issue of reward. Now you can leave if you're okay. Then I'll leave first. Chairman Chingway said goodbye, then interrupted the video call and left meeting room. On the way to the restaurant, Chingway has been thinking about how to choose the quasi-god Pokémon. Each of these Pokémon has its own advantages, and most of them are powerful dragon-type Pokémon, but Tyranitar, which is not a dragon type, also has Desert Tyrant, and Metagross's Hoenn Steven as signature Pokémon. Chingway did not expect that he would also have a day when he fell into difficulty in choosing. While thinking about it, Chingway came to the restaurant, and under the guidance of the restaurant waiter, entered a private room. Kalos region, Vanaville town. It was night time. Ignore the jet lag in this book, and don't engage in such troublesome things. Serena and her mother Grace were sitting at the dining table eating dinner. Her mother was talking about Chingway's admiration for the live broadcast on TV today. Serena listened absent-mindedly. In the end, it was the mother who found out what was wrong with Serena. What wrong? Why do you feel absent-minded? Serena hesitated, but finally made up her mind. Mom, I'm going to Lumiose City tomorrow. Lumiose City? Grace was puzzled. Didn't you just go there to play not long ago? Why? Going. This time it's not for fun. I'm going to Lumiose City to find Sycamore Professor. I'm going to him to get my Earl Dervish Pokemon, and then start traveling. Serena summoned her courage and said what was in her heart. Travel. Grace froze for a moment and murmured when she heard the word suddenly. Travel is a long time ago for her. She met Rhyhorn on the way and fell in love with the Rhyhorn competition. But weren't you not interested in this before? Grace was a little strange. I'm suddenly interested. Serena, of course, refused to tell the truth. Okay, I've agreed to this matter. Your safety. Grace thought about 3 other questions. Serena is ready for this. I have my Earl Dervish Pokemon, and I'll take Eevee with me. Both of them, no problem. Eevee. Grace looked at Eevee, who was eating buffalo at the table, and was extremely worried. Didn't you keep this Eevee as a pet? She hasn't been trained. No problem. Serena defended. Are you right, Eevee? Eevee, who was eating, raised his head and called out. Seeing that her daughter has made up her mind, Grace is helpless. She will definitely support her daughter's desire to travel, but as a parent she is always worried about various problems of her own children. Well then, take her to Lumiose City by car tomorrow, but be careful on the road. Contact me. Grace kept exhorting. Also, think about Rhyhorn training on the way to travel. Oh, I see. Serena heard that her mother agreed, and she was so happy that no matter what her mother said, she kept agreeing, even the Rhyhorn training she didn't like. You kids, since you've decided, then hurry up to eat. Go back to the house to pack up after dinner, and leave tomorrow. Grace eyed helplessly. Good. Chingway walked into the private room, and all the people in it except him had already arrived, and now they were waiting for Chingway to come over so that they could have dinner directly. There are a total of 2 tables in this private room. It happened that Professor Oak and the other researchers sat at a table, and Chingway, Ash and the elite sat at a table. When Chingway sat down, Lance asked directly, it's the quasi-god Pokemon egg, right? Can you tell me which one you chose? After hearing Lance's word, other elites also came to be interested. You know, now many elites have not cultivated quasi-god Pokemon. Chingway-kun, let's talk about it. We are also very curious. Phoebe Cope from the side. The quasi-god Pokemon egg. What is that? Ash looked puzzled. This topic involves Ash's knowledge blind spot again. The quasi-god Pokemon is what we call it in private. They are also ordinary Pokemon, but they are very powerful by nature. Although they are not as good as the legendary Pokemon, their strength is one of the best after ordinary Pokemon. Brock had no choice but to turn on the literacy mode helping hand Ash literacy. That's it. Ash understood. Chingway looked at the people who were looking forward to it, and could only tell the truth. I didn't choose. I don't know which one to choose. Do you have any suggestion? Chapter 61 Land. Chingway, something is wrong with you. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. When Chingway said this, everyone was excited and recommended their favorite quasi-god Pokemon, of course, with 2 exceptions. One of them was Land, and only listen to his first speech. Then I definitely recommend Dragonite. If you choose Dragonite this time, I can directly take you to Blackthorn City. Enter the Dragon's Nest for you to choose. The recent days are just right. There's a lot of Dragonite in production. You can pick one. The other one is Hoenn's Dragon Elite Drake. He is the second to say. I recommend you choose Salamence. Salamence mainly relies on his own exercise in the stage of Bagon, and the resource requirements for food and other aspects are relatively small, easier to cultivate. Quote, then, Lorelei couldn't help but interject. You two are talking about the advantages. Why don't you mention the disadvantages? Dragonite and Salamence are strong, but the training cycle is relatively long. They are typical late bloomers Pokemon, and, even if they are, the training is successful, and my Cloyster is not the next one. Lance and Drake were speechless. Other elites also made various suggestions. Some let Chingway choose Tyranitar, some let him choose Garchomp, and some let him choose Hydreigon. Listening to the various suggestions, suggestions of the elite. Chingway only feel two words: regret. They shouldn't have been asked to give advice just now. And Ash's expression has been in the cycle of confusion, Brock's explanation, and Misty's explanation. Every time he heard the name of a new quasi-god Pokemon, he had to listen to the explanation of the two to understand it. Elite's gossiping suggestions didn't come to fruition in the end, and it was Lorelei who finally spoke up. Okay, let Chingway decide for himself. You have just mentioned the advantages and disadvantages of all kinds of quasi-god Pokemon. The rest should be considered by the parties themselves. You don't need to worry about it. After hearing Lorelei speak, everyone stopped. The food came soon, and everyone resumed their previous rhythm, chatting while eating. Lance was sitting next to Chingway. Seeing that Chingway had been eating and thinking about things, he decided to say something to divert Chingway's attention. Chingway. Chingway was still immersed in thought. The other rewards from the Alliance should have already been distributed, right? Lance asked. Only then did Chingway come back to his senses. Well, the chairman said it has been posted, but I haven't checked it yet. Then there's no problem. Let me ask you, how are you going to spend so much money all at once? Lance asked. How to spend? Lance stopped Chingway this time. He didn't have time to think about it. The money from the deal with Erica and Jasmine has been enough for Chingway to cultivate these Pokemon now, so he doesn't pay much attention to money matters. But Lance mentions this, and he also starts to think, probably just buy something for Pokemon. I haven't thought about it yet, Chingway said uncertainly. That's it. Otherwise, Chingway wondered. Sure enough, I'm a newcomer, and I don't know much about this. Lance curled his lip, and then approached mysteriously. I'll tell you away. Chingway looked at Lance and felt that something was wrong. I can tell you, I'm still young. It's not me that's wrong, it's you, Lance said contemptuously. Don't you want Pokemon egg? You mean the breeding house? Oh, forget it. After saying that, Lance didn't give a shit. There will be an auction in Saffron City next door in a few days. As far as I know, there will be a lot of Pokemon egg for auction, and the qualifications are quite good. If you have an idea, you can go and have a look. Didn't you just get such a sum of money? There are many types of Pokemon egg, and if you take a picture or two and hatch it, it can be a good addition to your current team. Auction. Chingway heard the word, combined with the keyword Pokemon egg, so his first reaction was that it was an auction in the black market of Saffron City, right? Then he thought that these words were actually said from the mouth of Sea Elite Land, and the previous expression was still mysterious. The more he thought about Chingway's expression, the more strange it became. What are you thinking, Tilda? Lance said angrily, seeing the change in Chingway's expression. It's an annual auction held by Saffron City Sylph Company. It's official. You don't think I'll introduce you? Most of the auctions you go to the black market are for fools, right? Sylph Company. Chingway was taken aback. Shouldn't this Nima be infiltrated by Team Rocket? Why bother to put this formal? But looking at Lance, Sylph Company should be fine now. This is a little strange. Maybe the previous life wasn't very accurate either, Chingway thought uncertainly. However, he was really interested in this auction, so he asked, when will it start? Can I participate in it if I go directly? It will start in 3 days. Lance took out the communicator to confirm the date, and said, you need a recommender to participate in the auction. It's easy, and I can recommend you to go there. Don't worry about qualification. Aren't you going to take a look? Chingway asked. Me? If I don't come to the exhibition game this time, I'll have time to go. Now that I have participated in the exhibition game, things are backlogged again. After I go back, I will be busy dealing with league affairs for a few days, so I won't have time to participate. Lance shrugged. Said, is that so? I am really interested. Then I'll trouble you, Chingway said. Lance said indifferently, it's a small matter. I'll recommend your name when I go back, and then you can enter the arena directly by showing your ID card. Okay. Because of the news of the auction, Chingway stopped thinking about which quasi-god Pokemon to choose for the time being, but started to eat and chat with Ash and the others from time to time. After a meal, the guests enjoyed themselves. After dinner was over, Professor Oak stopped Chingway, who said goodbye to Ash, and the others who wanted to leave and return to the hotel took out a palm-sized object and handed it to Chingway. This is. Chingway took the thing. Professor Oak introduced. This is a newly developed Pokemon Pokédex. Compared with your current one, it has increased the communication function and optimized many other aspects, and the speed of recognizing Pokemon is also faster. But now this is a beta version. Just take it and try it. If you have any questions, please contact me directly. Quote, Chingway simply played with this new Pokédex and found that the overall design is similar to the previous mobile phone, and it is thinner and lighter. The speed of the internet is also faster, which is indeed a lot more convenient than the old Pokédex before. It's much more useful than the previous one, Chingway said. Professor Oak nodded. After all, the old-fashioned Pokédex has been in use for a long time, and it's normal that the functions can't keep up. It won't take long for this new type of Pokédex to become popular, and you don't need to go to the Pokemon Center when you make contact in the future. It will be convenient in the future. Thank you, Professor Oak. Chingway thanked. It's okay. it's just a beta version. Just use it. If you have any suggestions during youth, you can tell me. It's not too early. You've fought so many games today, so you must be tired. Hurry back and rest, said Professor Oak. Goodbye, Professional Oak. Quote, goodbye. Saying goodbye to Professional Oak, Chingway returned directly to the hotel where he was staying. Back at the hotel, Chingway hurriedly released his Pokémon, and then quickly prepared food for them. Before eating, I couldn't care about feeding them, so I could only delay for a while. Fortunately, the food was ready-made. Chingway took out Pokeblocks and Pokémon candies suitable for each Pokémon, and put them in the plate. Then I rummaged in my bag for the beauty-enhancing Pokéblock that I was supposed to feed Feebas, only to find that they had run out. In desperation, I could only take out the materials for on-site production. Fortunately, there are still some materials left, but there are not many after checking. It looks like I'm going to take a look at the Cultivator Association tomorrow. It happens that there is a quota of 1 million every month. I will spend a wave tomorrow, Chingway thought while preparing the materials. The speed of making Pokeblocks is very fast. After 10 minutes, a new batch of Pokeblock came out. Chingway took out 2 of them and went to the fish tank and put the Pokeblocks into the fish tank. Then, he squatted and watched Feebas eat. Because Chingway discovered that the pits on Feebas had completely disappeared, and at a glance, you can feel that it has been much smoother. If you don't know Feebas' trainer very well, if you see her now, you may not recognize her. It's completely different from a month ago. Feebas, how did you feel first? Chingway asked. Gululu. Feebas stopped eating, spit bubbles to express his meaning, and jumped out of the fish tank from time to time to express his current mood. Chingway was done. What is this for? As a last resort, Chingway can only use Psychic and Feebas to communicate. Soon, Chingway got the answer dumbly. Feebas said she felt like she was about to evolve. Gululu. There is a new energy in my body. Is it going to be an evolution? Chingway couldn't care less. Put his arm directly into the water, touched Feebas, and then closed his eyes and used Psychic to feel it. After a while, Chingway opened his eyes, and there was a surprise light in his eyes. He used Psychic to feel that there was indeed a new energy in Feebas' body. It should be the power of evolution. And according to his feeling, the answer came that said, the days of Feebas evolution are just 2 days away. Feebas, you feel right. Just in the past 2 days, you will have the evolution, Chingway said to Feebas with certainty. Feebas heard that, even more happy. Then use water splashes to express my happy mood. Splashes are everywhere. Chingway sighed a little. Before he knew it, Feebas had changed from a little autistic character to a person who dares to express his thoughts like he is now. Fish. What Chingway didn't know was that Feebas' evolution required not only her appearance to be beautiful but also her own inner self-confidence. Only the confident and beautiful Feebas can make evolution become the beauty that everyone loves. And he was right, and his words gave Feebas enough confidence to make her transform from the inside out. Chingway's other Pokémons also learned of the news and came over to express their congratulations. Quote. Booyee tilde. Even the timid Eevee who joined last came over and congratulated him. Chingway picked up this little Eevee, and after 3 weeks of careful care, her injuries were completely healed, leaving no hidden dangers. And with the daily feeding of a large amount of nutrient-rich Pokeblock, the originally dull hair has become smooth and supple again. It can be said that compared with 3 weeks ago, it is completely different. By tilde. It's recovering well. Chingway brushed off the hair on Eevee's body and placed her on his shoulder. Only then did he realize that this Eevee was no longer the one before. Chingway was about to take her down, but Eevee swept Chingway's cheek with his tail, stopping Chingway's movement. Chingway was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you also like to stay on your shoulders. By tilde. Okay, then you can stay here. By tilde. Chingway could feel that the weight of the Eevee on his shoulders was much lighter than his Sylveon, and it would take some time for him to recover completely. Then, Chingway took out the bottle that was taken from Erica at that time from the bag, came to Gloom, and started the daily good money work. Pick up the nectar secreted by Gloom. Hannah tilde. Gloom was in a good mood, squeezing happily while secreting nectar. She also knew that her physique was the same as her mother at the time, and the stench from her own was very strong, but Chingway didn't mean to dislike it at all, and every day she took time out to be alone with her for a while. So what she feels now is happiness, very happy. After picking up the 2 bottles of nectar, Chingway played with Gloom for a while, then came to Charmeleon, Azurill and Sylveon, and played with them for a while. Only then did he put Eevee on his shoulders, and went into the bathroom by himself to take a shower. After washing up, Chingway lay down on the big bed. At this time, there were many Pokémon lying on the bed. Sylveon, Eevee, Azurill were all on the bed. Usually they also rest in bed, and Gloom is afraid of his own smell affecting Chingway, so he rests in the living room at night, and Charmeleon is the flame on his tail that prevents him from resting in bed. Chingway lay on the big soft bed. Today is another day of speeches and so many battles. For the 15-year-old, although the intensity is not very high, it is still a bit tiring after all, so Chingway fell asleep very quickly. Almost a few minutes after his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep until bye. Mia tilde Milu tilde. P.S. Report the result. There are already 600 orders. Thank you. We'll add more. Close black lens bracket. PS2. Quietly ask the big guys to give you an automatic subscription. Chapter 62 Feebas. Light of Evolution. Melodic. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Chingway, who was sleeping, felt dazed that someone was calling him. Boo, and there seems to be some soft pad still shooting him. Chingway opened his eyes in confusion, and found that Eevee was squatting on his body, and his small paws patted his cheek from time to time. Sylveon and Azurill were one at the bedside and the other beside him, constantly shouting, Mia tilde. Milu, what the matter? What happened? Chingway rubbed his eyes, picked up the new Pokédex on the bedside table and glanced at it, only to realize that it was still late at night. It's 3 in the morning. No wonder I can hardly open my sleepy eyes now. Bye tilde. Eevee saw Chingway wake up, and quickly got off him, screaming at the same time. You mean Feebas is going to evolution? Chingway understood at once, woke up suddenly, and immediately sat up from the bed. Roar. Charmander, who was standing by the door, saw Chingway getting up, and hurriedly called out, I see. Chingway got out of bed immediately, stepped on his slippers and walked quickly towards the living room outside the house. Pokémons followed behind him, came to the living room, turned on the light. Chingway came to the fish tank. Feebas was quietly blowing bubbles. Seeing Chingway coming over, she was blowing bubbles much faster, and at the same time, she kept flashing. Is the evolution power in your body already full? For the sake of safety, Chingway asked Feebas to calm down first, and then used psychic to sense it. Compared with last night, the power of evolution is indeed more abundant. Looks like it's on the verge of evolution. Then, Feebas, start the evolution now. Remember, you have to have confidence in yourself. You are not the Feebas fish you used to be, and your ugliness has completely disappeared. OA3 Chingway said solemnly. Gollum. Feebas was blowing bubbles rapidly in the water, and it seemed that he was mobilizing all his strength. Then, water splash. I saw Feebas' tail swinging vigorously, and the whole fish splash high from the huge fish tank, as if to break through the shackles of the roof. Premium hotel rooms in the Pokemon world will be taller so that trainers can release their larger Pokemon. This time, she's jumping higher than ever with a water splash, more than one step higher. When her figure reached the highest point, the light of evolution emerged from her body and enveloped Feebas. Chingway only saw that the light of evolution, which was originally just a small group, was getting bigger and bigger, until its diameter reached more than 4 meters. Fuwu tilde tilde tilde. When the white light of evolution slowly dissipated, the Feebas who jumped into the air before disappeared, replaced by a Pokemon similar to a sea snake. Great beauty Melodic. The whole body is a cream-colored cute charm, with red eyes showing the noble temperament of Melodic, but the red hair like fins that cover the sides of her head, combined with the red eyebrows that extend from above the eyes to beyond the fur, add a touch of elegance. Melodic's tail is covered with blue and pink scales, and the 4 large blue scales overlapping the ends of the tail have a red dot in the center, which looks like a fan. It is worthy of being called the most beautiful Pokemon. Staying beside Melodic, Chingway felt that his state of mind seemed to be much calmer. This seemed to be a special ability unique to Melodic, which could make the people around him and Pokemon calm down. Fuwu tilde. Melodic fell from midair, his head lowered slightly towards Chingway, and his pink eyebrows touched Chingway's arm lightly, BJEA, making a slight growl. Height and size of Melodic after evolution is not comparable to the Feebas period. It can be considered a large-sized Pokemon. Well done. Chingway touched Melodic's neck, which was smooth and supple, with a cool feeling. Fuwu tilde. You mean you can help hand everyone too? I know, Chingway said with a smile, while checking the status of Melodic. Type, Melodic Senior. Gender, category, affectionate Pokemon attribute, water type trait, body of attract, personality, calm skills, slash, tackle, water pulse, disarming voice, attract, life dew, safeguard, recover, aqua tail, water gun, flail. Current status, excellent. It is obvious to see that Feebas evolution is like a carp jumping over the dragon gate after that, and it is extremely similar to Magikarp and opposite to each other. The former of the two evolution is ugly and autistic, and the other looks sluggish and mindless. It's just that Feebas and Magikarp seem to be like two Pokemon with opposite personalities after evolution. Melodic has a peaceful temperament, and Gyarados is a typical representative of the irritable brother. Before Melodic evolution, there were only 2 almost instinctive kill moves, Water Leap and Tackle, and Chingway had never trained her. After all, during the Feebas period, if you force training, it would be really thankless. But after evolution, Melodic has learned a lot of skills: control, damage, magic shield, and blood boosting. Boo tilde, Mia tilde, Henna tilde, Milu tilde. Chingway's Pokemon congratulated each other. Fuwu tilde. Melodic looked at his companions around him, lowered his head a little lower, and touched his companions one by one. Before Feebas, she was almost always in the water, but now, she can get out of the water and come to the ground. Fuwu tilde. Melodic happily walked around the living room, and even got into Chingway's room, but came out after a while. The size of the bedroom is still a little too small for the huge Melodic. Melodic complained to Chingway. Chingway smiled. Got it. Next time we'll stay in a hotel with a bigger room. Phew woo. Melodic nodded in satisfaction, then lowered his head and arched Chingway gently, indicating that Chingway should go back to rest. Chingway agreed, and he also called yawn. After all, it was still late at night. After the excitement brought by melodic evolution had passed, sleepiness flooded up. Then I'm going back to rest, and you have a good rest too, Chingway said, stepping back into the room with his slippers, and quickly fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. The next day, Chingway woke up very late. This kind of sudden call in the middle of the night, Chingway only felt that the first half of the night seemed to be a waste of sleep. It was almost noon when Chingway got up. His Pokémon woke up very early, but they didn't bother to see Chingway still in rest, but all gathered in the living room to do their own exercises. This kind of practice is also taught to them by Chingway. That is, they practice their own control over the corresponding attribute energy. For example, Charmeleon, from time to time, a small flame will pop into the air, and then dissipate quickly. Charmeleon is working hard to control the fire attribute energy. Such a long-term practice can not only improve part of the power of the skill move, but also increase the flexibility of its release. Eevee followed Sylveon, eyed and listened to Sylveon's whispered explanation of skill move. The two Pokémon were of the same clan, and it was suitable for Sylveon to teach him personally. Gloom is also practicing the control of grass skills, especially grassy terrain, and now she can control the area of grassy terrain to a certain extent. Azurill is watching Melodic practice. Melodic has just evolved, and the skills are only realized. It is a lot worse for control. Although the water-type skill is relatively less harmful to room items than the fire-type, it's very troublesome if you don't control it well. So Azurill is watching Melodic, and at the same time imparting some experience on the operation of the water-type skill. After Chingway pushed open the bedroom door and came out, what he saw was such a hot training scene. Looking at the Pokémons who were training with relief, they started training on their own without his supervision. Chingway suddenly felt like an old father whose cubs had finally grown up. Without interrupting their training, Chingway ordered a lot of food directly from the guest room phone. Although I ate quite full yesterday, I was hungry after such a long time, and Pokémon training takes a lot of physical energy, so they must be replenished after training. After ordering lunch, Chingway sat on the sofa in the living room, holding the new Pokédex in his hand, watching the training of the Pokémon, but his thoughts were not on it. He was thinking about his recent schedule. Lance said yesterday that there will be a large auction in Saffron City in 3 days. This Chingway is definitely going to go. It is only 2 days away from the start, and he had to go to the Breeders Association after lunch today to buy some raw materials for making Pokeblocks and Pokemon candy, then go buy materials in the afternoon, then come back to make Pokeblock, and leave for Saffron City tomorrow morning so that you can find the way to attend the auction the day after tomorrow. Chingway quickly made a decision. Later, while waiting for the meal, Chingway went online with the new Pokédex, mainly browsing the forums to see if there was any news. As a result, only after I went up did Chingway find out that the latest posts on the forum are basically divided into 2 categories. One is Chingway is so strong that it is said to have the capital of champion. I don't know which elite said it in an interview yesterday. The other type is that Guhao is disgusting. Ask for his address for a fee, and I want to beat him up there. This category is all kinds of details of Guhao's crimes yesterday, and a group of people sprayed the post with enthusiasm. Viridian City, Viridian Gym. How is the preparation at Saffron City? Sitting at the desk, Giovanni tapped the table with his fingers and asked, Boss, Archer has arrived and reunited with Sage and Oka, ready to act. Subordinate report. Okay, let Sabrina pay attention to the people coming from Saffron City. This time, because of the influence of the fairy system, there will be a batch of fairy-type Pokemon auction. The original plan has been slightly changed, and the focus will be on getting the fairy-type Pokemon first. Giovanni thought for a moment, then continued. Sabrina just needs to let her pay attention to the person coming. No need to shoot. Now is not the time to expose. It shouldn't be a problem for the 3 of them to take action. As far as I know, the elites who came from Celadon, Rainbow City yesterday should all leave. Yes, the subordinate responded. You go down. Yes, this chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the picture. Chapter 63_online shopping. A duo who is not doing business arrived. After lunch, Chingway came to the Nurturers Association. The success of Chingway's assessment of the intermediate cultivator has already been spread by the staff who know it. Coupled with the blockbuster that Chingway threw in the face of the world yesterday, no one in the staff here does not know him. So Chingway was recognized as soon as he came to the second floor. Is it Chingway? Is there anything in the association? As soon as Chingway came up, he was about to continue going upstairs when a staff member at the entrance of of the second floor who was in charge of receiving those who came to sign up for the assessment came over with a very friendly tone and even a hint of flattery. I'm not here on the second floor. I'm going to the fourth floor to exchange some material. Chingway was stunned for a moment. When did the service of the Nurturing Home Association become so in place? I'll take you there. You haven't been up yet, have you? The staff member was keenly aware of the word exchange. What does this mean? This shows that Chingway has a quota. This is what the big guys only get. The average mid-level cultivator can only buy some materials at an internal price with money at most every month, and there is still a limit. Only the senior cultivator will issue some quota every month to facilitate their exchange. And Chingway now has a quota, which means that the leader of the association attaches great importance to this young and outrageous person in front of him. Therefore, he even used the honorific you. Then, well, I'll trouble you. Chingway was obviously a little uncomfortable, but nodded and agreed. You follow me. The staff walked upstairs with Chingway. It was the first time for Chingway to come here. Compared with the second floor, the fourth floor is much wider. As soon as you enter the gate, there is a long bar directly opposite. 8 staff members are behind the bar to receive cultivators who come and go to buy material. You want to exchange materials, right? The staff leading Chingway asked. Yes, I have a quota of 1 million. Just come and have a look when the materials are not enough. Hi. The staff took a deep breath. $1 million amount. In the Breeders Association, the internal price is about 30-50. It's lower than the average price on the market. In other words, 1 million can be used as 1.3 million. And his salary is only 80,000 a month. Then you follow me. The bar is responsible for purchasing materials, and the exchange is here, the staff said, and took Chingway to the other side. This place is a bit like the test room on the second floor. There are several small rooms, and some of them have the word someone on the door. The staff took Chingway to an empty room and knocked on the door. Please come in. A voice came from the door. Open the door, and there is a desk inside. There are 2 computers facing each other on the table, and there is a small sofa and coffee table on the left side of the door. Xiaojung, aren't you on the second floor? Why are you here? The person inside the door clearly saw the person pushing the door, and was stunned for a moment. Brother, I brought Chingway here. He wants to exchange some material. I'm afraid he is not familiar with it, so I bring it directly. Xiaojung explained immediately. Chingway. The person was stunned for a moment, then noticed Chingway standing behind Xiaojung, and then immediately became enthusiastic. Come in. I watched your game on the live broadcast yesterday. That game against Victorybell was really great. I am your fan now. Ah, thanks for the compliment. Chingway didn't expect that he has fans now, and he was not used to it for a while. However, since people can serve people who have a certain status in the Cultivator Association here alone, their eyesight is naturally useless. Seeing Chingway is not used to it, the enthusiasm when I first saw the idols quickly calmed down. Are you here to exchange material? Little Jung, go out first. The man first waved his hand towards Xiaojung, indicating that he was going to work, and then said to Chingway, then sit here. Use this computer to check the list of materials and exchange prices on the association's intranet. The exchange rate is usually about 30% lower than the market price. Quote, Chingway nodded and browsed with the computer in front of him. The internal list is much richer than the external one. Many rare materials can be seen here, but these Chingway are not needed. All the materials he needs now are here, and Chingway has added some of the missing materials according to the statistics of the sorting out yesterday. However, shopping online is, you can't control your hands all the time, can you? Lighting and lighting. Chingway found out that he ordered a little too much. A look at the price, a total of 890,000, internal price. Come on, continue to exchange the remaining 110,000 and pull it down. Then Chingway continued to select from the list until he used all the 1 million quota this month, and there was not a single point left. Have you finished your selection? The staff watched Chingway stop and asked, then please use your ID card to swipe the machine next to it, and your ID will be logged in directly, and you can directly click to confirm the purchase. He pointed to the small machine beside him. Chingway did as he said, and sure enough, he logged into his account in the Nurturing Home Association, which showed that the quota for this month was 1 million. Chingway checked his choice again and clicked OK after confirming that there were no omissions. Then, the quota balance becomes 0. Please wait on the sofa for a while. The staff will bring your exchanged material. Chingway waited for a while before someone knocked on the door and came in with a paper bag in his hand. This is all the materials that Chingway has just exchanged. After taking a look, inside the paper bag are small base boxes. Each box is a kind of material. There are more than 20 kinds. After a simple check, the number was correct. Chingway stuffed the entire paper bag into the backpack, and with the enthusiasm of the staff, left the Breeders Association. Back at the hotel, apart from eating time, Chingway has been making Pokeblock for Pokémon. Feebas evolution has become melodic. The previous Pokeblocks are no longer suitable, and new ones need to be made. He was busy until after 10 o'clock in the evening, morning and then finished his work. The quantity was enough for his Pokémons to eat for more than a month, and only about half of the materials were consumed. The next morning, Chingway arrived at the bus station in Celadon, Rainbow City, ready to take the bus to Saffron City. The two cities are very close to each other, and their geographical locations are also very good. They are located in the hinterland of Kanto region, and the transportation is also extremely developed. There are both Celadon, Rainbow airports and station, and Saffron City even has a maglev railway to Johto. After getting on the bus, Chingway arrived at Saffron City at noon. Celadon, Rainbow City was very developed before, but compared to Saffron City in front of Chingway, it is still a lot worse. Saffron City has an excellent geographical location and well-developed transportation. To the west, you can come to Celadon, Rainbow City by walking through number 7 road. To the north, it is connected to Cerulean City through number 5 road. If you go east through number 8 road, you can come to Celadon, Rainbow City, Lavender Town. The south can also directly reach Vermilion City, and Saffron City is the only city in the Kanto region with 2 large gyms. In other cities or towns, there is only 1 large gym, and this gym is also recognized by the Alliance, but Saffron City is different. It has 2 fighting gyms and psychic gym. Every once in a while, the two sides will have a fight showdown to compete for Saffron City's official gym. Only recently, the fighting gym has not competed with the psychic gym with Sabrina as the leader, so it is now generally considered psychic gym when it comes to Saffron City gym. Saffron City also has the most developed business circle in Kanto region, with the largest company in Kanto, Sylph Company. Sylph Company can also be said to be one of the largest companies in the Pokemon world. It is a leader in the world of Pokemon manufacturing. It created the basic technology of today's Pokeball and continues to expand and innovate on this basis. Just relying on this technology, Sylph Company has made a lot of money. After getting out of the car, Chingway found a restaurant that looked good and went in to get his lunch. After dinner, Chingway walked slowly on the wide street with a little Eevee lying on his shoulders. When he was in Celadon, Rainbow City before, he didn't dare to release Eevee. After all, the people in Rocket Hideout in Celadon, Rainbow City are too familiar with this Eevee, and Saffron City is relatively much better. In addition to these days, Eevee himself has changed a lot, and it is completely different from before. Claw by Tilda. Eevee, who had never seen it before, was very curious about everything on the street. She was born in the Rocket Hideout underground in Celadon, Rainbow City Game City before, and has been used for experiment, and it was too late when she escaped, and she was so busy running that she didn't have the time and energy to see the surrounding world. Later, after Chingway rescued him, he basically stayed in the hotel, and when Chingway went out, he stayed in the Pokeball. At the beginning in Celadon, Rainbow City, Chingway did not dare to take her outside, but now, this is the first time she has officially experienced this magnificent world. You can stay outside in the future, look at the surrounding scenery more, and forget that bad memory. Ask for flowers. Zero, Chingway said softly. By Tilda. Eevee's tail kept wiping, very happy. The location of the Sylph building is the very center of Saffron City, and every other section of the street will have a sign indicating the location of Sylph Company. So Chingway only needed to look at the sign and go, and he easily came to the center of the city. There is a huge screen on the wall outside the silver building. At this time, the auction that will be held on the top floor tomorrow is playing. The advertisement also mentions that there will be special surprises waiting for everyone. Isn't the auction to recommend people? What the use of advertising outside? Chingway stood outside watching the advertisement for a while, and didn't quite understand it, but he still walked in, ready to find a staff member to ask how to get the admission letter. As soon as you enter the building, a cool chill hits you. The heat outside is a stark contrast to the coolness inside the building. The lower floors of the silver building are where various items used by trainers are sold, and these items use some of the most advanced technology in the Pokemon world. Chingway looked at the dazzling props in the counter, and did not directly ask about the auction for a while, but wandered around the counter. Potion, good potion, saffron spray, rope from the hole, full heal and other props have been seen. There are even some potions that can enhance a certain ability for Pokemon to take for a long time. It's just that these potions are expensive, and it takes a long time for Pokemon to take effect slowly. Zero. In addition, there are all kinds of Pokeballs. This is also what Chingway is most interested in. Although he got a few Pokeballs through monthly check-in, the number was decent in total, but not many of the individual type. It is still necessary to add a wave here. Going to the counter dedicated to luxury balls, Chingway bought 20 luxury balls directly. The price of one luxury ball is 30,000 yuan, and 20 pieces cost a full 600,000 yen. After buying the luxury ball, Chingway went to other places and found that some high-end products such as silver viewing mirrors were not sold here. Chingway did not know whether it was not developed or whether it was hidden by Sylph Company. After looking at it and seeing nothing else of interest, he walked towards the service counter counter at the center of the first floor. I explained the purpose of my visit to the staff at the service desk, and the service staff was very friendly. Sir, if you get the auction admission letter, you need to go to the 10th floor. You can take the elevator over there and go up directly. After you get there, you only need to pass the identity verification. Can get. Quote, thank you. Chingway thanked him, and then asked his doubt. I saw the advertisement of the auction being played on the big screen outside you. Isn't this auction requiring qualifications or the recommendation of a recommender to participate? What needs to be qualified is the high-end auction held tomorrow. In addition, there will be many ordinary auctions tomorrow. There are more types of auctions, but compared to high-end auction, the waiter said with a smile. Understood. Thank you. Chingway understood, thanked him and walked towards the elevator. Ding. Chingway had just arrived here. Just as the elevator stopped on the first floor, he quickly stepped in and pressed the button on the 10th floor. Ding. With another reminder from the elevator, the 10th floor has arrived. Chingway went out and found that the entire floor was full of promotional posters about the auction. The large and small posters and the banners made Chingway feel like a big promotion in the mall in the previous life. How to say, too low. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Chingway saw a navigation sign standing in front of him. Please go to the left for qualification verification of high-end auctions, and to the right to register for ordinary auction. Easy to understand. Chingway followed the directions of the navigation board and walked to the left. After walking through a corridor, he came to a side hall, and when he entered, he saw a huge counter standing there. 2 Syl Company staff members stood behind. This looks like the place for qualification verification. It's just. Chingway saw 2 somewhat familiar faces near the counter. How did they come here? Is it really so idle? Outrageous. Okay. P.S. Brothers, go and vote for the first Quasi Spicy. Currently Tyranitar is far ahead, and the deadline will be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chingway can't wait to get the Quasi God Pokemon. Close black lens bracket towel. Chapter 64 Chingway. Hard to eat. I'm familiar with this. Open black lens bracket seeking automatic subscription. Close black lens bracket. Chingway looked at the 2 men not far ahead. One was wearing a black suit with a red tie, light blue hair, and a slender figure. As for the other one, at first glance, Chingway could feel an arrogance that was not inferior to the cloak lance crossing. I saw that he was wearing a light green long sleeve lapel top with a white hem, a pair of lavender trousers, a blue cape, and a white round hat revealing some light green bangs. Fuck, isn't this Nima, the former champion Stone Steven who runs around digging stones all day, and the current champion Wallace who is busy promoting the gorgeous competition all day long? How did you come to Saffron City? Looks like there's going to be an auction going on. Steven, aren't you the president of Devon Corporation? Isn't Devon Corporation an equivalent of Silver? Still need to come here for an auction? Why are you kidding me? Also, Wallace, what are you going to do with your flamboyant outfit? Do you have the courage to wear this color matching clothes? Chingway complained wildly in his heart. When Chingway saw them, the 2 who had finished their work also noticed Chingway who had just entered the hall. There is no way. There are too few people here. The whole hall is empty, and it is hard to come here without anyone noticing, and it is a young man dressed as a trainer. Seeing Chingway coming, the 2 of them were also taken aback. Obviously they knew Chingway. After all, fairy is such a big thing. Even if Wallace doesn't care about alliance affairs anymore, he still needs to know about the big things happening in the Pokemon world. Steven, although he runs around digging rocks all day, he is still the president of Devon Corporation, the largest 087 company in Hoenn. Even if he doesn't care about learning about these major events, some of his subordinates will take the initiative to report to him. The 2 looked at each other and walked towards Chingway side by side, saying hello as they walked. Hello, are you Chingway? Chingway raised his head and greeted. Hello, are you Steven and Wallace? Looks like you know us. Steven laughed. Let me introduce you. I'm Stone Steven. He's Wallace, and we're both from Hoenn. Saying that, he stretched out his right hand. Wallace is such an irritating dress that it's hard not to recognize it. Not to mention that there are advertisements about the Wallace Cup on TV from time to time. Now Kanto and Johanto have a few who don't know Wallace. Chingway thought silently in his heart. I'm Cerulean City Chingway. Chingway said, shaking hands with Steven. We all know you. Although we didn't go to the scene 2 days ago, we also watched the live broadcast. The young people these days are really amazing. Steven sighed. I see that your talent as a trainer is just as terrifying. Which path are you going to take? Trainer or researcher? Trainer. Hello, trainer. Researcher is something that old men do. Young people should go out for more walk. It would be better if they could dig some rocks along the way. Why? It's not enough to dig rock by yourself, and you have to invite others to dig with you. Wallace pouted and stretched out his right hand towards Chingway. Don't be a trainer, be a coordinator. I saw your Sylveon too. If you go to the gorgeous competition, you will definitely get a good one. Result. Quote. Chingway also shook hands with Wallace and said with a smile, isn't the coordinating trainer also a trainer? Wallace was stunned for a moment, then laughed. You're right, the coordinator is also a trainer. It's just that the focus is different. By the way, can you show me your Sylveon? I've never seen one. Wallace continued, but Stephen reached out to stop him. The occasion is not right, don't worry. After Stephen's reminder, Wallace also responded, oh, yes, Chingway, you are here to participate in tomorrow's auction, right? Go get tomorrow's admission letter. Chingway nodded and walked towards the counter. There were no other customers in front of the counter. After Chingway swiped his ID card under the helping hand of the staff at the counter, his recommender, Lance, was displayed on the small screen beside the counter. The service staff is also very discerning. Seeing that Chingway was chatting with Stephen and Wallace just now, they were even waiting for him there. In addition, Chingway is now a well-known figure, and it still has Lance's recommendation. The waiter placed Chingway's seat next to Stephen and Wallace. Soon, the admission letter will be prepared. Chingway received the admission letter and walked toward Stephen and Wallace. Have you come here to find a place to live? If not, stay in a hotel with us. We have a lot of questions. Come to the auction tomorrow. Seeing Chingway coming, Stephen said, good. Chingway agreed, and it happened that Chingway also wanted to ask Stephen about Metagross, and wanted his melodic to learn some trick from Wallace's melodic. So the two hit it off, and Chingway followed Stephen to a luxury hotel. Stephen was very arrogant and directly opened a luxury suite for Chingway just next to the two of them's room. And it's a week from the beginning. Stephen said that it's not enough to continue. If it's only open for a day or two, it will seem like a loss of share. Before leaving, Chingway glanced at the price list. 100,000 yen a day. I'm being taken care of by Stephen. Chingway didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I came to my room, opened the door and saw, it's really big. The living room area alone is about half the size of the hotel room where Chingway stayed in Celadon, Rainbow before. Then there's a kitchen, a small conference room, 2-bedroom, luxury bathroom, and a training room for smaller Pokémon. Is it the high-class life? Chingway sat on the luxurious sofa in the living room, looking at the surroundings, sighing with emotion. No wonder 100,000 yen a day. Putting the backpack on the coffee table, Chingway was reclining on the sofa to rest, while Eevee was wandering around the room, looking around curiously. Chingway also released the other Pokémon, and the Pokémons were amazed at this large and luxurious room. The happiest of them all is Melodic. She can finally cast it in this room. The hotel was too small for her before. After all, the height of more than 6.2 meters, although it is usually not fully stretched out, but now the size of the room is enough for her to stretch her body to the fullest. Phew woo tilde. Melodic is happy. Ding dong tilde. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chingway walked to the door and glanced outside through the cat's eye. It was Stephen and Wallace standing outside. Opening the door, Chingway welcomed the two of them in. As soon as the two entered the door, they were attracted by Melodic, who was stretching his body. Chingway, you actually have a Melodic too. Where did you get it? Stephen was surprised to know that Melodic is very rare. There are not many trainers in the world who have Melodic. It is precisely because of this that people admire Melodic's beauty so much. Chingway smiled and said, she only got evolution yesterday. Evolution? Did you use the prism scale? Stephen asked. I didn't expect you to have an item as rare as the prism scale. No, this Melodic didn't go through prism scale evolution. It's natural evolution. Wallace had been observing Melodic's appearance just now. He was surprised to find that this Melodic's appearance was no worse than his Melodic, and even more beautiful. Natural evolution. Stephen was taken aback. The Alliance has not yet had an effective way to make Feebas evolve naturally, and most of the trainers who have Melodic in the world are directly subdued. Only the Wallace next to him comes from a Feebas evolution. The Alliance now generally believes that the only way to cultivate Feebas is to make it more beautiful, and then there is the possibility of evolution, but there is no clue on how to become a beautiful Alliance. Phew woo tilde. Melodic noticed that the two were staring at her all the time. She was not used to this kind of treatment before, so she swam out of the living room and got into a bedroom. How did you do it? Stephen asked subconsciously, and immediately realized that this is Chingway's privacy, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm really surprised. Is it a special kind of Pokeblocks I made? If you take it for a long time, it can make Feebas more beautiful, and my one is usually more confident, so it's evolution. Chingway said, and took out a piece of Pokeblock. It was not the kind of Pokeblocks that Chingway had specially made for Feebas before to increase the beauty, but a low-grade version that was more inclined to cultivate but could also increase some beauty after taking it for a long time. Pokeblock. Wallace took over Pokeblock, and he has a deep research on this. After all, he needs to train a lot of Pokemon to participate in the Gorgeous Contest. The Gorgeous Contest is not only the gorgeousness of skills, but also the shape and appearance of Pokemon are very important. And physical training is not just about exercise. Just like professional athletes in previous lives, the food you eat on weekdays is also very important. It needs to be nutritious and balanced. Wallace carefully studied the Pokeblocks in his hand, and even took a small taste. It tasted good. Although there is no professional testing equipment in his hand, but with his rich much experience, he still perceives that the energy in this Pokeblocks is quite sufficient, suitable for long-term use of water-type Pokemon, and it does have a helping hand effect on the growth of Pokemon. As for whether it can increase the beauty, he doesn't know. If Feebas eat this for a long time, with a certain amount of exercise, the body shape can really get better and better. Wallace estimates the effect in his heart. He is a student of Sootopolis City Sootopolis Gym. He has his own unique experience in cultivating water-type Pokemon, and even the method of cultivating Feebas is not without. It's just that it takes a lot of time and money, and the cost is far more than 10 times the cost of the Pokeblocks in hand. If the Pokeblocks worked as well as the exclusive recipe in his hand, Wallace is excited. Thinking of this, Wallace couldn't help but summon his Melodic. He wanted Melodic to experience the effects of this Pokeblock for himself. Try this. Wallace fed his Melodic the Pokeblock that were missing a corner. Melodic is a little confused. Co-author calls me out and feeds me a Pokeblock still missing a corner. Am I the kind of Pokemon that covets a broken Pokeblock? Thinking about it, Melodic wanted to spray Wallace with Ice Beam to let his trainer calm down. However, after the Pokeblock's entry, Melodic's expression changed. OMG, it smells so good. Melodic's red eyes narrowed, chewing on tiny Pokeblock. Good to eat, and it seems to make me more beautiful. This is so much more delicious than the special food you eat every day. Phew. As soon as Pokeblock finished eating, Melodic looked at Wallace eagerly. Is there any more? One piece is not enough. Does it work? Wallace asked. Melodic was stunned for a moment, and then he asked if he could increase the beauty. He felt it carefully, then nodded to Wallace. Then he continued to stare at him. 4.0 Wallace ignored Melodic for the time being, but looked at Chingway. It does have the effect of increasing beauty, although the specifics are not very clear, but if Feebas are eaten for a long time, it should be easier to evolve. Your Pokeblocks should be a hit when they start selling. Steven has been watching Wallace's test, and knowing that he said that, he knows that the effect of this Pokeblocks may be similar to the effect of Wallace's exclusive secret recipe. This is another great invention. Amazing, Steven exclaimed. Besides these two words, what else could he say? Chingway smiled and said, I don't have the idea of selling it on a large scale yet. Now, for me, traveling and practicing to improve the strength of my Pokemon is the key. Maybe I will open a company to sell this kind of thing after I have free time. This trick is called hard to get. Wallace recognizes the word mass sale, which means that small-scale sales are still possible. Then, Wallace was captured. Chingway, can you sell me some of these Pokeblocks? My Melodic loves them too. Wallace asked with some embarrassment. Wallace's Melodic also looked at Chingway expectantly. He originally thought that Chingway might not agree, but who knew? Chingway simply nodded and agreed. It doesn't matter if there is a small amount. I will also help Erica and Jasmine Gym Leader make some Pokeblock, but if there are too many, it will not work. I don't have enough energy either. Also, I have something to ask for your help. Chapter 65 Turns out Wallace's Melodic is a dog lick. Open black lens bracket seeking automatic subscription close black lens bracket. Hearing Chingway's agreement, Wallace was very happy. What are you busy? As long as you don't violate the alliance. Don't I also have a Melodic? And she just evolved. I want her to learn some skill moves and the application of moves with your Melodic. Chingway said. Wallace's Melodic. Chingway checked the status and could only say species, Melodic, champion level, gender, male category, affectionate Pokemon type, water type trait, Marvel scale personality, bold skills, recover, ice beam, water pulse, surf, toxic, cold, rest, sleep talk, hydro pump, disarming voice, blizzard, dragon pulse, twister, dragon tail, safeguard, aqua ring, rain dance, diving, hyper beam, brine, muddy water, weather ball, flip turn current status, excellent, I can't envy, Chingway's Melodic heard Chingway mention her, and stuck his head out of the bedroom to look at Chingway. Wallace's Melodic noticed that there was one of his kind in this room, and she's so good looking. The body is so attractive. Characteristics of the body of attract is a beautiful Don, Molly girl. Melodic feels like he's about to fall in love. Wallace was stunned for a moment, then smiled. There's nothing wrong with that. Just let my Melodic teach you. Wallace Melodic nodded, gesturing to wrap himself around him. Melodic, come here at 19. Chingway beckoned to his own Melodic. Melodic came out of the room. You can study with him for a while, if the location is. Chingway thought about where to go for training. The location is in the training room of your room. Some equipment can still be used. Wallace said. Melodic, then please. Wallace's Melodic is so happy to have a chance to be alone with Don, Molly. After Wallace agreed, he approached Chingway's Melodic in an instant, shouting, trying to get close to her. But Chingway's Melodic doesn't seem to have any feelings for him, treating him like, is it the attitude towards senior? Chingway looked at the two Melodics who were heading to the training room and laughed a little. If I knew I could use the beauty trick, why would I need to spend so much effort? Looks like your Melodic might not be following you. Steven also laughed at this scene. Wallace shook his head helping helplessly and looked at Chingway. What material do you need? You can tell me, and I will provide it. Chingway nodded. After the business was settled, the three of Chingway sat on the sofa and chatted. Of course, the theme is the fairy department discovered by Chingway. During this period, Sylveon became the protagonist of the audience. Wallace looked at it. The more admirable it became. Sylveon was born for the gorgeous competition. Look at this perfect body, elegant appearance. It perfect. I don't know how many Pokémons with fairy attributes will we have in Hoenn. Steven looked at Sylveon in front of him and thought. Through Chingway's careful introduction just now, they have already understood this new attribute very well. Although it seems to be extremely restrained on the surface of the dragon, it is actually not that fierce in theory. It can only be said that the dragon has a strong opponent, but it's still a little short of threatening the status of the dragon clan. Chingway also took the opportunity to ask Steven about his choice of quasi-god, mainly about Metagross. You mean you're thinking about Metagross? Steven said with a smile. Although I own Metagross, I personally don't recommend you cultivate it. What wrong? Chingway was a little puzzled. Steven reminded. Have you forgotten the evolution method of Metagross? Most of the Metagross in Hoenn region are in our stone family. You should know. Chingway nodded. So I know this race very well. There are two ways of evolution in Metagross. The first is similar to the way Magnemite evolution is Magneton. Two Beldum evolutions with similar development become Metang, and two Metang evolutions become Metagross. If you evolve in this way, once the evolution is completed, the strength of Metagross will be very strong. However, you have to cultivate 4 Beldums at the same time. You must also ensure that the cultivation levels of these 4 Beldums are not much different. Difficulty and cost. You can imagine the energy. Quote, of course, there is also a simple way. If a Beldum reaches the edge of the evolution and has no companion, it will choose to temporarily split an identical individual similar to the substitute and then complete the evolution. Metang evolution becomes Metagross as well, but in this way of evolution, the strength after evolution will not improve much, and it will take a lot of time to cultivate and make up for the side effects of his split during evolution, which is also very difficult. Steven explained carefully. For example, if Beldum strength to the edge of evolution is 1, then the first way is that you need to train 4 Beldums from 0 to 1, then complete the evolution of 1 plus 1 equals 2 twice, and then continue to cultivate to increase the strength of the 2 Beldums from 2 to 4, and then complete 4 plus 4 equals final evolution of 8, so that the Metagross strength of evolution success is 8. The second is to train a Metagross from 0 to 1. It will split into 2 0.5 individuals during evolution, and complete the evolution of 0.5 plus 0.5 equals 1. Such a Metang's strength is 1. Although it is stronger than Beldum, the period is stronger, but it is limited. You need to cultivate it from 1 to 4, and then split into 2 twos to complete the evolution of 2 plus 2 equals 4. Quote, the strength of Metagross Earl Dervish like this will be very weak. You have to continue to spend a lot of energy to cultivate it until you reach 8, and 8 is not the end of Metagross, but just the beginning. So, I don't recommend you to choose Metagross. You can consider it when you have the energy in the future. My Metagross is also based on the cultivation of professional cultivators in the stone family. Difficult. Of course, Metagross is very powerful after it is formed, and it is a quasi-god of steel and psychic. You should understand the effect. Steven was very serious, and told Chingway both the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 evolution methods. This also made Chingway give up the idea. The first method consumes a lot of resources, but the evolution is the fastest, and every time the evolution strength will increase by a big step. It's just 4 Beldum. Where did he go from? He only has 3 Pokemon egg, and if it's all on Beldum, not shiny Beldum, not worth it, not worth it. If it is the second method, the resources will be slightly less, but the cultivation time is too long. Considering that Steven's Metagross took so long to develop under the helping hand of the entire family, if he was alone, even the helping hand with Pokeblocks and Pokemon candies would take a lot of time. You know, Steven has raised 4 at the same time. It turns out that it is. Chingway said helplessly. Steven nodded. Of course, the quasi-god Pokemon is actually not easy to cultivate. If the cultivation cycle is too long, like Dragonite, or it requires too much resources, such as Tyranitar, or it is a special kind of Metagross, is equally difficult. Quote, at this time, Wallace, who had been observing Sylveon, suddenly interjected. Actually, there is a very simple way. What way? Chingway looked over. Wallace pointed at Steven, smiled and said, as long as you get a few more precious stones, Steven will definitely help you. Well, this is indeed a way. Steven rubbed his chin seriously. If it's a precious stone I haven't seen before, it's not impossible. How is it? Chingway, do you want to think about it? Go dig for stone. With stones, everything is possible. Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. The word appeared in Chingway's mind for the first time. If there is a Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE from Metagross, Steven will definitely help him, maybe even directly exchange for 4 Beldum with good qualifications, but Chingway did not wow how either. Even if there is, but if it is given to Steven, what will he do with the Metagross in exchange? But this is really a good way. If you encounter it in the future, you can try it. Anti-087 still has a sign-in system. If you sign in later, it should be given to Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. Right. Chingway thought and wrote down this matter. About Metagross, Steven told him everything, and Chingway didn't ask again. If there is a stone in the future, it will not be too late. As a result, Chingway started chatting with the two about other things, and suddenly remembered the first question. I want to ask, how did you guys come to Saffron City to participate in the auction? Shouldn't it be digging rocks and promoting flashy contests? Steven laughed. Chingway nodded embarrassedly. Actually, I was going to go to MT Moon to dig rock, but when I arrived at Saffron City 2 days ago, I received a notice that I found a new property, so I watched your speech the day before yesterday, and it happened that Wallace also came to Kanto to do it. His Wallace Cup. Come to see it when it comes to the auction. Maybe you can see some heartwarming stone. Quote, Steven said. Yeah, and I heard that Sylph Company has temporarily added a batch of fairy Pokemon auctions this time, so let's come and have a look. After all, we are all curious about the new attribute. Wallace also said, by the way, I'm going to hold a Wallace Cup in Saffron City recently. Chingway, do you want to come and participate? Your Sylveon and Melodic will be shocked if they participate. P.S. The Metagross evolution originally written by the Pokédex information is a 2-2 fusion evolution, but if this is the case, I feel that this group is really going to have a big problem. It is a quasi-god in itself. There is no comparison at all. If evolution is integrated again, this group may have problems. So here I also borrowed the direct evolution setting in the game, but this evolution is somewhat similar to Ash's Charizard's forced evolution taste. That is, the strength after evolution did not meet expectations at all, and it took a long time to train and cultivate. Chapter 66 _ The most extreme Pokemon. The quasi-god has an idea. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Chingway heard the word, thought about it carefully, and felt that the gorgeous contest is not that simple. The Pokemon participating in the gorgeous contest must be elegant and beautiful in body and posture, in terms of state, coat color, etc., and they have to release a gorgeous and handsome look, skill, move. Finally, in the battle, it is necessary to ensure that the battle is carried out on the premise of beauty and elegance, and the battle must also show gorgeous moves or make the best use of the moves used by the opponent so that the opponent can deduct points. Chingway thought about it carefully. His Sylveon has no problem with his body and posture. If he simply practiced his gorgeous move, it shouldn't be a big problem, but it really won't work in battle. You must know that the gorgeous competition has developed to the present, and the gorgeousness of the moves has long been not limited to a single move. Those coordinating trainers have already begun to rack their brains to combine 2 or more skill moves in order to shock the judges. And the battle rules are too restrictive for a practical trainer like him. This cannot be changed in just a few days, so Chingway still rejected Wallace's suggestion. I still don't participate. Although the 2 children Sylveon and Melodic may get good scores in the first link, they are still far behind in the gorgeous battle, which also requires long hours of practice, and when I travel to Hoenn, I'll be in the big game. Quote, when Wallace heard this, he felt a little regretful, but he also knew that what Chingway said was right. It was not easy to come up with all kinds of gorgeous combination skill move, and it would take a lot of practice if you wanted to put them into use. His proposal just now was just a pleasure to see. After all, it would be a pity not to participate in the gorgeous contest with such 2 beautiful Pokemon. After the business part was finished, Steven and Wallace also learned about the fairy department, so the 3 of them started chatting. Mainly Steven was talking, and Chingway and Wallace were listening. Steven is talking about digging stones in various places. At dinner, Steven also invited Chingway to contact him after he went to Hoenn. He took Chingway to the place where he collected stones. Through chatting with Chingway, the 2 of Steven also discovered that Chingway is far more mature than the average 15-year-old child, although he does not understand many things in the world because the details of this world are somewhat familiar with his previous life different, but for the knowledge of Pokemon, Chingway can tell the truth most of the time, and he will have his own unique opinions from time to time. This time, the 2 are more certain that Chingway is a young man who really owns champion, instead of people who blow this and that all day on the internet, but they are actually all arrogant. During the chat, Chingway was also impressed by the 2. Think about it, a person who is digging rocks all day can be so eloquent when it comes to managing the company. Although Devon Corporation has many capable managers, when it comes to making major decisions, it is still up to Steven to make decisions. Steven wasn't the kind of guy who just looked at the report and signed it. He will also provide various suggestions for improvement, which basically have an effect on the development of Devon Corporation. It is simply a top CEO who was delayed by the stone. Chingway even thought that if Steven didn't dig stones to concentrate on managing the company, maybe Devon Corporation would have become the world's largest company by now. Steven expressed disdain for this. He believed that digging rock was the main business, and the management company was just a side business. Then Wallace also agreed. He thought Champion was just a side business, and his main business was a gorgeous contest. The bizarre and incredibly powerful duo of Ho and Champion. Chingway can only be so emotional. The three of them chatted very late that day, and Wallace took back his melodic before leaving, and promised Chingway that he would be released whenever he was in the hotel these days so that he could teach Chingway some melodic skill moves and experience. Phew tilde. When the two of them left, Melodic reported to Chingway the results of his first study today. Hearing Melodic's remark, Chingway learned that Wallace's melodic teaching is called a dedicated. Although the skill moves have not been learned, they have already told her the training method carefully and taught her a lot of ways to mobilize and use energy more efficiently. Is this a licking dog? Chingway was a little dumbfounded, but overall, Chingway felt that this time he had taken a big advantage. A Pokémon standing at the peak of the champion level personally taught this treatment. There should be few people in the world, right? Just practice as he taught, and these methods have inspired me a lot. It seems that other Pokémons can learn from them when they train, but I have to wait and make plans carefully tilde. Chingway said. Phew tilde. Melodic nodded. Silent all night. The next day, Chingway didn't get up very early. Today's auction starts in the afternoon and is divided into two halves. The first half is from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. and then Sylph Company will organize a dinner at 6 p.m. After the dinner, the second half of the auction begins and ends around 11 p.m. Of course, this is a high-level auction. If it is ordinary, it will not have such a good treatment. It starts at 12 noon, 1.5 hours, and there is a half-hour break for people to leave and enter. So last night, Chingway made an appointment with Steven and the others to have lunch a little later at noon and go directly to the auction after lunch. So there's no rush in the morning. Chingway slowly finished washing up, and after preparing food for the Pokémon, he sat at the table and played with the new Pokédex. He's documenting some new ideas for training. These have always been recorded in his Pokédex notebook, and now Chingway is making some changes to them. Pokémon saw Chingway recording his thoughts and didn't bother him. They all stayed in the living room quietly, while Charmeleon and Melodic went to the training room to practice their skills. It wasn't until the doorbell of the room rang that Chingway's thoughts were interrupted, and he glanced at the time. It was already the appointed time, so he packed the Pokémons into the Pokéball, leaving only Eevee on his shoulders, and opened the door. It was Steven and Wallace standing outside the door. Steven is still dressed like yesterday, and Wallace has changed into a pure white suit, which is not as eye-catching as the one he wore yesterday. However, the two of them, one in a black suit and one in a white suit, seem to be black and white from a distance. Go out to eat. It's time to go to the auction after dinner. The location of the hotel is also very good. It is only a 5-minute walk from Sylph Company, so the three of them were not in a hurry when they had a meal. After the meal, the three went directly to Sylph Company. This time, they came to the 11th floor, which is also where the high-level auction was held. As for the 10th floor, it is the venue for ordinary auction. Entering the venue, Chingway found that the front row of the venue was similar to a card room structure. A slightly larger sofa was matched with a single sofa on the left and right to form a small card room with something in the middle block, and the position of the middle and rear rows is a row of single sofas. There is no premium room. In every sofa, there is an electronic device. This is the ticker, and when the item is delivered, you can also use this to view the basic introduction information of the item. If you participate in the auction, just enter the price on it and click OK, and the auctioneer will read the highest price. The three came to a card room in the front row, and Steven introduced to Chingway. What if some clients want to keep it secret? Chingway asked. Wallace laughed. There is also a screen on the auctioneer's auction table. When people insure a lot, the system will automatically select the highest price, and then display it on the auctioneer's screen, but it will not show that it is whoever bid. Wait until half time of the auction is over, and the person who gets the lot can use the bidder that he bid to exchange and pay the money. It's very simple, except for Sylph Company. No one knows who auctioned which item. Quote, so it is. Chingway understood. Sitting on the sofa, Chingway looked at the ticker in his hand, which now showed the general flow of the first half of the auction. First, a batch of Pokémon eggs was auctioned, then some Pokémon items were auctioned, and then the dinner party began, and the second half it is the auction of some special props and items with unknown functions, as well as the auction of fairy Pokémon eggs that Silver spent a lot of time collecting in 3 days. Fairy series can also be the finale. This Silver can also be hot. Chingway looked at the process and couldn't help laughing. Wouldn't it be too much of a game to use what Cleffa Igglybuff's egg as the finale, unless they find another unannounced fairy-type Pokémon in just a few days, and collect their Pokémon egg? It will feel like a finale. However, there are so many researchers at Sylph Company. They are always studying Pokémon in order to make some prop. They must know a lot about Pokémon, so I think it doesn't seem impossible to find one. If so, it makes sense to put this auction at the end. Discover discovering a brand new fairy-type Pokémon in a short period of time, and then auctioning it off at the annual auction can showcase the strength of its own research team. You can also show the strong strength of your company, and promote the company for free through the people who participate in the auction so as to improve your status in the eyes of these powerful people. This is a multi-pronged approach. The more Chingway thought about it, the more likely it was, and at the same time, he became curious. Which one did they find? As more and more guests arrive, the time for the auction to start is getting closer and closer. At 3 o'clock, the lights in the entire hall began to dim slowly, and the originally noisy auction hall became quiet. A middle-aged man in a black suit walked to the center of the stage and held a microphone to start Barabara's introduction. In general, everyone is welcome to participate in the annual silver auction. This auction will not disappoint everyone. I hope everyone can shoot what they like. After the speech, an auctioneer walked to the front of the auction table and announced, "This auction is officially started. Please see the first auction item below." As the auctioneer's voice fell, 5 beautiful young ladies in women's suit came up. Each person holds an incubator in his arms, which contains an egg. It seems that these 5 eggs should be of the same kind. First auction item, Pokemon egg. The auctioneer began to introduce, "This is a Pokemon found in the Johto region called Shuckle. Many people must have heard of this Pokemon. Although it has poor fighting ability and is not suitable for fighting, it has its natural advantages. As long as the tree fruit is put into its carapace, it can be fermented into a delicious and nutritious berry juice. It can be used for both cultivate other Pokemon and enjoy it yourself. It's delicious that many people should try. I think everyone knows that in the high-end hotels outside, some will sell Shuckle fermented berry juice. I believe everyone will not care about the price, but this juice is generally limited. If you have a Shuckle, you can enjoy delicious and nutritious berry juice anytime, anywhere." Quote, and in terms of combat, Shuckle's defensive ability can be described as one of the best. With only a little cultivation, Shuckle can also play a great defensive role when encountering danger in the wild. These Pokemon eggs we auction, his parents are excellent breeders, and everyone knows the reputation of our Sylph company. Then, the starting price is 800,000 yen. Everyone has a minute to think, and then we start the auction of the first Pokemon egg. Quote, "Shish." Steven sneered and said in a low voice, "The auction is still like this. It's good to patronize, not to mention that Shuckle's own physical strength is very low. Although the double defense is extremely strong, it may be lost when encountering a powerful attack. Combat effectiveness and the speed is slow to death, and people can fly kite casually, but it is really powerful in the role of support." Quote, Wallace nodded in agreement, and Chingway looked at the egg on the stage and had some thought. Indeed, Shuckle can be said to be the most extreme spirit Qianzhao in the Pokemon world. According to the racial value of 505 is good enough, but the distribution above 20 stamina, 10 attack, 10 special attack, 5 speed, 230 each for defense and special defense, which is almost full of data, but it is not impossible to change. If it can learn the skill trick of Power Trick, then it has an attack value of 230. Combined with the last Pokemon with a Trick Room, if commanded properly in a group battle, it can be an extremely violent group attack output. If Shuckle learns to divide power and defense again, his combat effectiveness is really not bad, except that he is really a crispy skin that can't be chained. And Shuckle is a Pokemon of Rock and Bug, can learn a lot of rock and ground skills, work perfectly with a Pokemon. Not to mention, Shuckle's innately strong logistical capacity. Hall. Chingway suddenly had some ideas. P.S. I just watched this year's Pokemon Pearl Diamond reenactment. It's an old slot that almost suffocated me. If you have that money, it's better to go to the entire NDS to play the original version. There is also the rumored Pokemon legend Arceus come back in ancient Sinnoh, Shiqui region. Nema had Team Galactic at that time. Can you believe it? And the protagonist also joined Team Galactic. The most important thing is that Team Galactic at that time was still good. Outrageous. There is a cadre or something, not the boss of Team Galactic, called Xingyu. I even doubt whether it has anything to do with the boss of Team Galactic later. However, the appearance of many Pokemon has changed. It should be a new region form, and a few have the latest evolution. This is not bad, and the battle is not turn-based. I like this setting. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 67_Chingway. I want to order this Pokemon. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. What? Are you excited? Steven asked when he saw Chingway's thoughtful expression. It's a bit, Chingway admitted. Shuckle is really good, especially for trainers on the go. Shuckle can play a very good role in cultivating Pokemon, especially when there are no conditions in the wild. You can drink a glass of juice brewed by Shuckle, but it's a beautiful thing. Wallace agreed. If you want to shoot, you can shoot it, although you can make Pokeblock, but this thing, the more means the better. Maybe one day you run out of Pokeblock. Shuckle will be able to work at this time. Chingway nodded and picked up the ticker. However, he didn't enter the price immediately. he was going to observe the situation first. In the auction of the same item like this one, many things can be seen from the first transaction price. If the first transaction price is very high, it may be slightly lower in the second and third time, but the price will be higher as it goes on. If the first transaction price is average, the price will not be stable. After thinking about it, 1 minute passed, and the auctioneer also reminded everyone that they can make a bid. And the big screen behind the auctioneer also lights up at this time, and the current highest price will be displayed on it. Chingway saw that the price kept jumping at the beginning. 800,000, 900,000, 950,000, 980,000. It didn't slow down until 1.2 million. Chingway thought for a while, then directly entered the number of 1.5 million, and then clicked OK. The current highest price of 1.5 million is displayed on the big screen immediately. Then after several seconds, the price has not changed. 1.5 million. There is a boss bidding 1.5 million. Is there anyone else bidding a higher price? The auctioneer immediately said loudly. At the same time, he is still talking about the advantages of Shuckle, hoping to raise the price higher. After a while, the price still did not change, and the auctioneer had no choice but to start the countdown. When the countdown to 321 ended, the auctioneer struck the final hammer, and the price of the first Shuckle Pokemon egg was fixed at 1.5 million. It was filmed. Wallace asked. Yeah. Chingway nodded. The price is okay. A little high but acceptable, Wallace commented. It's almost a normal transaction price. Maybe the people who came this time are not very interested in this. If there are more trainers or people with children at home, the price will be higher. Many rich people will buy it for their family. Children buy a 087 Shuckle. After all, Shuckle is gentle and make delicious juices. Quote. Steven laughed. While the two were talking, the auction of the second Pokemon egg had already started, and the final price was 1.38 million. The remaining three were soon sold out, and the prices were 1.35 million, 1.5 million and 1.53 million. Chingway felt that some people saw the price of 1.38 million and thought it might be lower later, but they wanted to pick it up and didn't find it. The first type of Pokemon egg was auctioned. The second type started soon. This time only one Pokemon egg will be auctioned. The auctioneer flickered before starting the auction. Then the second Pokemon egg auction will begin. The final evolution of this Pokemon is Bonnie Elite Signature Pokemon, one of the 4 elites in the Hoenn region. Please watch the big green. Azurill, Walrein, Pokemon egg. Azurill is the Pokemon that was discovered in Hoenn, and its final evolution body, Walrein, is quite powerful. It is also a Pokemon with dual attributes of ice and water, and it is the signature Pokemon of the Ice-type elite Bonnie among Hoenn. As for elite, it's still quite famous. After all, for elite as signature Pokemon, people always want to follow suit. Chingway has no idea about Walrein. Walrein is generally a defensive Pokemon. Of course, if you cultivate it vigorously, you can also improve the attack, but it will take a lot of energy. And although the number of Walrein is not particularly large, isn't this the two most fierce people in the Hoenn region sitting next to him? Ask them if you want one day. It's not a matter of minutes to investigate the traces of a Walrein tribe. Chingway thought so, but the people on the scene didn't think so. Some people couldn't sit still when they heard that it was elite as signature Pokemon. What are you waiting for if you don't shoot this? As a result, the price of Pokemon eggs with a starting price of only 2 million has risen steadily, and the final transaction price has reached 11 million. Is it the life of the rich? To be fair, Walrein's natural racial value is similar to that of the Royal 3, not counting the nurture. But how much is the Royal 3? As long as the child is 5 years old, pay 100,000 yen to the Alliance every year, and pay enough for 10 years, and the child can choose a Royal 3 to train at the age of 15. That is to say, a Royal 3 with quite good qualifications is only priced at 1 million, and it is the kind that is paid in installment. Of course, this is a preferential price that the Alliance offers to train new trainers. If you go to the black market to buy Royal 3, the price is also not cheap, but not so exaggerated. The auction price of 11 million is indeed a bit exaggerated in Chingway's opinion. Seeing Stephen and Wallace's indifferent expressions, Chingway was a little puzzled and asked, "Don't you think the price is a bit high?" Stephen replied, "It's really not good in terms of cost performance. Although the parents of the Pokemon that can be auctioned are well bred, they still don't meet the price. But don't forget who is in this auction. A group is not bad. When people with money get together, isn't the price going up?" Chingway was dumbfounded. The auction continues, followed by Vulpix Kanto S, Ponyta Kanto S, Not Galar S, Litleo, Flame Lion Juvenile, Mienfoo, Mienshao Juvenile, and many more Pokemon eggs. Chingway didn't shoot any of them, and he also understood that the Pokemons that can be shot are basically divided into 2 categories. One is the cute style, and the other is the final evolution body is more powerful. That is, the strength. Beautiful Pokemons are suitable for ladies, and powerful Pokemons are suitable for their husband. Sure enough, silver had something to do with this kind of auction, and it directly captured the hearts of the two largest groups in the world, men and women. Next to the penultimate lot. Originally this Pokemon egg was shot as the main and last lot, but for some reason, we switched the order of the finale and the main lot, the auctioneer said while pointing to the big screen. When the basic information of this Pokemon egg appeared on the big screen, the staff also brought the Pokemon egg up. Whoa! The people at the scene looked at the appearance of the Pokemon eggs on the screen, and there was an uproar. The picture that appeared on the screen was an impressive one with 3 heads. Hydreigon, the quasi-god Pokemon of the Unova region. It's actually Dano's Pokemon egg. Fuck this! Steven looked at the big screen and opened his mouth in surprise. Steven is not surprised that Sylph Company can get a quasi-god Pokemon egg. He is surprised that the other party is willing to put it up for auction. Don't you keep it up by yourself. This is quasi-god. Chingway and Wallace were the same, looking at the picture on the big screen in shock. Is it such a big deal every year at the auction? Chingway couldn't help but ask. There is only one quasi-god Pokemon a year. Don't tell me that they keep a tribe in captivity. Wallace smiled bitterly. How is it possible? Although I haven't been to the previous auctions in person, the finale Pokemon is a dragon-type Pokemon like Haxorus. The quasi-god Pokemon has been auctioned on egg at least 7 or 8 years. Have you seen? 8 years ago, the last time there was a quasi-god Pokemon at auction was 8 years ago, at Devon Corporation's auction, where a Goodra Pokemon egg was auctioned, and I remember it sold for 65 million. Steven said with certainty. Silver, as far as I know, is the first auction where the quasi-god Pokemon has appeared. This is really a big deal, BJEA. This time, this group of people should be crazy, right? Wallace wanted to turn his head to see the expressions of those who came to the auction, but was blocked by the baffle and couldn't see it, so he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But even if you can't see Chingway, you can feel the madness of the scene. The originally quiet scene suddenly became extremely noisy with the appearance of this Pokemon egg. The auctioneer also waited for a minute, and after people's excitement had passed for a while, he continued to say, yes, this Pokemon egg is the juvenile form of Hydreigon, the quasi-god of Unova region. Dano's Pokemon egg. This is a dragon-type quasi-god. And this is also the first time Sylph Company has ever held an auction of quasi-god Pokemon egg. The starting price is 10 million, and each increase shall not be less than 100,000. The official quotation will start in 1 minute. The scene was still noisy, and it seemed that too many people were tempted by this, but Chingway and the 3 of them sat in the card room, ready to enjoy their performance for a while. Steven doesn't need it at all. If you need it, you can get it through the alliance or your own relationship. Wallace is the same. The quasi-god is strong, but the human Wallace is a water-type trainer. Chingway is similar, although he is not yet accurate. But there are already 3 eggs in the alliance, and he can get one first when he makes a decision. However, as to who the first quasi-god will choose, he already has an answer in his heart. Dumbfounded, since Chingway and the others were in the front row, and they were all arranged in the card room, they couldn't see the situation behind. In a place they couldn't see, in a corner of the venue, a man in a black suit sat. He looked at the picture of Hydreigon displayed on the screen. His face was expressionless, and he didn't seem to care about it at all. In another corner of the venue, a man and a woman were sitting, talking in a very soft voice. When the man was the first to ask, this is our main goal at the beginning, right? Well, in the beginning it was it and those Pokemon eggs that I just finished filming, but not anymore. The woman nodded and whispered. The man looked around, then let start at the banquet as planned. I didn't find any particularly powerful people at the scene. If possible, try to find out who took this picture for a while, and grab it by the way. The woman glanced at him and said, everything is based on the priority goal. When the task is completed, do whatever you want. I can help you, but that guy Archer will definitely not care about you. Che, I didn't expect him. You just need to help pay attention to who took the picture, and then I will do it myself. Okay. Gradually, Chingway found that the surrounding area began to quiet down, and it seemed that they were all holding the quotation device and preparing to make a quotation. Okay, 1 minute is over. Now the bidding will officially start, the auctioneer exclaimed. Then the numbers on the big screen kept changing. 10 million, 20 million, 22 million, 32 million, 45 million. It quickly broke through the 60 million mark. Then, the speed of quotations began to slowly slow down. 61 million, 63 million, 64.5 million, 65 million, 66.6 million. At this point, the price growth rate is even smaller, almost a slow increase of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It seemed that it was almost at the price in the minds of the big guys, so the auctioneer started to ask 67.2 million, and a friend quoted 67.2 million. This is the quasi-god Pokemon. Work hard and you can be promoted to elite level strength. Then, the quotation jumped to 68 million. 68 million. This is the quasi-god of the dragon element. The auctioneer roared with all his might, and Chingway heard someone whispering scolding near him. Nonsense. It is because it is a quasi-god of the dragon type, so I don't want the price to be higher. If If there is no fairy type, I will shoot this Pokemon even if it is 80 million. Calm down. Yeah, if the auction opened a week earlier, I guess the price of this Pokemon egg would be much higher than it is now, but thanks to Chingway, we can save a lot of money. Meaning lie me. Chingway was a little stunned. The price manipulator behind the co-authoring was actually me. My speech can affect the price of a Pokemon egg of 10 to 20 million. Why am I so good? Chingway just wanted to cross his ways for a while. Then, Chingway saw that the price jumped to 70 million and stopped increasing. It's no use letting the auctioneer boast about the Hydreigon. The auctioneer has almost praised Hydreigon as a quasi-god fighter, but unfortunately the following group of people are still unmoved, and in desperation, they can only start the countdown. When the last 3 counts were over, he knocked down the hammer. Final price of Hydreigon Pokemon egg, 70 million yen. This is still the price that was auctioned under the influence of the fairy department. It is conceivable that if there is no random entry of the fairy system to affect the price, it is not impossible for the price of this Pokemon egg to reach 90 million today. Okay, next, this is the last piece of our Pokemon egg auction in the first half. Please look at the screen. The auctioneer just shouted a little hoarsely, and continued after taking a sip of water. At the same time, 2 staff members came up with a Pokemon egg each. There are also Pokemons about to start auctions on the big screen. This Pokemon, I want it. As soon as Chingway saw the picture, he made a decision. Chapter 68 Roll _ open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. What appears in the picture is a Pokemon that appears to be wearing an elegant white dancing evening gown with a green inside skirt and long curly green hair that extends below the head while also growing green. Arm is Gardevoir. In other words, the Pokemon eggs in front of you are Roll Pokemon egg. At this point the auctioneer continued. The original plan was for Roll Pokemon eggs to be in the penultimate position, but for some reason, it was put in the last position. Although this kind of Pokemon is very popular, it can conquer their trainers. Not many Ralts in the wild are rarely seen in front of us human. Quote, the starting price is 6 million yen, and the price increases not less than 100,000 yen each time. After 1 minute, the official quotation will start. 6 million. Chingway estimates that the final transaction price may be higher than that of Walreign's Pokemon egg. Although it is well known that Rall can keenly capture the feelings of people and Pokemon, it is basically impossible to get along with them if they have malice towards them. And it's also psychic Pokemon. For people without psychic, it is generally difficult to approach or conquer psychic Pokemon. But so fragrant. Chingway also took out the quotation device to start the quotation. The minute is over. Now, the offer begins. Chingway immediately entered a number in the ticker and clicked OK. I saw the numbers that started beating on the big green. 6 million, 8 million, 8.5 million, 8.8 million, 14 million. Jumped from 8.8 million yen to 14 million at once. 14 million appeared. The venue suddenly became quiet, and only a few short breaths could be heard. Nemes, who is the one who raised the quotation by more than 5 million, grasped. It's too cruel. Are you still increasing the price? It's so confusing. For a time, many customers who wanted to auction were caught in a tangle. Steven was also stunned when he saw the offer, and turned to look at Chingway. He just saw Chingway's action and knew that Chingway wanted to take a picture of a Roll Pokemon egg, but this price was quoted by you. Amazing. Steven sighed with emotion. This price makes these people stubborn, but I remind you that the hatched Ralts are psychic as Pokemon, not so easy to get along with. I know. It's good that you have an idea. I guess you should have won the first one. The price is too good. It makes them feel that they will lose money if they increase the price. Well, there is still an auction for the second one. These people will most likely be give up this one to compete for the next one. Quote, Steven said with a smile. Sure enough, the people around them struggled for a long time and gave up the price increase. 3, 2, 1. The auctioneer ended the countdown and announced that the first one was successfully auctioned at a price of 14 million yen. Then, the auction of the second Pokemon egg started straight away. This time, someone wanted Mimic Chingway to make such an offer, and they came up with 13.5 million. It's a pity that this is the last one. How can it be so easy to give up? The number of 13.5 million just stayed on the big green for 3 or 4 seconds and then continued to grow. 14 million, 14.5 million, 14.8 million, 16.5 million. The slow growth was suddenly added by nearly 2 million. Everyone gave up one by one, and then they suddenly realized how cheap the first 14 million transaction price was. Fantastic, Wallace said with a smile on his eyes, staring at the big green. With the auction of the last Pokemon egg, the auctioneer announced a 10-minute break, and the auction of the props will begin after 10 minutes. Some people get up and go out and do some physical activity or work on a physical problem. Chingway and the 3 of them were sitting in the card room chatting, guessing what kind of prop would appear in a while. Steven is not interested in these props. After all, he is the owner of Devon Corporation. As long as he wants Pokemon prop, what can't he collect? Steven is really interested in is the auction of the items in the second half after the banquet, during which there may be a few stones that can interest him. The 10-minute break was short, and the auction soon resumed. It's just that the auctioneer was changed this time, but these props are quite ordinary in Chingway's eyes. In the past 10 years, his monthly sign-in rewards are basically these items, although the ones auctioned by Sylph Company are relatively rare in Kanto, such as gems of various attributes, shark claws, muscle band, these things. But Chingway has even their last big auction item, prism scale. It's in Chingway's bag, but the presence of Chingway does not mean that there are these people on the scene. Especially when the prism scale came out, the scene went into a frenzy again. You know, a prism scale represents the birth of a melodic. Even Wallace was surprised when he saw prism scale again, but he didn't mean to shoot. After all, there is a way to breed Feebas, so of course it doesn't matter to an item like prism scale. It's just that these rich people present are different. If they own a melodic, then going out to socialize means saving face. Then, these people go crazy for face. Prism scale is also climbing, and it was finally sold at a price of $24 million. That said, they paid $24 million for a melodic. Chingway felt that although the price was a bit high, it was understandable. After all, this was melodic. Just, if I announce tomorrow that I have researched Pokeblock that can make Feebas evolution possible, will this person who spent 24 million yen be pissed off? Chingway suddenly thought with some wickedness. The auction in the first half is over. Please go to the exchange area for the owners of your favorite items to trade. The location of the exchange area is after going out of this hall. Turn left and walk through a corridor. If you don't want to do it now, the owner of the exchange can wait until the end of the audience before exchanging, which is not required. Quote, bosses who haven't auctioned items can go to the 12th floor first. We have prepared a rich dinner for everyone there. I hope everyone can enjoy it. After the dinner, we will continue to start the second half of the auction. After the auctioneer stepped down, the middle-aged man who had come on stage to read the opening remark walked up and said, so, everyone got up one after another and walked towards the exit of the hall. Chingway and Steven waited until everyone was almost finished before they got up and left. I'm going to pay. You go up first. I'll find you later. When they reached the stairs, Chingway said to the two of them, it's okay to go up later. We'll wait for you here, but go over there. Steven waved his hand and said, okay, I'll be back soon. Chingway nodded, quickened his pace, and walked towards the exchange area. The entire exchange area is similar to Chingway's exchange area at the Cultivators Association before, and they are all small rooms. However, there are not many people in the exchange area now. It seems that many people choose to exchange here when they finally leave. Chingway is not very interested in the second half, and Shuckle and Roll Pokemon eggs have already spent half of his prize money, although there is still a lot of money left from the transaction with Erica and the others, but he is not ready to buy it. Participating in the auction in the second half is to gain knowledge, and to see which fairy Pokemon Sylph Company has found, and what kind of price the fairy Pokemon can fetch while taking advantage of this wave of popularity. Chingway was a little bored waiting in the exchange area. The people in the exchange area were standing in twos and threes. Everyone who came out of the room was holding a black backpack, which should contain the things they photographed. Soon, a room was vacant, and Chingway walked in directly. As soon as I entered, I saw that there is a door behind the staff in this room, which means that the middle of a hall is actually divided into small rooms. It looks like the back is where they took the Pokemon egg. After handing the ticker to the staff inside, the staff verified it. After whispering a few words in the earphone, he said, sir, there are a total of 2 Pokemon eggs, and the total price is 15.5 million. Chingway took out the new Pokédex and transferred 15.5 million directly to the other party. Just a moment, your Pokemon eggs will be delivered soon, the staff said with a smile. It was really fast. In less than a minute, the door behind the staff opened, and a person stood outside and handed a black backpack inside. The staff took it over and handed it over to Chingway, who was waiting. Please check. The Pokemon eggs and the incubator are inside. Chingway opened the bag and took a look. 2 transparent incubators were lying quietly in the bag, with a Pokemon egg inside, which was the egg of Shuckle and Roll. Ask for flowers. 0 inches, no problem. Chingway nodded, ready to turn around and leave. Then, please have a nice dinner, and I hope you can also gain something in the second half. The staff said goodbye with a polite smile. As soon as Chingway walked out of the door, he noticed that someone looked at him just now, but his eyes quickly left. Chingway looked around, but couldn't find anyone looking at him. Maybe it's someone waiting for the exchange. Thinking about it, Chingway picked up his backpack and walked quickly towards the stairs. Steven and Wallace were waiting for him at the top of the stairs chatting. After the 3 met, they went upstairs together. As soon as you go upstairs and push open the door of the stairwell, you will see a hall. There is a small table in the center of the hall. There are super long dining tables around the table, and a crawler is slowly turning on it. On the table above the crawler, there are exquisite plates filled with all kinds of food. A large number of waiters walk through the crowd with trays filled with drink. Chingway noticed that most of the people here are in suits and leather shoes, and the ladies are dressed in formal dresses. Only a few people dress casually, and only Chingway wearing a trainer's outfit. Chingway forgot about this upper-class banquet. Forgot to remind you to prepare a set of clothes, but that's okay. Steven also noticed the clothes of these people, looked at Chingway dressed as a trainer and said with a smile, "We are not here to communicate, we are here to eat." Yeah, what's the difference? Zero. Also, maybe your outfit will make you attract more people. Look, isn't this someone coming? Wallace also said with a smile. Chingway only saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking towards him, and then took the initiative to say, "Excuse me, did you discover Chingway, a fairy trainer?" Chingway nodded and looked at the unfamiliar uncle in front of him. "May I ask who you are?" "I am the chairman of the Anxian Company. I didn't expect to meet the discoverer of the fairy system here." The middle-aged uncle reported a name that Chingway had never heard of. It should be said that Chingway has never heard the names of several companies. "Oh, hello, what's the matter?" "That's right, I want to learn more about the fairy department." The uncle explained his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to buy a fairy Pokémon egg for his daughter as a birthday present in the second half of the auction. He came here to ask him which one is more suitable for a little girl. Cleffa and Igglybuff are fine. Chingway thought for a while and replied. At the same time, he also told the middle-aged uncle the advantages of two Pokémon. There are a lot of Balabala. Anyway, the theme is cute, and the body is not big, suitable for girls. When the uncle heard the word, he quickly thanked him. His enthusiasm was outrageous. Let Chingway not be used to it. It's a pity. This is just the beginning. Chingway's attire is rather special at this banquet. More and more people are paying attention to him. When you take a closer look, hey, isn't this Chingway, the fairy discoverer who just appeared on TV a few days ago? The no-brainers who were present knew how great Chingway's potential was, and then they came together one by one to try to get close to Chingway. Steven and Wallace saw that the situation was not right and took the opportunity to slip away. Their clothes were relatively ordinary, and they were very low-key in their work today, and no one noticed them. If the two of them continue to stay with Chingway, then the three of them will not even think about having a good meal tonight. Now sacrifice Chingway for the quietness of the two of them. This business is worth it. What can Chingway do? He could only secretly scold these two people as chicken thieves, and then put on a smirk to face all kinds of people who came to strike up a conversation. Until, when the host of the banquet, that is, Silver's people, came to the central stage of the banquet hall to start his speech, Chingway found a chance to escape and sneaked to Steven and the others. The three of them stayed in a corner and tasted delicious food while listening to the host nonsense BB. "Welcome to this banquet. I hope this place can bring you good memories." The host smiled and spoke on the stage with a microphone. Suddenly, the lights in the entire banquet hall went dark. Towel. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the picture. Chapter 69. Wallace. Are your Team Rockets too bold? Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. What the hell is Silver doing? The sudden black light made Steven a little uncomfortable. Wallace guessed, maybe something to show. The scene also changed from quiet to a little noisy. The guests seemed to think that Sylph Company was going to show them some surprises, and they were all discussing with their friend. At this time, Chingway and the three of them were in a corner of the banquet hall, which could be said to be the farthest place from the entrance of the hall. Steven and the others couldn't sense it. Chingway had psychic, and his senses were much stronger. He seemed to sense that someone had left the banquet hall. Just when Chingway was about to open his mouth to remind, Steven suddenly spoke, with a hint of seriousness in his tone. Not quite right. It's not about turning off the light. It should be the power outage. The host's microphone is out of power. After Steven's reminder, Chingway and the others realized what they had overlooked. If it is a surprise by turning off the light, the host should pause for a while and continue to speak with the microphone, or speak to maintain order on the field. And now, the host has not spoken. It seems that something unexpected happened. Sylph Company loses power. That should be one of the most unlikely things to happen. Wallace also became serious. It was only after 6 o'clock at this time, and it was still dark. Although there were windows in the banquet hall, dark curtains were hung on these windows for the sake of atmosphere. They were far away from the windows. In the past, he was afraid of causing crowd riots, so he didn't know if there was a problem with the power supply lines in Saffron City. But even if there is a problem with the power plant or the power supply line, Sylph Company should have a regular backup power supply. It is impossible for such a large company not to prevent power outages. At this moment, someone hurriedly ran into the banquet hall and said something that caused an uproar. It's not a power outage. It's a Team Rocket's invasion. Woo! This sentence is like a boulder falling into the river, causing huge waves. Team Rocket's invasion. Then what about our safety? Team Rocket, are you here for Snat's auction today? Damn it. I've taken it down and haven't redeemed it yet. Sylph Company, we need an explanation. The original mature and stable guests have become a little impatient at this time, and some people seem to be usually relatively calm. I just don't know if it's because of their confidence in their own strength or because they think, 087 Team Rockets dare not touch them. At this moment, a light came from the door of the banquet hall. This attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked at them. There were several people in combat uniforms with a Golduck who was releasing shiny. From the logo on the uniform, it can be seen that this should be a security staff of Sylph Company. I saw the security guard with Golduck riding into the banquet hall, standing directly on the central stage, and said loudly, I am the security captain of Sylph Company. Please don't panic. Team Rockets invaded us. Someone has been sent to deal with them. I believe there will be results soon. Please rest assured. I will stay here with a team to protect everyone's safety. Sylph Company will compensate everyone for the losses incurred in this auction. Please don't worry. If there are trainers here, I hope you can help, and Sylph Company will pay you handsomely afterward. The man looked around with the help of the light released by Golduck's shiny technique, expecting someone to temporarily help hand them. This time the Team Rocket's invasion is not as simple as he said. The security personnel working in silver have all gone to the 11th floor to organize the operation of Team Rocket. Even he and several of his subordinates were forcibly drawn out. That's why there are so few people on the 12th floor to protect everyone. Moreover, Sylph's communication with the outside world has now been blocked, and he can't contact the security personnel who are on vacation today, and he can't even call the police. No way. The security captain can only hope that there is a strong trainer on the scene to lend a helping hand. I hope there will be someone, but I don't know if they will be scared to pee their pants if they know that there are 3 elite level cadres in Team Rocket today. The security captain first glanced at the 4 team members who were guarding the door, then looked around, and thought with some self-deprecation, I hope there will be no accidents here, otherwise if so many rich people have an accident then I will be finished. He almost freaked out when he learned that this Team Rocket's invasion was actually led by 3 elite level cadres. I am really restless. I just wanted to relax. By the way, I'll see if there will be any stones I'm interested in at the auction. These things can't be taken away by Team Rocket. Steven crossed the fingers of both hands, moving, flicking his wrist. He said helplessly, yeah, Chingway, aren't your Team Rocket too bold? Wallace also took a step forward, shoulder to shoulder with Steven. Team Rockets are bold. Yes, but you Hoenn are not much better. Right, you will feel better soon. Chingway rolled his eyes, thought for a while, and took a step forward. It seems that he is ready to shoot. You want to go too? This time it's not easy. It powered off and protected. It seems that the intruder is very strong this time. Our Sylph Company is a site guarded by elite level experts every day. This will happen. Steven didn't want Chingway to participate. After all, he was still too young. Isn't it with you? You are the champion Gemini of Hoenn. Don't worry. I will be careful. Chingway said. Looking at the current situation, Chingway of course knew that this time the invasion was not easy. There might be 2 Team Rocket's officers who would take action, but the 2 around him were champion. This is a great exercise opportunity. However, I only took 3 Pokémons with me this time. How about you, Steven? Wallace felt helpless. The same, but enough, Steven said softly, and then reminded Chingway, the other party will definitely have more Pokémon than us. It should take some time to solve them. You should pay more attention to yourself. If the situation is wrong, run first. Don't worry. I know. Let go then. Steven nodded, then walked towards the center of the banquet hall first. Trouble, please. We are here to help. In a corner of the banquet hall, which was originally noisy and panicked, a loud voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone to look over. Even the security captain standing on the platform looked over. By the light of shiny, everyone saw 2 slender men in black and white suits, and a little shorter than them wearing a trainer's costume. A child, too, pretending to be guilty. Chingway thought as he walked that Steven and Wallace now have an aura even when they walk, which was formed after many battles. It's just that they are usually well controlled, just like ordinary people, but at this moment the momentum that belongs to champion naturally exudes. Compared with the 2 of them, Chingway seemed a little ordinary, mainly because Chingway looks too young. Chingway. Everyone recognized Chingway in a trainer outfit at a glance. After all, the area of the clothes is bigger than the face. Very recognizable. As expected of someone the league values. He has such a responsibility at such a young age. The future is limitless. Some people thought with emotion, and then they looked at the 2 men with Chingway. Steven. They were still a little unsure when they looked at Steven. After all, Steven has basically been digging rocks in the deep mountains and forests for the past 2 years, and has rarely shown up. In addition, this is Sylph Company, and Stone Steven is the young owner of Devon Corporation. People were not sure for a while, but Wallace everyone recognized it. No way, this guy is either on TV promoting the gorgeous contest and the Wallace Cup all day or walking on the road of publicity. Coupled with the fact that he often wears those fashionable clothes, plus his champion status, people don't want to know him. Wallace, as champion Wallace from Hoenn. Steven and Wallace were saved. The guests were instantly excited. This is the living 2 champion, with the protection of 2 champions. Who can move them? And after seeing the two of them, the security team leader quickly ran off the stage. He didn't dare to put on airs in front of the two champions. Sylph Company is powerful. It is still a little worse in front of a region S Alliance champion, and besides, he is not a big man of Sylph. Stephen and Wallace gave everyone a lot of confidence, and the eyes of the entire banquet hall are now on the trio heading towards the security chief. Everyone, keep quiet. We'll check with the security guard, and any one of you who wants to help can come over. Stephen walked under the table and looked around. Although the voice was not loud, it reached the ears of everyone present. Stephen and Wallace gave the guest great confidence, and shortly after his words fell, people from all over the banquet hall were walking towards them. There were a total of 6 people, all of whom seemed to be in their 30s. With the addition of Chingway, the number was not too small. Come on, let's go outside and talk. Seeing that no one was coming, Stephen stopped talking nonsense. He took the lead and walked outside the banquet hall, asking, "What going on? Explain clearly. I'm not very clear about the specific." After the power outage, we received a request for additional staff from the 11th floor in the internal communication. It is said that 3 elite level cadres from Team Rocket came to lead the invasion. Then I was going to take my team to support. On the way, I met an elite level expert hired by our Silver who also went to support. He asked me to lead people to protect the people in the banquet hall, and he went to delay for a while. But shortly after he left, the communication between Silver and the outside world was cut off, and they attacked our flight department Pokémon right away. We couldn't contact the security support on the ship, and we couldn't contact Saffron City, the official power of. Now I don't know what's going on the 11th floor, but it is certain that it is not optimistic. The security captain was halfway behind Stephen and said everything he knew. 3 elite level cadres, someone whispered. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the door of the banquet hall. The 6 people behind heard that there were actually 3 elite level enemies, and some people felt timid. 3. Stephen also frowned. Now it's a 3-on-1 situation, and the other party is still prepared. The Pokémon must be fully equipped. I don't know how long it will last. They must hurry up and support. Wallace and I are going down now. Who else is coming? If you don't come, cooperate with the captain to protect the people in the banquet hall. Stephen asked, and then looked at Chingway again. I didn't expect that Team Rockets would send such a powerful force this time, and I was a little worried about Chingway for a while. Would you? I'm going down. Chingway replied succinctly. Be careful then. Stephen looked at Chingway's determination, but was not persuading. Wallace frowned at this moment, and looked at the 6 people who were tangled in the same place with some dissatisfaction. Hurry up and decide. If you go down, take a step forward. If you don't go down, take a step back. There is not so much time for you to wait. All go. I still forget. Wallace's urging paid off. In the end, only one person took a step forward, and the rest took a small step back. Then the 4 of us will go down to support, and the 5 of you will work with the security personnel to protect the others, Stephen said, and took the lead in walking towards the stairwell, his right hand on his belt. There are 3 Pokeballs pinned there. Walking into the stairwell, Chingway had already noticed the seriousness. At this time, the stairwell was filled with a faint black mist. There should be someone on the 11th floor. Pokémon is constantly releasing the haze skill move. Come out, Metagross. Stephen directly released his signature Pokémon, Tonkin. Metagross appeared in front of everyone. Type, Metagross. Master. Gender, no gender classification. Ironfoot. Pokémon properties: Steel, Psychic trait, Clear body personality, Stubborn skills, Meteor Mash, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Volkner Flow, Confusion, Psyshock, Psychic, Reflect, Light Green, Zen Headbutt, Bullet Punch, Arm Hammer, Shadow Ball, Giga Impact, Metal Claw, Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Flash Cannon, Body Slam, Takedown. Current status: excellent. Melodic. Come out, get ready to use Twister. Blows away the haze effect. Quote, Furrow. Wallace also released his Melodic. Sylveon, Gloom. Chingway summoned these 2 Pokémon, both of which had auxiliary effects and possessed excellent healing ability. He was worried that if he encountered the injured Pokémon on Silver's side, he could treat them as soon as possible. And the young man who followed the 3 of them also summoned 2 Pokémon, Nidoking and Nidoqueen. The strength is quasi-elite level, and they are also rich in skill move. Chingway couldn't help but take a second look. I have to say that the cultivation of these 2 Pokémon is very good. Go in. Seeing everyone getting ready, Stephen pushed open the door of the 11th floor stairwell. This also allowed Chingway and the others to see the current situation on the 11th floor. The entire floor is filled with haze, which greatly affect everyone's vision. The entire hall seems to be divided into several small battlefields. Judging from the sounds that come from time to time, the battle is quite fierce, but it is only from the exchange area. The sound of the battle is the loudest. Melodic. Twister, dispel the haze here, Wallace ordered. Since there is no clearing smoke, which is the most convenient skill to fight against haze, he can only let Melodic use Twister to forcefully dispel the mist in the air. At least visibility up. Furrow. Melodic was ready, and Wallace released it immediately. Who's there? Wheezing. Go and see. If it's not your their own direct attack. Suddenly there was a voice in haze. Ma-ah-wah sai tilde. At this time, the small twister released by Melodic had already blown up, and the hazes in front of them were blown away one after another, so that everyone could see the situation in this heat. I saw two men in Team Rocket's uniforms guarding near the stairwell, each of them wheezing, with Graveler and Ariados beside them. One of the wheezings is wafting towards the stairwell while releasing haze. As the fog was blown away, the two also discovered Chingway and the others. Looking at the huge Melodic and the shiny Metagross, the two were stunned for a moment, and immediately prepared to report to the others. Just, Metagross, get rid of them. Tonkin. Metagross used Psychic directly, and the powerful confusion rushed directly to all the opponent targets. Wow. Wheezing, who was closest to them, passed out, and then the two Team Rocket captains and their 3 other Pokémon also fainted on the ground. It looks like he won't be able to wake up for a while. Although Metagross attacked so many targets at the same time, which made the scattered psychic confusion a lot weaker, but the gap in strength was too great after all. The opponent is only superior level strength. Master versus superior. Isn't this Nema cannon to fight mosquitoes? With the coma of the two wheezing, the loss of the Pokémon that release haze, and the effect of Twister, the black mist that filled the field was blown away a lot, and now the specific situation can be clearly seen. There are some emergency removable charge-style lighting equipment in the hall, which makes the hall still relatively dark, but it is still possible to see things clearly. The field is divided into 6 small battlefields, each of which has about 5 Silver's security team, but only 2 or 3 members of Team Rockets are fighting against them. Looking at the strength, the team members of these Team Rockets are almost all of the squad leader level, which is about the strength of the superior level. Most of the security guards who fought with them were from senior to superior, so despite the large number of people, they were not able to take advantage of them. Instead, a few of them lost their combat effectiveness and fell to the ground. Wallace and I are going over there to help. You two are here to save these people first. Steven took a quick glance and saw that there were no big fish, and made a direct decision. Okay, I'll go look for you after this is resolved in a while. Chingway nodded. This is not the time to talk too much. Steven and Wallace didn't waste time. They hurried to the exchange area with their Pokémon, and the fighting there was already a little less, and the situation was getting worse. The battle in the hall was in full swing, and the collision of skills made a huge noise. In addition, the battlefield was far away from here, and there was not much movement in Metagross Psychic, so no one noticed it for a while. Chingway made a brief observation and found that most of the Pokémon in the melee on the field were senior level, and there were only a few elite 4.0 level Pokémon. Charmeleon, Melodic, Azurill, come out. Chingway released all Pokémon except Eevee. This level of battle is suitable for training Charmeleon and their second-tier Pokémon. I'm going to rescue the security team on the left. Chingway took out the Pokeball from the waists of the unconscious two, put all the Pokémon back, locked them and put them away, and said to the young man, okay, then I'll go to the right. The person who came to help didn't smack any ink, and led Nidoking and Nidoqueen to the right quickly. Charmeleon, Flamethrower, attack that Golbat. Chingway ordered a little closer to a battle group. Roar. Charmeleon spewed out flames and directly hit Golbat, who was about to kill his opponent Primeape. Ha 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 ha. Golbat's attack was interrupted and he cried out in pain. Who are you? Sandslash. Use rollout. Attack them. Report to the captain. Someone from my side is here to ask for support. Golbat's trainer found Chingway and immediately ordered Sandslash beside him. At this time, all his other Pokémon were fighting against others in the battlefield, and only Sandslash, who was beside him, could take action. So he decided to strike first, and at the same time ask his superiors for support. Charmeleon, find your chance to use a million-ton punch. Gloom, use numbing powder on Golbat, then Razor Leaf. Melodic, use the Life Dew helping hand to beat that Primeape that's dying. Azurill, jump up and cut into the battlefield, and play according to the situation. Chingway spoke quickly and issued 4 commands in a row. Azurill's strength is higher than all Pokémon in this small battlefield. Coupled with her powerful second-person ability, even if she is resisted, she can cause a lot of damage, and Chingway does not need to worry at all. And Sylveon stayed by Chingway's side to keep him and the Pokémon around him safe. Sandslash was very obedient. After the squad leader gave the order, he formed himself into a ball, first accelerated with the help of the surrounding space, and then turned and rammed towards Chingway. Roar. Charmeleon stands at the forefront of the Chingway team, waiting for you. Then, his fist collided with the ball that the opponent's body turned into. Bang! A loud noise erupted suddenly. Chapter 70 Azurill. My revenge never stays overnight. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. The strength of the two sides is almost the same. Although Charmeleon's million-ton punch is powerful, the opponent's rollout has also accelerated for a short period of time. The two sides collided, and Sandslash, which was formed into a ball, was directly knocked out. In the air it turned back to its original form, but Charmeleon's side was equally uncomfortable. The impact of rollout and the mutual force caused him to keep retreating, Reading, and he almost fell directly to the ground. Gloom also successfully paralyzed Golbat with the paralysis powder, and Razor Leaf knocked it out. The seriously injured Primeape regained some physical strength with the help of Life Dew and Azumarill. She heard Chingway let her jump into the crowd, and then she did as usual. Jump up, belly drum, ice punch. He punched a superior level golem directly. Then the constant splash in the Pokémon group, punching. In just a moment, including Golem at the beginning, 3 Pokémons were beaten by Azumarill and lost their ability to fight. Azumarill directly eased the situation of the security team in this battlefield. Gloom uses Razor Leaf, Charmeleon, Flamethrower, attacking Sandslash, Hannah, Roar. As soon as the fallen Sandslash stood up, the blade of the Razor Leaf was already in front of it. Library, add. The restrained damage of grass attribute kills makes it painful. Then, a giant pillar of flame also successfully hit it. Library, Sandslash fell to the ground scarred and motionless. And melodic, although Chingway didn't order it, but after yesterday's study, she knew the importance of the timing of the shot, and at this time, she directly used the water gun to attack the Team Rocket team leader. The powerful impact directly knocked the opponent out. After losing the trainer, his Pokémon became a little flustered in the battlefield, which directly led to the direct failure of the Team Rocket side, which seemed to be shaky after Chingway joined. The remaining 2 Team Rocket captains were alone. Several of their own Pokémon were knocked down by Azumarill. A teammate was beaten and flew out just when Chingway was about to command a few Pokémons to start the finishing touches and completely pacify this small battlefield. Team Rocket's support is here. An Onix moved quickly towards this side. Onix's head, with a Crobat flying beside him. This Crobat flew out every now and then and knocked out all the Pokémon it wanted to get close to. And at Onix's feet, there are 19 naughty thunderbolts that look quite powerful. Chingway's expression became a little dignified. Judging from the clothes of the follower, he was the captain of Team Rocket, and Chingway observed his 3 Pokémon, Onix and Crobat's strength has reached the Quasi-Elite level. Type, Onix Quasi-Elite. Gender, category, Rocksnake _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Endure, Ironhead current status, excellent. Type, Crobat Quasi-Elite. Gender, category, Bat Pokémon attribute, Poison, Flying characteristic, Spiritual power character, Impatient skill, Cross Poison, Toxic, Tailwind, Supersonic, Astonish, Mean look, Air Cutter, Bite, Haze, Steel Wing, Assurance, Wing attack current status, good. That naughty Thunderbolt also has a superior level of strength. Team Rocket's members is linked to their strength. Only those with elite level strength, referring to at least 3 elite level Pokémon, are eligible to become cadre. Players with 1 or 2 elite level members are called quasi-cadre, and those with more than 2 quasi-elites are called cadre. The Pokémon of the highest level are the captains, and the Pokémons who are usually the main force of the small captains are a mix of superior and senior. It was a captain who appeared in front of Chingway, and there are 2 quasi-elite level Pokémon on the bright side, and a superior level Electrode with Explosion. Even if he doesn't hide other strength, the strength on the bright side is not easy to deal with. Luli, Azumarill's hearing was very good, and the movement caused by Onix's approach was not small. She immediately withdrew from the battlefield and rushed back to Chingway's side. Chingway didn't speak, and quickly thought about tactic. Onix is not scary. Even its quasi-elite strength is 4 times weaker, but it is restrained by Chingway. The trouble is that Crobat and Self-Destruct set off fireworks with a naughty thunderbolt. Chingway, how dare you intervene in our Team Rocket business? I can give you a chance. You leave now. I will not stop you. This captain is one of the 2 leaders of Team Rockets on the battlefield in this hall. The other leader rushed to the other side of the hall, and they had also reported to them that a powerful trainer had come. Hell, he looked at Chingway's Pokémon and knew that the other party was not easy to mess with. The outcome of the fight between the 2 was hard to say, but if his side failed, it would result in all the Team Rocket players in the entire hall being killed. He can't afford this kill, so come up and start the mouth escape first. It can be said that moving Chingway away is the best result. Chingway was unmoved, still staring at the opponent's movement, and calculating various coping strategies in the next battle based on the situation he found out. Want him to retreat? Isn't this a joke? If you don't even have the courage to fight with your peers, then what champion's capital really becomes a joke? Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing that Chingway did not answer him, the captain was a little impatient. Sylveon, use Helping Hand on Azumarill. Azumarill, Aqua Tail attack Onix. Melodic, Water Gun. Charmeleon, Flamethrower blocks naughty Thunderbolt. Gloom, attack Crobat with Numbing Powder. Sleep Powder. The captain finally waited for Chingway's attack order. Since you want to fight, I will educate you well. Crobat, use Tailwind. Then Toxic attacks Azumarill. Onix, when Azumarill get close, use the Iron Head. Electrode, Thunderbolt, target Melodic. Team Rockets could only give orders at the fastest speed, and at the same time jumped off Onix's head, making his Pokémons act quickly. Chingway's goal is very clear: to kill the most almost restrained Quasi-Elite Onix at the first time, and then form a situation of more and less, and at the same time let Charmander attack the Naughty Bomb to cause damage to it to contain. Let Gloom use Double Powder pin down Crobat. The reason why Crobat is not attacked is because the gap between the two sides is a bit big, and there is no restraint move. A total of 8 Pokémons on both sides started to act immediately. Azurill took the lead with the light of Sylveon helping hand on his body and charged towards Onix, who was n times bigger than her. There was a water column beside her, which was the water released by Melodic Gun skill. Charmeleon also sprayed flames towards the big Pokeball with emoji Naughty Thunderbolt, while Gloom quickly released Paralysis Powder and Sleep Powder, and floated towards Crobat with the help of the flow of air. On the other side, Crobat's wings fluttered a few times, and a stream of air appeared, which could increase the speed of the Pokemon on their side. Then he pounced on Azurill. Onix is trying hard to get up and prepare for the battle, at the same time preparing his attack move, waiting for the blue rabbit to jump over and give her a hard blow. Naughty Thunderbolt body current is also getting bigger and bigger. Thunderbolt's spark blazes out. In the air, it collided with the pillar of fire at a place slightly closer to the Naughty Thunder Bomb, making an explosion sound. Boom! Bang! On the other side, Azurill's tail also collided with Onix's iron head. Roar! Luli! Both sides let out a scream, and Onix's entire body was thrown backwards by the impact of Azurill's tail, but in the end, because he was curled up at the beginning, the lower plate was very stable, and he did not completely fall on his back to the ground, and Azurill's entire Pokemon body is about the same size as Onix's head. After being hit by the 89-meter Onix's charge, she flew upside down, but the damage wasn't much. She just couldn't handle the impact. Onix is just the opposite of Azurill. He received a lot less impact than Azurill, but suffered a lot of damage, and the collision with Azurill also prevented him from dodging Melodic's water gun attack. Although this water gun doesn't really do much damage, he hates water by nature. Sylveon, quick attack, stop Crobat. Azurill, use protect if you want to be safe. Chingway saw that Crobat was flying towards Azurill, who was flying upside down, and the fangs in his mouth could be clearly seen, so he asked Sylveon to rush over to help. As for Azurill, Chingway trusts her judgment. Besides, he doesn't really want two Pokemons to use protect now. It's best to keep this skill on guard against the Naughty Thunderbolt that look harmless to humans and animals, but can make an explosion at every turn. If the Naughty Thunderbolt uses explosion, this area will be affected. Chingway estimates that a Pokemon's protect can't stop the impact and power of the explosion, and two must work together. Mia. Sylveon directly accelerated into a spark and rushed towards the flying Crobat. Melodic, life due to Azurill. Gloom uses Toxic to attack Naughty Thunderbolt. Furrow, Hannah, Sleep Powder and Paralysis Powder that Gloom used on Crobat before were all dodged by the opponent. After all, the speed of the three powders is really indescribable, especially when facing the Flight-type Pokemon, so Chingway could only make her turn her head to Helping Hand, who was now fighting Charmeleon, who was at a disadvantage. Originally Charmeleon's Flamethrower and Naughty Thunderbolt collided near Naughty Thunderbolt, but now Tackle's point is close to Charmeleon, and it is still approaching Charmeleon at a slow speed. Obviously, the senior level Charmeleon is still a little short of the Naughty Thunderbolt of the superior level. Crobat beat up and attack Azurill. Onix recover quickly and use Iron Tail on Azurill. The brigade captain can only attack Azurill with all his strength at this time. Now his Onix is seriously injured. If he can fight against Azurill, he will fight again later. It's not that he doesn't want to summon other Pokemon, it's that he's gone. Damn, why didn't you get two Pokemon before? Even if it's a senior level now. The team captain regretted it very much. The competition within Team Rockets was very fierce. In order to improve his strength the fastest, he invested all the resources in Zubat from the beginning, making the evolution a Crobat, reaching the Quasi-Elite level. After strength, he also spent a lot of contribution points circulated within Team Rockets in exchange for a senior level Onix, and he conquered the Thunder Electro Ball in another mission. It's not that he doesn't want to train others, but he really doesn't have the resources to train them. This practice of the captain is also a very popular practice within Team Rocket, focusing resources on one or two Pokemon so that they can quickly improve their strength. He's clearly the type of person who doesn't have enough knowledge. Luli. Azurill has stood up at this time, facing Crobat, who was about to pounce from the air, and Onix, who was trying to swing his tail. Her expression was very serious. Chingway asked her to use protect when her situation was not right, because she was worried that she would be hurt, and she also wanted a better helping hand Chingway. Besides, Chingway also said, trust her judgment. She also knows the importance of protect, so she chooses to take risks. I saw a stream of water appearing around Azurill, gradually surrounding her body. This is the effect of using the Aqua Ring skill, which can continuously restore physical strength. Then, the cold air overflowed from her small fist, and her eyes were fixed on the flying Crobat. I'm not going to hit one today. I'm going to hit two Quasi quasi-elite Pokémon at the same time. Azurill,'s idea is very simple. She is very far away from Onix now. At least with her size and pace, it is impossible to instantly approach each other and attack, and Onix, Iron-Tail and Crobat have already rushed over, without using Protect, at most only use Slash to dodge Iron-Tail's attack. In this case, it is better to add a continuous recovery to yourself, each 2 skills and then cooperate with Sylveon to deal damage to Crobat. Ice Element can restrain Crobat, Luli, Ha, Roar, Mia, Azurill,'s Ice Punch, Crobat's Flying Toxic Attack, Onix,'s Iron-Tail, and Sylveon's Quick Attack all collide at the same point at the same time. There's a drop of life dew flying in behind it. Bang, boom, the 4 skill moves collide, and they are all quasi-elite level strength. The damage and fluctuations caused are not generally comparable. I saw smoke billowing where they collided, and I couldn't see what was inside at all. But Onix was already lying on the ground at this time, looking extremely painful, and seemed to be out of combat. The other 3 Pokémon are relatively small, and their whole bodies are bumped together, and the situation is unknown. Chingway immediately used Psychic to feel the situation in the smoke. After a while, Chingway breathed a sigh of relief. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the captain's face became more and more ugly. I saw Crobat fell to the ground in the field, but it doesn't seem that the injury is serious. Sylveon and Crobat are not much worse than 087. Just 4 Pokémon collided, and Sylveon also suffered some Iron-Tail damage. He got hurt a little too. Azurill was the most seriously injured, but a series of aqua rings circled around her. Azurill sat on the ground. Although he was seriously injured, he did not lose his fighting power. Damn. Crobat, attack Azurill. Sylveon, block. Melodic, go to Helping Hand. Charmeleon and Gloom to attack Naughty Thunderbolt. Chingway and Team Rockets commanded at the same time. So, Sylveon and Crobat got into a fight, and Azurill got a chance to breathe. On the other hand, due to the addition of Melodic 3-on-1, even if the Naughty Thunderbolt is a superior level strength, it is a bit too much now. Malululu. Naughty Leiden screamed with some rage, as if saying something like not talking about Koichi. 3 fights and 1 has the ability to come one by one. But Charmeleon's 3 Pokémon ignored him at all, and kept attacking. Azurill, come back. Sylveon, the battlefield is moving to me. Chingway used Psychic for telepathic command for the first time. Azurill pretended to be severely injured and couldn't move easily, while Sylveon fought back and moved towards Chingway unknowingly. On the other hand, the Naughty Thunderbolt, who was attacked by 3 Pokémon, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Pokémons like Naughty Thunderbolts are short-tempered, and the wild ones even set off firework for the entire explosion if they disagree. Although this one was subdued, but in a hurry, the current on his body kept surging and intensified. Team Rocket Captain noticed this too, but the Naughty Thunderbolt explosion was exactly what he wanted. Now he has no capital to fight against Chingway, and if he continues to fight, he will inevitably be defeated and then captured. It is better to let Naughty Thunderbolt perform explosion, and he still has a chance to run away. Crobat, withdraw. Naughty Thunderbolt, explosion. Team Rockets gave the final order for the fight. At the same time, he took out the Pokeball and took back the Onix that lost his combat power. This is a Pokemon he has finally cultivated to a quasi-elite level, and he is reluctant to leave Onix here. As for the Naughty Thunderbolt, then we can only see the opportunity. Although it hurt, he has nothing better to do. Malululu. Naughty late playa, listen. Good luck. I was so angry that I wanted to show everyone a fireworks show. Now that the trainers have said so, let's do it. Then, the current speed on the body continues to accelerate, which is the performance of accumulating power. Ha! Crobat was also preparing to retreat, and after fighting each other with Sylveon, while the reaction force was about to fly into the air and rush towards his trainer. Glum. A blue water rabbit fell from the sky. The fist wrapped in ice attribute energy slammed into his cheek. He had just taken off and was knocked to the ground again and was seriously injured. Although he is still awake, it is a little difficult to move, and it is estimated that not even a quarter of the combat power is left. Luli. My mother never takes her revenge overnight. P.S. Adjust the update time and change all the update to daytime. The update at night is too tiring. I fell asleep and got up several times. Chapter 71 _ The exchange area is fierce. Fierce battle. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Thought. Chingway looked a little stunned. Is this still his cute Azurill? Chingway saw the whole process. When he asked Azurill to withdraw, she pretended to be injured and stayed where she was, but she was actually recovering her physical strength with the help of Aqua Ring. At the same time, it also made the opponent lose his vigilance against her, waiting for Sylveon to shift the battlefield. After the transfer, she was ready to attack, until the captain of Team Rockets ordered the Naughty Mine to shoot self-destruct. Azurill got up immediately, and then jumped high. This is the boxing technique of that punch falling from the sky. Graph. Team Rocket Captain was dumbfounded when he saw this punch solidify his Crobat, but at this time, the explosion of Naughty Radar has been accumulating to the last moment, and he must retreat. Otherwise, you will also be affected affected by explosion. If you are slightly injured, the key point may be directly unconscious. Damn, Chingway, take the gift I gave you well. Team Rocket Captain uttered a harsh word at Chingway and retreated to the back without lingering. Malululu, Sylveon, Azurill worked together to use Protect. Gloom, Grassy Terrain, Mia, Luli, Hannah, Boom. Naughty Thunderbolt uses his ultimate move, Explosion. The intense rays of light made Chingway unable to open his eyes, so he could only block with his arms, squinting and forcibly observing the situation. Protect used by Sylveon and Azurill. The two shields are fused together, wrapping Chingway and his Pokémon. Under his feet, clusters of green grass appear out of nowhere, and life energy continues to surge. Inside Chingway and his Pokémon, the damage and impact of the Naughty Mine explosion hit the light green shield directly, but with the full support of Sylveon and Azurill, coupled with the continuous recovery of Grassy Terrain, although the shield is large so that there is no so thick, but in the end the explosion was successfully resisted. After 10 seconds, the light gradually dissipated, and Chingway could also see the surrounding situation clearly. The originally gorgeous hall was a bit pitted in the previous battle, but now, countless exquisite furniture and furnishings have been crushed to pieces by the impact of explosion, and the ground is in a mess. Naughty Thunderbolt also completely lost his fighting ability because of this skill move, and fell unconscious on the ground motionless. Crobat is not within the range of Protect's skill. He couldn't dodge at all because he was inconvenient to move. After taking the damage of explosion, he fell into a coma on the ground and completely lost his ability to fight. Chingway breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly looked for the figure of the Team Rocket captain who had just taken the opportunity to slip away. Saw him soon. I saw his arm twisted by two Sylph Company security guard, and he was completely caught. And the security team who caught him was the same team that Chingway Helping Hand had at the beginning. After Chingway Helping Hand and them, they had the upper hand. Although Azurill later withdrew, Chingway and the team leader when the battle was going on, they still quickly resolved the battle. However, due to their own losses, the relatively strong superior level Pokémon were injured, and they could not intervene in the battle on Chingway's side. They could only be divided into two teams. One team was guarding here and waiting for the result, and my Pokémon replied to see if I could go up and help. The other team went elsewhere helping hand other team. Then the security team leader and his two team members who stayed here saw that Chingway started to fight first, and the fighting power displayed by Azurill really scared them, especially at the moment when the four quasi-elite level Pokémon collided. They couldn't help but wonder whether this kind of battle would work even if they stepped in. Further back is the Naughty Thunderbolt's explosion. They and their Pokémon can't take this skill now. The security team leader can only lead people back. Just before the explosion, a figure came out. It was the Team Rocket's captain who had slipped away. At this time, the captain had no other Pokémon on him. Facing the three security team, he could not resist at all. He was caught in two strokes, and now he is being twisted by two team members. Lowered his head and said nothing. Chingway walked towards the security team, came to the escaped brigade leader, took out the Crobat and the Naughty Thunderball Pokeball from him, took the Pokeball with Onyx, and collected the three Pokémon Get Up and Lock It Up. Gloom, Grassy Terrain expanded a bit, Helping Hand their Pokémon restored. Melodic, Life Dew. Sylveon, use Heal Belt tilde. Chingway said. Mia, Hannah tilde. Fuwu tilde. In the battle just now, due to their strength, they mainly played an auxiliary role. The main battlefield was Melodic assisted by Sylveon and Azurill, while the secondary battlefield was Gloom supporting Charmeleon, and the consumption was not large, so the remaining stamina is still sufficient at this time. Gloom uses Grassy Terrain to surround the surrounding people and Pokémon, and Melodic also uses Life Dew against other Pokémon one by one. At this time, Chingway had time to communicate with these security team members. Thank you for your helping hand, Mr. Chingway. The security team leader sincerely thanked Chingway. If it wasn't for Chingway, the battle on their side would have ended in failure. When the time comes for them, the lighter punishment is to be fired from Sylph Company, and the heavier punishment is death. It's all right. Chingway waved his hand indifferently and looked towards the other battlefield. At this time, the battle on the other quasi-elite level battlefield had also come to an end, and the young man who came down with Chingway to help had the upper hand. At this point, the young Nidoking had lost his fighting power, but the two quasi-elite Pokémons of the opposing Team Rocket captain fell to the ground. Nidoqueen was also injured. He still cooperated with a Donphan to press down the remaining three Pokémon of the opponent. Chingway glanced at it briefly. Of the three, one was superior, and the other two were senior. It was only a matter of time before Nidoqueen and Donphan won. It seems that this is a trainer specializing in the ground system. Chingway looked at the young man's three Pokémon, all with ground attribute. The ground system. Chingway suddenly thought of someone. In addition to that battlefield, some other battlefields are nearing the end, and some battles are still fierce. Moreover, the other teams in Helping Hand are not only members of Chingway's team, but other team members are also wandering around to help. It seems that the young man was the same as Chingway, and the Helping Hand hand cleared several battlefields and liberated their fighting power. Charmeleon, Sylveon, you two go help, and go wherever you see trouble, Chingway said to the two Pokémon beside him. Charmeleon had Gloom's helping hand in the previous battle with Naughty Thunderbolt. Although he was suppressed badly, he was not injured. Sylveon's date path through grassy terrain and light dew's reply is not bad so far. Besides, Sylveon has the skill of Draining Kiss. When you find a Pokémon, you can continue to recover some stamina. Roar, Mia. Charmeleon and Sylveon left quickly after hearing the order, and the two Pokémon acted together to go to the nearest battlefield. A member of the Helping Hand security team, Mr. Chingway, this Team Rocket captain. The security team captain asked again at this time. Just the three of you watch him. He has no Pokémon now, so don't worry about it. After this side is completely stabilized, I will go there to see the situation, Chingway said, pointing to the direction of the exchange area. In there, the security team leader followed Chingway's finger and looked at the exchange area with some worry in his eyes, hesitating for a while and then persuading. Although I don't know what's going on inside, but at first Team Rocket came with 3 officers. Team Rocket's all the cadres are elite level strength, although you are very strong. But Chingway shook his head and said, I know, but it's not just me and him who came down from the banquet hall, Chingway said, pointed at the young man who was finishing in the distance, and continued, Steven and Wallace who came down with us. They have already gone to the exchange area to help. Steven, Wallace, the security team leader ate startled. He quickly asked, but those two of Hoenn? It's the 2 champions of Hoenn. Chingway nodded and said, the 2 champions, it seems that it should be fine inside. The security team leader suddenly relaxed. These are the 2 champions who came to help. Isn't this going to happen? If it all fails, then don't blame them. After all, what is the use of these stinky fish and rotten shrimp that champion can't solve? At this time, a voice came from a distance. You are finished here too. Chingway and the others turned their heads to look and saw that the young man was walking towards him. 2 security guards followed him, escorting another leader of the brigade. Yeah, after my side is over, I see that your side is about to end, so I won't go over to help you. Chingway smiled. The young man shook his head and said, it's fine. I was going to fight quickly and come to help you at first, but I didn't expect. Having said this, the young man smiled bitterly, obviously not expecting that the battle on his side would be so intense. Made his Nidoking straight out of combat, and Nidoqueen was also scarred. I'm going to go over there to check the situation. Are you going? Chingway pointed to the exchange area and asked. Me, the youth said with a wry smile. I want to go, but Nidoking is in a coma and must be sent to the Pokémon Center. Nidoqueen's injuries are also extremely serious. Now the better one is my Donphan, but it's only superior. It's a pity that I only took these 3 Pokémon with me when I went out, otherwise the battle could be resolved faster. I can get Gloom and Melodic to help you recover. Before Chingway finished speaking, he was interrupted by the young man. Forget it. It won't be much better if you recover. You might as well let your Pokémon save some energy. There may be battles after you go in. Don't worry. It's wasted with me. The youth rejected Chingway's proposal and continued. Call your Pokémon back, then go in and have a look. Just leave it to me here. Okay. Chingway didn't talk nonsense. He put away Melodic and Azurill, took Gloom to find Charmeleon and Sylveon who had just finished a battle, and walked towards the exchange area. Put away Azurill because she needs to rest now to recover some physical strength, and put away Melodic because her body is too big, and suddenly entering outside is likely to attract a lot of people's attention. Chingway went in but looked for an opportunity to see if he could help with a sneak attack or two, not to go in and taunt and seek death. If you bring Melodic, then the big body is likely to be seen at the first time. In addition, the people inside must have seen the power of Wallace Melodic. Suddenly seeing another Melodic again, I can't guarantee that a bunch of skills will be thrown directly into his face. Chingway can't do this kind of thing. At this time, there will still be loud noises from the exchange area from time to time. I don't know how destructive a battle above the elite level will be. Chingway took the Pokémons and carefully walked through the corridor to the exchange area, which shocked him at first sight. Originally, when he came here in the afternoon, across the corridor was a hall, and then a row of small rooms, but Chingway knew that this small room should be built to separate the hall. The back of the small room should be the other half of the hall, which may store various items participating in the auction. But now, the row of rooms in the middle block has been penetrated, and it was smashed by various guilds. Now the center of the hall is a pile of broken stone. If not for the existence of 1 or 2 small rooms that are half broken, Chingway could hardly recognize that this was the exchange area he had been to in the afternoon. Before, he felt that the damage caused by their battle in the outer hall was exaggerated enough, but he didn't expect to compare it with here. That's really a little tricky. And the pile of waste rock in the center is the main battlefield of the exchange area. Chingway only saw Steven and Wallace. Wallace was close to Chingway's side, that is, the corridor side, and Steven was on the other side, the former warehouse side. The two sandwiched 3 people in the middle of the gravel area. The Sandwiched 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, are guarding an elite level Pokemon beside them, and their other Pokemon and Steven and their Pokemon are fighting fiercely. Dog. How to say it? Chingway doesn't know if it should be described as intense. I saw a Skarmory flying beside Steven, and 1 Pokemon was guarding the only window in the warehouse area, apparently to block the other party's escape route, and Wallace is guarding a Gyarados, also to block the way these people retreat from the corridor, and Steven's remaining Metagross and Aggron, as well as Wallace's Melodic and Ludicolo. 4 Pokemon are fighting fiercely with a dozen Pokemon. Chingway counted 15 Pokemon. 10 of them have reached elite level strength. The remaining 5 are also quasi-elite level strength, as the support of the 10 main Pokemon. Chapter 72_Hey. It's still up to Chingway to break the game. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This Nima is outrageous. Chingway was done. 10 elite level Pokemon besieged 1 master level plus 3 champion level Pokemon, but even so, it failed to gain the upper hand. Even when Metagross was about to make a big move, the opposite party scurried away. Not far from their battlefield sat an elderly man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, with gray hair. There are 5 Pokemons lying next to him, and only 1 Houndoom is by his side, but it seems that this Houndoom is also seriously injured. This old man should be the elite level trainer resident at Sylph Company. It looks so badly beaten. However, Chingway understood it very well, and briefly glanced at the old man's Pokemon, 4 elite level Pokemon, and 2 quasi-elite level Pokemon. The strength is already very strong. Chingway estimated that if it weren't for his age, he might not have accepted Silver's employment, but after all, they are facing the attack of 3 elite level cadres of Team Rocket. 4 elite Pokemon face 13. Being able to hold out until Steven and Wallace come over is pretty cool. Chingway's arrival didn't make any wave, except that Steven noticed him because he was facing him. Wallace had his back to him and was now concentrating on commanding the battle. Although this old man lost his fighting power, his eyes were still fixed on the main battlefield. Elsewhere it was divided into 3 smaller battles, with 2 Team Rocket captains in a group against the security team. The security team seems to be much stronger than the team leaders fighting outside. Although it is a bit worse than Team Rocket, there are times when 3 teams face each other in 2 teams. This is when these 3 small battlefields are fighting, not only to pay attention to each other, but also to pay attention to the aftermath of the battle on the main battlefield. There is no need to pay attention to other places at all. From time to time, a stone will be broken and fly towards them, or skills will fly directly towards this side. At this time, both sides will choose to avoid directly. If they are unlucky, it's okay to eat the impact of the gravel, but if you eat the damage of the skills, then I'm sorry. At least it's a medium damage. Maybe it's a GG directly. I think too much. Chingway just wants to hum a song now. Before he came in, he thought too much. What to look for: an opportunity to sneak attack a Pokemon, get a chance to break the game, and then take the opponent away in a wave. Now looking at these dozen elite Pokemon, where did the sneak attack come from? Which 090 broke the game? Non-existent. Steven and Wallace in the battle were also very helpless. Now the scene is deadlocked. If they order the Pokemon to forcibly attack, they can instantly defeat a few elite level Pokemon, but the remaining Pokemon's counterattack will also cause their Pokemon to take some damage. Steven to say that his Metagross is a master level strength, and although Aggron is a champion level, it is not a big problem to be injured by a thicken. Wallace's side is not very good. Because of fear of affecting Steven's Pokemon, his Pokemon dare not open the weather in rainy days, which makes his Ludicolo's free roaming characteristics unable to play, and his strength is somewhat limited. And it's not as meaty as Steven's Pokemon either. If the strong attack is damaged, it will still have a great impact on him. Chingway watched it for a while, and also understood the situation. To put it bluntly, Steven and Wallace's Pokemon is less. 1 person lead 3, and 2 of them have to protect the trainer from blocking the road, and only 4 can fight. And each of the opponent's 6 is full, and 3 are left to protect those who can fight, and there are 15. The huge gap in quantity makes up for the gap in strength to a certain extent. If Steven and Wallace had even 1 more Pokemon each, the situation would be reversed. It might even end the battle before Chingway arrived, but it's not impossible. It's just a detour. Chingway quickly came up with a solution. Then he approached the one closest to him in the 3 small battlefield. This battlefield is a relatively tragic one, with only 11 Pokemons in total, but they all quasi-elite Pokemon. As for other Pokemon, at this point they have already lost their fighting power and lay on the ground. The one who has the upper hand in this battlefield is the Team Rocket side. The 2 Team Rocket captains have 6 quasi-elite level Pokemon, while the security team has only 5 left. Chingway released Azurill quietly. At this time, Azurill had almost 70% of the battle after the recovery of his Aqua Ring and the treatment of grassy terrain and life dew before. Azurill, small range rain dance, then attacked that Magcargo with Whirlpool. Charmeleon, flamethrower, attacked that Sun Sunflora. BJEA Sylveon. Moonblast attack Sunflora. Gloom small grassy terrain so we can keep replying. The Pokémon nodded and started preparing their skills. First, a small piece of grass appeared around Chingway, and then Charmeleon's flamethrower sprayed towards Sunflora, and then a moonlight fell out of nowhere, also on Sunflora, and finally, a small piece of dark cloud suddenly appeared on the top of the small battlefield, and then, the drizzling rain started to fall. Charmeleon's flamethrower hit Sunflora just before it rained. Although the difference in strength between the two sides is not small, Sunflora has been fighting all the time. At this time, his own state is also very general. He was suddenly attacked by flamethrower and cried out in pain. Then the moonlight fell and hit him as well. Originally, he was only injured by a small injury, and he took a move of Moonblast, which is not as simple as a small injury. He was directly knocked to the ground by the impact of Moonblast. Although there is no loss of combat effectiveness, but the strength has dropped a lot. As Chingway's Pokémons released their skills, the people in this small battlefield also noticed him, but the security team was happy, and the team leader of Team Rockets was in a bad mood. Team Rockets didn't have time to react. The light rain on the roof became bigger and bigger, and then a stream of water formed a vortex directly wrapping Magcargo, who was uncomfortable because of the light rain. Magcargo screamed. Although Whirlpool's damage itself is not very high, it can't stand Magcargo's 4 times weaker water. As a fire-type and rock-type dual-type Pokémon, it is defeated by the water-type Pokémon and water-type Gill, and it's stuck in Whirlpool. This means that it will continue to take damage. Magcargo. The owner of Magcargo, one of the captains of Team Rocket, saw that his Pokémon was attacked, and he was a little anxious. Chingway's move can be regarded as attracting the attention of the 5 people in the small battlefield. Magcargo is worse, but Sunflora not far away is not much better. Although he was not restrained when he was beaten, the high amount of damage still caused him pain. The owner of Sunflora is another Team Rocket captain. The two looked at each other, nodded slightly, and prepared to transfer the battlefield to another small battlefield. Now Silver has a living force like Chingway. If they continue to fight in this battlefield, it will definitely be Team Rocket. It is better to lead these people to another battlefield where Team Rockets have an advantage. There may be a chance for a comeback. As for the third battlefield, the current situation is 5-5, and there are only 4 quasi-god level Pokémon left on both sides of the battle, and they are now in the exhaustion stage of the stalemate. Seeing Chingway coming to support, the security captains were very excited. The prospect was bleak at first, but now there is hope for a turnaround. Seeing that the Pokémon on the Team Rocket side seems to be fighting back and forth, seems to want to retreat. How could the security captains allow it? Machamp, use the bottom kick. Stop that Magcargo. Hitmonchan, Mach Punch attack Sunflora. The security captains jumped into action. Nike, yeah. Their Machamp and Hitmonchan heard the word, and immediately rushed towards the 2 Pokémon who were injured more seriously. Team Rocket's captain saw it. He thought that the other party had seen through their plan, and his heart suddenly became cold. Muck, Golem stop Machamp. Kingler, wheezing, stop Sunflora. They can't let Sunflora and Magcargo get hurt again. They can only ask other Pokémon to help. Scyther, Pinsir, Dodrio, go up and stop them. Of course, the security team wouldn't give up so easily and sent all the Pokémon on their side. So, another big fight. Sylveon, use Misty Terrain, then quick attack charge up and attack that Muck. Azurill, Bubble Beam, keep attacking Magcargo. Chingway play Sylveon into the battlefield, forming a 6-on-6 situation, and at the same time let Azurill continue to carry out long-range attack here. Azurill's current combat power has not fully recovered yet, so instead of rushing up to exchange her injury, it is better to let her stay in grassy terrain while recovering and perform long-range auxiliary attack, especially if the opponent is a slow-moving, dying Pokémon like Magcargo. Even if it is a long-range attack with a slow-flying speed like Bubble Beam, it is difficult for the opponent to dodge. Sylveon took a few steps forward and released the fairy field, wrapping up this small battlefield. The lavender mist filled the air, which made the Team Rocket captain even more irritable. They have 2 poison-type Pokémon, and a large part of their attack methods rely on various poison attribute skills to attack, which may poison the opponent after hitting the opponent, but they also know the effect of Misty Terrain. Once the ground moves are released, the Pokémon on the security team's side can attack with confidence without worrying about being in a negative state. Damn, fall back faster. Magcargo, watch out for the Bubble Beam. The Team Rocket captain's face grew more anxious. Magcargo felt bitter in his heart. He was just a snail. You asked me to go back and dodge gills while I was going back. Could it be that my speed is not 30 but 300? You are embarrassing this snail. In particular, he was still under the influence of Whirlpool's skill move, and his body was already in great pain. Therefore, Bubble Beam, which is not fast in the air, still hit him. A scream, Magcargo slumped and fell to the ground, becoming the first Pokémon to lose the ability to fight after Chingway joined the small battlefield. With with Magcargo falling to the ground. The situation on the field was reversed. Machamp, who was rushing to attack Magcargo, now start beating Sunflora with Hitmonchan, and Sylveon, who rushed up, also faced each other's 4 Pokémon with Scyther, Pinsir, and Dodrio. The battle here also attracted the attention of the 3 cadres of Team Rocket. The situation on that battlefield is already extremely unfavorable for Team Rocket, and if there is a collapse there, they may not be able to leave alone. Archer finally got angry and roared at the 2 beside him. How did you 2 gather information before? Did Steven and Wallace even know that they came to participate? And that kid, didn't you notice? The kid noticed. He took Pokemon eggs before, but I didn't pay attention to him when I saw that he was the only one who exchanged it. Although he has some strength, it doesn't affect us. Who knows? Oka is also a little embarrassed. He is responsible for collecting the information of the main visitors, and he is also the first person to arrive at Saffron City. And Steven, Wallace and even Chingway are not in his profile. Previously, he was monitoring the people who came to exchange in the exchange area. Although he said it was to see if there were any missing information, the main purpose was to find the person who took the Hydreigon's Pokemon egg. Of course, Chingway noticed that the gaze that Chingway felt when he went out was his. He also knew Chingway, but if you put it on any elite level trainer, you shouldn't care too much about trainers who haven't even reached the quasi-elite level, right? Although this trainer has great potential, it's not worth noting that the talent has not materialized. No, I have to stop this kid. Archer watched the situation over there getting worse and worse, and finally couldn't sit still. As for Steven and Wallace, Wallace turned his back to the battlefield, but he also noticed Chingway when there was such a big movement. Wallace and Steven looked at each other from afar, and both understood each other's meaning. If you want to successfully complete today's task, it seems that you have to rely on Chingway. Archer couldn't bear the worsening situation, and said to the 2 3B teammates around him, whom he defined as trash, let your Pokemon hold up a little longer, and I'll let a Pokemon go over there to support it. After speaking, without waiting for the other party's reply, he began to order directly. Houndoom, evacuate here, go there to help. Remember, the speed is faster. Luga, Houndoom is the best Pokemon he has to support. Houndoom's position at this time is considered to be out of the encirclement. Hearing this, he immediately left the battlefield and ran towards the battlefield on Chingway's side. P.S. I'll update it with 8,000 words a day. I've been having a toothache since last night. I took medicine at noon and it's not getting better. I don't have any code words for the pain. I'll take some medicine at night. If it still doesn't work, I might have to go tomorrow. Check out the hospital. Chapter 73. Steven, are you trying to get rid of Sylph Company? Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Want to go to support? It seems that you really don't take my ex-champion seriously. The ex-champion is also a champion. Steven saw the other party's actions. Of course it was impossible for the other party to successfully support the other side. Metagross, full use of Earthquake. Houndoom was originally an existence that restrained Metagross in terms of attribute, and played a considerable role in the siege. At this time, it left directly, freeing the surrounded Metagross at one. Tong Jin. Metagross raised his arms high and slammed the ground hard. The whole ground started shaking. Steven, are you dying? This is the 11th floor. Earthquake is activated here. Wallace was shocked when he heard Steven's command. Wallace is like that, but imagine the people from Team Rocket. Archer, how have the 3 of them ever seen such a windy Steven? At this moment, they even had self-doubt. Am I from the evil organization, or are you Earthquake on the 11th floor, or Earthquake from Master Pokemon? Do you really think Silver's architecture is so awesome? Then they thought about Steven's identity and felt like they understood something. Steven, you are from Devon Corporation. You came to Silverton to participate in the auction with bad intention. Why do you want to take the opportunity to get rid of your Devon Corporation competitor? Is it? Yes. Steven's exhaustion shows that people will not be affected. Even if the house collapses, it may be for Agron. Have lunch. Looking at the Skarmory flying next to Steven, everyone seemed to understand. You are here to sabotage. Say it earlier. Say it earlier. Let's unite together. Archer and the others scolded in their heart, and the command couldn't stop. Houndoom, come back. Use taunt on Metagross. Then continue to use E. No way. As soon as Houndoom left their side, there was one less assassin to pin down and attack. Compared with the master level elite Pokemon on their side, the gap is still a bit large, and the damage still has to rely on Houndoom's evil attribute restraint to have some effect. So, the scene returned to its previous state, but Earthquake's initial fluctuations startled everyone present, including those from Sylph Company, who thought at that moment whether Steven was taking the opportunity to suppress his competitor. In the end, Archer had no choice but to call back to Houndoom to continue the stalemate with Metagross, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. You must know that even if the current battle is defeated, there is a high probability of being caught, but his life is still safe. If this master level Metagross is allowed to use Earthquake with all his rank, if you can't do it right, your life will be gone. Chingway was also starting startled when he saw Houndoom coming over. Although the other party's date was relatively normal at this time, it was an elite-level Pokémon after all. Not to mention one-to-many. One Houndoom is enough to deal with Sylveon and Azurill on Chingway's side. And looking at the way Houndoom is dealing with Metagross, its strength is not weak among the elite class. Luckily, Steven directly pulled the wind, letting Houndoom run halfway and dash back. No one bothered. The battlefield situation on Chingway's side became clear. Shortly after Magcargo was out of combat, the wounded Sunflora was under siege by Machamp and Hitmonchan, and the second fell to the ground. Azurill also recovered a lot, and Splash Gao Gao joined the battle group of the 8 Pokemon melee in the front. Now it's a 7-on-4 situation. If they can still lose, Chingway thinks they can all retire in place. No way, we have to find a way to break through and retreat. Archer looked at the increasingly serious situation and said solemnly, the reason why it was delayed before was because they had the upper hand in the small battlefield on the side of the exchange area. If they could drag the small battlefield until the end of the small battlefield, several of the quasi-god Pokemons of the Team Rocket captain would be able to affect their side situation. And from the beginning, they also knew that the outside hall was also their advantage, so as long as the 3 of them could hold back Steven and Wallace, although the 2 of them could not be left, this mission would still be successfully completed. But now, the addition of Chingway directly led to the overturn of a small battlefield, and the battle was about to end. When they were free to go to other battlefields in helping hand, they would become the security captain of Sylph Company to besiege them. And judging from the fact that Chingway came in from the outside, the battle situation outside might have already failed on their side. If it goes on like this, it will be more and more unfavorable for them. How many Pokemon egg did you collect? Asked Archer, who had been in the exchange hall at the beginning. Then he was in charge of fighting against Sylph Company's elite level trainers, and then he had to fight against Steven and Wallace. Sachihioka is responsible for leading people to break in and grab things. I don't collect much. Their goods are too scattered. There are so many storage points everywhere, and I came out to help you directly after I learned that the old man, referring to the silver elite trainer, was here. Oka shook his head slightly. I have collected less than 1/3 of the collection, and most of the rest are in the hands of these captains. If we withdraw, we have to find a way to take them away. Sachi said, they have too many storage points, each of which has things in it, and can only be collected separately. Before we can integrate the thing, Steven and Wallace are here, so we can only call them 1/3. Archer thought for a moment, then looked around at his subordinate, gritted his teeth and ordered, go. It's too late if you don't go. Which way? There are 2 retreat routes. The boss at the bottom of one is Wallace, and the boss of the other is Steven. I suggest breaking out from Wallace's side. His Pokemon is relatively weak. We will definitely not be able to eat him with all our strength. Oka said. Thatch also nodded in agreement. I agree. No, we'll break through from Steven. Archer said, an unexpected decision. Archer, are you crazy? I won't stop you if you want to go to Steven's place to find death, but don't take us with you. Sachi and Oka were shocked when they heard the word. I'm afraid this Archer has lost his mind. There is obviously a simpler route to make breakthrough. Why do you have to take the difficult route? Never mind. Get your Pokemon ready. Archer didn't give any explanation, and still insisted on his own idea. At the same time, he quietly reached into his pocket with his left hand, touched a faintly glowing pendant in his pocket, and crushed it hard. Luckily Boss Giovanni gave me this pendant to use in a crisis situation, saying that Sabrina would notice and support us in our retreat. This will increase the risk of Sabrina's exposure, but now I can't care about that much. If you want to take away the Pokemon egg to the maximum, there is only one way to go. Archer was helpless before he asked the 2 next to him. Trash ass about Pokemon egg, and that's it. If the Pokemon eggs and other items were on both of them, it would be much simpler. The 3 of them would find an opportunity to storm Wallace and force him to retreat. As for these captains, they could only give up, but now, the captain has more or less what the boss wants. In order to preserve it to the greatest extent, he can only use this thing that he has never wanted to use, not just because it would increase the risk of Sabrina's exposure, but also because of Sabrina's moody teenage girl. It's okay for a girl to be moody, the key is that she has psychic. This is a bit tricky. He couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking at all, so he was very jealous of Sabrina. But for the boss's mission, he can't take care of so much. Skarmory, be careful, they may be preparing to retreat. Steven watched the opponent's fighting momentum gradually decrease. Coupled with the current situation on the field, he knew that the opponent's defeat was set, and these people would definitely not sit still. However, in Steven's expectation, the opponent should choose Wallace's side to break through. Wallace thought so too. He also prepared Gyarados, even if not all of them, at least one of them. Not far from the Silver Building, in the private room of a luxury restaurant, a young girl sits in it, closing her eyes and resting, and beside her, an Alakazam and a Hypno are eating delicious Pokemon food. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She sensed that the pendant containing her psychic psychic was broken. This pendant was given to Archer privately by Giovanni before, and she knew exactly what it meant if it was crushed. That is, the other party needs her support to retreat, and the route of retreat is also negotiated. That is, she will shoot from the outside, break the windows on the 11th floor, and then attack from the outside, and Archer will attack at the same time inside. After causing a huge chaos, retreat through the teleport of the psychic Pokemon in her hand. Begging for flowers. So at dinner today, she deliberately came to the restaurant closest to the Silver Building just in case. Moreover, in this place she can command the battle between Alakazam and Hypno from a distance without showing up. Alakazam, Hypno, go to the Silver Building, smash that window outside. No, break the wall around the window as much as you can, and bring those people back to the secret base, Sabrina said. After speaking, she closed her eyes again. Sabrina's psychic is extremely powerful. Not only can she telepathically communicate with Pokemon, but she can also bless her own psychic on her psychic's Pokemon, increasing the Pokemon's combat power in a short period of time. So she is not at the scene at all, just need to use her psychic to remotely command her Pokemon here. It can also increase their strength. Li. When the two Pokemon heard the word, they stopped eating, stood up and disappeared into the room. Teleport. When they reappeared, they were outside the 11th floor of the Silver Building, and they were floating in the air with psychic. Li. Alakazam and Hypno arrived at the destination, and after confirming the location, they began to prepare to attack. At this time, the battle in the exchange area is still continuing, but the exchange area at this time. No, it should be said that the entire Silver Building has restored the power supply. The security team members who finished fighting in the hall did not come in, but gathered together to restore the power supply facility. Defeat and capture the 3 Team Rocket captains guarding there. In the battle on Chingway's side, at this time, there is only one Weezing left with some fighting power, and the other Pokemon are scattered on the ground. Some of the lost Pokemon were taken back by the other party, and the others were blocked by the security captain and failed to be successfully taken back. Chingway was also ready at this time. He knew that as long as the other party was not stupid, he would definitely find a way to sneak away. He didn't ask for a sneak attack on the other party at that time, just to prevent the other party from giving him such a blow when he was sneaking away. That's right, Chingway also thought that Archer and the 3 of them should break out of Wallace's side. But at this moment, a loud bang came. Boom! Steven was blown open, along with the nearby wall. Right now, attack with all your strength and retreat. If not, just drop a few Pokemon. Archer has been watching the movement closely, and as soon as the window behind Steven exploded, he immediately yelled at the 2 people beside him. Attack with all your strength, then retreat. Although Sachi and Oka didn't know exactly how to do it, they also understood that now is the best time to run away. For a time, the Pokemon of Archer, Sachi, and Oka all release powerful move, and Archer's Crobat immediately release Haze, a skill move that affect vision. In just an instant, Haze rose up in the entire exchange area, along with all kinds of smoke and dust from the skill explosion, plus the dust from the wall explosion. Although the exchange area returned to lighting, it still couldn't see the surrounding scene for a while. Go, Hong Jin. Of the Pokemon present, only Steven's Metagross is unaffected. With clear body and Psychic's ability, it can sense that the other party is about to retreat, so he unleashed Psyshock with all his might on a Pokemon. Melodic, Gyarados, used Twister together. Steven, how are you? Wallace looked a little anxious. The smoke and dust completely blocked his vision. He only saw the wall explode not far behind Steven, and then all 3 of the other Pokemon exploded in the next second, which caught him off guard. And he now knows that the opponent's choice of the breakout route is not him, but his friend, Stone Steven. But in this case, he was afraid of accidental injury, and he didn't dare to let the Pokemon continue to attack. It would not be very good if he hit his own people. He could only choose to continue to use Twister to quickly clean up the dust and smoke on the scene as before. Make another decision. P.S. I didn't sleep well last night with a toothache. I got up early in the morning and wrote this chapter. Now I'm going to wash my face and go to the hospital. The next update may be a little later. Sorry. Towel. Chapter 74 Team Rocket. I'm so hard. Open black lens bracket seeking automatic subscription close black lens bracket. I'm fine. Steven's voice came from the smoke, but it was obviously different from the usual relaxed and comfortable tone, as if he was speaking in pain. Metagross keep attacking. Tonkin. Metagross strikes again. Ruga. There was a sound of Houndoom's miserable growl in the smoke, and there was no movement. Wallace's Melodic and Gyarados used Twister at the same time, and soon the smoke from the venue was blown away, which allowed them to see some of the scene. The window behind Steven was completely shattered, and the wall nearby, a huge broken hole was formed. Steven was guarded by Skarmory, but he kept rubbing his head with his right hand, and his eyes kept looking around, trying to understand the battle situation first. At this moment, between Wallace and Steven, where the 3 cadres of Team Rocket stood before, there were 5 Pokemon scattered upside down, all the elite Pokemon that besieged them before. Near the window, a Houndoom fell into a coma. Elsewhere, there are all kinds of Pokémon lying on the ground. There are also some of these Pokémon trainers. Captain Team Rockets is also standing there. On their side, Steven also discovered that there were only 7 security captains left, and 2 of them were missing. As for the 3 Team Rocket cadre, let them escape. Chingway stood where he was before, with a look of astonishment on his face. Others don't know who support them. Chingway can think of it. This is Saffron City. This is the 11th floor. The person responding outside must not be a person riding a flying Pokémon. Otherwise, the 090 flying Pokémon flying around the silver building would have been noticed. It can only be that Psychic's Pokémon uses teleport to reach the outside of the 11th floor, and then uses Psychic to float to attack, and then takes advantage of the smoke to teleport away the escape Team Rocket. There is only one person who can do all this in Saffron City: Sabrina. Being able to rely on Pokémon to create such a large amount of damage outside shows that Sabrina's strength is not low. Chingway had previously guessed that Sabrina must have hidden a lot of strength compared to other gym leaders, but he didn't know how much he had hidden. Archer's group was similar to Chingway's speculation. After the destruction by Alakazam and Hypno attracted everyone's attention, all of their Pokémon exploded. Then Archer asked the fast Pokémons like Houndoom and Crobat to take away the team leader of the Team Rockets who stayed here according to the previous memory. How many can I take away? After all, they were created with a lot of work by Team Rocket, and they still have this mission goal in their hand. If they all break here, their Team Rockets will have a fault in the middle of the Kanto region. You know, when they came, they brought 12 captains and more squad captains. Crobat successfully brought out 2 captains, and when Houndoom brought the second person out, he was attacked by Metagross and fell directly there. Only the 3 Archer and the 3 cadres were left running out of the window in dismay. I'll send my Pokémon in to see if I can save 2 more people. Sachi saw Archer's actions and was about to follow suit. Woot! At this time, Alakazam stopped her directly. All they saw was Alakazam pointing at their Pokémon and at themselves. Woot! Take back the Pokémon. We're ready to withdraw. Archer understood what Alakazam meant and said through gritted teeth. But Oka was a little unwilling, and when he retreated, he had 3 Pokémon trapped in it, and they're all elite Pokémon. Following him, only Hariyama, an elite level Pokémon who had been guarding by his side, was left. Of course, there are also 2 Quasi elite Pokémon. Only a quarter of his strength is left, and he may not even be a cadre when he goes back. And he is not without enemies within Team Rocket. If you let the other party know that his strength has been greatly damaged, the days after him will not be very good. So he thought about finding a chance to get his Pokémon back. No, but it's too late if you don't go. Archer took the lead in putting away his Pokémon. If you don't leave, then stay here. Say, let go. Sachi didn't speak, and kept her Pokémon silently. Her losses were not small. She had 2 elite Pokémon and 2 quasi elite Pokémon. Go. Oka has no choice but to put away his Pokémon. The 3 Team Rocket captains around them are a lot easier because their Pokémon didn't come out at all. All they have in their hands is the 1 or 2 lost Pokémon that they had taken back in the battle before. Whoosh. Su Li. Alakazam teamed up with Hypno to take the 6-man teleport to a secret base of Team Rockets in Saffron City. The team leader of Team Rocket, who remained in the exchange area, saw that there was no hope of escaping at all, so he stopped struggling and let his Pokémon give up the attack and be captured. And the captains of the remaining 7 security team, the Pokémon who directed them, watched these people one by one began to collect the Pokéballs of the Team Rockets personnel, and also sent some Pokémon to start clearing the gravel on the scene. After clearing a small part, they found the missing pair. I saw that the 2 people were crushed to the ground by the gravel, and now they are in a deep coma, and their life and death are unknown. Chingway came to Wallace's side and walked toward Steven with Wallace. Steven was still covering his head with his right hand, and when he saw the 2 coming over, he smiled bitterly. The impact just now was basically blocked by my Skarmory, but it was still hit in the head by a gravel. Sorry for letting them escape. Quote, Wallace shook his head and said, it's not your problem. At first I thought they would break through from me, but I didn't expect. Yeah, I didn't expect them to have 4 and 8, and we didn't even notice it. Steven grinned. Apparently speaking, the wound on his head was pulled. Melodic, use life dew. Seeing this, Chingway released Melodic and asked her to treat Steven. Steven let go of his right hand that was covering his head, and saw a big hole slanted above the corner of his right eye, and now the blood is not stopping, and blood was dripping from his right hand covering his head. Phew. Tilda. Melodic used life dew right away, and life dew melted into Steven's wound immediately. The effect was immediate, and the bleeding from the wound stopped bleeding. However, the scars from being hit by the stone are still there, and it seems that other methods or time will be used to slowly make up for it. Later, Wallace's Melodic also created a puddle of water, allowing Steven to wash his face. Steven cleaned the blood on his face. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face, then said, thank you, it's much better now, and it doesn't hurt at all. But it broken. Hey, little thing, when I was digging rocks in a cave cave by myself, I would sometimes be hit by a rock that fell from the top of the cave. I've been used to it for a long time, Steven said indifferently. In this battle, everyone's Pokemon consumption is not small. Don't look at the Pokemon of Steven and Wallace when Chingway came in. They were mainly confronting each other, and there were not many times to enlarge their move, but Steven and Wallace were ready to fight quickly at the beginning. Quick decision. It was only after a few attacks that they were blocked by the opponent. After finding that there was no good way, they changed their thinking and turned into fighting each other. After all, as time goes by, although the strength of Team Rockets within Silver will increase, referring to other people's support, they are not sitting still here. Among them are Chingway and that young man. Their idea was that Chingway would take care of the outside world, and then find a way to restore communication to notify the outside world, but what they didn't expect was that Chingway came in directly, but the result was not bad. At this moment, a team of Syl Company security personnel came in from outside, followed by the police station led by Officer Jenny of Saffron City and medical staff such as Nurse Joy. Looking at the various Pokemon lying on the ground, the debris of the building is everywhere, and it looks like a mess. Everyone is startled. It was enough to see the horror of the outside hull before, but it didn't work. Thinking that the inside is several times more tragic than the outside. Mr. Steven, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Chingway, are you all right? Officer Jenny found the three of Chingway standing together, and immediately came over and asked. Nurse Joy also hurriedly brought her Chansey over to give some Pokemon a restorative treatment. It's okay, just let the cadres of Team Rockets run away. Someone supported them from the outside world. They pierced the window and the nearby wall directly from the outside, and cooperated with them to create chaos to save them. Steven said, we went there as soon as we got the notice, but I also asked the people near the Silver building before we came, and none of them noticed the existence of the flight department Pokemon near the building. Officer Jenny said, no flying Pokemon. Steven and Wallace looked at each other, as if thinking of something. Officer Jenny nodded and continued, yes, there are no flying Pokemon, and no flying tools have come near here, otherwise it is impossible for people nearby to find nothing. Psychic Pokemon, Wallace said suddenly. What? Officer Jenny didn't respond for a while. It's Psychic Pokemon that is supporting outside, and it's an elite level Psychic Pokemon. I've seen the materials of these buildings. Ordinary Pokemon can't be destroyed at all. Even Quasi elite level ones can at most make a few cracks. It can only be a higher level Pokemon. Wallace picked up a piece of rubble from the ground when the wall shattered and said to Officer Jenny, elite level Psychic Pokemon. Officer Jenny also realized the seriousness. We don't have such a trainer in Saffron City if it's from Team Rocket. No, I have to ask Miss Sabrina of Psychic Gym to see if she just shot the other side. Did you feel it when you were doing it? Quote, Chingway suddenly asked. Officer Jenny, what is the level of Sabrina Leader's Pokemon? Her signature Pokemon Alakazam is Quasi-Elite, and other Pokemons are one worse than Alakazam. Officer Jenny replied subconsciously, and suddenly reacted. You don't suspect that Miss Sabrina shot it. She is our Saffron, the leader of City Alliance Gym. Quote, the potential meaning of Officer Jenny is that Sabrina is the gym leader recognized by the Alliance, and also the own person of the Alliance, so there is no need to doubt it. My own person, Chingway pouted. Although Sabrina didn't follow Giovanni for Mewtwo or unification of the world, she didn't have the determination to live and die with Team Rocket, but now it's not her own. And so, Giovanni is his own. Chingway suddenly felt that the alliance between Kanto and Johto was really outrageous, but he didn't have any evidence, and people usually hid it, and no one believed him when he said it. As far as I know, Sabrina is a powerful psychic. With her blessing, her Alakazam should be able to reach elite level strength. Wallace suddenly thought. Steven shook his head. No, even if it reaches the elite level by that method, it is still impossible to cause such a large amount of damage. It should be a trainer specially sent by Team Rocket, and it should be guarding the 4.0 side to support their retreat. Officer Jenny also said, this time, the Alliance will take this matter very seriously, openly attacking Sylph Company, and the items in the snatch auction. So many powerful Pokemon are staying, which must be a big blow to Team Rocket too. Quote, Steven figured it out now, and smiled. Well, it seems that they still stole a lot of things, but compared with the Pokemon they left behind, maybe they still lost. Chingway looked at the surrounding Pokemons who fell to the ground, and also felt that Team Rockets lost a lot this time. In addition to the precious items in the items at the beginning of the second half, the rest of the lot was big. Some of them are Pokemon Egg, and Fairy-type Pokemon Egg. To be honest, it's not really worth the money. For these things, they left a full 6 Pokemon Elite. If this is given to one person, he can directly become an Elite. There are countless Quasi-Elite grades. Chingway suddenly remembered that he still had the Pokeball in his bag. There's even a Pokemon with the 2 Team Rockets minions that were killed in Celadon, Rainbow City. I've been so busy with my thesis that I totally forgot about it. Fortunately, the Pokemon in Pokeball are basically sleeping, and they won't consume too much. Otherwise they might starve to death if they are lost locked in for so long. P.S. I vomited, and I waited in line at the hospital for a long time, and then I saw that there was no time for treatment, so I prescribed some anti-inflammatory drugs and let me eat first. Chapter 75. Giovanni is also going to dig rock. Open black lens bracket subscription, close black lens bracket. After going back, feed them something and find a suitable place to release them. Chingway thought silently. Then, he took out the Pokeballs containing Onyx, Naughty Thunderball and Crobat that were collected today, and handed them to Officer Jenny. This is a Pokemon from a Team Rocket captain that I collected during the battle. These Pokemons have basically been cultivated and formed, and their strengths are not very good. Although Chingway can be further cultivated, the energy spent will not be too much trouble than raining one to cultivate. And Chingway has no interest in these Pokemons either. He doesn't want to keep a Naughty Thunderbolt who likes to perform explosions when he has nothing to do, so it's better to take it out and hand it over to the Alliance, and you can exchange for some Alliance points. But I don't seem to have any shortcomings now. Chingway was taken aback for a moment. Never mind, the more of these things, the better. Officer Jenny took the Pokeball handed over by Chingway and said, I will report these to the Alliance. Although the Alliance has not issued a mission this time, this emergency is also thanks to your help outside Chingway. I believe the Alliance will not dingy reward. Quote, even if the Alliance doesn't give reward, I will. At this time, a voice that was a little old but still full of energy came over. Chingway turned his head to look, and saw an old man in traditional clothes walking towards him under the escort of 2 bodyguards. I'm the chairman of Zil Company. Thanks to you this time, I stopped Team Rocket action. Otherwise, all the lots we prepared will be taken away by Team Rocket. The old man walked over and said to the 3 of them, are your losses big? Wallace looked around. His eyes stopped for a while in the storage area behind the exchange area, and then he turned his head and asked. Hearing Wallace's question, a subordinate approached the old man's ear and whispered a few words. The fairy-type Pokemon eggs to be auctioned in the second half of today lost about half of them, and the items in the second half also lost a lot. They are still in the process of counting the items in the first half, because someone didn't come to exchange them. There were some losses. Plus 11 floors were destroyed. The old man looked around, and suddenly smiled again. But it's not a big problem. Look at the Pokemon all over the ground. There is no one weak. I believe that Team Rockets has more losses than us. Besides, I will not let Team Rocket go. Yes, speaking of Team Rocket, the old man was obviously very satisfied with their result, and he said to Chingway with a smile on his face, thank you for your shot this time. It's really helpful. You can come up with anything you want. It's a pity the Quasi-God Pokemon egg we got was photographed, or else I'll give it to you directly. The old man was very atmospheric to Chingway. Chingway wasn't sure whether the old man in front of him was talking politely or he really wanted to reward him, so he could only laugh and say that he didn't need anything. Hearing Chingway say this, the old man was a little dissatisfied. He thought about it and said, well, you can come to me anytime recently, and I will give you the reward myself. You should be satisfied. Steven, I have some rock here. Would you like to take a look? As soon as the stone was mentioned, Steven, who was a little bored at the side, immediately became interested. What kind of stone? Well, I can't describe it well. It's in my office, but now I have to take care of things here. Why don't you and Chingway come together tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? If you like it, you will put the stone. Take it. Wallace, your word. Wallace smiled. I don't need anything, and I'm not interested in stone. Let's help you promote the Wallace Cup. The whole Kanto region, we Sylph Company, can help you promote it. Wallace smiled and nodded, agreeing. This is what they deserve. After all, if they hadn't helped in time, Sylph Company would have been robbed of a batch of valuables. Don't forget that the identities of those who attended the banquet on the 12th floor were not low. In case anyone in Team Rocket can't think of going to work on the whole day, tying up a few people or something, this can be a huge blow to Sylph Company. But now, things that can be solved with money are nothing in the eyes of the old man. He is not short of money. He has no interest in money in his life. He hasn't even touched the money. At this time, the elite level trainer from Sylph Company also came over and thanked Steven and Wallace. His Pokemon was badly injured and is currently undergoing treatment. If Steven and Wallace hadn't arrived in time, he might have been here today. Steven waved his hand indifferently. No need to thank. It's just a small matter. If you really want to thank you, it's better to eat it on the whole. I just had a bite in the banquet hall before something happened, and then I came down to fight again. I was already hungry broken. That's right, get us something to eat. We don't want to go back to the banquet hall to eat anymore. We've already been recognized, and we'll be treated like monkeys when we go back. Wallace nodded in agreement. No problem. Come to my office. Someone will deliver the food. It just so happens that the people from the Alliance should also be here. You can discuss it directly in my office. The old man nodded and asked a bodyguard to lead Chingway and the 3 of them towards the office. Steven said this. Chingway's stomach began to growl. Although he ate relatively late at noon, he didn't eat too much because of chatting while eating. There were several battles just now, and there were still more than end the big melee that Pokémon appeared in is indeed a big load for a trainer's spirit. This kind of battle in which the commander has to keep an eye on the surrounding situation at all times is much more difficult than a one-on-one battle on the battlefield. Mr. Steven, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Chingway, your Pokémon's treatment has been completed. Then let them rest and recover naturally. Nurse Joy also came with a few Pokémon. The three put away the Pokémon and followed a bodyguard to the boss's office on the 9th floor. The office is large and luxuriously decorated. Please prepare some for our Pokémon when you prepare the food. I didn't bring Pokéblock when I came out today, Chingway said to the bodyguard, who saluted and left. Okay, sir. After the bodyguard finished speaking, he left the office and closed the door. There are several huge sofas in the office, with a large coffee table in the middle, which seems to be a place for temporary meeting. Chingway, Steven, and Wallace occupied a sofa, slumped on it, and relaxed directly. I haven't experienced a battle of this magnitude for a long time. It's tiring, but it's really cool. Steven sighed while lying on the sofa. Although their battle looked relatively peaceful, it was a 4-on-5 battle after all. Although their Pokémons have good self-judgment skills, Steven and Wallace also need to pay attention to the skills released by the 15 Pokémons at all time, and respond quickly accordingly. This consumption of brain cells is not small at all. Fights of this level are rare in, say, Hoenn. The strength of this Team Rockets is a bit exaggerated. If there are so many expert alliances who don't know about it, it means that there are insiders in this alliance, and the position of insiders won't be low. Wallace is a little serious. Steven is not champion now, so he doesn't have to worry about it. He can. Although he is usually a salty fish, he is named champion after all, so he still needs to take this kind of thing seriously. Institute. Where's the alliance without an incenser? You forgot how many we caught in Hoenn back then. If it wasn't for the big investigation a few years ago, Hoenn would be a mess now. Steven hummed. There is no way. If this kind of organization is not cleaned up for a day, they will always try to find a way to install ghosts within the alliance, and we can only see how to dismantle it. Wallace is also helpless. Chingway put the backpack with 2 Pokémon eggs on the coffee table, lay on the sofa listening to Steven and Wallace's complaint, and thought of some other thing. Could it be that Team Magma and Team Aqua are just because of Steven and their cleanup before acting so you chose to hide? The more Chingway thought about it, the more likely it was. It was very likely that Steven and the others also cleaned up some people from these 2 organizations in their big operation to cleanse the ghosts a few years ago. His own god is about to be born, or the time for his own birth has come, and this has been exposed to people's eyes again. Team Magma and Team Aqua should still be hidden now, but someone should know about them, like Giovanni. Saffron City, one of the secret bases of Team Rocket. Archer, Sage, and Oka sat at a table and looked at each other. Not far behind them stood 3 captains of Team Rocket side by side. It was these people who just escaped. After Alakazam and Hypno sent them over, without saying a word, a teleport left, leaving only the 6 of them here. And now, on the table in front of Archer and the others, there is a computer with internet access. Who will contact the boss to report this matter? The 3 looked at each other, and finally Sachi couldn't help asking. They felt that the 3 elite level masters brought 12 captains and 3 team captains under each captain. With a lineup of this rank, isn't it foolproof to rob a Sylph company? And their intelligence showed that Kanto and Johto region S4 elite didn't come, and other slightly well-known elite level masters also had their own affairs. They also investigated the old man that Silver hired. He originally worked in the Alliance, but in order to save people during an exploration operation, his own Earl Dervish Pokemon was also his ace Pokemon, Blastoise, and died in that operation. And after the operation was over, he withdrew from the Alliance. Finding an idle job on Silver's side is considered retirement. Although this kind of old man has a good accumulation, is it not a matter of minutes to bully an old man with insufficient energy? Result: suddenly Steven and Wallace appeared, and that abominable Chingway, who eventually became the key to breaking the game. This made their foolproof action a direct failure. 3 of the 12 captains came back in the end, and their Pokemon still lost more than half of them. All the 36 captains were given for nothing. Even the strength of the 3 of them, except for Archer, was slightly better. Sachi and Oka were all lost. Serious damage. In this situation, who would dare to take the initiative to report to Giovanni? All come. In the end, it was Archer who took over the task, picked up the computer on the table, left the living room, came to a small room, and started to contact Boss Giovanni to report the process and results of this task. The screen was switched on quickly, and Giovanni was still sitting in the Viridian Gym office as usual. Archer saw his calm face, as if he had no idea what was going on here. This made his heart a little chill. How could Giovanni's well-informed information be ignorant of such a big event? Archer, tell me about the whole process carefully. Since you arrived here 2 days ago, tell me everything that happened. Giovanni on the screen tapped the table with his fingers and said calmly, yes. Archer bowed his head in response, and then recounted everything he had done since he left Celadon, Rainbow City, especially today, from the start of the auction to the start of the action to Stephen Wallace's intrusion and the failure of the plan. All the things that I managed to escape without taking risks and borrowing Sabrina's power. Finally, he began to summarize. After the statistics just now, we snatch came over 40 fairy-type Pokemon egg, 13 other Pokemon egg, more than 60 Pokemon props and other items. What about the loss? 12 team leaders only came back with a 3. 36 quad leaders were all lost. Pokemon lost more than 30 quasi. Elite Pokemon, superior and senior, are countless. Archer's speech was getting slower and slower, and his head was getting lower and lower. Such a loss made him dare not look at Giovanni's eyes at all. How about the three of you? The three of us. I lost an elite Pokemon, a quasi-elite Pokemon. Sachi lost 2 elites and 2 quasi-elite. Oka lost 3 elite Pokemon. Heads up. Quote, Giovanni's voice came from the screen. Archer looked up and saw a slightly angry look in Giovanni's calm face. You go down and let Oka, who is mainly responsible for information collection this time, come over. Yes. Archer quickly stood up and walked out of the small room, as if he was being forgiven. Outside, in the living room, Sachi and Oka were sitting nervously at the table waiting for Archer's report. How? Boss Giovanni. Seeing Archer come out, Oka asked quickly, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Archer. Boss Giovanni asked you to come in. Me. Oka pointed to himself. That's right. Archer nodded and sat down at the table with a blank expression, as if on the execution ground. Oka walked to the small room step by step. When approaching the small room, he suddenly turned around and asked, did you just throw the pot on my head? I'm not that boring. I just report what I've experienced in the past 2 days. Archer didn't even look at him. Helpless, Oka can only push the door open to meet the boss Giovanni. About 20 minutes later, Oka pushed 090 to open the door. How's it going? Thatch asked. Archer, the boss asked you to return to Celadon, Rainbow City to continue guarding the base. The two of us have other operations to do. Orca didn't say what happened inside, and just announced a new order from Boss Giovanni. Also, Boss Giovanni allows us to pick 2 Pokemon eggs each from this harvest, or 1 on our Team Rocket's internet. Only elite level Pokemon are allowed. Choose one of the 2. How you choose is up to you, and the rest is up to you. As for the 3 of you, each of you can receive a Pokemon egg. The 3 of you will temporarily revoke the position of the team leader and form a group, but we will not assign you a team leader. Which of you will restore your strength first? Then you can continue to be the captain. The actions of the 3 of you are with us. Quote, then I'll go right away. I suggest you to evacuate as well. Saffron City is about to undergo a major cleanup. Archer calmly listened to Oka's remark, stood up and walked outside. He didn't pick Pokemon eggs either, nor was he going to pick an elite Pokemon as Boss Giovanni said. He was trained with a backup Pokemon. Although the loss of a Houndoom made him feel a little sad, he trained a backup Pokemon. His strength will be restored soon. After all, he followed Giovanni Boss from the beginning, and there is no shortage of resources. This guy, when there is a chance, I must make him look good, Oka said angrily after Archer left. Okay, people are strong, and my loss this time is much smaller than ours. If you lose so much, if you still have this temperament, it will be cold sooner or later. Sachi looked up at Oka and said, Team Rockets is also divided into several small groups. For example, the 4 major cadres are more grouped together, and there, 3 Bs usually act together, and there is an invisible competition between them. Everyone wants to be in Giovanni get a higher status over there. Tell me, what order did the boss give this time? Sachi waved his hand and asked the 3 captains to leave. The specifics are not clear, but it should be digging for rock. Dig rock? What rock? What is Boss Giovanni doing lately? Sachi was a little confused. Could it be that Giovanni was possessed by Steven? This inexplicable sudden, how did you think of digging rock? I don't know, just keep us on call. What about the loot? The boss said that someone will come to take over soon. After they take over, we can just leave. By the way, are you going to choose Pokemon eggs or Pokemon? Pokemon egg. These Pokemon eggs have good qualifications. I am ready, pick one. Then I will also choose Pokemon egg. Boss Giovanni is still very concerned about us. Let the 2 of us act together recently. It should be because of our loss. Not to mention the failure of this mission. The 2 of them lost a lot of their own strength. If they act alone, it is inevitable that someone will have an idea to replace it, and the 2 of them hugging together will also deter those with bad intentions to a certain extent. People, I hope I can recover my strength soon. P.S. I went to the hospital to see my teeth early in the morning. I just came back not long ago. I'm really sorry for the latest update. Sorry. Chapter 76 Gyarados who wants to be the boss open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. On Chingway's side, just after laying down and resting for a while, a waiter came in with a sumptuous amount of food. The aroma of the food aroused the appetite of the 3, and they devoured the food without even talking. And their Pokemons are the same. They have just experienced a high-intensity battle. Although their injuries have been cured, it is impossible to recover their stamina with without food to replenish their energy. Just Furrow. Wallace's melodic didn't eat for the first time, but kept pushing some Pokemon food suitable for water-type Pokemon to Chingway's melodic. Furrow. This is a melodic lick to a certain level by a licking dog. Who. Wallace, as Gyarados eats the food in front of him, humming and glancing at his boss melodic from time to time. My boss can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. What qualifies you to be the boss? But after seeing the beauty of Chingway's melodic, damn, if I hadn't been able to beat you, I'd be the one delivering food to the Don Molly girl now. No, I must practice hard when I go back. Gyarados, want to be the boss. Who? You're full. Steven put down the cutlery in his hand, took a gulp of water, and patted his stomach with satisfaction. Chingway and Wallace didn't eat as fast as Steven, but they quickly finished the food delivered, and the three of them sat on the sofa with satisfaction. Just after a short rest, the door of the office was pushed open, and Officer Jenny walked in with several men in suits. Hello, Mr. Steven, Mr. Wallace, and Mr. Chingway. I'm the league leader of Saffron City, and my name is Fujiwara. As soon as he came in, one of the men took the initiative to introduce. Has the damage been counted? How many casualties were there? Wallace waved his hand to stop the other party's further introduction, and asked directly. 17 people in the security team of Sylph Company were injured. 2 of the captains were seriously injured, the others were only slightly injured, and no one died. Officer Jenny replied. She just counted this matter. Where are the Pokemon? 8 Pokemons died of serious injury, and some of the remaining Pokemons were seriously injured but have been rescued after emergency treatment, and the remaining minor injuries are not serious. 8 Pokemon died. Chingway's mood was a bit complicated when he came to this world, although he also knew that the fierce battle between Pokemons would lead to death if he was seriously injured and not treated in time. The real death was the first time he had seen it. There is no way out. Where there is fighting, there will be casualties unless all these groups are removed. Seeing Chingway's mood was a little down, Steven patted his shoulder and comforted him. So, what we can do is to pay more attention to the status of Pokemon in the process of commanding the battle. Pokemon in battle, especially Pokemon in melee, sometimes it is difficult to take into account the overall situation. Trainers are needed. Trainers must keep an eye on the entire battle and remind their Pokemon in time. Quote, this is also our duty and responsibility as trainers. Since Pokemon chose you, you must be responsible for it. Steven continued. Chingway nodded. Seeing that it was a little heavy, Wallace changed the subject. What about Team Rocket? How much did we gain from this operation? We have captured 9 Team Rocket captains, 36 squad leaders, 6 elite Pokemon, 37 quasi-elite Pokemon, and countless superior and senior Pokemon. Silver's loss is still being counted. In addition, we have informed people to block the entrances and exits of Saffron City, and will check the vehicles and pedestrians going out, and strive to recover the lost lot of Sylph Company. Officer Jenny continued. At this time, the person in charge named Fujiwara also said, the Alliance attaches great importance to this incident. There will be a meeting later, which may be to thoroughly investigate the members of Team Rockets lurking in Saffron City. Don't participate. Forget it, but you can contact me if you need help, and I'll be in Saffron City for a while. Wallace shook his head and declined Fujiwara's invitation to attend the meeting. He and Steven are Hoen's people, so it's enough to help out if there is something, and it's fine to attend Kanto's internal meeting. Since the matter here is almost over, we will leave. If you have anything, you can contact us directly. The 3 of us will stay at the XX Hotel. Steven stood up and said, the matter here is the final touch, as well as the meeting of the Alliance. There is nothing to do with Chingway and the others, so the 3 of them left Sylph Company directly and returned to the hotel. After returning to his room, Chingway put out all the Pokemon, and took out the 2 Pokemon eggs that were photographed today from the bag. These 2 Pokemon eggs are also one of the biggest gains today. Now the 2 eggs are quietly staying in the incubator. According to the indicator light on the incubator, there is still some time before they hatch. Chingway put the 2 incubators on the table in the room, took out Pokemon candies from the bag and fed them to a few Pokemon, then went to the bathroom to take a shower. The damage caused by today's battle is still quite large, especially the explosion of the Naughty Thunder Bomb and the smoke from the explosion in the exchange area, which has already made him a little disgraced. Although he has washed his face before, his clothes have long been dirty. Can't be seen. After taking a shower, changing into pajamas, and throwing all the dirty clothes into the washing machine to wash off, Chingway went straight back to the bedroom and lay on the bed. Start organizing today's harvest. The 2 Pokemon egg don't need to be mentioned. After they hatch, Shuckle can play the role of single-player logistic, and can also fight in special circumstances. Not to mention Ralph. The ability of psychic Pokemon is obvious to all. Once you learn the skill of Trick Room, you can also cooperate with Shuckle to play unexpected attack routine. If you put these 2 Pokemon in Team Sandstorm, that's scene. In addition to the 2 Pokemon egg, his other Pokemon are also engaged in a large-scale team battle for the first time today. Although there is relatively little cooperation, it can be considered to have experienced such a scene, and this kind of high-intensity battle is not suitable for the boost to Pokémon is huge. In the days to come, as long as the Pokémons digest this battle well, I believe their strength will improve a lot, especially Charmeleon. His improvement in cross-level combat should be the biggest, and Sylph Company will get paid to give him. Thinking about it, Chingway closed his eyes unconsciously, silent all night. When it was almost noon the next day, Chingway woke up in a daze, woke up hungry. Looking at the time, it was time for lunch. Chingway hurriedly got up from the bed, ordered a lunch from the hotel's customer service phone, and went into the bathroom to wash quickly. Yesterday, he and Stephen Wallace made an appointment to go to Sylph Company. After lunch today, one is to see if there is any follow-up thing that needs them, and the other is for the reward that the boss of Sylph Company said yesterday. The food was delivered very fast, and Chingway had just finished washing when the doorbell rang. Before the meal, Chingway also took out all kinds of Pokéblock to feed his Pokémon, and also released the Pokémons of the Team Rockets that were collected when he rescued Eevee in Celadon, Rainbow City. After so long without food, these Pokémon came out looking very weak, even sleeping in the Pokéball. And after seeing Pokémons that were more powerful than them all around, several Pokémons almost hugged and shivered. You guys, your trainers are dead, and I don't need you, so when I have time, I will release you in the wild, and you can stay in the Pokéball during this time. Chingway took out some Pokéblock, put them in front of them, and said, ha ah ah ah. Several Pokémon looked at each other as if they were communicating, and finally they dispatched a representative, and Golbat agreed to Chingway's word. Hurry up and eat these things. I forgot to feed you food before. Now eat more to recover. A few Pokémon heard the word, threw themselves directly on the Pokéblock, and started to eat. Chingway also checked the status of a few Pokémons while they were eating. They were basically either bad or average, so it can be seen that the impact of not being fed is not small. When they finished eating, Chingway took out the Pokéball and put them back, and put away his Pokémon at the same time. After changing clothes, put the two incubators into the backpack, carried the backpack, and put Eevee on his shoulders. Chingway opened the door. After experiencing yesterday's incident, Chingway felt that he had to prepare a small space equipment. Usually, he put most of the things in his backpack. The pockets on his body only contained Pokédex and a few empty Pokéballs, an emergency healing spray, and some Pokémon candies. I didn't have a backpack when I participated in the auction yesterday. In the end, when I encountered this situation, I could only perform simple treatment after the battle, and I could only feed some Pokémon candies to recover my stamina, which was far less effective than Pokéblock. If there is no backpack, Chingway's logistics ability will be greatly weakened. He can't allow this to happen. A small space equipment is necessary, and some healing items and Pokéblock can be kept in it, which are specially used for emergency use. Although the price of space backpacks is relatively cheap in this world, the price of small space equipment is several grades higher, and the space inside is not large. Chingway thought it was useless before, but now it's impossible not to prepare. I rang the doorbell of Stephen's room, and after a while, the door opened, and inside stood Stephen, dressed in scruffy pajamas, who didn't seem to wake up. Ha! Yawn. Stephen slapped yawn, and when he saw that it was Chingway, he moved away from blocking the door and let him in. Young man is good. He got up so early. Is it early? It's noon. Didn't you say last night that you would go to Sylph Company after lunch today? Chingway walked into Stephen's room, looked at Stephen's Pokémon who was asleep, and said speechlessly, did I say it yesterday? Stephen stretched his weight. Maybe I did. Forget it. It's alright. It's the same for going later. Now the things over there may not be finished yet. You are in the room, just play. I continue to sleep. Ding dong. Before Stephen finished speaking, the doorbell of the room rang again. Chingway walked to the door in 2 steps, opened the door and saw that Wallace was standing outside neatly dressed. Today, Wallace's attire has returned to the arrogant attire he had when he saw him the day before yesterday. Huh, Chingway, you're ready? I was just about to call you, just to save my troubles. What about Stephen? Wallace greeted Chingway, pushed the door open and walked in. Then, he saw Stephen in a pair of pajamas who didn't wake up. What, want to go back to sleep? Wallace looked at Stephen's movements and asked angrily. Yeah, but seeing that you are all here, I can't sleep in the cage this time. I'll come out after I pack up, Stephen said reluctantly, and after that, he returned to the room and started to clean up. Chingway and Wallace were sitting on the sofa and waiting, during which Wallace ordered Stephen's favorite food. Of nose. Understood. This is true love. Chingway looked at Wallace and Stephen's room door, and realized it, as expected of a good friend of Hoenn. After a while, lunch was delivered, just in time for Stephen to pack up. Steady the aroma of the food, the kind you like to eat. Stephen sat at the table, picked up the cutlery, and said with a smile, you know me and I like to eat this. After speaking, he started to eat quickly. 5 minutes later, Stephen put down the cutlery. Okay, we're full. Let go. With that said, he took out the Pokeball and put away all his Pokémon. Let go without a rest. No, it's important to look at the stone. stone. Before that, do you want to go back to sleep? Hey, rest is as important as looking at the rock. K9. While talking and laughing, the three left the hotel and walked towards the Silver Building. Standing downstairs in the Silver Building, the three of Chingway looked at the place on the 11th floor where they fought yesterday. The big hole that had been broken had been repaired at this time, and no trace of repair could be seen from the outside. It was as if yesterday's battle never existed. Pedestrians came and went outside the building, seemingly unaware that the Silver Building was attacked last night. Did they all know about the attack? Chingway has some doubt. If such a thing happened in the past life, it would have made headlines long ago. The whole world should know about it immediately, but now it seems that the pedestrians don't know it at all. It should be kept secret. Maybe Sylph Company thinks it's a scandal, and people should put things down. Take the company. It's a routine operation. Stephen explained casually. Go in. Chapter 77 _ is the introduction master ball. Why is it different? Subscribe. Entering the Sylph Company building, the sales area on the first floor is still the same as before, and there is an endless stream of people coming and going. When the three came to the 11th floor, they saw more than a dozen Machamps in charge of the renovation work on this floor. This is the classic Machamp decoration team, responsible for the business of shipping, moving, decoration. A notch below them is the Machok renovation team, which is often hired when there are not many things. Chingway saw that the originally destroyed decorative pillars and the like had basically been rebuilt, and now the details of the decoration and the final placement of various decorations were almost completed. This efficiency, I have to say that it is really high. The bodyguard who stayed by Boss Silver yesterday and was responsible for protecting him was overseeing work here. When he saw three people coming up, he hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Stephen, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Chingway. The boss is in the office now. Are you going to find him? Stephen nodded. We came to see the stone. By the way, to see how your recovery is here. I'll take you down. The bodyguard brought the three to the door of the boss's office again, knocked on the door and walked in. At this time, Boss Silver was sitting at the desk, with his right arm on the armrest, his right hand clenched into a fist and his chin on his back, looking like he was thinking about something. Hearing the movement, he came back to his senses and saw the three Stephen walk in. He got up quickly and greeted him. It's already past noon. I thought you wouldn't come over today. Hurry up and sit down. You go and make tea. I slept a little longer today. I'm late, Stephen said and sat down first. Boss Silver opened the drawer on the desk, took out a box, came to Stephen, and handed the box to him. This is a stone that my subordinate collected, because I don't know what it does, and the researcher didn't. I researched it, so I put them here as a collection. You can take a look. If you like it, you can take it away. Quote, Stephen was waiting for. Hearing this, he took the box and opened it immediately, and Chingway and Wallace also came closer. Chingway is also a little curious about these stones. There are too many unsolved mysteries in this world. All kinds of props are as inconspicuous as these stones when they have not been researched by human beings. There are 6 stones in a box. Some of them look like black cobblestones, but some are black and shiny, and they seem to contain some kind of energy. Some are oddly shaped and their colors are quite mixed. Chingway looked around and didn't recognize any stone. Not those stones on his memory side. So he also lost interest, watching Stephen pick and choose with great interest, and commenting while looking at it. I dug out this stone once at Hoen's side, although the shape is a little different, but look at this stone. The texture and color should be the same kind of stone. I saw this one when I was digging in Sinnoh, in a small village where there are many. This piece should belong to Johto. I saw it at Claire in Blackthorn City. She said it was in Dragon's Den, because there are many dragon-type Pokémon living nearby all year round, so this stone also has some dragon-type energy. This piece is in. Stephen picked up 5 stones one after another, and said while looking at them, it seemed that he had collected or seen them all, until the last one, the dark cobblestone that Chingway saw at the beginning. This, I've never seen this one before. It seems to contain some energy. What properties are there? Stephen carefully observed the stone in his hand. The whole stone was not big, only half the size of a palm, but the weight is not light. After weighing it, it has a lot of weight, and when you hold it in your hand, it has a cool feeling, which is not what ordinary stones have. This stone was collected at the previous auction, but it was passed because no one bid, so I kept it and asked the researchers under my hands to study it. They only found that there is unknown energy in it, but I didn't find a reason for it, so I regarded it as a collection. Boss overlooked at the stone and said, did you not ask where the person who sent the photo came from when you received it at the time? Stephen asked, immediately reacting. It's not like you don't know about the auction. Although you need to check the origin of the item, the main thing is to check the identity of the bidders. Generally, if there is no problem with their identity, they will not investigate too many items, especially if this is a piece of useless stone, let alone ask. Quote, Boss explained, it's me who forgot this, but I'm a little interested in this stone. Then you can take it away. It's my life to stay in this box anyway. It's better to put it in your collection room. Boss saw that there were stones that Stephen was interested in. Seems very happy. Then I'll be disrespectful. I've never seen this kind of stone before. I'll have to study it when I go back. Steven was also polite and put away the stone. Should I find out the research materials about this stone at that time and give it to you? It will save you more time for research, the boss asked. Steven waved his hand and rejected the boss's kindness. Stone is interesting only if you study it yourself. I'll go back and study it myself. Okay. The boss nodded, not insisting, and turned to Chingway. After I dealt with things yesterday, I also thought about your reward carefully. The boss said, turned around and walked to the desk, picked up a backpack on it and walked over. This is a reward for you. Inside is a 40% discount card for ordinary items purchased by our Sylph company, a 20% discount card for precious items, and the latest items developed by our Sylph company. These are things have not been sold due to cost reason, and it is estimated that they will only be sold in limited quantities in the future. Quote, there's also a Pokeball that we've spent a lot of time researching, and I call it the Master Ball. According to our test, this Pokeball can directly take down Pokemon with elite level and below. It's just that if you are recognized by Pokemon, you can call it out, although it won't hurt you, but it is very likely that it won't listen to your command. Quote, this Pokeball is made of a lot of rare materials, and it is still in the experimental stage. At present, there is only one finished product except the ball we used for testing. Wait until a new finished product is made. After the technology is improved in the future, I will give you a new finished product. And I know that you took 2 Pokemon eggs yesterday, so I also refunded all the money you spent at that time to your account. You can go up and check. These are the rewards I'm going to give you. Is there anything else you want? You can ask for it. Boss Silver pointed to the backpack and introduced Master Ball. Chingway was stunned for a moment, opened the backpack and searched together, and immediately found the Master Ball in a small pocket inside the backpack. The general red and white ball is a simple red and white color scheme, but this Master Ball is a purple and white color scheme, which is a bit different from the Master Ball in his impression. The Master Ball in Chingway's memory has a purple and white color scheme. There are 2 circles on both sides of the purple part that are inclined to red and pink, and there is a white letter M in the middle of the purple part. At this time, Chingway has this BJEA, without these remaining colors and letters. It seems that, as Silver's boss said, this is just an experimental version in the early stage of development. Can you directly conquer elite level Pokemon? That's really good. Steven and Wallace heard the introduction from Boss Silver, and were very curious about Master Ball, so they leaned over to watch. Originally, our plan was to create a Master Ball that could conquer any Pokemon, but after consuming a huge amount of rare resources, we made these 2 semi-finished products. The technology is still being improved, but according to our researchers' predictions, it is estimated that even if it is the final product, it is impossible to conquer any Pokemon. Powerful and special Pokemon can still break free with some effort. Quote, Boss Silver smiled bitterly and said, Master Ball project cost Sylph company a lot, but the finished product was less than satisfactory. Moreover, the manufacture of Master Ball requires extremely rare material. Even if the research on the finished product is completed in the future, it does not have the ability to mass produce it. At most, 1 or 2 will be sold at auctions every year. The investment and income are somewhat disproportionate, but the research has already reached this stage, and he is not reconciled to let him give up, so he can only grit his teeth and complete the research completely. It's already amazing. It's worthy of being the first company to develop Pokeball. We Devon Corporation can't match these technologies alone. Steven took the Master Ball in Chingway's hand and said while observing, the Devon Corporation was originally a small company engaged in mining iron ore and refining ore. Later, it developed and gradually involved in other fields. Although there is also a research and development department for Pokeball, it is still inferior to this cutting-edge technology for manufacturing Master Ball. A lot. However, the trainer equipment developed by Devon Corporation is not bad at all compared to Sylph Company. At present, the well-known one is the Devon Detector, which enjoys a huge reputation all over the world, and they are still developing a device called Devon Diving Equipment. When the development is completed, the speed of human exploration of the ocean will increase by a big depth. While Steven and Wallace were pondering the Master Ball, Chingway looked at the rest of the backpack. 2 membership cards, a large box of potion for Pokemon, which has the best curative effect. Sylph Company has not officially released it yet. The silver viewing mirror, various props, and 2 skill moves training experience. There are only a few ways in the Pokemon world to make Pokemons learn skills. Either Pokemon can comprehend the evolution by himself, or he can find a way to let Pokemon learn through practice, or find a Pokemon teacher or a trainer to teach. Some well-known trainers will summarize the method they used when training a certain skill move at that time. This is also the experience of skill move training. However, this kind of book is rare in the market. It can be said that it has no market price. There are often 1 or 2 books that appear and then they will be bought in an instant. Fortunately, there are still 10 training books waiting for him to choose from the rewards from the Alliance. Chingway glanced at it briefly, One was the training method of the fire attribute Gilflame Vortex, and the other was the training method of the general type Gilfacade. It just so happens that his Charmeleon can be learned, and the Flame Vortex is just a long-range attack Gil, which can better enrich the Charmeleon that lacks the long-range skill arsenal. However, it is not suitable for this occasion to open it directly. Chingway can only put it back and study it carefully after going back. At this time, Steven also returned the Master Ball in his hand, and also warned Chingway, although this Master Ball is powerful, you'd better not provoke elite-level Pokémon. Even if you subdue them, there is a high probability that they will not be obedient. Yes, I understand. Chingway nodded in agreement, but with this, you have a guarantee for training and adventure in the wild. If you encounter a Pokémon that can't be solved, you can conquer it first, and your safety in the wild will be greatly increased. Well, Chingway responded and thanked Boss Silver at the same time. I like these things very much. Thank you. It's trivial. Boss Silver waved his hand. After all, if it wasn't for you, our Silver's reputation would suffer a huge blow, and the loss this brought us is far from what these crops and stones can compare to. Also, Mr. Wallace, regarding the promotion of the Wallace Cup, we need to find a time to discuss and connect well. I will be staying in Saffron City for a while. That good. I'll contact you when my subordinate come up with a good promotion plan. Wallace nodded. After getting the reward, the three of them couldn't just pat their butts and leave, so they sat in the office and asked Boss Silver what happened yesterday. How was the league's lockdown last night? You know what? The details are not clear, but it seems that they did not catch the big fish of Team Rocket, but caught two poachers, that is, Pokémon hunters. The boss said, but today Bruno Elite will arrive in Saffron City, and sit here again Saffron City. Black tissue for a wash. Quote, Steven suddenly interjected. After this incident, your security force should be upgraded, right? If the Team Rocket strike again, you still have nothing to fight back. Yeah, the boss replied. I already contacted the chairman of the Alliance after I dealt with the matter yesterday, and said about the need to increase the security force. The chairman agreed after considering it, and there will be a round in a few days. Expanding recruit. We didn't expect the strength of Team Rockets to grow so fast in recent years. Alas. Chapter 78 inspired by the training manual. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Originally, Sylph Company's expansion of security force should be their own business, but such a large company, once expanded, it is not a small amount. If there are too many personnel, or the strength is very strong, it will inevitably cause the Alliance to produce similar. Do you want to start a private army with so many people all at once, or something like that? Moreover, Sylph Company is also a little different from Devon Corporation. The Stone family of Devon Corporation is a big family of individual Ding Xingwang. Their own strength is not bad, and they have the deterrence of Steven Champion. Anyone with an idea in the corporation must carefully consider whether they can withstand Steven's anger. Silver is different. Boss Silver is more inclined to be a pure businessman, and there are not many family members. The few descendants are still people who like to spend money and do not like to be trainers. You can only choose to hire this method from the outside to ensure the safety of the company. Originally, there was an elite level trainer in the Sylph Company building, plus several quasi-elite level security captains and superior and senior level team members. It was like this for a long time, but after yesterday's incident, Team Rockets directly sent 4 elite level experts to come. In contrast, Silver's security problem became very serious. Moreover, the Alliance was also played by Team Rockets this time. The response speed was extremely slow, and the face could not be hung up. So when Boss Silver proposed to increase some security forces, he thought about it and agreed directly. Through the narration of Sylph Boss, Chingway also learned that Sylph Company will not participate in the cleanup operation of the underground of Saffron City this time. After that, if the League still needs it, they will provide some helping hand. Didn't the Alliance release the trainer quest at the Pokémon Center? Chingway was a little puzzled. Not this time. Bruno Elite will bring a group of trainers from the Alliance headquarters. These people usually cooperate tacitly and act quickly. If the trainers recruited by the mission cannot reach this level, Boss Silver replied. They briefly talked about things, and after sitting in the office for a while, they got up and left. When going down to the first floor, Chingway also purchased a small space equipment, which looks like a zippered wallet, and the space inside can store 6 Pokémon for half a month Pokéblock, and 1 for emergency treatment. Small grid of items. The price is very expensive, a full 600,000 yen. This is still the price after Chingway used the membership card to get 40% off. Walking out of the door of Sylph Company, Steven looked at the two and said, since the matter here is finished, I will set off for MT Moon tomorrow. If you have anything, just contact me at any time. Wallace also nodded. Tomorrow I will also start preparing for the Wallace Cup. I am expected to stay here for about half a month. How about you, Chingway? Or you should stay in Saffron City for a few days first. Your melodic has just been start studying, at least a week. Quote, just at this time, you can also have a good time in Saffron City. This is the largest city in your near Kanto region. Even if you want to train, you can find a few battlegrounds to play against, although it may not be good for training your Sylveon and Azurill helping hand, but for your other Pokemon helping hand, it's still not small. Chingway thought about it, nodded and agreed. Saffron City arrived. He was going to find time to see it. He heard that the Karate King Koichi, who was present in the fight not long ago, decided that as long as someone can penetrate the entire dojo, he will give him a big gift. It's just that there is still no news on the internet about what this gift is. The three of them didn't stop outside and returned to the hotel directly. After returning to the hotel, until before dinner, Chingway was studying the two cheat that he got today. The training method of the flame vortex is to let a fire-type Pokemon start from the ember. After spraying the ember and controlling the ember, it will continue to rotate, and by continuously releasing the ember and controlling its rotation, let the Pokemon gradually master it, and become proficient in this way of exerting power, and then increase the supply of fire attribute energy, gradually increasing the power of the flame vortex. According to the above, the strongest way to release the flame vortex is to use the flamethrower and control the flame vortex formed by its rotation. But to get to this point, you have to go through a lot of practice. The difference in difficulty between controlling ember and controlling flamethrower is not as simple as an order or two. Looking at this training method, Chingway feels that the water attribute skill move Whirlpool can also be practiced in this way. Azurill is a Whirlpool skill that I learned through practice when I was in the forest north of Cerulean City. Chingway didn't pay much attention to this skill. After all, although it is a continuous damage skill, its power is a bit weak. But after seeing this training method, Chingway feels that Whirlpool also has a lot of room for improvement. If it is a Whirlpool that ejects a hydro pump and then controls it, its power is definitely not the same as a water gun. And the Facade Skill Training Manual, the training method written on it is to constantly put his Pokemon into a state of poisoning, paralysis or burn, so that he can feel his own situation when fighting in this state, and try hard to adapt to this state. After adapting, try to achieve the first stage of maintaining the original combat effectiveness in this abnormal state, and the second stage is borrowing. Use these abnormal states to stimulate your own potential so that you can burst out a more powerful energy attack back. However, this skill must be mastered to a certain degree when training, and it should not be too extreme, otherwise it will easily hurt Pokemon. Moreover, the training manual also states that the Pokemon trained by this training method will have stronger adaptability and combat power when encountering these abnormal conditions than the Pokemon who have comprehended the facade skill on their own. Even those who comprehend on their own can continue to train in this way. In Chingway's opinion, this is to make Pokemon enter a certain state in large numbers to achieve the purpose of adaptation. Not only burns, paralysis and poisoning, but even sleep powder or hypnosis can be trained in this way to make Pokemon automatically produce a kind of ability to resist. If you can hold on for one more second in this state, it is possible to release one more skill, which may have a huge impact on the battle situation. The two training manuals are very inspirational to Chingway. It is not only as simple as letting your Pokemon learn two skills, but other Pokemon skills can be used for reference. For example, Sylveon S-Fairy S-Wind. If you control its height and make the Fairy S-Wind rotate, will it eventually form a Fairy type Twister effect? Even if it doesn't reach Twister S damage, it should be much higher than the current damage. After reading these two manuals, Chingway immediately became interested. She sat at the table with the Pokédex and began to think hard to see what skills her Pokémons had that could be improved. Fairy seemed to be in control. Moonblast wonders if it can turn a corner. This is to be tested. Can the movement speed of Bubble Beam be increased? Find some poisonous materials and mix them into Pokéblock to increase the toxicity of some Gloom poisonous powder attack. Melodic practices Whirlpool with the water gun. Chingway thought of a lot of skills, and there seemed to be areas that could be improved, and recorded these thoughts in Pokédex notepad until the doorbell rang and Steven asked him to go out to dinner, which interrupted his increasingly diffuse thought. After dinner, Wallace handed Chingway a Pokeball. This is Melodic's Pokeball. You can take it for the past 2 days. You can let your Melodic learn from him every day, but his food problem also needs you to come. It's all just the same Pokeblocks as before. The materials for making Pokeblock will be sent in 2 days, so please help me make some. Okay, thank you. Chingway took over Melodic's Pokeball and quickly thanked him. Wallace just handed his ace Pokemon to Chingway for temporary safekeeping, which shows how much he trusts him. The three of them returned to the floor where the room was, and Steven suddenly said, "I'll leave tomorrow morning. You don't have to worry about me. And, Chingway, I've booked this room for you for half a month. When you leave, you can just go and leave it alone." Quote, "It's been a week before. It's long enough, and there's still a fee for it." Originally Steven gave him a week time. He thought it was enough, and this continued for another week. Alas, life is so boring for the rich. Chingway, who returned to the room, sat at the table and continued to study the training method. At the same time, he was thinking about which skills to exchange for the 10 training manuals awarded provided by the Alliance. He has quite a few Pokémons in his hands now, and he will soon have 2 more Pokémon, Shuckle and Roll, as well as the Quasi-God Pokémon eggs that he is about to receive. As for flowers, Zero thinking about it this way, it seems that 10 copies are not enough. After thinking about it, it was 11 o'clock in the evening before I knew it. Bye Tilda. After Eevee, who had been by his side, reminded him, Chingway realized that it was time to take a shower and rest. After washing in a hurry, Chingway lay on the bed and started to make a simple plan for the next week. The next morning, Chingway got up early, put away the Pokemon who had just woken up in the living room, and left the room with Eevee. In the morning, he plans to go to the Pokemon Center and rent a larger training ground for his Pokemons to train. After lunch, he will go to the fighting field to see the situation, and then return to the hotel to rest in the evening. In the past few days, the Alliance has been cleaning up, and it may be more chaotic outside at night, and Chingway doesn't want to cause more trouble. After finding a snack bar on the street outside and having breakfast, Chingway came to the Pokemon Center, opened the door, and Nurse Joy inside was busy receiving the trainers. It's still early, but there are quite a few trainers here. Chingway also noticed that many of the trainers had serious faces and looked like they were well trained. Maybe they're the ones from the Alliance that Shiba Elite brought. Chingway guessed that maybe these people were the people from the Alliance who arrived in Saffron City yesterday. They had been patrolling and investigating the streets of Saffron City all night, so they came to the Pokemon Center so early in the morning to restore their Pokemon. S-rank 0. Chingway ignored them. The place he was going was not the service desk where Nurse Joy was directly opposite, but a service desk on the side, where he was in charge of renting the training ground. Hello, I rent a comprehensive training venue for 5 hours. Chingway said to the staff in front of the service desk. Please show your ID card. Do you want to rent an open-air training ground or an indoor venue? The price of an indoor venue is higher, the waiter said with a smile. Chingway took out the ID card and handed it to the service staff. Indoors, the training facilities inside should be complete. Okay, your information has been registered. Number 2 training ground, located in the second room from the right-hand aisle. When you leave, please swipe your ID card again at the service counter to settle the bill. The operation of the service staff was completed quickly, and they handed Chingway's ID card and a room card of a training room. Okay, thank you. Chingway took the room card and followed the instructions to the number 2 training ground. When I opened the door of the room, I saw that the entire field was about half the size of a football field, which was not small in size. It was also divided into 3 areas: the large Pokemon training area, the small Pokemon training area, and the skill practice area. The equipment in the large-scale Pokemon training area is relatively large, and some of the equipment is also relatively heavy. Although the space is large, the training facilities are not particularly large, while the small training area is just the opposite because the equipment is small in size. All kinds of training facilities are placed there. The skill training area is much simpler. It is separated from the other 2 training areas by sturdy material. There are several targets that can be controlled by the console. Through this, Pokemon can exercise their reaction ability and skills. Release speed. Chingway summoned all his Pokemons and released Wallace's Melodic. Then take out the breakfast that has been prepared a long time ago and feed it to them. Melodic. After eating, you can continue to study with him. Phew Tilda. The 2 Melodics agreed, and soon after eating they came to the skill area and started practicing. Azurill, you practice Whirlpool today. Try to control the water attribute energy a little stronger and increase the power of Whirlpool. Charmeleon, as I told you last night, use Ember to practice the skill of Flame Vortex. Gloom, continue to practice grassy terrain, and strive to expand and contract its range and its energy freely. Sylveon, you practice controlling the flow and direction of Fairy's wind and see if you can add some power. Chingway explained today's training goals and methods to his Pokemons one after another. He observed each Pokemon's early training for a while, pointed out some areas that need to be corrected, and then let them practice these skills in the skill practice area. He then came to the small Pokemon training area with Eevee on his shoulder. Towel. Chapter 79 Little Eevee begins training with the status of the fighting dojo. There are many training facilities in the small Pokemon training area, and they are responsible for different aspects such as training speed, training strength, and training flexibility. Chingway came to a venue called Dodgeball Training. The venue was surrounded by low walls, and there were many machines that fired pinballs near the far wall. As long as Chingway chooses the firing speed and rate here, and then start, it will start firing pinballs one after another. Pokemon needs to constantly avoid the pinballs flying from all directions and angles to train its flexibility. Smaller Pokemon already have some advantages in dodging skills, and it's a shame not to use and train them. Eevee, just stand there in a second. I'll start the machine. All you need to do is dodge the pinballs that are coming at you from every angle, but you have to pay attention. These balls are elastic, which means it may hit the wall behind you and keep bouncing towards you. You also need to dodge. Quote, Chingway said to Eevee that that Eevee's body is almost in recuperation now, and he can start training on these basic physical qualities. Bye Tilda. Eevee replied, obediently jumped off Chingway's shoulders, and came to the arena. Ready? Our lowest gear today? Chingway asked. B. Eevee nodded, indicating that he was ready. Then Chingway started the ball machine and chose the lowest gear. In the lowest gear, only 3 ball machines were activated. At first they were not fired at the same time, but fired one after another. The ball speed was not fast, and Eevee avoided 093 very easily. And because the speed of the ball is not fast, even if these balls hit the wall behind Eevee, it is difficult to rebound and attack with strength. Gradually, the speed of the serving machine began to increase. First, the 2 machines served at the same time, and then the speed of the serving increased, increasing the speed and strength of the ball. At this time, Eevee, who was doing this exercise for the first time, felt a little pressure to cope. She hasn't done any training since she was born, and even rarely run, plus the short legs of the Eevee family. Boo! Soon, Eevee began to become out of breath, and the decrease in physical strength caused her to dodge a beat or 2 slower, and was directly hit by a ball. Although the impact of the pinball did not hurt much, it still hit. She staggered. This time, her evasion rhythm was directly disrupted, coupled with her physical decline, and the machine's increased serving speed. She was hit by the pinball multiple times. Seeing this, Chingway immediately shut down the ball machine. All that was left on the ground were rollout's pinballs bouncing around, and the panting little Eevee in the middle. Eevee, how are you feeling? Chingway walked into the arena, came to Eevee's side, squatted down and began to check her physical condition. Bye Tilda. Eevee whispered. Her body was not injured. The pinballs were relatively soft, and it only hurt a little when hitting the body. The pain would disappear soon, and there would be no dark wounds or the like. The main thing is that it take too much physical effort. After Chingway's examination, he saw that Eevee's body was fine, and while she was resting and gasping for breath, he said, I did a good job just now. It's amazing to be able to last so long in the first training session, but you're avoiding too much. This will waste a lot of your physical strength. You should pay attention to this in the next training. Also, when dodging a ball, you should also pay attention to the subsequent balls, and make a dodging plan. You cannot see one and dodge the other. Bye Tilda. Then let's take a break and move on. Chingway and Eevee rested on the spot for a while. Seeing that Eevee was almost recovered, he turned on the ball machine again. Eevee firmly remembered Chingway's reminder that she deliberately controlled her range of motion when dodging the ball. It went smoothly at first, and she also found that her physical energy consumption was much less than before, but it didn't take long for her to be happy. With the increase in serving speed, she found that when she was paying attention to controlling her figure, it was difficult to pay attention to other flying balls. This time she persisted for a shorter time than the last time. When she controlled her dodging range, her energy was already restrained a lot, which made it difficult for her to pay more attention to the balls flying behind her. Was hit multiple times. Chingway has also discovered this, and there is no good way to control the range of body movement. It can only be practiced to develop a subconscious habit. Bye Tilda. Eevee looked a little down. She obviously improved according to Chingway's instruction, but she performed worse later, which made her very sad. It's okay, you did a great job this time, and you need a lot of practice next. When you take control of your body range during dodging as an energy, your progress will take a big leap. Chingway touched Eevee's little head and comforted him. Bye Tilda. Waiting for Eevee to rest, Chingway fed her some Pokémon candies, and then started a new round of training. As lunch approached, the door to the training room number 2 of the Pokémon Center was pushed open, and Chingway walked out with Eevee on his shoulder. He has completed today's training with the Pokémon, and Chingway is quite satisfied with the results of the training. Eevee had a hard time escaping the second stage of the ball machine at first, but now through a morning of practice, her control of her body has improved a lot. In the last round of training, although there was some luck, she still successfully passed the second stage and still have some physical strength left. It seems that Chingway's suggestion at the beginning is effective. While Eevee's training was taking a break, Chingway also checked the training of other Pokémon. Charmeleon was still trying to control the flames he spewed out. After a morning's practice, he could control Ember to turn around in the air after spewing Ember. 2 laps on, that's a big improvement. Sylveon can also control the Wind of Fairy a little bit, although it only increases the flow rate of the Wind of Fairy. Taking the first step will reduce the difficulty of the later. The other Pokémon have also progressed in their own way. In order to reward the Pokémon, Chingway came to a restaurant that specializes in Pokémon food. This restaurant is very famous on the internet. They mainly provide the food eaten by Pokémon, which is delicious and nutritious. It is a place where many trainers like to punch cards. Of course, the price of this kind of fine Pokémon food is not cheap, and the average trainer can only bring Pokémon to enjoy a meal occasionally. Chingway came to the downstairs of the restaurant according to the map on Pokédex, and looked up. This is a 3-story restaurant with a large area, and now many people are being greeted by the greeters outside the door. Among them, business seems to be good. Hello, are you here here for dinner. Seeing Chingway standing downstairs, a greeter took the initiative to greet him and asked with a smile, "Well, I brought Pokémon to lunch. Then please come in with me. Would you like to order a meal or a buffet?" The greeter asked with his left hand on one side of his body, making a gesture of inviting in. "Let's order. Is there a private room?" Chingway asked. "Yes sir. Please follow me on the 3rd floor." Chingway followed the welcome staff into the restaurant. The 1st floor of the restaurant is a buffet area, divided into 2 parts, human and Pokémon food. The Pokémon part is larger, and it is indeed a restaurant that specializes in Pokémon food. Seeing Chingway looking left and right, the greeter took the initiative to introduce. The 1st floor is the buffet area. Pokémon only need to pay 3,500 yen per person to eat as much as you want, but the buffet area is limited to small Pokémon. It looked good. Chingway smelled the fragrance not far away, and praised, "What about that person? How much is each guest?" Guests don't need to spend money. They only need to pay for the Pokémon's meal, and trainers can enjoy it for free. The same is true for the ordering area upstairs. After all, our restaurant mainly focuses on Pokémon food. The greeter explained with a smile. "Can trainers eat for free? This is a good business tool. The most expensive things in this world are Pokémon-related things, and so is the food." With this kind of thinking, this restaurant can make many trainers feel that they are taking advantage of them. When Chingway passed the 2nd floor with the greeter, he found that the 2nd floor was a hall with tables set up. At this time, many trainers were already sitting in it, enjoying delicious food with his Pokémon. The greeter brought Chingway to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was furnished with boxes one by one. The greeter opened an empty private room and welcomed Chingway in. "Sir, this is the box. Please take a seat. There will be a waiter to help you order. I wish you a happy meal." Seeing Chingway entering, the greeter resigned. After Chingway sat down for a while, a waiter knocked on the door and walked in, handing Chingway a menu at the same time. Chingway simply flipped through the menu. The front of this menu is full of Pokémon food dishes, from Moo milk and tree fruit, which is suitable for juvenile Pokémon, to the nutritious brewed by Shuckle. Berry juice has it all. The food is also very sour, bitter, sweet. Chingway looked at the ingredients written on the brief introduction next to each dish, and knew that these foods must have a lot of nutrition. "I want this, this, and this." Chingway flipped through the menu in his hand and kept pointing to the waiter. After a while, he ordered a lot of food. "Is there any more berry juice from Shuckle?" "Yes, you eat earlier, and our Shuckle has more juice reserved," the waiter replied. "Then 3 pots." Chingway said that a pot is about 1 liter, and 3 liters of Shuckle juice is not too much. The price of a pot is 20,000 yen. "Okay sir," the waiter recorded quickly. After ordering the Pokémon's food, Chingway looked at the food eaten by humans. From the menu, it could be seen that the food was much worse than the food provided by his hotel, but he didn't care about it. He ordered a few things he liked and returned the menu to the waiter. "That's all. Please serve your food faster." "Okay sir. Please wait a moment." The waiter saluted, turned and backed out. Chingway just ordered such a meal, which cost nearly 250,000 yen. This money can be spent in a luxury hotel for 2.5 days. Chingway also came here after seeing online that this restaurant is Saffron City, or even the best Pokémon restaurant in Kanto region. I don't know whether the food is delicious or not, but the price is indeed the most expensive in Kanto region. The price of this meal is even equal to the income of an ordinary family for a whole year. However, the high price made the service of the restaurant very good, and the food was served very quickly. It didn't take long for the waiters to go down, and then they started to serve food one after another. Chingway also released all the Pokémons and said with a smile, "You've worked hard all morning training. Let's have a good meal at noon." Fuwu tilde, Mia tilde. Pokémon smelled the aroma of the food, and some couldn't wait to start eating. Looking at the way the Pokémons are eating, Chingway knows that they love these food. Holding the cup full of berry juice, Chingway took a sip. The sweet and sour taste made Chingway like it very much, and it made him more and more looking forward to the hatching of Shuckle's Pokémon egg 4.0. After the meal, Chingway and the Pokémon spread out on the chair. The food just now was so delicious that the Pokémon squinted their eyes comfortably. As you can see, they are satisfied with the food. Chingway sat in the private room for a while, and when the feeling of fullness dissipated a little, he stood up and put away the Pokémon, went out to check out and left. His goal for the next afternoon is to go to the fighting dojo. The location of the fighting dojo is not far from Saffron Psychic Gym. The members of the two parties can be said to be looking down and not seeing each other. Plus the grievances have deepened in recent years. When Chingway came to the outside of the fighting dojo, I noticed that the eyes of the two apprentices in charge of gatekeeping standing at the gate of the dojo were staring at Psychic Gym not far away. Even Chingway didn't notice it. It wasn't until Chingway took the initiative to step forward to ask that he regained his senses. "Hello, is this a fighting dojo?" "Hello. Ah, yes, this is the fighting dojo. Are you here to apprentice? The teaching in our dojo is very good." The young apprentice looked at Chingway, who was younger than him. His eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Road, I'm not here to apprentice. I'm a trainer. I want to come to challenge your dojo. I hope my Pokémons can improve their strength. Chingway shook his head and said, challenging the dojo. Didn't come to apprentice. Hearing Chingway's remark, the apprentice's eyes suddenly dimmed, looking a little listless, but he said quickly, then please come in with me. After that, he took Chingway into the dojo. Chapter 80_1 Where 14. Challenge the Fighting Dojo. The area of the Fighting Dojo is quite large. After all, it used to be built according to the scale of the gym. Back then, the Fighting Dojo was also the official gym of Saffron City, and the decoration inside was not bad. Chingway followed the apprentice into the dojo and found that there were not many battlefields but more training ground. Almost all the battlefields are paved with hard sand, while the training grounds are paved with specially made wooden floors. At this time, more than a dozen apprentices in the gym were scattered around the training ground, and were engaged in combat training with their Pokémon, while a man about 1.7 meters tall was walking back and forth around the training ground, correcting the apprentices' movements from time to time. Error on. It seems that he should be the leader of this fighting dojo, Koichi, who is known as the king of karate. However, beside him stood a Mediterranean uncle who made Chingway look familiar. Chingway thought about it for a while, and remembered that this uncle from the Mediterranean Sea was not the combat trainer, Kian, who participated in the challenge at the conference of Celadon, Rainbow University in Celadon, Rainbow City before. The Pokémon in training are also Pokémon with fighting attribute, but there are not many types. What Chingway sees the most is the two typical fighting Pokémon, Primeape and Macho. In addition, there are two Poliwrath, a Hitmonchan and a Hitmonlee. The apprentice who guarded the gate brought Chingway in, which naturally attracted the attention of the apprentices who were training here. Koichi and Katsuhiko also saw Chingway, and Koichi waved to the apprentices who stopped. You guys continue to train. Then, he and Kian walked towards Chingway together. When Chingway saw the two approaching, he took the initiative to say hello. It's really you, Uncle Kian. This should be Director Koichi, right? Chingway, you came to Saffron City too? Kei-yan asked. I'm Koichi. I watched the fight between you and Katsuhiko before. It was wonderful. Koichi took the initiative to reach out to Chingway and said, I have the advantage of restraint. Mr. Katsuhiko's strength is very strong. 19. Mr. Koichi, you and Mr. Katsuhiko, Chingway said with a smile. Me and Kian are apprentice brothers. The apprentice brothers who studied martial art together, but later I inherited this dojo, and Kian chose to improve himself by traveling. Koichi explained, then asked again, are you here to challenge the dojo? Well, I want to take this opportunity to exercise my Pokémon. Chingway admitted plainly. Have you challenged the psychic gym next to you? The fighting dojo is not the official Saffron City gym recognized by the league, and you can't get the badge. Keian reminded. Hearing this, Koichi also smiled bitterly, nodded the same and said, yes, even if we succeed in the challenge, we can't get the badge. The master's dojo is getting more and more decayed in my hands. I'm really incompetent. Junior brother, it's not your fault. Sabrina's strength itself is very strong. In addition, the fighting attribute is restrained by psychic, which is impossible. Katsuhiko patted Koichi on the shoulder and comforted. Next year, I plan to challenge again before the core conference. If I still fail, I will temporarily close this dojo and go out to travel, hoping to improve my strength or find someone stronger than me. Come and sit in the dojo. Koichi clenched his fist and said, it seems that the current situation of the fighting dojo is indeed rather miserable. Chingway thought about it and turned to look at the apprentices who were practicing. It is not difficult to see from their movements that they have been studying for a long time. That is to say, there have been no new apprentices joining recently. Plus, fighting the dojo is not an official gym now, and it does not enjoy the subsidies and benefits of the alliance. In addition, it is suppressed by Sabrina. It is indeed a problem to operate. So, if you're going to challenge gym, go to Psychic Gym next door. Koichi spoke up. I'm not here for the badge. I just want my Pokémons to train through battles, and I've heard from the internet. If you beat the dojo, Mr. Koichi will be rewarded. Chingway came back to his senses and said with a smile, reward. There is a reward. If you succeed in the challenge, you can get a Tyrogue that I have carefully cultivated from me, or choose a fighting skill training manual written by me. Koichi laughed a little when he heard Chingway ask about his apprentices doing this event before, but he answered patiently, since our event was launched, many people came to challenge at first, but none of them failed, and there were a lot fewer challengers who came later, and now I hardly see them, because the challenge rules here are very strict. Quote, Chingway pretended to be listening. My challenge rule here is, you need to defeat these apprentices and apprentices of mine, and then defeat me, even if the challenge is successful, but you can only use up to 6 Pokemon, and once you start the challenge, your Pokemon recovery problem needs to be solved by yourself. You can't leave the field and go to the Pokemon Center to recover the Pokemon's stamina. That is to say, this is the challenge rule of a wheel battle. Chingway knew it. No wonder no one on the internet admitted that he had succeeded in the challenge. Chingway simply counted, not counting the 2 apprentices who who were in charge of gatekeeping and reception outside. There are now a total of 13 apprentices training here. Add in a Koichi, and even if they each have only one Pokemon, the challenger will have to win 14 games in a row. That is to say, the challenger has 6 Pokemon, and each one needs to defeat at least 2 fighting-type Pokemon on average. And the apprentice is not the leader. The leader can watch the food and dispatch similar Pokemon according to the strength of the challenger. There are only a few Pokemon of the apprentices, and the strength is uneven. If the strength is relatively strong, the difficulty of this challenge will increase linearly. So, are you ready to challenge? Koichi asked. Chingway nodded. No problem. You can start the challenge now. Good. Koichi didn't say anything, but clapped his palm vigorously, making the apprentices who were training stop. The trainer next to me is named Chingway, and he is going to start a dojo challenge. Has another challenger come? How long has it been since the last challenger? I don't remember. At least it's been more than a month. Well, it's more than a challenger, and even fewer and fewer people come to visit us. The apprentices whispered together in 2s and 3s, and walked towards Koichi at the same time. Okay, there are challengers coming. You should show your energy. Don't be so listless. Koichi looked at the uninterested apprentices and said loudly, with Koichi's reprimand, the apprentices are in much better shape. Everyone came to the battlefield in the center of the fighting dojo. Chingway and Koichi stood opposite each other, and the 13 apprentices stood behind Koichi. Exactly, I will be the referee this time. Katsuhiko stood in the center of the field and said, according to the challenge rules, Koichi will send people and Pokemon first, and challenger Chingway will send Pokemon later, and he has the right to go first. After the challenge begins, challenger Chingway has 2 possessions in total. Opportunity for a short break to adjust, but only after a fight. Quote, now, asked Koichi to send the first trainer. Koichi nodded behind him, and the apprentice standing on the far left behind him came out and came to the field. I have 2 Pokemon. The first is Machoke. The apprentice came to the field without ink, and threw the Pokeball directly, and a Machoke appeared on the field. Chingway briefly looked at the information on the Machoke in front of him. Type, Machoke senior level. Gender, category, Machamp. Pokemon attribute, fighting trait, perseverance. Character, brave. But the power of these skills is not small, and after years of fighting training, this Machoke's physical fitness is excellent, but it also inherits the usual weakness of fighting trainers. Most of the skills are melee skills, and it would be a big loss if someone was kitted from a distance. After thinking for a while, Chingway took out a Pokeball and threw it on the court. Charmeleon, it's you. Roar. Charmeleon appeared in the field. Seeing this apprentice's Pokemon, Chingway feels that other people's Pokemon should be similar, and this is just an opportunity to train Charmeleon. You know, Charmeleon doesn't have many long-range attack skills, but he has learned a lot of skills in melee combat, and now is the best time to practice melee 1v1. Game 1, Charmeleon vs Machoke. 3, 2, 1, start. As Kian stepped back, he gave orders, and when he exited the battle officially started. Charmeleon, try your morning practice with fire. Chingway was not in a hurry, so he first asked Charmeleon to try the results of the morning's practice so that the practice in the battle could improve the progress of the learning skills faster. Flame. Machoke, ignore him. Use bulk up. Apprentice number 1 listened to Chingway's command and was a little inexplicable. Although the flame was a long-range attack, its power was a bit, so he decided to go at his own pace. Roar. Cool. Charmeleon spewed flames from his mouth and flew towards Machoke. Everyone could see that the flames began to slowly rotate halfway through the flight, and Machoke stayed where he was, doing various bulk-up preparation. This flame, it seems a bit drained. Kei-yan felt that something was not right. The ordinary flame is just a fire sprayed out directly. How can it be turned around in the air like now? Then, the flames flew to Machoke's side, and the speed of the rotation around his body gradually began to increase. Cool. Machoke is a little confused. What does it mean that the flames don't hit him? Do you mean let me spin and jump with you with my eyes closed? I only like the fitness Machoke, not a Machoke who like square dancing. Apprentice number 1 was also a little confused. He couldn't understand what the hell the flames were doing. He could only continue to command according to his usual rhythm. Machoke, get close to Charmeleon. Use the burst 093 crack. Charmeleon, almost there. Try tightening. Chingway also spoke at this time. Roar. Charmeleon immediately tried his best to control the flames that circled around Machoke and began to shrink. This contraction touched Machoke's body and caused him damage. Cool. Machoke was in pain, but after feeling that the injury was not fatal, he still rushed towards Charmeleon according to his trainer's request. During this period, Machoke suffered another flame-like flame vortex damage, and then the small flame completely dissipated. Cool. Machoke noticed that the second time the damage was much smaller than the first time. It only brought him a slight pain, just like he was punched in training, and the impact was not big at all. Roar. Charmeleon watched the flames dissipate, and knew that his skill had no effect, and was a little unwilling. Charmeleon, that great. Then wait for Machoke to get close and use a million-ton punch. Chingway had expected expected this for a long time. He didn't think that his Charmeleon could master a skill move for the first half of the day, and it was already good to be able to deal second stage damage. As long as he continued to practice, he would be able to successfully master fire in a short time. Vortex Roar. Charmeleon let out a low growl, waiting for Machoke, who was charging forward. Close combat. Charmeleon is also quite good at it. Cool. Wow. The approaching Machoke used dynamic punch towards Charmeleon, and Charmeleon was not to be outdone, and also hit the opponent's fist with a punch. Bang. There was a muffled sound throughout the battle, and the two Pokémons took a few steps back from each other, but finally stood their ground. Charmeleon, continue the fire punch attack. Machoke, brick break attack. Listening to Chingway's instructions, the two Pokémon eased their right fists, which were a little painful from the counter punches, and hit each other again. You punched me, and the scene was very anxious for a while. Chingway keenly found that in melee combat, even though Charmeleon has a lot of melee skills, it is still a lot worse than Machoke, who specializes in combat. When Machoke attacked, he also kept an eye on Charmeleon's fist, trying to keep his fist from hitting his vital part, and Charmeleon is much worse in this awareness. He fought the opponent with a straight fist, and when he hit the opponent, he also took several punches. Charmeleon, pay attention to avoid the opponent's fist. Even if you can't dodge it, try not to let it hit your vitals.